Chapter 1. The Celestial Martial World. Two factions were fiercely engaged in battle. The air was filled with the clashing of swords, glinting with cold light, clearly indicating the presence of exceptional martial artists. Suddenly, a flash of cold light darted through the crowd. An arrow pierced the throng, heading straight for the rear. "Your Highness, be careful." The captain of the guards, Su Jio, was struck with terror, his voice a desperate cry. Alas, it was too late. The arrow struck a plump young boy at the back. The immense force sent the boy flying over a yard before he landed heavily on the ground. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The guards exclaimed in alarm. The assassins surged with renewed vigor. "He's hit! He's hit! The false prince has been struck. Quickly eliminate them! Curse you!" Su Jio suddenly roared. His internal energy surging forth, his sword flew from his hand like a bolt of lightning, pinning a distant archer to a tree. The opponent, filled with unexpected delight, seized the opportunity to strike, his sword lunging towards Su Jio's chest like a venomous serpent. Su Jio's hair stood on, and he did not evade, but instead charged directly at the attack, allowing the sword to pierce his chest. In that moment of the enemy's astonishment, he struck with both palms, crashing them onto the foe's head. Instantly, the head burst like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Su Jio paid no heed to the outcome of the battle. He turned and rushed to the fallen boy, lifting the plump youth. With a cough, the boy spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his eyes still dazed. "Uncle Jio, I'm fine." "Fine?" Su Jio paused, examining closely, only to discover, with astonishment, that the arrow had indeed struck the boy's chest, even tearing a large hole in his clothing. Yet, curiously, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, the arrowhead had shattered, leaving only a fragment of the shaft to fall helplessly to the ground. The boy, momentarily confused, suddenly remembered something and pulled out a jade pendant, broken in two, from his chest. "Uncle Jio, I'm fine that arrow struck the ancestral jade. What a pity for the ancestral jade of the Su family, passed down for hundreds of years. On Earth, in a lavish mansion. I found you." Su Mu Yang's eyes brightened as he swiftly moved the mouse, placing an A-time scope onto the head of the last opponent. With a mere click, he could secure victory in this round. But at that instant, a ding echoed in his mind. Startled, his hand trembled, causing him to miss his shot. The opponent reacted with remarkable speed, simultaneously pulling the trigger. In an instant, the screen went dark. "Damn!" Su Mu Yang slammed his mouse in frustration, his fury boiling as he delved into his thoughts. "Damn system, what now?" A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! The multi-descendant blessing system kindly reminds you. Your descendant, Su Qing, is in mortal danger and is calling for help from his ancestors. Should the host proceed?" Note: Su Qing is the host's sole bloodline in the celestial martial world. Should Su Qing perish, the host will lose the power bestowed by the celestial martial world. Celestial martial world? Su Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback, recalling this almost forgotten realm. However, sole bloodline? Had all his descendants in the celestial martial world perished? Gazing at the computer screen, Su Mu Yang felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Descendants? With a multi-descendant blessing system at my disposal, my bloodline spans across countless realms. Do I truly lack one? Even if you're the sole bloodline of the celestial martial world, what does it matter? Can you summon me at will? What you stand to lose is merely your life, whereas I stand to lose a chicken. As the saying goes, one seldom encounters a chicken in life. Yet, after some contemplation, Su Mu Yang shook his head in resignation. "Fine, I shall go take a look." The celestial martial world is, after all, a small realm. Losing it would be quite regrettable. With a thought, the air before him began to ripple, and Su Mu Yang's figure vanished in an instant. Seeing that the plump boy was indeed unscathed, Su Jio felt a slight sense of relief. "Your Highness, protect yourself. I shall go deal with the enemies." Just as he was about to turn and assist others, a sudden chill ran down his spine, terror gripping his heart. For before them appeared a figure seemingly out of thin air. The person was youthful, with short hair and clad in peculiar attire, glaring at the plump boy with an unfriendly expression. It was Su Mu Yang. "Your Highness, be careful." Su Jio, in alarm, quickly shielded the plump boy, his gaze fixed on the newcomer, despair creeping into his heart. Injured and with the enemy before him, it seemed this time he was truly doomed. Su Muyang glanced at the plump boy, then looked up at the sky, murmuring, "This world is really quite weak." He then turned his gaze back to the plump boy, his expression darkening. "You are Su Qing? The one who caused me to miss my chicken dinner? Miss my chicken dinner? What does that even mean?" Everyone was momentarily stunned. The plump boy, trembling slightly, managed a grin. "What are you pretending for? Since you've come to hunt me down, don't you know who I am?" At this, Su Muyang's irritation deepened, his expression darkening. "Who the hell do you think you are?" With a casual gesture, an invisible force pressed down, pinning Su Qing to the ground. Moreover, the sword lodged in Su Jio's chest suddenly flew out, as if controlled by an unseen hand, soaring through the air to strike Su Qing's backside. Once, twice, thrice. Though through clothing, it was evident that his rear had swollen significantly. "Scoundrel! How dare you humiliate His Highness?" Seeing this, Su Jio erupted with fury, disregarding his bleeding wound, and charged at Su Muyang. Silence. Su Muyang didn't even glance at him, casually swatting him away like a fly. With that motion, Su Jio was driven into the ground like a nail. This action left everyone present in shock, many instinctively stepping back a few paces. Yet, a few rushed forward, shielding Su Qing. Some reached for the sword, still striking Su Qing's backside. Others attempted to pull the nailed Su Jio, while others remained vigilant against Su Muyang. Su Muyang frowned, his expression growing more severe. "What business is it of yours if I discipline my unworthy descendants?" Without making any further moves, the sound of bang 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 echoed as everyone around Su Qing was driven into the ground. Gasp! Even the pursuers turned pale, backing away in fright. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Only the cries of Su Qing echoed incessantly. "Come on, if I furrow my brow, I'm your grandson. Damn it, you all bully me, just kill me already. It hurts so much I give in, just make it quick." The more he shouted, the darker Su Muyang's expression grew, and the frequency of the sword strikes quickened. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you understand the respect due to elders? Do you think you could be my grandson, just based on you? Your grandfather's grandfather isn't even qualified. Unworthy descendant. Truly an unworthy descendant. I spit on you. Wrong generation. What's wrong with me striking your backside? You've enraged this ancestor." This bizarre exchange left the pursuers utterly befuddled, exchanging bewildered glances. What's happening here? Is this how a master of such caliber behaves, lacking in decorum? Although this mysterious master seemed to be targeting Su Qing and his companions, they appeared to be on the same side. Yet, why is he striking backsides, driving nails, and hurling insults? Is his mind somewhat unhinged? On the ground, Su Qing grimaced in pain, tears streaming down his face, momentarily lacking the strength to continue his tirade. Seeing him finally fall silent, Su Muyang felt his anger subside slightly. With a wave of his hand, the sword fell to the ground, and the two pieces of the jade pendant that had just dropped also landed in his palm. As he caressed the jade pendant, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Su Muyang's eyes, and his expression softened somewhat. His system was known as the multi-descendant blessing system. As the name suggests, the more descendants he bore, the stronger his power became. Moreover, the system enabled him to traverse the myriad realms. Thus, he now possessed descendants scattered across countless worlds, wielding unparalleled strength himself. In the realm of Tianwu, he found himself transported during the nascent phase of his system's activation. At that time, he was relatively innocent, nurturing a strong bond with his wife and children. Unlike in some of the later worlds, where his pursuits were solely driven by the desire for power, devoid of any emotional connection, he now felt a wave of nostalgia upon encountering the jade pendant he had left behind years ago. Noticing his silence, the pursuing soldiers exchanged glances, and eventually, a leader among them mustered the courage to step forward. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. I am a commander of the Imperial Guard," he proclaimed. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Muyang's brow furrowed, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. In an instant, The commander's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering across the surroundings. Su Qing, who had been crouched on the ground, rubbing his backside and grumbling, was taken aback as the sanguine fluid rained down upon him. He quickly covered his mouth and held his breath, terrified to make another sound. Not just him, but the pursuing soldiers were also struck with sheer terror. The moment this enigmatic master appeared, he had turned his hand against Su Qing and his companions, clearly indicating they were of the same faction. Why then had he suddenly turned on his own? And in such a gruesome manner? Had Su Muyang been privy to their thoughts, he would have surely scoffed. The elder's discipline over his descendants was a matter of family affairs. But if you dared to strike, that was tantamount to courting death. Without hesitation, Su Muyang took a casual step forward. As he did, the earth trembled violently, and several stone pillars erupted from the ground, skewering the pursuing soldiers like candied haws. In an instant, blood filled the air, and the cries of anguish resonated ceaselessly. This horrifying scene left Su Qing utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Those were all formidable experts of the 7th and 8th ranks. How could they have all perished with a single stamp of his foot? The prowess of this mysterious master was truly astonishing. Just moments ago, he had merely been patting his own backside now. The thought of receiving a glare or a stomp from this figure sent shivers down his spine. By the heavens, I am terrified. See? Su Muyang waved his hand, nonchalantly lowering himself to the ground. Suddenly, a mound of earth rose up beneath him, serving as a makeshift seat. Su Qing experienced a similar phenomenon behind him. Yet, Su Qing, rubbing his sore bottom, shook his head with a distressed expression. In the presence of the esteemed elder, I dare not act presumptuously. Is that so? Su Muyang shot him a sidelong glance, seemingly unfazed. Suit yourself. After a moment of contemplation over the shattered jade pendant, he inquired, "What relation do you have to Su Zhe?" Su Fe? Su Qing cautiously stole a few glances at Su Muyang, perplexed. Su Zhe is the ancestor of my Su family, as well as the founding emperor of the great Su dynasty, who established its 500-year legacy. When you reference your forebear, does it imply a connection with my Su family? 5 centuries had passed. Su Muyang felt a twinge of sentimentality. For him, time had become almost meaningless. The world he traversed experienced time at a vastly different pace as he journeyed through realms. His age had long since become an unfathomable concept. To this world, Su Zhe was a figure from 500 years ago. Yet for him, that was an event from millennia past, now somewhat blurred in his memory. Upon hearing Su Qing's inquiry, he casually remarked, "Oh, 500 years ago, Su Zhe referred to me as father." Father? On the crown of Su Qing's head, several large question marks slowly emerged. If I am not mistaken, are you attempting to take advantage of me? Indeed, it must be so. My great ancestor, the emperor, has been deceased for several centuries. And yet you claim to be his father? Does that not make you my ancestor? I am, after all, a dignified prince, and you dare to exploit me? He opened his mouth to curse, but upon recalling the astonishing abilities this individual had just displayed, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Su Muyang, observing the change in his expression and scrutinizing his plump physique, suddenly broke into a broad smile. Quite impressive. Your temperament and stature indicate you are destined to be a tyrant. Among my descendants, few possess the capacity to win the favor of the ancestors as you do. He was genuinely pleased. This sentiment stemmed from the depths of his heart. For him, it was not the success of his descendants he sought, but rather their prolificacy. The more descendants there were, the more powerful my ancestral spirit would become. This young man before me, with such a physique, clearly embodies the qualities of a gluttonous ruler, likely to be ensnared by his own passions. The ancestor approves. However, this sentiment only drove Su Qing further into a frenzy. What the hell? The more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. Not only are you taking advantage of me, but you also dare to label me a tyrant? Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Su Muyang shifted the topic. Now tell me, what has transpired? How is it that the Su family has but one surviving member? What of that commander of the Imperial Guard who sought your life? Is there a plot to usurp the throne? He had experienced far too much. Merely casting a glance was enough for him to grasp the situation's context. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was how his bloodline in this world had dwindled to a solitary seedling. Su Qing's eyes flickered as he quickly deliberated. This person, though somewhat disrespectful and intent on usurping the role of my ancestor, seemed to have a connection to my family. Otherwise, he would not possess that jade pendant. Nor would his demeanor reflect such concern, nor would he have acted to eliminate those pursuers. If he could be won over with such remarkable prowess. With this thought, he conjured up his emotions and suddenly burst into tears. His weeping was heartrending, evoking sorrow in all who heard it. Elder, call me ancestor. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. His previously cultivated emotions diminished by a third. O revered elder, my father has just passed. And already malefactors are stirring, attempting to overthrow the great Su dynasty. Were it not for my uncle Jio's desperate protection, I fear I would have perished. His words trailed off as he suddenly recalled that Su Jio was still buried in his pit. Su Ji was not of royal blood. He was Su Qing's captain of the guard, fiercely loyal and exceptionally skilled. Granted the surname Su by Su Qing's father. Su Qing had maintained an excellent relationship with him since childhood and always referred to him as Uncle Jio. However, at this moment, his Uncle Ji remained entombed. Pointing towards the pits, Su Qing cautiously stated that venerable elder, Uncle Jio, and the others. Su Muyang remained silent, casually stepping upon the ground. As he did so, the earth within the pits began to writhe, expelling the individuals trapped within. Your Highness, Su Jio instinctively shielded Su Qing, his expression one of vigilance. The others followed suit, though they had been confined and unable to move. They could still hear Su Muyang's actions, and thus refrained from attacking. Besides, they knew they were outmatched. Uncle Jio, you are injured. Quickly, apply medicine to Uncle Jio. Su Qing then noticed the blood gushing from Su Jio's chest. His complexion ghastly pale. Your Highness need not worry for me. I am afraid I can no longer protect you. Su Jio managed a feeble smile, attempting to placate Su Qing. He was acutely aware of his own wounds. He had been stabbed in the chest and subsequently entombed for an extended duration. Holding on until now was already pushing his limits. Su Qing stubbornly shook his head, seizing a vial of medicine from a bystander and pouring it liberally over Su Jio's wounds. Observing this scene, Su Muyang nodded in satisfaction and remarked, you possess a heart of gold, and this guard demonstrates true loyalty. Though he lacks strength. Su Qing fumbled to tend to the injuries. He felt a surge of indignation. Uncle Jio is an 8th grade master. His words faltered abruptly. In this world, martial artists were classified into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Yet, the number of 9th grade masters was exceedingly rare. While 8th grade experts were already a rarity, Uncle Jio, though still young, had reached the 8th grade, and Su Qing had always taken pride in this. But before this enigmatic figure claiming to be his ancestor, the 8th grade seemed insignificant. Your Highness, Su Jio grasped Su Qing's arm, lowering his voice. This elder's skills are extraordinary. He may very well be the legendary Grandmaster. Your Highness must exercise caution. The legendary Grandmaster? Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. His martial arts knowledge was limited, but he understood enough that a Grandmaster was said to be a mythical realm, capable of single-handedly leading armies or toppling nations, akin to a deity. Could this individual truly be a Grandmaster? He glanced at Su Jio's injury, gritted his teeth, and suddenly knelt before Su Muyang. Venerable elder, if you truly wish to be my ancestor, if you can save Uncle Jio, I shall call you ancestor. Your Highness, do not. Su Jio's expression changed drastically as he desperately tried to restrain him. Your Highness, your esteemed self cannot kneel. The others rushed forward, their expressions darkening as they attempted to lift Su Qing. Yet Su Qing remained resolute, shaking his head and staring intently at Su Muyang. Seeing this, Su Muyang chuckled softly. Ancestor, I have many descendants. Your presence adds little and your absence changes nothing. Furthermore, I am already your ancestor. Whether you acknowledge it or not, it remains a fact of which I am indifferent. However, your pure-heartedness is quite endearing, and I find it quite delightful. Very well, in light of our first meeting, I shall grant you a small token. Initially, Su Qing felt disheartened upon hearing the earlier remarks, but the prospect of assistance filled him with elation. Su Muyang pondered for a moment, then extended his hands, slowly pulling them apart in the air. As he did, a pitch-black rift suddenly materialized in the space above, resembling a piece of fabric that had been torn asunder. From within this rift emanated a chilling aura, as if it harbored unfathomable terrors. Su Qing and the others instinctively recoiled, their hairs standing on end. Su Muyang reached forth with his right hand, gradually probing into the void as his hand entered. His arm vanished inch by inch, as though being consumed by that very rift. In the vast expanse of the Tsongshin continent, within a sprawling estate covering hundreds of acres, a martial arts arena awaited. Lei Lai, a girl clad in battle attire, stood suspended in midair, her long sword drawn, summoning forth several robust bolts of lightning that bore the aura of devastation, descending with a cataclysmic force. Below, a middle-aged man stood unfazed by the impending storm, swiftly forming hand seals, shield. With a decisive utterance, the ground within a tenjong radius suddenly caved in, countless stones and earth rising to coalesce into a massive stone shield. The lightning struck the shield, scattering debris, yet it proved ineffective. Confinement. The middle-aged man transformed his hand seals once more, and the stone shield morphed into a stone prison, descending upon the girl. The girl gasped, her figure flickering as she transformed into a streak of light, landing gracefully on the ground. Stop, stop, stop. Third uncle, I still cannot surpass you. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the stone prison reverted to rubble. Smiling as he said, Ruo Bing, your recent training has yielded commendable progress, and among the younger generation, you are indeed exceptional. However, your experience in combat requires refinement. Perhaps you should venture out for some practical training. Ruo Bing beamed with pride. Of course, our Su family is the foremost clan in Tsongshin continent, and I am the Su family's greatest talent, thus making me the greatest talent in all of Tsongshin. As she spoke, she placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily towards the sky, brimming with pride. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness evident on his face. Ruo Bing, although the Su family wields significant influence, we must not underestimate the world at large, lest we invite calamity. Pa, the young girl retorted disdainfully, that the Tsongshin continent is vast, who would dare provoke the Su family? Just as the middle-aged man was about to continue his admonition, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up at the sky. Noticing his reaction, the girl quickly followed suit. To their astonishment, a massive tear appeared in the heavens. As if the sky itself had been rent asunder, from this gaping void extended a colossal hand that slowly descended towards them. The hand, smooth and lustrous as jade, bore an overwhelming pressure that threatened to annihilate everything in its path, causing the very fabric of the void to shatter under its weight. Enemy attack, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his face paling. In truth, the estate had already been stirred by the oppressive force. Countless formidable auras surged from every corner of the manor, and a colossal protective barrier rapidly ascended, resembling a transparent dome that enveloped the estate, safeguarding it with unwavering resolve. The surface of the barrier shimmered with numerous intricate runes that flickered with an enigmatic brilliance, instilling a profound sense of security. Nevertheless, the expression on the middle-aged man's face grew increasingly grave. Would the family's protective formation truly withstand such a formidable force? Stand guard. In the estate, numerous individuals took to the air, men and women. Young and old. At the forefront was a venerable elder with hair and beard as white as snow. He gazed at the enormous hand looming above, his brow furrowed as he commanded in a deep voice, "Who dares intrude upon the Su family?" As he spoke, he channeled his magical energy into the protective formation, and others followed suit. The barrier thickened significantly, its runes becoming even more radiant and resplendent. Yet, despite this, the elder remained unconvinced and shouted, "Sons and daughters of the Su family, heed my command. The foe's might is great. We must approach with caution. All disciples of the 4th generation and below, enter the teleportation array and prepare for evacuation." Indeed, he lacked confidence. Even though he was one of the most formidable cultivators in the entire Tsongshin continent, the horrifying scene before him far exceeded his comprehension. Realizing the Su family was on the brink of annihilation, the elder made a swift decision to initiate a retreat. Struggling to maintain her magical output, Ruo Bing declared loudly, "Second Ancestor, we shall not flee." Impudent, the elder shot her a fierce glare. The ancestral teachings of the Su family state that, at all times and in all matters, the continuation of the Su bloodline takes precedence. Quickly, depart. Ruo Bing bit her lip and darted towards a grand hall. Shadows flitted in all directions, and many others followed suit. Gathering at the entrance of the hall, Ruo Bing looked around, only to find herself surrounded by young people and children, each wearing solemn expressions tinged with confusion. Clenching her fists, she finally resolved herself and spoke with conviction, "Everyone, enter the teleportation array immediately and prepare to evacuate. Today, our Su family faces a formidable foe. Your cultivation levels are insufficient, and remaining here would only distract the Second Ancestor and the others. Moreover, you are the future hope of the Su family. After our departure, You must devote yourselves to your cultivation and work towards the day we can rebuild the Su family." With that, she turned to leave. A young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, grabbed her arm. "Eighth aunt." "I will not leave." Ruo Bing raised her head defiantly, proclaiming, "I, Ruo Bing, am the greatest talent of the Su family. How could I possibly retreat in the face of danger? You all must go." "Eighth aunt." "Leave. No more chatter." "Eighth aunt." "Go. Avenge me in the future." "And no." "Eighth aunt." The boy's voice trembled with urgency, almost in tears. "Look." "Huh?" Ruo Bing, puzzled, looked up and was immediately taken aback. The massive hand was descending slowly. As it drew nearer, the protective barrier flickered ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. This sight sent a collective shiver through the hearts of all present in the Xian continent. The Su family's protective formation was renowned as the pinnacle of defense. Yet even so, it seemed incapable of withstanding the oppressive force of their adversary. Who could this formidable foe be? Was the Su family truly destined to face destruction today as the gigantic hand approached? Anxiety gripped everyone's hearts. But in the next moment, a sudden stillness enveloped the scene. Just as the colossal hand seemed poised to breach the protective barrier, it halted midair, after a brief pause. It slowly shifted to the side. "What is happening?" The Second Ancestor's expression hardened as he commanded, "The enemy is cunning. Be on your guard." His words instilled a sense of caution among the onlookers, who remained vigilant. Before their very eyes, the enormous hand gently descended onto the ground outside the estate. Astonishingly, despite its overwhelming presence and earth-shattering pressure, the hand landed with the utmost grace, stirring barely a trace of dust. Watching this spectacle, the Second Ancestor's pupils constricted. As the saying goes, an outsider views the commotion, while an insider discerns the subtleties. What had seemed like a simple act was, in truth, an extraordinary feat. This demonstrated the enemy's mastery over their power, having reached an unparalleled level of control, preventing even a whisper of force from escaping. What manner of adversary is this? The Second Ancestor remained alert, pondering deeply. The Su family had always occupied a transcendent position in the Xian continent. Rarely embroiled in conflicts with other factions, how could they attract such an insurmountable opponent? Wait, a sudden realization gripped the Second Ancestor. He recalled that, in his youth, he had indeed offended numerous individuals. For instance, he had once set his sights on the 7th princess of the Divine dynasty, brazenly storming the palace to claim her, and she was now his second wife. Moreover, his third wife had been a holy maiden from a sacred land, whom he had disrupted from her childhood sweetheart. And as for his fourth wife, he had hunted several dragons in the Dragon Valley to ensure her proper nourishment during childbirth. Upon reflection, it seemed that he was not the most virtuous of individuals. The Second Ancestor shook his head, casting aside these errant thoughts. "No, I am a good person. These were all tasks assigned by my father." Lost in these musings, he remained oblivious to the ongoing actions of the enormous hand. The hand lingered momentarily on the ground before pinching something and slowly lifting it skyward, as if preparing to depart. "Second Ancestor, what is that?" Ruo Bing inquired, approaching him with curiosity. The Second Ancestor felt a twinge of confusion. Initially, he had anticipated an enemy incursion, but now it appeared as though this figure sought to retrieve something. He concentrated, infusing his magical energy into his eyes for a clearer view. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, he scratched his head in bewilderment, muttering, "If I am not mistaken, it appears he has grasped 2 blades of foxtail grass." Foxtail grass. The crowd was taken aback, each straining to channel their energy for a closer look. After all, foxtail grass was merely an ordinary weed, easily found by the roadside. This individual had caused such an uproar, startling the Su family into chaos, all for 2 blades of common grass. After careful observation, it became undeniable that the colossal hand indeed clutched foxtail grass. What in the world is happening? In the midst of the crowd's bewildered gazes, the giant hand finally ascended once more, gradually disappearing into the rift. The fearsome crack, which had radiated an overwhelming aura, sealed itself shut, vanishing as if nothing had ever occurred. The Second Ancestor waited cautiously for a moment, and upon confirming that everything had returned to normal, he commanded the dismantling of the protective formation. He then soared into the air, heading towards the spot where the giant hand had descended. Ruo Bing pondered briefly before following suit, landing on the ground. The Second Ancestor surveyed the surroundings, his confusion deepening. The area was overgrown with weeds, foxtail grass abundant, and there were no signs of anything unusual. Had he truly misjudged? After a moment of contemplation, He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the residual energy in the vicinity. After a lengthy period, his expression shifted dramatically as he withdrew a jade pendant from his storage ring, clutching it tightly in his palm while gazing skyward with a cry, "Father, is that you returning?" "Father? What?" Ruo Bing was momentarily taken aback. The father of the second ancestor of the Su family. Was that not the venerable ancestor of the Su clan? Second ancestor? Are you speaking the truth? Is it truly the ancestor who has arrived? The second ancestor raised the jade pendant, his expression filled with excitement. This jade pendant was indeed left behind by my father, and the residual aura just now is identical to that of the pendant. Ruo Bing curiously examined the pendant, blinking her large eyes, and asked in confusion, if it is indeed the ancestor, then why did he only pick 2 blades of grass? Does the ancestor have a particular fondness for grass? Ancestor, may I give your shoulders a gentle massage? Is this pressure acceptable? Su Qing, with a comically exaggerated demeanor, was eagerly waving his chubby hands in a flurry of activity. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Jiao and the others lowered their heads in silence. Logically speaking, as the crown prince of the Great Su, with the recent passing of the former emperor, he should be reigning as a sovereign, were it not for the rebellion of traitors. Yet, despite his noble status, he was serving others like a sycophant, causing embarrassment for the guards. However, the 2 blades of grass had created a grand master and numerous practitioners of the 8th and 9th ranks. What astonishing skill was this? What level of power did he possess? To describe him as a living immortal would not be an exaggeration. Serving an immortal should be regarded as an act of reverence. Nevertheless, Your Highness, this truly seems inappropriate for you. Allow me to take over. Observing the obsequiousness of his descendant, Su Muyang merely smiled and inquired, "Now do you believe I am your ancestor?" "Indeed, I must believe." Su Qing's chest thumped loudly as he exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Ancestor, I felt an extraordinary sense of familiarity upon first seeing you, even more so than with my father. However, the situation was perilous, and I feared that revealing your identity would lead the pursuers to harm you. To protect you, I pretended not to believe. See how considerate I am of you." Some among Su Jiao and the others gazed at the heavens, others at the ground, and some silently closed their eyes to sense the newfound strength. "Your Highness, that is quite enough. How can you utter such shameless words with such nonchalance?" Su Muyang found it somewhat amusing. "Even if your words are extravagant, it matters not. The blades of grass have already been consumed." Su Qing froze momentarily and then continued to massage vigorously, ingratiatingly saying, "Ancestor, what do you mean? Am I that kind of person? I am not doing this for those few blades of grass. I am doing this for you. My dear and beloved ancestor, with your kind eyes, high virtue, and generous nature, honoring the ancestor is both my responsibility and my fortune." Su Muyang could not help but chuckle, patting Su Qing's shoulder a few times as he explained, "You sweet-talking rascal, you've certainly made the ancestor quite pleased. However, should you truly become a Grand Master, evolving in life level, it will be exceedingly difficult to bear offspring with an ordinary woman. Therefore, if you genuinely wish to gain the ancestor's favor, you must have several children. Do you understand?" "What?" Su Qing was struck dumb, his mouth agape, utterly speechless. "That reasoning is quite formidable. I find myself at a loss for words." The others exchanged glances, their earlier excitement from the surge of power fading away into nothingness. "If I understand you correctly, does that mean we will become half eunuchs from now on?" Su Muyang stretched lazily, speaking in a languid tone. "Pray tell, how is it that the Su family, once so populous, now only has you as the lone descendant?" "Populous?" A hint of peculiarity flickered in the eyes of the gathered company. Su Qing, somewhat bewildered, instinctively replied, "Populous? How could that be? Since the founding emperor, our great Su royal lineage has been passed down through 18 generations without exception." "Wait," Su Muyang interrupted him directly, his brow furrowing slightly. 18 generations without exception. How could that be possible? Su Qing scratched his head in confusion. "Isn't this common knowledge?" "Common knowledge?" Su Muyang's expression grew increasingly grave. The number of descendants directly affected his strength. The bloodline of the Su family was unique, making it quite challenging to bear offspring. While having fewer descendants might be acceptable, 18 generations without exception raised significant concerns. He scrutinized Su Qing closely, finally uncovering the crux of the issue. "Let me ask you, why have you not cultivated the yin-yang harmony technique that I passed down?" "Ah." Su Jiao and the others lowered their heads, wishing they could cover their ears. A splendid name. This technique, upon hearing it, was clearly a legendary dual cultivation method that doubled pleasure. Yet, the problem was that he, a being capable of effortlessly creating grandmasters, was discussing dual cultivation techniques with a group of grown men. Was he serious? However, when this was conveyed to Su Qing, it struck him like a thunderbolt, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, Yin-Yang Harmony Technique? How do you know this name? Previously, he referred to Su Mu Yang as Ancestor not out of genuine belief, but rather due to an inability to defeat him. Yet, this name evoked an incredible thought within him. Could this truly be his ancestor? For this name had only been passed down orally within the Su family, never disclosed in any other manner. Yet this individual had effortlessly uttered the name, conveying an overwhelming amount of information. How do I know? Su Mu Yang snorted dismissively. The Su family bloodline is unique, making it difficult to conceive with ordinary women. Thus, I specially created this technique to pass on to Su Zhe as our family as foundational skill. But why have you not cultivated it? Why have your ancestors, after practicing this technique, still failed to produce a thriving lineage? This was his greatest question. Upon his arrival in this world, he already possessed considerable strength. Thus his bloodline level far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In this primitive world, the suppression of bloodlines made it exceedingly difficult to bear offspring, which contradicted the system's principles. Hence, he had specifically exchanged for this technique from the system. Yet now, he was informed that the Su family had been passed down through 18 generations without exception. Was this a joke? Su Qing's heart was now tumultuous, and his attitude grew increasingly respectful. Ancestor, it's not that I am unwilling to cultivate, but this technique has long since been lost, with only its name being passed down. Lost? Su Mu Yang furrowed his brow, pressing for more details. How could the Su family lose the transmission when it has not been severed? Su Qing glanced at Su Mu Yang and hesitantly continued. Our ancestor Su Zhe relied on this technique to conquer all, seizing the throne from the previous dynasty and renaming the country to Great Su. However, he hesitated for a moment before stammering. Our ancestor Su Zhe established a family decree that the emperor must prioritize state affairs and not indulge in the pleasures of women. Hence he did not pass down this technique. It was only mentioned sporadically in the secret histories of the Su family. Yet, I always felt that our ancestor Su Zhe may not have passed down this technique out of a sense of shame. If Su Jiao and the others were given a microphone at that moment, they would certainly sing. I should be under the car, not inside it. Is it appropriate to describe our founding emperor with the word shame? Never mind, you are the crown prince and a descendant of the founding emperor. Your word is final. However, upon hearing this, Su Mu Yang was instantly filled with rage. What shame? What nonsense! That little rascal Su Zhe is antiquated, ignorant, hypocritical. There are 3 unfilial acts, the greatest of which is having no descendants. Continuing the family line is the most paramount of matters. What state affairs, what kingdom, what world could possibly be more important than having children? If you do not understand even this, it truly infuriates the ancestor. Caw, caw, cawed in the air. It seemed as though a few black crows were flying by, cawing loudly. Ancestor, please calm your anger. After all, these are royal secrets. Qing may have been unlearned in the past, and perhaps misremembered. If the ancestor truly wishes to uncover the truth, how about Qing accompanies you to the capital? Su Qing's eyes darted about restlessly. While he feigned persuasion with an air of insincerity, after cursing for a while, Su Mu Yang's anger subsided slightly. Young man, do not presume that your ancestor is oblivious to your thoughts. Are you not wishing for me to intervene? To quell the rebellion and restore the dynasty, Su Qing's expression shifted slightly, his sycophantic grin intensifying. The ancestor's gaze was piercing, his presence formidable, earning genuine admiration from Qing. However, dear ancestor, consider this. With such a prominent figure as yourself, how would it reflect on your legacy if your descendants proved unworthy and the throne was seized by others? The ridicule you would face if this were to spread is unimaginable. Su Mu Yang regarded him with a sidelong glance, snorting derisively. Young man, your attempts at provocation are rather crude. Your ancestor have traversed the world for countless years. What experiences have I not encountered? You think such trivial tactics could deceive me? Were it not for my amusement at your shamelessness, would I endure your incessant prattle? Ah, Su Qing smacked his lips, at a loss for words. Are you complimenting me? It seems so, but since when did shamelessness become a virtue? Su Mu Yang gestured towards Su Jiao and the others, expressing his frustration. This world is of a low caliber. Being a grandmaster is the pinnacle of combat power, with one grandmaster and numerous 8th and 9th tier experts at your disposal. How can you not handle a handful of traitors? Even if you are inept, you must have some standards. Noticing the prince's face redden with shame, Su Jiao stood up resignedly and bowed respectfully. Ancestor, the current court situation is complex, and the prince is still young, inevitably lacking in strength. We are but mere warriors, skilled only in combat to protect his highness, completely ignorant of other matters. You, with your profound knowledge and extraordinary abilities, share a close bond with his highness that we implore you, Ancestor, to show mercy and lend your hand to turn the tide. To be frank, Su Jiao and the others harbored doubts about Su Mu Yang's identity. But they were not foolish. This was an extraordinary ally. If he were to assist, the prince's ascent to the throne would be assured. Moreover, given the prince's willingness to shamelessly seek kinship, what else could they do? Indeed, indeed, Su Qing nodded fervently, squeezing out a few tears. Ancestor, you cannot fathom my suffering. Just after my father passed away, troops stormed in, shouting for blood, even invading the eastern palace to kill me. Chaos erupted throughout the capital. Flames rising, and cries of slaughter echoed everywhere. Thankfully, Uncle Jiao and the others risked their lives to rescue me. But honestly, even now, I still do not know who is behind the rebellion, nor who are the loyalists and who are the traitors. If you choose to ignore me, what face would I have left to live in this world? No, having lost the Su family's empire, I would have no face to meet my ancestors in the afterlife. As he spoke, he could no longer contain himself, covering his face and weeping uncontrollably. While crying, he peeked through his fingers to observe Su Mu Yang, exasperated, thought to himself, how did I end up with such a worthless descendant? The empire has been lost, his life hangs by a thread, and he still doesn't know who is responsible. To be this foolish, I am truly at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu Yang let out a resigned sigh. Very well, if these troubles are not resolved, you will hardly have the inclination to marry and produce offspring. However, if you wish for your ancestor to take action in this game of familial affairs, there are conditions. Su Qing's tears ceased instantly, and he was filled with renewed vigor. Ancestor, whatever conditions you impose, I shall comply. Su Mu Yang snorted. From now on, for every wife you take, I shall recover a city for you. What do you think? What? Su Qing's mouth fell agape, his eyes bulging in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. The others exchanged glances, plunged into deep self-doubt. Are we truly discussing the serious matter of reclaiming the empire? Su Mu Yang, seeing their reactions, nodded with approval. As long as there is no opposition, speak. Where's the nearest city? Su Qing was on the verge of tears. Brother, oh no. Ancestor, which of your eyes perceived my lack of opposition? Upon noticing Su Mu Yang's brows furrowing, his heart raced, and he timidly pointed in a direction. Ancestor, 30 miles hence lies Jizhou Prefecture, governed by Lord Ruo. I have encountered him a few times during his tenure in the capital. However, in these tumultuous times, where loyalty and treachery are indistinguishable, I cannot assure you of his allegiance. He shrank back, unable to continue. How embarrassing. Being a prince had become a farce. Su Mu Yang, however, was unconcerned if you were a capable emperor. Preoccupied with state affairs, when would you have time to bear children? Without offspring, how would the strength of your ancestor increase? After a moment's contemplation, Su Mu Yang casually reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of golden beans, and tossed them. The beans grew in the wind, transforming in an instant into over 100 golden-armored soldiers, each robust, wielding sharp weapons, exuding an imposing aura, arranged in a formidable formation. The sight caused everyone's expressions to change dramatically. Su Qing, terrified, screamed and leapt to Su Mu Yang's side, his teeth chattering. Ancestor, who are they? Where did they come from? Su Mu Yang, indifferent, replied nonchalantly, just a trivial little trick, turning beans into soldiers. Turning beans into soldiers? The crowd was aghast, an incredulous thought dawning upon them. Could this suddenly appearing ancestor truly be a celestial being descended from the heavens? Su Qing, momentarily stunned, suddenly burst into wild laughter, hands on his hips. Ancestor, you are a deity. You must be a deity, right? Ha ha ha. I never expected my Su family's ancestor to be a heavenly immortal. Our Su family's empire is finally on the verge of being reclaimed. Ha ha. Su Mu Yang paid him no mind, instead stroking his chin, contemplating the golden-armored soldiers, muttering to himself. Something seems to be missing. He then extended his hand and gently tapped a few times. The weapons held by the golden-armored soldiers swiftly transformed from gleaming swords and spears into ceremonial flags, banners, and other regalia, morphing a battalion of fierce warriors into an honor guard. Su Mu Yang clapped his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Now, this is more like it. If we are to go to a wedding, we must make a grand display. Let us depart. Wedding? The group was instantly bewildered. Ancestor, are we not going to reclaim cities? In the study of Jizhou Prefecture, Governor Yu Rui was frowning, engrossed in official duties when, suddenly, with a bang, the door flew open, and a figure rushed in hastily. Yu Rui looked up, his expression displeased, but upon seeing his aide's panicked demeanor, he was taken aback. His aide was not one to act recklessly. So what could have occurred? Indeed, the aide, breathless and trembling, exclaimed, "Sir, it's bad. The prince's honor guard has appeared outside the city. Do not panic." "What did you say?" Yu Rui leapt from his seat in shock. The brush slipping from his hand and splattering ink across his robes, the aide gulped nervously, stammering. "According to reports from the city guards, 5 miles outside the city, an honor guard is slowly approaching, bearing the insignia of Prince Su Qing." Cold sweat poured down Yu Rui's forehead as he lifted his long robe, ready to rush outside. "What are you waiting for? Prepare to receive him." Wait. Just as he reached the door, he halted, murmuring to himself, "Rebels plotting rebellion, chaos in the court, the prince pursued and missing. Why has he suddenly appeared in Jizhou City, and with such a complete honor guard, no less? Might there be some treachery afoot?" The advisor cast a furtive glance at him and whispered, "My lord, this matter is indeed rather suspicious. According to the soldiers' reports, the ceremonial procession is advancing slowly, showing no signs of embarrassment or impatience. Yet, in these chaotic times, with traitors lurking in the court and factions rising across the land under the pretense of loyalty to the throne, if this truly is the crown prince, such ostentatious behavior would surely place him in peril." Yu Rui pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding, "Whether it is true or not, we shall investigate." With that, he hastily rushed outside. The advisor hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up, "My lord, if it truly is His Highness the Crown Prince, how should we respond?" Yu Rui paused in his tracks and then swiftly exited. Inside a grand carriage, Su Muyang lounged lazily. Su Qing, with a playful grin, leaned in beside him, lifting her chubby little fists to massage his legs, chattering incessantly. Old Ancestor, as the saying goes, when one person ascends, even their chickens and dogs rise with them. Since you are a celestial being, I, as your descendant, cannot let your reputation be tarnished, can I? Why not impart a few skills to me? I ask for nothing extravagant. Just grant me immortality." Su Muyang did not even lift his eyelids. Sneering, "Immortality? Your aspirations are quite lofty. This world operates under certain rules. The maximum lifespan is 200 years, and anything beyond that is mere fantasy. 200 years is acceptable." Su Qing's eyes sparkled, thumping her chest. "As long as it is a gift from the old ancestor, I shall not be picky. Even if it is just 199 years, I would gladly accept." Su Muyang's lips twitched several times. "Though I traverse the realms, your reasoning is so sound that I find myself at a loss for words." Just then, Su Jio's voice rang out from outside the carriage. "Old Ancestor, His Highness, the Governor of Jizhou, Yi Rui, has come to pay his respects." Su Muyang waved his hand, seizing the opportunity to change the subject. "Let him come up and speak." Su Qing's expression fell, her disappointment palpable as she harbored resentment towards Yi Rui. "I was just about to secure something valuable from the old ancestor, and now you come at such an inopportune moment. I am being presumptuous." Yi Rui, initially skeptical, found his doubts dissipating upon seeing Su Jio and the others. He quickly offered his apologies and respectfully boarded the carriage. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The plump youth before him was none other than the Crown Prince Su Qing, who had been pursued and presumed missing. Yet, he was not surprised for that reason alone. What truly astonished him was the presence of another individual within the carriage, with peculiar hair and attire, seated in the central position. The Crown Prince Su Qing was respectfully massaging his legs. "Who is this? What is happening?" Though his heart raced, his face remained impassive as he knelt deeply. "Governor of Jizhou Yi Rui pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Su Qing nodded, adopting an air of princely authority. "Yi Aiqing, rise and speak." "Thank you, Your Highness." Yi Rui carefully stood, gingerly settling onto half of the seat. Su Qing scratched his head, suddenly donning a grin. "Old Ancestor, what should we do next?" "Old Ancestor? What old ancestor? Where did this title come from?" This appellation stirred a whirlwind of suspicion within Yu Rui, yet as a seasoned official, he maintained a facade of composure. Su Muyang glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "There are plots to usurp the throne. As a regional governor, are you prepared to align yourself with the Crown Prince or with those traitors?" Yu Rui's heart trembled. He disregarded the crude language and immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, may you discern my loyalty. I am steadfastly devoted to the Emperor and the Crown Prince, with no ulterior motives." Though my abilities may be lacking, I am willing to serve with all my heart, pledging my life and loyalty to repay the Emperor's grace. Enough, enough. Su Muyang waved his hand, cutting him off. Since the old ancestor has arrived, there is no fear of your other intentions that I have, but one question for you. Yi Rue's heart raced as he stole a glance at Su Qing. Seeing no objection, he respectfully replied, "Please, speak." Sir, a peculiar smile graced Su Muyang's lips. "Oh, you have a daughter? How old is she? Is she married?" Yi Rue was instantly taken aback. What does this question mean? But seeing Su Qing's lack of opposition, he steeled himself and replied, "I do have a daughter, age 20, yet she is still unmarried." "Perfect." Su Muyang clapped his hands, his delight evident. "I have taken a liking to your daughter. What nonsense is this?" Su Qing's vision darkened. "Old ancestor, as a celestial being descended from the heavens, how can you act like a rogue? Brazenly seizing a commoner's daughter?" Yi Rue, too, was startled, instinctively retorting, "Sir, do not speak so frivolously. My daughter is but a delicate flower. Do not worry. I am not picky." Su Muyang interrupted with a smile. "The image of this little chubby boy is hardly impressive. Marrying your daughter to him means no one will suffer loss. I shall take charge, and this matter is settled. Ching Ching, you won't object, will you?" "Who, me?" Su Qing pointed to himself, utterly bewildered. "I was just enjoying the gossip. And now it has turned to my head. Marriage? I am still a child. How can I step into the grave of love?" At this moment, Yi Rue finally realized the situation. His complexion turned pale, and his tone grew more intense. "Absurd. Such matters cannot be trifled with. If you persist in your nonsense, do not blame me for turning hostile." Su Muyang remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, "Why would you disagree? The crown prince is still unmarried. If he is betrothed, he shall have the esteemed title of empress once he ascends the throne. Are you refusing because you doubt the crown prince's prospects, fearing he may fail and drag you down with him?" Su Qing blinked, suddenly enlightened. "Indeed, if you are unwilling for your daughter to become empress, what does that imply? Do you believe I am doomed?" Yi Rue's anger surged, and he rose, speaking with righteous indignation. "I am deeply favored by the emperor, and shall do my utmost to support the crown prince in restoring order. This is my duty. Yet, matters of state and family cannot be conflated. I have attained my current position as governor of Jizhou through talent, fervor, and a heart devoted to the nation and its people. I am no base individual seeking glory through the sale of my daughter." In that moment, a ray of righteous light seemed to shine down upon him, illuminating his not-so-tall figure with a glorious radiance. For a brief instant, Su Qing felt a pang of shame. Yi Rue, with his ironclad integrity and unwavering loyalty, is truly an exemplar for all. This was merely a jest from the old ancestor. I hope Yi Darren will not take offense. Old ancestor, let us not make things difficult for Yi Darren. Su Muyang regarded Yi Rue with a bemused expression, his eyes gleaming with mischief. If that is the case, we shall let this matter rest, but I hope Yi Darren will not come to regret it later. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly shifted, for at that moment, a crisp notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The multi-blessing system warmly reminds you, your descendant, Ruo Bing, in the Songxian continent, is calling upon her ancestors. Shall the host proceed? Songxian continent. My descendant is in peril. Su Muyang's expression grew solemn. The current realm of Tianwu is merely a lower world, where the strength of descendants is nearly negligible. As long as they ensure the continuation of their lineage, they can gain the support of world power. However, the Songxian continent is an entirely different matter. It is a middle-level world, aside from acquiring the power of the world. Each descendant possesses the potential to enhance their own strength, rendering them an exceedingly valuable resource. If anything were to befall them, it would undoubtedly cause immense heartache. In a flash, Su Muyang swiftly made a decision. Young one, you should first confer with Lord Yi. The ancestor has matters to attend to and will return shortly. Upon finishing his words, he waved his hand, and the air before him began to ripple. Su Muyang's form grew increasingly faint, until he vanished into the atmosphere. This scene left Yi Rue utterly astounded. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of the ancestor, Su Qing became anxious. "Ancestor, please don't leave. I have yet to resolve my affairs. If you depart, what shall I do?" Regrettably, despite his cries and pleas, Su Muyang's presence was nowhere to be seen. After a moment of bewilderment, Yi Rue hesitantly inquired, "Your Highness, who exactly is this ancestor?" Su Qing shot him a sidelong glance and replied sullenly, "He is the ancestor of my Su family, the father of Emperor Suze, our progenitor." "What?" Yi Rue's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in pitch. "How can this be? The emperor's reign was centuries ago. What is impossible about it? Su Qing retorted, his chin raised defiantly, regarding Yi Rui with an expression akin to that of a common fool. My ancestor is a celestial being, immortal and ageless. A mere few centuries mean nothing. A celestial being. Yi Rui swallowed hard, forcing a nervous laugh. Your Highness, surely you jest. How could there possibly be celestial beings in this world? Humph. Su Qing shot him a scornful glance, gesturing broadly. Do you see this procession? It was summoned by my ancestor with a mere flick of his wrist. In this carriage, it was transformed from a great tree by his divine insight. Do you think I would carry such a grand vehicle while fleeing if it were not necessary? Moreover, my guards were on the brink of death, yet my ancestor casually provided them with 2 weeds. And they fully recovered. Not only that, he even produced a Grand Master and a host of 8th and 9th tier experts. The prowess of my ancestor is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Yi Rui surveyed his surroundings, his expression a tumultuous mix of disbelief and contemplation. Logically, he could not bring himself to believe in celestial beings. However, the manner of Su Mu Yang's departure had been nothing short of astonishing. He had also observed Su Jiao and the others closely. Despite his own limited martial prowess, he could perceive their formidable presence, each exuding an air of dignity and mastery. The procession, with its members displaying flashes of brilliance, was undeniably composed of top-tier experts. This was not the typical entourage of a prince. Could it be that the ancestor truly was a celestial being? An astonishing conclusion began to take shape in Yi Rui's mind. Lord Yi, what are you pondering? Su Qing interrupted, noticing the fluctuation in his expression. Yi Rui snapped back to reality, casting a glance at the chubby young man before him, and suddenly made a decision. Resolutely, he donned a congenial smile. Your Highness, the current situation is exceedingly complex, and it would be difficult to convey it in mere words. Might I suggest we retire to my humble abode for a more in-depth discussion? Ah, and I must mention, I have a daughter, merely 18 years of age, possessing beauty and grace, dignified and serene, virtuous and skilled. Not only is she well-versed in literature, but she also excels in culinary arts. If your Highness does not mind, perhaps she could personally prepare a meal for you. Su Qing blinked, sensing something amiss, and instinctively attempted to decline. Lord Yi, is it appropriate for your daughter to remain in the inner chambers? Yi Rui grew anxious at once. What is inappropriate about it? The land beneath the heavens belongs to the king, and all subjects are the king's servants. My daughter is a citizen of the Great Su. And naturally, she is at your Highness's service. It is not merely about preparing meals. She could serve you in any capacity. His eyes lit up with eagerness. Your Highness's status is of utmost importance. How can one travel without proper attendance? While the esteemed lords, such as Lord Jiao, are skilled in martial arts and can protect you, they may lack the finesse required for serving tea and water. If your Highness does not object, my daughter would be honored to accompany you, serving you tea and attending to your needs. Ah, this, Su Qing smacked his lips, finally grasping the implications. Lord Yi, you did not suggest this earlier. You were adamant that you would never sell your daughter for personal gain. Yi Rui's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he proclaimed earnestly, Your Highness has misunderstood. How could I ever sell my daughter for status? This is all a misunderstanding. To be candid, my daughter has long admired your Highness. Every time I return home from the palace, she eagerly inquires about you, whether it be your appearance, talent, or character. He cast a quick glance at the chubby young man, swiftly diverting the subject. In any case, my daughter has vowed to marry no one but your Highness. I implore your Highness to consider my heartfelt intentions and this sincere request. Yi Rui squeezed out a few tears, his voice laden with emotion. For the sake of my daughter, I would endure the world's scorn for seeking wealth and prestige, with no regrets. After all, I would only sacrifice my reputation and pride. But my daughter would gain true love. In the main hall of the Su family estate, the second ancestor sat in the principal seat, clasping a jade pendant in his hand, lost in profound reminiscence of his father. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Only Ruo Bing, confident in her favored status, gently offered comfort. Second Ancestor, please take heart. Our Su family is currently flourishing, with a growing populace. If the ancestor were to witness this from beyond, he would surely find solace. Be silent. The second ancestor shot her a fierce glare. My father has not died, nor will he ever. He has merely ventured forth to explore the world. Yes, Ruo Bing hastily agreed, though inwardly she remained unconvinced. Despite their formidable powers, all cultivators are ultimately mortal, and lifespans are finite. Even someone as powerful as the second ancestor, who had reached the pinnacle of the Zhongxian continent, was now in the twilight of his years. He could not have many left. Surely, even the mightiest ancestor could not surpass the second ancestor in strength. He likely had already. Yet, as Su family members were typically united and filial, such thoughts remained unspoken to avoid distressing the second ancestor. After much contemplation, the second ancestor reluctantly handed the jade pendant to Su Ruo Bing. Ruo Bing, this jade pendant was left by my father. It carries his essence. He once stated that this pendant should be bestowed upon the descendant of the Su family with the strongest fate among the new generation of the Su family. Though you are young, your talents are exceptional, and your cultivation is remarkable. You are fit for great responsibility. Today, I entrust this pendant to you. What? The hall erupted in shock as the Su family members sprang to their feet, their expressions shifting dramatically. Many even had reddened eyes, for all understood that the second ancestor was designating the next heir of the Su family. More importantly, this signified that the second ancestor's time was drawing to a close. As he began to arrange for the future, the thought of the second ancestor, who had led the Su family for countless years, soon departing filled them with dread. Su Ruo Bing, in particular, was filled with trepidation. Second ancestor, I am still young. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? I implore you to retract your command. Why all the tears? The second ancestor chuckled softly. I am not on the brink of death just yet. I can still endure for a few more years. Ruo Bing, do not belittle yourself. It is imperative that you grow rapidly to fulfill your destiny. With the conversation reaching this point, Su Ruo Bing had no choice but to acquiesce. Accepting the jade pendant with utmost respect, she solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, second ancestor, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the prosperity and glory of the Su family." The second ancestor nodded with a sense of relief and earnestly cautioned, "Remember this well. The teachings of the Su family dictate that, at all times and in all matters, the continuation of the Su bloodline must take precedence. This is a lesson your father has imparted repeatedly, and you must heed it as a warning. Do not act recklessly or engage in conflict that may endanger the descendants of the Su family. Moreover, as you embark on your journey of experience, you must keep this jade pendant close to you, constantly attuning yourself to its aura. It may very well lead you to the whereabouts of your esteemed father." He continued his lengthy admonition. Su Ruo Bing found herself somewhat distracted, her fingers tracing the contours of the jade pendant, her mind swirling with confusion. The second ancestor's solemnity led her to believe that this pendant was an extraordinary artifact. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of jade. Was it possible that her lack of cultivation prevented her from recognizing its true power, driven by curiosity? She instinctively squeezed the pendant a few times. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the pendant shattered into two pieces. The hall fell into an immediate and profound silence. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at the broken halves of the pendant in Su Ruo Bing's hands. Their minds blank. Just after the second ancestor entrusted this pendant to you, you went and shattered it. The family heirloom had scarcely passed into your possession before you managed to ruin it. The second ancestor, momentarily stunned, felt his face flush crimson and slammed his hand onto the table. With tremendous force, the table, crafted from ancient purple sandalwood, was reduced to mere dust, glaring at Su Ruo Bing. The second ancestor's body trembled with rage as he bellowed, "Su Ruo Bing, you audacious fool, how dare you destroy?" But before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing backward, his eyes closing as he lost consciousness. "Father, grandfather, second ancestor, quick, someone help, the second ancestor has fainted." Panic ensued in the hall as people rushed to assist the second ancestor. Some frantically retrieved various pills to administer, while others stood frozen, shouting in alarm. The chaos spread like wildfire throughout the estate. "The second ancestor has fainted. Hurry, fetch some soul revival pills." "What did you say?" "The second ancestor has fainted." "What?" "The second ancestor has died." "This is terrible. The second ancestor is dead. We're doomed. The Su family is in grave peril." In mere moments, the entire estate devolved into utter disarray. "What is happening?" someone exclaimed. I heard someone shout that the second ancestor has died. Nearby the Su family estate, a crowd gathered, puzzled and questioning. The earlier appearance of a colossal hand descending from the sky, followed by its abrupt disappearance, had not only startled the Su family but had captured the attention of all within a mile radius. Speculation ran rampant. Some claimed the second ancestor was practicing some divine technique, while others asserted that the Sioux family had encountered a formidable foe. There were even those who fervently insisted that the Sioux family had been eradicated. Experts from nearby sects and spies from powerful factions rushed to the estate, eager to uncover the truth. Yet upon arrival, they were met with the shocking news of the Second Ancestor's demise. This was indeed exhilarating. The Sioux family held a preeminent position in the Zhongxian continent, rarely engaging in conflicts with other factions. However, a persistent flaw had plagued the Sioux family for generations. Whenever a Sioux descendant took a liking to someone, they would directly propose marriage, often in an utterly irresistible manner. They would offer lavish gifts of rare treasures as dowries, or, if necessary, they would resort to brute force. Who had ever seen a fist the size of a cauldron? For ages, the Sioux family adhered to this domineering approach. Through such forceful unions, they had certainly woven intricate relationships with numerous factions, yet they had inadvertently offended many others. After all, how could one tolerate seeing a goddess, once revered from afar, reduced to a mere concubine within the Sioux family? Or witnessing a cherished childhood friend bear several children for the Sioux family? Or seeing a beloved little sister, once cradled in one's palm, now crying and pleading to marry into the Sioux family and share a man with other women? Could one truly endure such indignities? Well, perhaps one could endure, for the Sioux family was powerful and could not be easily challenged. But now, with the Second Ancestor gone, the Sioux family was in turmoil. And an opportunity had arisen. Amidst the panicked crowd, Ruo Bing stood dazed and disoriented, her mind racing. I've caused a catastrophe. I've utterly destroyed the family heirloom. Not only had she shattered the emblem of her lineage, but she had also angered the Second Ancestor to the point of fainting. In a moment of absent-mindedness, she had crushed the essence of her family's legacy, overwhelmed with regret and fear. She was suddenly struck by the peculiar rippling of the air before her. As if disturbed by unseen waves, gradually, a silhouette emerged from the undulating air. The figure appeared youthful, clad in an eccentric outfit, with short hair that added to their strangeness. "Who are you?" Ruo Bing exclaimed, instinctively unleashing a bolt of lightning toward the figure. With a crack, the lightning struck the figure's head. Over astonishment, the bolt merely splashed against them like water against the ocean, leaving not a single hair out of place. "This is bad." An expert. Without a second thought, Ruo Bing conjured a long sword and positioned herself in front of the figure. The commotion drew the attention of others in the hall. Alert! An enemy attack. The crowd reacted swiftly, their forms shifting in unison as they formed a protective formation. However, Su Muyang paid them no heed, instead surveying his surroundings with a furrowed brow. "Isn't someone summoning me? This situation feels rather off. Judging by their auras, they are all my descendants, yet they seem to perceive me as a foe." After a moment, Su Muyang's gaze fell upon the unconscious Second Ancestor on the ground. Is this my son Su Xian in this world? Realization dawned upon him that it appeared he had not encountered a life-threatening situation. Rather, his son had sustained serious injuries and summoned him for assistance. Nodding slightly, Su Muyang took a step towards Su Xian. Yet, his actions only heightened the tension among the others. "Stop. Do not move. Who are you to intrude upon the Su family? Die, scoundrel." As they spoke, the formation activated. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged violently, converging toward the Su family estate. Through the formation's transformation, it instantly morphed into a torrent of wind, fire, and lightning, raining down upon Su Muyang. Fear and fury coursed through their hearts. Someone had infiltrated the Su family's council hall without a sound. Moreover, judging by the earlier display of lightning, this individual was undoubtedly a master among masters. Given that, how could they possibly hold back? Oh dear, the Su family is in disarray. Sensing the tumultuous shift in spiritual energy, someone over 10 miles away exclaimed in delight. A bystander questioned, "What do you mean?" That individual, a rather disheveled old man named Ku, confidently gestured toward the estate and explained, "Look, the spiritual energy is in a frenzy. This is not the result of training or sparring, but rather indicative of a monumental battle within the Su family. Yet we are here. Who could possibly be their adversary?" After careful contemplation, he declared, "The truth is evident. That earlier colossal hand was a sign of an enemy's incursion, and the Second Ancestor led the charge in a desperate defense, though they managed to repel the foe. The Second Ancestor was gravely wounded and perished before naming a successor, but his demise was too abrupt. He left no heir apparent. This is the Su family, with its vast wealth and countless treasures. Who wouldn't covet such an inheritance? Thus, All those qualified within the Su family began to emerge, vying for their share of the inheritance. I want more. No, I want more. As disputes erupted, chaos ensued. Behold the grandeur of this spectacle. It seems the number of participants is undoubtedly considerable. The crowd exchanged glances, each nodding in profound agreement, their gazes towards the old man brimming with admiration. Astounding, remarkable, with merely a fragment of information. He deduced the truth of the matter. Indeed, all men of the Ku surname are exceptional detectives. The earlier speaker shifted his eyes, then whispered quietly, "Esteemed friends, I have a few acquaintances in the Su family. Now that chaos reigns there, I intend to lend my support. Is anyone willing to accompany me?" The crowd regarded him with meaningful expressions. "Support? Are you certain you are not merely seeking to profit from the turmoil? Do not inquire how I know this, for I harbor the same suspicion." The old man Ku, unconsciously fiddling with his beard, inadvertently tugged out several strands. "Friends, let us speak plainly. It is common knowledge that the most beautiful women in Songxian reside within the Su family. The rarest treasures are found there, and the mightiest power lies within their grasp. That I refuse to believe you are not tempted." He surveyed the assembly, noting many averted their gaze, their eyes flickering uncertainly. Yet none dared to speak. After all, the Su family's formidable reputation had instilled an immense pressure over the years. With a steely resolve, the old man finally made his decision. "Since none of you are willing to take the lead, I shall be the one to step forth. Friends, the upheaval within the Su family presents us with a monumental opportunity. If you are inclined, join me in storming the Su residence. Avenge grievances, seek retribution. And for those without enmity, seize what fortune you can before departing. What say you?" Silence enveloped the gathering, yet the glint in their eyes betrayed their inner thoughts. After a lengthy pause, someone curiously inquired, "Brother Ku, your fervor is palpable. Do you harbor a personal vendetta against the Su family?" At the mention of this topic, the old man Ku's visage darkened to an emerald hue, as if a green light emanated from above his head. "I bear an irreconcilable grudge against the Second Ancestor, Su Xian, for he has wronged me in matters of the heart. This enmity cannot coexist." A murmur of intrigue ignited among the crowd. With a heavy sigh, the old man succumbed to reminiscence. In days gone by, I too hailed from a prestigious lineage, renowned in my youth, filled with ambition. One fateful day, I chanced upon her and was immediately captivated, vowing silently to marry no other. Alas, that wretched Su Xian, leveraging the Su family's influence, ensnared her with rare treasures, claiming her as his concubine. Left alone in despair, I was consumed by rage. Today, the opportunity has finally arisen. I shall slay that old scoundrel Su Xian and reclaim my goddess. The hatred blazing in his eyes threatened to overflow. Others, feeling a shared sorrow, offered quiet words of consolation. Brother Ku's plight is truly heart-wrenching. You and your beloved must have shared a deep bond. Surely, she has thought of you all these years. The old man sighed deeply, shaking his head, his countenance etched with sorrow. Thoughts, perhaps not. She was a revered saint. While I was but an ordinary outer disciple, she likely never even knew my name. Although she did not recognize me, nor spoke to me, I am convinced she distanced herself to protect me. The moment she was taken by the Su family, I vowed that one day I would breach their stronghold and rescue her. At last, that day has come. Nearly a millennium of dreams is about to be realized." He brandished his fist, filled with fervor, envisioning a brilliant future. Yet, he remained oblivious to the silence enveloping the others. "What is happening?" Sumu Yang furrowed his brow, plagued by doubts. His descendants summoned him, only to unleash a torrent of verbal assault? But witnessing their ferocity, he had no time for further contemplation, slowly uttering a single word. "Freeze." The moment the word escaped his lips, it seemed to trigger some cosmic rule, halting time instantaneously. The once tumultuous spiritual energy of the realm shifted from chaos to profound stillness. The previously imposing members of the Su family, as if pressed by an unseen force, transformed into statues, their bodies immobilized, their magical energies stagnant, leaving only their thoughts reluctantly in motion. What on earth is happening? A wave of unprecedented despair and terror surged through everyone. Despite being among the most esteemed cultivators of Songxian, this phenomenon exceeded their wildest imaginations. When did the Su family attract such a formidable adversary? Has their millennia of prominence finally led them to ruin? As these thoughts crossed their minds, many succumbed to utter hopelessness. Especially for Su Ruo Bing, regret consumed her. Had she not carelessly shattered the jade pendant, her second ancestor would not have succumbed to unconsciousness from rage. Had he remained conscious, with his unparalleled prowess, he could have thwarted this enigmatic foe. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. The Su family was doomed. She had just been acknowledged as the heir, only to unwittingly bring about its downfall. I am the sinner of the Su family. Tears welled in her eyes, yet bound by this immobilization, she could only stew in regret. Her expression frozen, unable to even shed tears. Su Muyang disregarded the immobilized crowd, striding toward the prostrate figure of Su Xian, casting a glance downward, his expression darkening, for with his keen perception, he grasped the situation. It was evident that overwhelming excitement had led to a surge of blood, rendering him unconscious. But why, one might ask, given his extensive experience, would he be so easily overwhelmed? The answer was clear. His own ungrateful descendants had provoked him. Coupled with their audacity to strike against him, could this be an internal family conflict, with some seeking to usurp power? Contemplating this, his mood soured, and he turned to glare fiercely at the frozen assembly. Look at the chaos you have wrought. That glare sent a chill through them all. It was over. Such a fierce gaze foretold a bloodbath. Amidst the despairing stares, Su Muyang slowly extended his right hand. A faint white light materializing to envelop Su Xian entirely. Had they the option to close their eyes, surely all members of the Su family would instinctively do so, unable to bear the sight. The illustrious Su Xian, who had traversed the realms of Zhangxian for countless years, was he to perish silently at the hands of an unknown adversary? Cough, cough, cough. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, moments later, the figure cloaked in white light coughed several times and gradually opened his eyes. The first sight that met his gaze was Su Muyang's expression, tinged with fury, causing Su Xian's eyes to widen in disbelief. He then lunged forward, embracing Su Muyang's leg and weeping profusely. The image of a venerable elder, hair white as snow, clutching the leg of a young man, wailing uncontrollably, ignited fury among the onlookers. Scoundrel, what have you done to our second ancestor? But in the next instant, Father, you have finally returned, Su Xian exclaimed, his voice filled with longing. I have missed you terribly. A thunderous revelation struck the crowd, leaving them in utter disbelief. The second ancestor referred to this young man as father? Good heavens, could this be true? As Su Xian's tears began to flow, Su Muyang frowned and delivered a swift kick. Get up if you're not dead. What a sight you make, weeping like a child. Yes, I shall heed your commands, my lord, Su Xian replied, scrambling to his feet, wiping away his tears, his face alight with joy. In that moment, he appeared as elated as a child. Su Muyang snorted dismissively, taking his seat with an imposing demeanor, and coolly stated, Now, tell me, what chaos have you wrought in our household over these years? Su Xian, acutely aware of his father's displeasure, hurriedly replied, Father, I have always kept your teachings close to heart, never daring to grow complacent. Currently, my Su family is thriving and flourishing, having been passed down for 7 generations, with a total of 238 direct descendants. Indeed, quite remarkable. Su Muyang was also slightly taken aback. At first glance, this number may not seem particularly large. However, one must understand that the more formidable the life, the more challenging it is to bear offspring. This is a universal truth. The strength of the Su family is certainly beyond question, and the lineage inherited from Su Muyang is extraordinary. Given this context, the ability to sustain hundreds of descendants speaks volumes about Su Xian's tireless efforts over the years. With this thought, Su Muyang's anger diminished slightly, and his tone softened. Xianer, my Su family is grand and prosperous, naturally beset by numerous trivial matters. You must not become so engrossed in cultivation that you neglect the daily management of the family. Yes, 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 Su Xian replied, lowering his head in acquiescence. Father, you are absolutely correct. I shall take note of your words. Father, it has been quite some time since you returned home. This time, I will ensure that Xianer and everyone else properly honor and respect you. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The discussion hall was eerily silent, with not a single person speaking despite the multitude present. You lot, are you all so lacking in awareness? Is this some sort of jest at my expense? He swiftly turned around and exclaimed in a stern voice, Why are you all frozen? Come forth and pay your respects to the ancestor. The atmosphere remained hushed, with not a soul daring to utter a word or make a move. Su Xian felt a surge of indignation. Truly, what a group of ungrateful descendants. Did they wish to drive me to my grave? Su Muyang let out a cold snort and spoke in a detached tone. Release. The utterance of that single word instantly revived the crowd, who promptly knelt down in unison, exclaiming in a cacophony of voices, We pay our respects to grandfather, grandfather, grandfather. We pay our respects to great-grandfather. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Excitement and exhilaration were etched upon each face, their joy palpable. Ha! It turns out this extraordinary expert beyond imagination is indeed one of my Su family. Moreover, he is my grandfather, great-grandfather, and ancestor. What a significant figure indeed. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing him, a respect that resonates from the depths of my soul and bloodline. Rise, Su Muyang gestured with his hand, signaling for them to stand and converse. Although they were his descendants, he preferred not to be greeted with such deference. For the moment they bowed, he seemed to hear a familiar voice in his ears. Wishing you prosperity, bring forth the red envelopes. With so many offspring, if they all requested red envelopes, I would surely go bankrupt. Upon hearing this, the crowd scrambled to their feet, respectfully positioning themselves on either side. Only Ruo Bing remained kneeling in the center of the hall, her face awash with guilt. Ancestor, great ancestor, I have committed a grave error today. I beseech the ancestor and great ancestor to administer punishment. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback and quickly clarified. Father, this is Ruo Bing. She ranks 8th among the 7th-generation descendants of our Su family. Her abilities stand out among her peers and even rival those of the elder generation. She is destined to be a leading figure in our family's future. Su Muyang cast a glance at her and nodded slightly, casually remarking, a natural thunder spirit body. She is indeed a worthy candidate. You mentioned you committed some error? Ruo Bing lowered her head, her expression one of deep remorse. I accidentally destroyed the family's heirloom. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Su Muyang appeared somewhat surprised. Heirloom? What heirloom? Su Xian hastily explained. Father, it is the jade pendant you left for me when you departed. Since it was a treasure you bequeathed, I designated it as our family's heirloom. However, today, Ruo Bing inadvertently destroyed the pendant. Alas, Ruo Bing bowed her head again, murmuring, I merely applied a bit too much force, and unexpectedly, the pendant was destroyed. Every fault lies with me. I implore the ancestor to impose punishment. The pendant, Su Muyang suddenly understood. No wonder they summoned me. I had thought there was some grave matter at hand, yet it was merely a misunderstanding caused by the young girl. This moment, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and incredulity. What treasure? It was merely an ordinary jade pendant containing spatial information. This pendant was meant for summoning me in times of peril. If it were truly indestructible, it would be a hindrance in emergencies. Wait. Su Xian suddenly appeared dumbfounded, incredulously asking, Father, you said that if the pendant were shattered, you would return? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? So you are here today because Ruo Bing inadvertently shattered the pendant? Yes. Have I not made that clear? Su Xian opened his mouth, yet words failed him, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Father, why did you not clarify this sooner? It has been a millennium, a full 1,000 years. I cherish this pendant as a treasure, even treating it as your relic, reverently safeguarding it, fearful of causing it harm. And now you tell me it was merely intended for casual use, for 1,000 years. I have longed for you, countless times feeling despondent, believing you had long since departed from this world. Yet now you reveal that all I needed to do was break the pendant, and you would appear without delay? My goodness, how have I endured these 1,000 years? Gazing at the pendant, now split in two, Su Xian felt as though his heart was bleeding. This was no mere pendant. It was a symbol of his lost youth. In that instant, a torrent of grievances and heartaches surged forth, causing his eyes to redden. Father, why did you not clarify this back then? His hesitant and mournful demeanor resembled that of a wronged spouse. Did I not mention it? Su Muyang was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had traversed numerous worlds and left behind several pendants. Could it be that he truly forgot to clarify? No, such words must be spoken. Otherwise, where would my authority as a father lie? Though he grappled with self-doubt, his expression turned serious as he spoke in a grave tone. Had I clarified it earlier, you would have had a sense of assurance and would have acted with greater abandon. I, as your father, am merely fostering your independence. Is that so? Su Xian scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss. Noticing his lingering uncertainty, Su Muyang swiftly redirected the conversation, turning to Ruo Bing. You shattered the pendant. It is no great matter, merely an unintentional mishap, not a significant error. Ruo Bing's face lit up with joy, but before she could speak, Su Muyang continued, however, if we are to speak of errors. You did indeed make a mistake. I must ask you, when I appeared, did you strike me with lightning? Ruo Bing was taken aback, her face turning pale as she hastily explained, Ancestor, it was entirely my fault. When you suddenly appeared, I thought there was an enemy incursion, so I beseeched the Ancestor for punishment. At this moment, her heart was filled with dread. This was a disaster, To greet the ancestor with a lightning strike on their first meeting was an unforgivable act. Observing her distress, the others exchanged glances, and in unison, they knelt again, speaking in a chorus. "Grandfather, we too inadvertently formed a formation that offended you. Please, punish us. Grandfather, it is not solely Ruo Bing's fault. We share the blame. Great-grandfather, it is mainly because your presence is so imposing that it startled us. How remarkably united they are." Inwardly, Su Muyang felt a sense of satisfaction. Throughout history, the downfall of many powerful factions often begins from within. When he first arrived, he had assumed that the Su family was embroiled in internal strife, which had vexed him. Yet now, observing Su Xian's competence in managing the household, he nodded slightly and remarked, "Though your actions may have been unintentional, they were nonetheless improper. Thus, punishment is warranted." Alas, it appeared that Su Ruo Bing was indeed to be penalized. Many in the crowd began to harbor some resentment towards the elder ancestor. It was unjust to hold this young girl accountable, was it not? For the elder to impose a punishment without discernment was truly disheartening. After all, it was their first meeting, despite knowing he was their ancestor. The connection could not compare to that with Su Ruo Bing, who had grown up before their eyes. Seeing that some were about to intercede on her behalf, Su Ruo Bing hastily interrupted. "The ancestor has spoken. Ruo Bing shall accept her punishment. Please, ancestor, issue your decree." Su Muyang lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through all barriers. "Though you not delight in vanquishing foes. Conveniently, there are dozens conspiring against our Su family 13 miles to the southeast. Go confront them and eliminate the threat. Those deserving of death, let them perish. Those needing to be buried, let them be interred. Ensure they do not disturb our Su family." "Enemies, you say?" A collective gasp arose, and all turned their eyes outward. The numerous barriers of the estate obscured their view, yet they could not hinder the probing of their divine senses. Su Xian's mind swept across the surroundings, and he became alarmed. "Father, though Ruo Bing has defied you and committed a grave error, her transgressions do not warrant a death sentence. You cannot do this." Unaware of the unfolding situation, Su Ruo Bing quickly sought to mediate. "Second Ancestor, since the elder has spoken, Ruo Bing shall go forth to battle. Please do not quarrel with the elder on my account." Su Xian shot her an intense glare, urgency in his voice. "What do you understand? Do you know who resides outside? The leader, Old Ku, is a formidable figure in the demonic realm, a true Yuaning master. Moreover, the others are no mere amateurs. If you venture out alone, it will be a certain death." A chill swept through the crowd, their gazes towards Su Muyang shifting with a hint of unease and alienation. "This elder is rather petty. You appear suddenly, and they instinctively strike out, yet you wish for them to risk their lives." Initially, when they learned of the elder's arrival, they were ecstatic at his overwhelming might. Yet now, confronted with such a seemingly petty disposition, they were left uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Su Xian hastily bowed to Su Muyang. "Father, Ruo Bing is still young and ill-equipped to face such a formidable enemy. I implore you to allow me to confront them on her behalf." Among the crowd, voices clamored, "Grandfather, I wish to accompany Ruo Bing into battle. Please permit me." "Elder, I am willing to fight." "Elder, shall we not activate the protective array to ensure those scoundrels cannot return?" "What is this commotion?" Su Muyang raised an eyebrow, a bemused smile crossing his face. "The lives of the Su family are far too precious to engage in such reckless sacrifices. Do you truly believe I would allow her to face certain death?" Though many did not voice it, their eyes clearly betrayed their misgivings. Su Muyang, disinterested in further explanation, waved his hand, and several beams of golden light fell into Su Ruo Bing's grasp. "If you find yourself overwhelmed, simply toss these beans." The crowd instinctively turned to observe, only to find Su Ruo Bing holding several gleaming golden beans. For a moment, all were rendered speechless. Despite their lustrous appearance, they were merely beans. After all, to repel foes with a handful of beans? Surely. The elder jested. Su Ruo Bing bit her lip and bowed deeply to the assembly. "Elder, take care. Second Ancestor, take care. Ruo Bing shall depart." With that, she turned and soared outward, her silhouette evoking a sense of tragic valor akin to the chilling winds of the Yi River. Su Xian contemplated for a moment before a realization dawned upon him. "Father, those beans must surely be powerful artifacts." His words sparked recognition among the others. Indeed, the elder's might was unparalleled, and his methods extraordinary. Surely, he could conjure treasures at will. "You refer to these?" Su Muyang retrieved several more beans and casually tossed them into his mouth, crunching them with ease. They are merely ordinary beans, a snack I once used to appease your cousin, who happens to be your nephew." The crowd stood in stunned silence, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over them. If Ruo Bing were to falter, would the act of throwing these beans serve to pacify the adversaries as one might soothe a child? Su Xian opened his mouth, but found no words. However, his divine sense followed Ruo Bing, and he silently resolved that should she falter, he would intervene, even at the cost of incurring his father's wrath. Surely, the punishment would be mild, for after all, she was a scion of his bloodline. He could not truly wish for her demise. Noticing the shifting expressions of Su Xian, Su Yang abruptly changed the subject. By the way, I perceive your time is drawing near. Is it not? This statement instantly captured everyone's attention, their hearts sinking as they momentarily forgot about Ruo Bing. Indeed, while the Su family thrived with strength and numerous masters, the Second Ancestor held an unparalleled position. Should he depart this world, the Su family would lose its most formidable deterrent, inviting calamity upon them. Though the elder was a top-tier expert, his absence rendered his might meaningless. A bitter smile crossed Su Xian's face. "Indeed, father, it is true. In a mere 3 to 5 years, I shall depart this mortal coil. Thus, I am already making preparations for the future, with Ruo Bing designated as my successor." His intention was to advocate for Ruo Bing. Yet Su Yang seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, in this realm, there are limitations. A cultivation level of only Yuan Ing allows for a lifespan of merely a millennium. Your time is indeed approaching. Su Xian sighed deeply, a mixture of regret and solace in his expression. "Father, throughout the millennia, I have lived a life rich in experiences. To see you once more before my passing is a fulfillment of my desires." Many lowered their heads in silence, the air thick with sorrow. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice broke through the heaviness. "Elder, if I may be so bold, could you disclose your age?" His inquiry sparked realization among the others. Indeed, if the Second Ancestor was nearing the end of his life, why did the elder still appear so vigorous? Su Yang chuckled softly, refraining from answering, for time had become inconsequential to him amidst his travels through various realms. Enough of this weeping. It is rather bothersome. It is merely a matter of lifespan, nothing of great significance. Merely a matter of lifespan? Su Xian paused, his expression shifting as a fawning smile spread across his face. He grasped Su Yang's hand, shaking it fervently. "Father, I am unfilial. I have failed to honor you all these years. Please grant me this opportunity to serve you well in the days to come." Good heavens! Su Yang jolted, a chill running down his spine, nearly kicking him away. The sight of an elderly man, hair white as snow, clinging to a youth in a display of affection was utterly distasteful. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed only natural for a son to seek favor from his father. With a swift motion, Su Yang withdrew his hand, irritation evident in his voice. "Enough? Now that I am here, I shall not allow a white-haired man to mourn a black-haired one." That he glanced at Su Xian's snowy mane before running his fingers through his own dark, lustrous locks, hastily diverting the conversation. There are indeed methods to extend one's lifespan. The first approach, since this world is constrained by rules, is to transcend it and ascend to a higher realm for development. To leave this world and ascend to the upper realm. Su Xian repeated, as a radiant light burst forth before him. "So it is. My dear father, have you not returned all these years because you have gone to the upper realm? If so, I am willing to accompany you to the upper realm and honor you at your feet." Suddenly, Su Yang faltered, a faint headache creeping in. Ascending to the upper realm is not particularly difficult. The issue lies in the fact that worlds of higher power levels are increasingly scarce. In a realm beyond your comprehension, I have what a legitimate wife, a formidable force whom I cannot even contend with now. The most critical point is that she resides perpetually in jealousy. Relishing the act of being possessive. In this minor world, she would not pay me much heed. However, if we were to reach a more potent realm, what if one day she whimsically casts her gaze and discovers I have suddenly acquired a son? This would certainly lead to domestic strife. Noticing Su Xian's eager gaze, Su Yang pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. This world is merely a minor realm. After all, power does have its limitations. In the future, our Su family shall ascend to the upper realm as a collective. However, the time is not yet ripe. You should remain in this realm for a few more years. A stir rippled through the crowd, with everyone expressing their immense joy that if the elder's words are to be believed, the future of the Su family is boundless. Yet, some could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. As the saying goes, it is better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. The Su family is a veritable hegemonic presence in Sanshuan continent, having reached the pinnacle of this world. But what awaits us in the upper realm? Will it be smooth sailing, or will we face daunting challenges? After all, they knew nothing of the upper realm, rendering them incapable of weighing the pros and cons. They could only heed the elders' arrangements. Shifting away from this topic, Su Muyang casually produced a peach the size of a fist and presented it to Su Xian. Xiener, you should eat this peach. Su Xian, somewhat perplexed, obediently accepted the peach. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the peach was a vibrant red, perfectly round in shape, yet he could discern no abnormality. Father, just eat it. Yes, I shall obey. Su Xian ceased his hesitations and promptly placed the peach in his mouth. Though the peach appeared unremarkable, it dissolved instantly, releasing a warm flow that suffused his entire being. A comforting warmth enveloped him, leaving him utterly content. Father, what is this? Su Muyang waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly replying, it is merely a low-grade pan tao of little significance. It can only extend one's lifespan by a few years. What? Su Xian exclaimed, taken aback. This was, in fact, a treasure capable of prolonging life. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a commotion erupted in the hall. Second Ancestor, your hair has turned black. Wow, Second Ancestor, your wrinkles have vanished. Heavens, this is simply unbelievable. Stunned, Su Xian quickly conjured a water mirror with a wave of his hand. Upon a single glance, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Previously, he had been entirely gray-haired, resembling an elderly person in a frail state, with a hint of twilight about him. Yet now, the reflection in the mirror revealed a man devoid of any signs of aging. His hair was jet black, his skin smooth, and his beard danced in the wind, clearly embodying a handsome middle-aged gentleman. Moreover, he distinctly felt the changes within his body. That it was as if a rusty old machine had been treated with lubricating oil, making him feel light and rejuvenated, with every cell pulsating with vitality. Su Xian was momentarily dumbfounded, his speech stumbling. Father, have I truly become younger? Su Muyang waved his hand again, unconcerned. This peach can extend your life by 1,000 years. Thus, you are merely in your middle age now. However, as with all things, there are gains and losses. You will still have to endure some trials. Endure trials? Su Xian, who had just been elated, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension at these words. Such a miraculous object must surely have some side effects. Before he could process this, Su Muyang suddenly reached out, seized him, and tossed him upwards. With a cry, the roof of the assembly hall shattered, and Su Xian soared into the sky like a ball. All eyes instinctively followed the small black dot that was Su Xian, only to be horrified to discover that the sky outside had suddenly transformed. Previously, it had been a clear blue expanse. Now, however, dark clouds loomed thickly, swirling ominously as the daylight dimmed. Not only that, but within the clouds, bolts of lightning roared, reminiscent of divine wrath, tearing the darkness asunder as if the end of days had arrived. Suddenly, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl descended from the clouds, carrying with it an aura of annihilation, aimed directly at Second Ancestor. Many cried out in alarm. Yet, Su Muyang appeared unperturbed, merely stating, do not panic. He has broken through to the transformation stage and extended his life by 1,000 years, thus violating the rules and limits of this world. It is inevitable that he must face divine retribution. Divine retribution. The very term sent a chill through everyone's hearts. They despaired. How could the Second Ancestor, after merely consuming a peach, be subjected to such punishment? Let us enter the Su family estate under the guise of visiting friends during the Zhuang festival, and investigate carefully. If the Su family is safe and sound, we shall refrain from intervening, lest we fall into a trap. However, if the Su family is indeed in disarray, then it shall be our opportunity. Elder Ku meticulously outlined his plan. Someone could not contain their curiosity and asked, Elder Ku, what if the Su family does not allow us entry? Elder Ku chuckled, that would be splendid. If they refuse entry, it would indicate that the Su family is truly in dire straits. What then are we waiting for? Upon reflection, the crowd suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, a family as prominent as the Su family would typically welcome guests with open arms. How could they refuse entry? If they were to deny entrance, it could only mean that something catastrophic had transpired within the family. What catastrophe could that be? Perhaps the Second Ancestor had perished. Or perhaps the descendants of the Su family were embroiled in a fierce struggle for inheritance, resulting in rivers of blood. If that were the case, the Su family would have become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. just waiting for them to seize their opportunity. Just as the group was lost in their thoughts, a sharp voice rang out from afar. Who dares to trespass upon my Su family? Soon after, a graceful figure soared into the air. It was Ruo Bing. Laughter abruptly ceased, and some individuals instinctively took a few steps back. The name of the Su family commanded respect. It was not to be trifled with. As they were contemplating schemes against the Su family, the appearance of the principal party caused many to instinctively shudder. Elder Ku's eyes flickered, and he greeted her with a broad smile. Ah, it is you. Ruo Bing. We were merely passing by when we noticed a colossal hand descending, seemingly striking the Su family estate. We thought that perhaps the Su family was facing formidable foes, hence we came to offer our assistance. Ruo Bing's delicate face darkened, and she coldly retorted, Do you think I would be deceived by your words? Speak of assistance, but it is clear you intend harm against my Su family. Prepare yourselves. With that, she formed a hand seal, summoning bolts of lightning that crackled around her. Seeing her take the initiative, many in the crowd were momentarily stunned, before they began to chuckle quietly. This girl is truly insane. She would initiate a fight without considering who her opponent is. With your feeble lightning, I can stand here unmoving, and you think you can strike me? However, the moment this thought emerged, everyone's countenance instantly transformed in alarm. With the manifestation of her lightning, the heavens and earth were shrouded in darkness, and ominous clouds gathered in the sky, while countless bolts of lightning churned within them. How could this girl be so formidable? This is impossible. Not only were they taken aback, but even Ruo Bing herself was bewildered. No, I merely executed a lightning incantation. How could it have stirred up such a commotion? Fairy Ruo Bing, please cease at once. Witnessing the overwhelming spectacle, Old Ku was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. Without a second thought, he surrendered, fearing that a misstep would bring down the terrifying lightning upon them. Leaving not a trace of the group behind, their hearts were already crying out in despair. What on earth is happening? Ruo Bing is just a mere junior of the Su family. How could she wield such astonishing power? With this display, even the foremost figure of Zhongxian, Su Xian, would struggle to achieve such a feat, right? Good heavens, the Su family's secrets run far deeper than one could imagine. Though Ruo Bing was astonished within, her face remained impassive as she continued to channel the lightning incantation, her voice sweet yet commanding. You who have come to the Su family, what are your intentions? Why do you not promptly confess? Although her ancestor had warned her that these individuals harbored ill intentions, Ruo Bing couldn't help but feel uncertain upon seeing several esteemed elders among the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, while they were momentarily intimidated, she chose not to act hastily. Old Ku's eyes darted, and he humbly replied, Fairy Ruo Bing, you misjudge us. We came solely to make acquaintances. Is that so? Ruo Bing retorted with a cold smile, that if you truly sought friendship, why not do so openly? Instead of lurking in the shadows, your intentions are clearly suspect. Among those present were indeed several influential figures. As a junior of the Su family, Ruo Bing was merely a subordinate in their eyes. Yet within the realm of cultivation, there existed an unyielding principle. Strength prevails. In this vast world, one's life is paramount. With thunderous lightning at their doorstep, these individuals had no choice but to bow their heads before Ruo Bing. The junior, Fairy Ruo Bing, do not misunderstand. Old Ku suddenly panicked, pulling out a vial of elixir. Look here, this is the 9-treasure cleansing heart pill, capable of dispelling heart demons and aiding cultivation. It's a rare treasure in the Zhongxian continent. It took me decades to refine this, and I came today specifically to share it with Brother Su Xian. Fairy Ruo Bing, please do not misinterpret my goodwill. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had boasted the loudest, nearly declaring his desire to eliminate everyone except his goddess. Yet now, he was not even putting up a fight, opting instead to offer bribes. Not only were they stunned, but Ruo Bing was also taken aback. She knew all too well that the storm of lightning had nothing to do with her. Should a conflict arise with these individuals, there would undoubtedly be no return. Thus, she decided to use this thunderous spectacle to intimidate them into retreating. As for her ancestor's directive to kill or bury, surely they overestimated her abilities. During her moment of contemplation, the others quickly regained their composure. Clamoring to speak, Fairy Ruo Bing, the second ancestor once guided me hundreds of years ago. I came today to express my gratitude, and I have prepared a celestial flame immortal herb as a gift. Fairy Ruo Bing, I am facing some confusion in my cultivation and wish to seek guidance from Second Ancestor Su. I am willing to offer 3 heavenly bamboo as a reward. Fairy Ruo Bing, oh right. I have a rather unworthy niece, blessed with beauty. I came to propose a match for her. In mere moments, a plethora of rare treasures and elixirs appeared before Ruo Bing. She was nearly flabbergasted. With such courtesy, how could she possibly act against them? Old Ku, seasoned and cunning, placed down his offerings, and, without a word, darted out, exclaiming, "Fairy Ruo Bing, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. There's no need to see me off." Before Ruo Bing could register his departure, he had already vanished in a flash. Good heavens, this old fox! The crowd, utterly bewildered, hastily followed suit, scrambling to escape, fearful of being struck down by the torrential lightning. Only Ruo Bing remained, frozen in place, gazing at the heap of treasures before her, enveloped in profound self-doubt. There truly are so many good people in this world. Brother Ku, how could you be so ungracious? Indeed, the benefits were not reaped, and I've lost quite a bit in the process. Thankfully, Ruo Bing had a modest disposition, otherwise, she might have met her end today, after flying for quite a while. The group reconvened, each voicing their grievances against Old Ku. Old Ku snorted coldly, feeling exceedingly displeased. What do you know? This is called being wise to the times. Besides, if I hadn't set the example, would you have escaped so easily? Not one of you expresses gratitude, yet you dare to blame me. Before he could finish speaking, a resounding boom echoed as a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended with apocalyptic force. The crowd immediately gasped, fearing that Ruo Bing, this little demoness, had accepted the bribes and was now backtracking. Without a second thought, they turned to flee. Wait! Old Ku suddenly called out to them. Look over there. The group turned to follow his gaze, relieved to see that the lightning was not aimed at them. However, a new question arose. If the lightning was striking them, then who was it targeting? It's Su Xian, Old Ku exclaimed, pointing into the sky. Above, an unfamiliar figure had appeared, and it was none other than Su Xian, the second ancestor of the Su family. But to their astonishment, the cataclysmic lightning struck him directly. A collective gasp escaped many lips. They could almost feel the impact. The force of the purple lightning was so overwhelming that even from a distance, they struggled to bear it, let alone Su Xian. Who was struck? Su Xian was doomed. In that moment, everyone simultaneously reached that conclusion. If to validate their fears, a second purple bolt followed, again striking Su Xian in midair, and there was yet a third. Relentless in its assault, after 3 bolts of purple lightning, Su Xian's protective talismans and garments were reduced to dust, and he himself became a charred silhouette. Then he plummeted heavily to the ground, disappearing from sight. Had he been turned to cinders? Despite witnessing the event with their own eyes, a sense of disbelief enveloped the crowd. The illustrious Su Xian, who had traversed the Songxian continent for a millennium, was gone just like that. I had assumed he would only pass when his time was up, yet here he was, struck down by lightning in the prime of life. What sins had he committed? After a moment of silence, Old Ku finally spoke. That earlier phenomenon was definitely not caused by Ruo Bing. The crowd shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Wasn't he that obvious? Setting aside whether Ruo Bing possessed such capability. Even if she did, she would target the second ancestor of the Su family. Old Ku smiled faintly, appearing as if he held all the cards. In truth, I had already discerned this earlier. However, to lower the Su family's guard, I feigned indifference towards Ruo Bing to seek an opportunity. The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that's exactly what I thought. What a coincidence. Everyone was on the same wavelength. I had thought you were genuinely frightened. How could that be? How could I ever fear a mere girl? Indeed, as clever as we are. Ha 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 ha. A glint of brilliance flickered in Old Ku's eyes, reminiscent of a crouching dragon awaiting its moment. Now, the Su family would undoubtedly have lowered their guard. If we were to launch a surprise attack now, bang, Su Xian, charred and smoldering, crashed heavily into the discussion hall, painstakingly expelling a series of blackened circles. Father, second ancestor, grandfather. The crowd rushed over to assist him. Su Xian was still somewhat dazed, instinctively asking, Father, what on earth happened? Su Muyang chuckled. You should wash up and change into clean clothes. It's important to maintain one's image in front of the younger generation. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering his head for a glance, only to let out a startled cry before vanishing without a trace. In the vast hall, a few crows seemed to fly by, cawing loudly. The crowd silently withdrew their hands, recalling the earlier scene with an almost painful clarity. However, one must admit, the second ancestor truly possessed an impressive physique. Moments later, after tidying himself up, Su Xian reappeared before everyone, leaving them utterly astonished. Previously, he had merely restored his middle-aged appearance, but now, even his skin had improved significantly. It was fair, delicate, smooth, and firm, as if it could be broken by a gentle touch. Warm and radiant like jade, resembling that of a newborn infant. Many women in attendance felt their eyes welling with tears, exclaiming, "Second Ancestor, what widening method have you employed? We are family. Do not keep such secrets to yourself." Not only were they bewildered, but even Su Xian himself was taken aback. However, his astonishment stemmed not from the change in his skin, but from the vast and profound magical power within him. "Father, what realm is this?" Su Muyang leisurely sipped his tea and replied calmly, "This realm is merely a small world, with limited levels of power, and can at most cultivate to the Yuaning stage. Yet beyond Yuaning, there are several realms such as Huashan, Liansu, Hiti, Dujie, and Dechang. Only upon achieving the fullness of Dechang can one reshape their immortal body and ascend to immortality. You have only just broken through to the Huashan realm. In the journey of cultivation, this is merely the beginning. You are not yet an immortal, so there is no need for pride." The crowd felt their hearts race at his words, yet there was an implicit sense of a new door being opened. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Su Xian earnestly replied, "What you say is most true. Father, that I had previously viewed the world from a narrow perspective, underestimating the vastness beyond. That I am grateful for your guidance. Otherwise, I fear I would have drawn calamity upon myself in the future." Su Muyang nodded in approval. "However, do not belittle yourself. Within this realm, your ability to cultivate to the peak, along with your talent, temperament, and perseverance, are all exceptional. Previously, you were stuck at the Yuan-ing stage, your lifespan limited to a mere 1,000 years. But that was merely a constraint of this world's rules. Now that you have shattered that limitation, you are facing a heavenly tribulation, which is both a test and a rare opportunity. After enduring this trial, you will have your body tempered by the tribulation, achieving the physique of a semi-immortal. Your future cultivation path will be smooth, with no obstacles before your ascension. Ascension? The crowd erupted in joyous excitement, flocking to congratulate Su Xian, filling the space with warmth and camaraderie, especially for Su Xian, who feigned calmness on the surface, yet inside, he was brimming with joy. Su Muyang looked upon this harmonious family scene with satisfaction. "There is no need for envy. Those of the Su family, inheriting my bloodline, possess extraordinary qualities. When the time is ripe, I shall open the path to the heavens, allowing all Su family members, post-Yuaning, to ascend for cultivation. By then, becoming an immortal and establishing one's lineage will merely be a commonplace affair." Upon hearing the ancestor's words, everyone became even more exhilarated, bowing in a chaotic frenzy. "Thank you, Ancestor. Long live the Ancestor. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought I too would have a chance to attain immortality?" Observing the crowd's fervor, Su Muyang smiled gently and turned to Su Xian, saying, "In the path of cultivation, clarity of thought is paramount. There is no need to suppress yourself. That if you wish to laugh, then do so freely." Su Xian could no longer contain himself and erupted into boisterous laughter. "Ha! Today, I, Su Xian, have broken through to Huashan, and from this moment onward, the gates of immortality are flung wide open. Cheers to the Su family. Ha ha ha." The crowd echoed in unison, "Congratulations to the Second Ancestor. Cheers to the Su family." In that instant, the sound reverberated across the land. Second Ancestor. Just moments before, as the purple lightning struck Su Xian, Su Ruo Bing observed with a tightening heart. What on earth was happening? What had transpired at home? Why had there been such a sudden celestial phenomenon that directly struck the Second Ancestor? Could it all be related to that mysterious ancestor who had appeared so suddenly, in a whirlwind of confusion? She hastily gathered her heavenly materials and treasures, turning to fly back home. Just then, a series of whooshing sounds sliced through the air behind her. Old Ku, accompanied by a group, soared back into view. Unlike before, they no longer appeared humble, but instead bore an aggressive demeanor. After all, they had inadvertently lost face in front of Su Ruo Bing and were eager to reclaim it. Su Ruo Bing felt anxious, yet maintained an impassive facade. "Senior Ku, do you have any further matters?" Old Ku sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "Fairy Ruo Bing, were you satisfied with the heavenly materials and treasures, the magical artifacts, and elixirs from earlier? However, the Su family's might is overwhelming, and what you possess at home must be countless times more precious than those trinkets, correct?" Su Ruo Bing's heart sank, instinctively tightening her grip on her sword. It seemed today would indeed call for a confrontation. Earlier, When the ancestor had mentioned that some should be killed and others buried, she had harbored some reservations, thinking perhaps the ancestor was too heavy-handed. Or perhaps, being new to the scene, she lacked sufficient understanding of these individuals, leading to some misunderstandings. But now, it was evident that these people harbored ill intentions. The ancestor had been right. As thoughts of the ancestor crossed her mind, she instinctively squeezed the few golden beans in her hand. Seeing Ruo Bing hesitate in silence, old Ku felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, everything that had just transpired had been an illusion. He sneered, the cold light in his hand flashing as he unsheathed a blood-red long knife. Come. Just then, a boisterous laughter echoed across the expanse. Ha ha ha. Today, I, Su Xian, have broken through to Huashan, and from this moment onward, the gates of immortality are flung wide open. Cheers to the Su family. That voice belonged to Su Xian. Old Ku's pupils constricted, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Su Xian had not perished. Moreover, what did he mean by breaking through to Huashan? What did it mean for the gates of immortality to open? Though he was confused, the power imbued in that voice sent tremors of fear through him. Could it be that Su Xian had not met with disaster, but instead achieved a new breakthrough? In that critical moment, he made a decisive choice. Gripping his knife with both hands, he donned a smile. Those heavenly materials and treasures had truly been too inferior. Fairy Ruo Bing, this is my life as magical artifact. Do you think it's sufficient as a gift? Above Ruo Bing's head, several large question marks slowly floated into view. Seeing her bewilderment, old Ku's smile widened. Fairy Ruo Bing, Senior Su Xian is the foremost figure of Xian. Now that he has achieved another breakthrough, this is not just a joyous occasion for the Su family, but for the entirety of Xian continent. We have come to congratulate him. How could we arrive empty-handed? Yet I, old Ku, am somewhat financially constrained. After much thought, I could only present this Yu knife. So I hope Fairy Ruo Bing will not find it lacking. He spoke lightly, yet inside, he felt his heart bleed. This was his life as magical artifact, a rare entity within the entire Xian cultivation realm. But now, what could he do? Witnessing Su Xian create such a great spectacle, any misstep on his part could lead to his demise. One could only blame his poverty. He had left without sufficient funds. His desperate maneuver left the onlookers dumbfounded. Wow, old Ku has indeed come this far, demonstrating his true prowess. How can you, a peer of Su Xian, shamelessly refer to him as senior, even offering your own life as magical artifact? This display is so practiced it is almost painful to watch. It seems these years you have played the role of a sycophant quite well. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, this tactic proved effective. As even Ruo Bing appeared confused, clearly at a loss, with a precedent set, the crowd skillfully began to produce various heavenly materials and treasures, all rare artifacts from the Xian continent. Fairy Ruo Bing, I seek nothing in return. I only wish for the Second Ancestor to impart wisdom and enlighten us. Fairy Ruo Bing, you must believe me. I approach with the utmost sincerity and goodwill. Fairy Ruo Bing, may I inquire whether your family will be opening a school to recruit students? If not, I would be content with being a servant. Upon encountering a throng of individuals who had surpassed their predecessors, the old eccentric Ku was immediately displeased. What do you all mean by this? Are you attempting to overshadow me? At this critical moment, it was his millennia of experience that proved immensely valuable. Suddenly, he produced a collection of portraits, his face adorned with a broad smile. Fair maiden Ruo Bing, I have heard that you remain unwed. Fortunately, I have several suitable candidates to recommend, should you take a liking to them. Perhaps they could join the Su family. He gestured towards one portrait. Behold this individual, our sect's foremost disciple, destined to become the future leader of our order, greatly trusted by all within. He then presented another. Though his cultivation may be lacking, he is undeniably handsome, hailed as our sect's most attractive man. And then there was this one. This young prodigy of our sect is bound to achieve greatness in the future, becoming a formidable ally to the Su family. He hesitated. And this one, oh, forgive me, I seem to have grabbed the wrong one. This is my self-portrait. Upon hearing Ku's mention of marriage, Ruo Bing felt both embarrassed and enraged. Particularly at the sight of his self-portrait, she was startled. In her shock, the golden bean she held slipped from her grasp. As it struck the ground, it began to grow in the wind, transforming in mere moments into several armored soldiers clad in gold. All present were momentarily taken aback, including Ruo Bing. When she first received the bean, she had examined it closely, finding it to be nothing more than an ordinary bean. However, since the ancestor had instructed her to use these beans against foes, they must possess some unique and inexplicable magical properties. Yet, No amount of contemplation could lead her to fathom that these beings could morph into living beings. Stunned, she stood frozen, as did Ku and the others. While the golden-armored soldiers moved without hesitation, upon their arrival, they immediately targeted Ku and his companions, swiftly encircling them. "Attack!" commanded the foremost soldier, and everyone sprang into action. Some unleashed an array of spells, wind, fire, thunder, while others charged with weapons aimed directly at the center. And a few concealed themselves in the shadows, poised to deliver lethal strikes. "They are all at the nascent soul stage," someone gasped. Panic ensued. In an instant, every face was painted with dread. In the Zhongshuan continent. Reaching the nascent soul stage marked the pinnacle of cultivation. Among their group, there were only a handful at that level. Yet, every single one of the golden-armored soldiers present was at the nascent soul stage. Ruo Bing could only watch in bewilderment as chaos unfolded. A scream pierced the air, signaling the first casualties. The disparity in cultivation levels was stark, and these golden-armored soldiers seemed born for combat. Each of their techniques was executed with unparalleled finesse. Even more disheartening, spells cast against them failed to penetrate their golden armor. How could they possibly prevail? The cries of despair echoed as one after another fell. Even those at the nascent soul stage were utterly annihilated. "Spare us, fair maiden Ruo Bing. Although we harbored ill intentions, we never acted upon them. We beseech your mercy. It's all Ku's doing. We were merely swayed by his whims. Fair maiden, save us." As Ruo Bing witnessed the renowned elders falling one after another, her heart ached, and she began to stomp her feet in distress. "These are treasures bestowed by the Ancestor. He only instructed me to toss the beans. He never taught me how to control them. Why don't you all hold on a little longer, and I shall consult the Ancestor." Her words, intended to reassure, only deepened the despair within their hearts. The world knew that the Su family revered the second ancestor Su Xian, but when had an ancestor emerged? Could it be that he was a senior relative of Su Xian? If so, what unfathomable level of power might he possess? It truly was a grave mistake to target the Su family today. With a growing sense of regret and hopelessness, more individuals collapsed. "Annihilate!" with a commanding shout from the leader. A glimmering light struck his forehead. Instantly, his eyes bulged before slowly dimming, and he fell heavily to the ground. Is this truly the end? Ruo Bing observed in a daze, grappling with the surreal nature of the scene. These were renowned figures who had persisted for so long, and now they were gone. Once the battle concluded, the golden-armored soldiers remained diligently occupied. Some gathered the spoils, while others conjured spells to create a large pit in the ground, unceremoniously disposing of the bodies. A few even wielded their powers to cover the area with foliage. In mere moments, the battlefield was cleared, rendering it unrecognizable as the site of a fierce confrontation. Subsequently, the golden-armored soldiers approached Ruo Bing, kneeling on one knee, and solemnly declared, "The battle is concluded. The yellow turban warriors report to the esteemed one. Please give your orders." Yellow turban warriors. Ruo Bing realized their identity. Observing them kneeling, perfectly still, awaiting her command, she felt an overwhelming desire to possess such formidable allies. "Goodness, how I wish to have them." "Ancestor," she exclaimed upon entering the council hall, her face radiant with joy. "Ah!" Several individuals smacked their foreheads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. In their astonishment at the Second Ancestor's breakthrough, they had completely forgotten about the ongoing battle outside. It was simply unacceptable. However, seeing Ruo Bing so cheerful, it seemed nothing grave had transpired. "Wait, who are those golden-armored soldiers? Their presence is so powerful." As the aura surged, some began to subtly channel their own energies. Mu Yang sipped his tea, smiling serenely. "What is the status of the battle?" At the mention of this, Ruo Bing's spirits soared, her thumb raised in admiration. "Indeed, the Ancestor is magnificent. These beings of yours, what treasures they must be. They transformed into such a multitude of powerful warriors." "No." Yellow turban warriors, effortlessly slicing through the opposition. "I merely stood there, shouting a few commands, and it was all over." "Ancestor, these being treasures must be incredibly valuable." Mu Yang, perceiving her intent, feigned ignorance. He waved his hand, and the yellow turban warriors instantly reverted to golden beans, rolling onto the ground. The onlookers instinctively stared at the beans, their eyes turning red with longing. What are these beans? They are clearly embodiments of exceptional skill. At this moment, Mu Yang leisurely spoke. "Beans. They are merely ordinary beans, though they do have a pleasant taste. They are a favorite snack of one of my grandchildren, which is why I carry a few." He chuckled. "You think the yellow turban warriors are powerful?" With a wry smile, he continued. "While they possess some strength, they are primarily used for menial tasks and errands. The Su family should broaden their horizons. If one were to become overly astonished by mere yellow turban warriors, it would surely tarnish the ancestors' reputation. What nonsense is this? The crowd was nearly driven to madness. Such formidable warriors, and you use them for trivial tasks? Is this not a waste? Ruo Bing, naturally lively and spirited, had initially acted demurely due to her unfamiliarity with the ancestor and her previous error. Now, seeing the ancestor so amiable, her courage swelled, with a playful glint in her eye. She seized the opportunity to appeal to him. Ancestor, I am about to embark on a journey, all alone in the world. How pitiful I am. Would you grant me a few beans, please? Would you, oh ancestor? Su Muyang gazed at her with a smile, his playful spirit awakening. Who would have thought you harbored such a sweet tooth? Bestowing you a few beans is no trouble at all. However, he paused, observing the gleam of excitement in Ruo Bing's eyes. He continued, these beans were previously infused with my magic to summon the yellow turban warriors. If I were to withdraw my power, they would merely revert to being simple snacks. Are you certain you still desire them? Ah, is that so? Ruo Bing immediately felt deflated. If it were merely a few snacks, what purpose would they serve? Did they truly believe her to be so easily tempted? However, she was soon captivated by the mention of divine abilities from Su Muyang's lips and pressed for more information. Ancestor, what are divine abilities? Are they powerful spells? Is the technique of turning beings into soldiers easy to learn? Not only was she curious, but the others were equally intrigued. Su Muyang patiently explained, techniques are merely the application of the world's spiritual energy. Whereas divine abilities pertain to the very rules of heaven and earth, they are not only immensely powerful, but also possess unparalleled utility. For an ordinary cultivator, acquiring even one or two divine abilities is a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The most common divine abilities include the 36 methods of Tiangang and the 72 arts of Disao. The 36 methods of Tiangang encompass techniques such as manipulating creation, reversing yin and yang, shifting stars and constellations, returning the sun to the sky, and summoning rain and wind. The 72 arts of Disao include traversing the void, driving away spirits, lifting mountains, controlling water, borrowing wind, enveloping in mist, praying for clear weather, and invoking rain. Seizing the opportunity, Su Muyang enlightened them about various advanced cultivation methods, leaving everyone mesmerized and filled with longing. After a considerable time, Su Muyang finally paused, taking a sip from his teacup. Ruo Bing, her eyes twinkling, leaned in with a grin. Ancestor, with such lively discourse, why not teach us a few techniques? I, Ruo Bing, am not greedy at all. I only wish to learn the divine ability of turning beings into soldiers. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with desire. Sucian even leaned closer, affectionately calling out, Father, you've mentioned that I've reached the transformation stage. I am at a loss for how to cultivate further. Would you not provide some guidance? After all, as a representative of the Su family in the Zhongshuan continent, I ought to possess some formidable skills. Su Muyang shot them a sharp glance. Responding curtly, you have yet to learn to walk, and you already wish to run. Such lofty aspirations are not beneficial for a cultivator. Seeing their disappointment, he suddenly smiled, but since I have seldom returned, if I do not leave behind some techniques, you might say I am stingy. Among the 36 methods of Tiangang, there exists a technique called vertical ground golden light, allowing one to transform into golden light and traverse the earth, covering vast distances in an instant. Would you wish to learn it? Yes, yes. Everyone had assumed there would be no chance, and their spirits soared with joy. Only Ruo Bing pouted, muttering softly, this sounds like a technique for escape. Why can't he impart some powerful abilities capable of overcoming adversaries? Though her voice was soft, none present were deaf. The atmosphere immediately grew tense, and many internally lamented. Dear niece, you are often pampered and can be somewhat willful. Yet today you stand before the ancestor. Should he take offense, even the vertical ground golden light might not be imparted. However, Su Muyang remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, Little girl, as a cultivator, you must understand that there are always those stronger than oneself. Though my Su family is flourishing, every individual is irreplaceable. The transient gains and losses of the moment are inconsequential. As long as you preserve your life, the future will reveal itself. Sucian echoed. Father is right. Our family creed states that at all times and in all matters, the continuation of the Su bloodline takes precedence. You should cease your arguments. Su Ruo Bing stuck out her tongue. Silence. Su Muyang continued. The vertical ground golden light is a celestial technique, and you cannot practice it directly. Thus, I have simplified it. Once your foundation is solid, you may employ it to cover 10 miles in an instant. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, you can extend this to 100 miles. After transcending the heavenly tribulation and becoming immortal, you will be able to cultivate the complete method. Now, listen closely. As he spoke, an extraordinary phenomenon materialized in the sky. Petals rained down, golden lotuses erupted from the ground, fragrant aromas wafted through the air, and ethereal melodies echoed, enchanting all present, as if they were being enlightened. Time passed unmeasured. And when Su Mu-Yang finally ceased, the crowd remained entranced. After what felt like an eternity, some gradually opened their eyes, filled with astonishment. Not only had they seamlessly grasped the simplified version of the vertical ground golden light, but their spiritual power had also markedly increased. A few even experienced breakthroughs on the spot. Su Mu-Yang nodded in satisfaction, and with a flick of his hand, a storage ring floated gracefully before Su Xian. Xianer, this storage ring contains 100 low-grade peaches. When the descendants of the Su family reach the perfection of the nascent soul stage or approach the end of their lifespan, they may each receive one. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Ancestor. Under Su Xian's lead, the others expressed their gratitude in unison. A few elder relatives gazed at Su Xian with eager eyes. Second Ancestor. The Ancestor's words refer to me. Very well. This matter is concluded. And I must take my leave. Su Mu-Yang drained his teacup and rose. What? You are leaving already? The crowd was taken aback, immediately overwhelmed by a sense of reluctance. The Ancestor is both powerful and mysterious. Generous in his actions. I adore him. Su Xian even grasped Su Mu-Yang's arm, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Father, how can you leave so soon after returning? I have yet to properly honor you. Chuckling, Su Mu-Yang ruffled his hair, speaking gently, I have pressing affairs in other realms. How could I linger here? After some time has passed, I shall open the celestial passage, and you may ascend to the upper realms to reunite with me. There is no need to rush. Having reached this point, Su Xian could only acquiesce with a resigned sigh. Just then, Ruo Bing suddenly had a thought and blurted out, Ancestor, I am just about to embark on an excursion for training. Why not take me along? At the same time, at the residence of the governor in Jizhou City, the main gate and side doors were guarded by a contingent of soldiers. These soldiers, clad in golden armor and wielding sharp blades, stood like imposing statues, unwavering in their positions. Many servants, frightened, hid indoors, peering through window cracks to observe, whispering amongst themselves, This is the governor's residence. How dare soldiers run rampant here? And from the looks of it, they clearly intend to take control of the estate. Could it be that something has happened to the governor? In the center of the main hall, a banquet was laid out. The chubby Su Qing occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Governor Yi Rui. On the opposite side sat two women, a middle-aged lady, Yi Rui's wife, and a stunningly beautiful young woman, Yi Rui's daughter, Yi Chenauer. Both mother and daughter wore displeased expressions. This was understandable. According to the customs of the Tianwu continent, women were not permitted at the table and were never to meet outsiders. Yet today, the prince had unexpectedly arrived, and Yi Rui had allowed the two of them to accompany him. What kind of decorum was this? Especially since the prince appeared quite domineering. As soon as he entered, his guard had outright taken control of the residence. Was this not an affront to their authority? Most importantly, although they were women, they were still members of the governor's family and were somewhat aware of the current political turmoil, knowing that there were factions plotting rebellion and that the prince was fleeing for his life. Now, to make such a grand appearance at the Jizhou residence, was he not inviting trouble and danger upon them? Hence, their displeasure was entirely warranted. However, Yi Rui was unconcerned. He had witnessed Su Mu-Yang's miraculous abilities and understood that the prince had the support of an immortal behind him. What could mere rebels hope to achieve? Seizing this opportunity to ally with the prince was the wisest course of action. Moreover, the immortal had already arranged a marriage. His foolish daughter was destined to become the empress. Your Highness, given the current turmoil in the court, may I inquire when you plan to return to the capital and restore order? As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, Yi Rui set down his chopsticks and, appearing nonchalant, posed a seemingly casual question. Su Qing, upon hearing this inquiry, found himself momentarily bewildered. With his limited talents and having previously focused solely on escaping danger, he had not contemplated such distant matters. Although he now had the support of the ancestral figure, ensuring his safety, and returning to the capital to reclaim his position seemed only natural, he questioned why he should worry at all with the ancestral figure present. Wouldn't it be more agreeable to follow the elder's directives and be a well-behaved, obedient child? Suddenly confronted with Yi Rui's question, he was at a loss for how to respond. However, a thought struck him regarding the elder's conditions. To marry a wife and claim a city. This realization brightened his eyes, and he tentatively replied, according to the elder's intentions, It seems there is no rush for me to return to the capital. Oh, no rush? Ruo raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Logically, the priority should be to return swiftly to eliminate the traitors and ascend to the throne, yet the immortal was not pressing him to return. After a moment's contemplation, Ruo's expression suddenly brightened as he clapped his hands in delight. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. No wonder he is an immortal. Such insight and demeanor are profoundly admirable. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback and quickly pressed for clarification. What is Lord you discerned? I implore you to enlighten me. Ruo, stroking his beard with a smile, looked at Su Qing and remarked, Behold my son-in-law, so humble, so polite, and so respectful. Your Highness, I dare to speculate. In my humble opinion, the immortal's intentions may encompass three aspects. Firstly, the court is currently a chaotic mix of loyalists and traitors, with numerous generals rallying troops under the pretense of loyalty to the throne. It is indeed difficult to discern who is loyal and who is treacherous. In light of this, it may be prudent to observe from a distance and allow them to reveal themselves, making their true natures evident. At that juncture, Your Highness may return to the capital and execute a decisive plan to eradicate the treacherous, thereby restoring order to the court. The elder has this intention as well. Su Qing's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. Secondly, Ruo continued, his tone laden with significance, the immortal harbors high hopes for Your Highness. High hopes? Su Qing furrowed his brow, eagerly pressing for details. Lord Yi, it seems the elder does not hold me in high regard. Upon our first meeting, he chastised me. How could he possibly have such expectations for me? Ruo, momentarily taken aback, offered a somewhat resigned explanation. Your Highness, please forgive my presumption. As the saying goes, the deeper the affection, the fiercer the disdain. When Your Highness previously lost the kingdom and fled in haste, the immortal must have felt quite disappointed, hence the slight reprimand. Otherwise, with the immortal's extraordinary abilities, had he truly wished harm upon you, the consequences would have been dire. Moreover, if the immortal did not value Your Highness, how could he possibly bestow upon you such formidable guardians to ensure your safety? Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Qing felt a wave of realization wash over him, nearly moved to tears. I knew it. I knew it. I am the sole heir of the Su family. The elder must indeed care for me. Yet the current predicament stems from my late father's inadequacies. The elder chastised me unjustly. As Su Qing mentioned the late emperor, Ruo quickly shifted the topic. Your Highness, since the late emperor has passed, it is likely that his guidance has been lacking. The immortal's suggestion for Your Highness to return to the capital at a measured pace, in my view, is an opportunity for him to personally guide you. Ruo continued, Your Highness is intelligent and eager to learn, and the immortal possesses extraordinary abilities. If you can learn even a fraction, you will undoubtedly become a sage ruler, capable of bringing peace and prosperity to the realm, thereby achieving eternal greatness. This grand vision stirred Su Qing's blood, and he exclaimed, Yes, precisely. I have always known I am the elder's favored child. Not only does he personally assist me in reclaiming my rightful place, but he also intends to elevate me to the throne of a legendary ruler. Elder, I adore you. Ruo discreetly observed Su Qing's expression and continued. As for the third aspect, Your Highness must realize that to achieve great deeds, you will require the support of many loyal and capable individuals. However, by the time you have vanquished the treacherous, the court may be left quite empty, lacking personnel, which could hinder its operations. Thus, the immortal's directive for you to return gradually allows you to assess the various officials across regions, by observing their governance and the well-being of their subjects. You will discern their true character and capabilities. Should you encounter worthy talents, they may be summoned to the capital to assist you in governing the realm. The immortal's actions are thus a means of cultivating your own trusted officials. Realizing this, Su Qing's expression shifted significantly, and his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. After a considerable pause, he suddenly straightened, rising to bow deeply to Ruo. Hearing your insights is more enlightening than a decade of study. Lord Yi, I am acutely aware that I am merely of average talent, insufficient for the task of governance. Now that I have encountered your esteemed self, I realize that your abilities far exceed those expected of a mere prefect. Once I ascend the throne, I implore you to accept a position in the capital to assist me in ruling the realm. Seeing the prince bowing to him, Ruo was startled and quickly knelt. Not daring to lift his head, the sincerity in Su Qing's words moved him to tears. What merit or ability do I possess to earn Your Highness's favor, if Your Highness does not abandon me? I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to assisting you until my dying breath. Su Qing helped Ruo to his feet, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding transcending words. This scene of mutual respect and camaraderie left Lady Yi and Yi Chao momentarily stunned. Wait, in the span of just a few moments, my husband father has suddenly risen to the rank of chancellor, but pray, do wake up. Even if titles are bestowed, they must await the resolution of the traitors and your formal ascension to the throne. Right. Given the current state of affairs, what gives you the right to declare your intention to restore the realm? Is it merely because of your title as prince? Yet, these two seem to be under a spell, unwavering in their belief that the prince could accomplish all this, leaving them utterly perplexed. Moreover, what precisely is this immortal and ancestor you speak of? We are all residents of Dessau. Must we require a translator to comprehend your conversation? Once they had resumed their seats, Ruo pondered for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, the immortal has indicated that he will be arriving shortly. It would be prudent for you to wait here in Jizhou Prefecture. Thus fulfilling the immortal's directive. Upon seeing Su Qing nod in agreement, Ruo's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. Since your Highness has a moment of respite, why not take this opportunity to marry and welcome my daughter into your household? The immortal seems to disdain mundane rituals, so we need not make any grand arrangements. Simplicity will suffice. What do you think? What? Lady Yi and Yi Qiao sprang to their feet in astonishment. Yi Qiao, who had been enjoying the gossip, suddenly found herself in a predicament. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, she blurted out without thinking, "No, this is absolutely unacceptable. How can it not be acceptable?" Ruo's expression darkened instantly. The commands of parents and the matchmaking of intermediaries cannot be disregarded. Moreover, your Highness is the child of destiny, destined to ascend the throne. Your favor towards her is a blessing for her, and a significant elevation for our Yi family. Seeing her daughter in distress, Lady Yi steeled herself to speak. My lord, given the current tense situation, our national affairs take precedence. The prince's status is of utmost importance. How can we proceed so hastily? Truthfully, she was against the idea. Not only was the prince's position precarious, but once he boarded the ship, there would be no turning back. Furthermore, even if he did ascend, life within the palace would be stifling, and her daughter might not find happiness there. Yet Ruo was resolute in his determination to see this matter through. He gestured emphatically and declared, "This union has been ordained by the immortal. It is a match made in heaven and cannot be contested. My decision is final. Do not utter any more nonsense." His words served as a reprimand to both mother and daughter, as well as a reminder to Su Qing. This is a decision made by the elder you speak of. Do not waver now. I have resolved to marry off my daughter. Ruo is not foolish. Rather, one might say he is exceptionally astute. Although his interactions with Su Qing have been limited, he has discerned Su Qing's character. While lacking in certain talents, he is gentle and modest, treating his subordinates with great kindness. Devoid of any pretentious airs or the frivolous demeanor often associated with the idle rich. He can be described as a person of pure and virtuous disposition. Eventually, one's daughter must marry. So why not consider Su Qing as a suitable match? He possesses a high status, noble lineage, a gentle temperament, and the backing of a celestial being, truly a prime candidate for a son-in-law. Oh, my daughter. If you could wed him, it would indeed be a blessing for our esteemed Yi family. I would bask in your glory. As this family began to argue over the matter, Su Qing found himself somewhat at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "Lord Yi, let us discuss this matter further after our ancestor returns, and we hear his venerable counsel." Your Highness speaks wisely. Ruo pondered and could only acquiesce, though his heart brimmed with regret. Earlier, he had firmly rejected this marriage proposal, presenting himself to Su Muyang as steadfast and unyielding. Now, having changed his mind, he wished to take advantage of Su Muyang's absence to advance the matter. However, he had not anticipated that Su Qing would be so obedient to the celestial being's wishes. It seemed he would have to appease the celestial's concerns. Alas, the bitter fruit of his own making must be borne by him alone. He could only blame his own lack of foresight. Fortunately, the prince had already granted a promise of status, which could be deemed a significant gain. Though they had shifted topics, the atmosphere in the room became subtly tense. At that moment, a series of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside. Thud, thud, thud. The group turned to see the previously statue-like golden-armored soldiers suddenly surge forth like a tide, encircling the main hall in a manner that left no room for escape. Not only that, but these soldiers also drew their swords and nocked their arrows, positioning themselves protectively with their backs to the hall, resembling a force preparing for battle. A squad of soldiers even leapt onto the roof, bows in hand, concealed among the eaves. What is happening? Everyone was taken aback. Just as Su Qing was about to inquire, Su Jiao suddenly flew in from the entrance. Startled by the scene, he quickly reported, "Your Highness, a troop of soldiers is advancing towards us." "What? Everyone was astonished. Sugo continued. Shortly after we entered the city, a contingent of soldiers suddenly emerged from the outer military camp, sealing off the city gates and advancing towards the governor's residence. Judging by their flags, they appear to be the garrison troops from Jizhou, numbering at least 2,000 to 3,000. If this had been in the past, he would have been in a state of panic. But now, it was different. After consuming a certain herb, he had become a Grandmaster-level expert. The other guards were also skilled fighters, making for an exceptionally formidable force that could easily handle 1,000 ordinary soldiers. At the very least, they could ensure the prince's safe departure. Thus, although he felt some tension, he did not appear flustered. Ruo had some understanding of their capabilities, especially given the celestial being's unwavering confidence, which made him appear quite composed as he stroked his beard and smiled. Your Highness, the Jizhou garrison is commanded by the Jizhou governor, Guo Xing. This individual has always held differing political views from me, and we have had our share of conflicts. It seems he intends to seize this opportunity to eliminate me. While they spoke calmly, it terrified Lady Yi and her daughter. Lady Ye's face turned pale as she glanced at the meager 100 golden-armored soldiers surrounding them, her voice trembling. Your Highness, my lord, since Guo Xing harbors ill intentions, we should find a place to hide. Su Qing smiled, feeling a sense of vindication. Previously, he had been relentlessly pursued, living in constant fear. But now, with the support of his ancestor, why should he fear these insignificant foes? The tables had turned. He touched the jade pendant that Su Muyang had repaired, feeling a surge of courage. I am the crown prince of a nation, the heir to the great Su Empire. How can I flee without a fight and tarnish the dignity of the royal family? His declaration was filled with bravado, exuding an air of defiance that even made Ruo secretly astonished. Could it be that I underestimated him? This prince is indeed a gem. I must secure this golden son-in-law. Just then, Yi Qiao unexpectedly interjected. Absurd. Oh. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yi Qiao, under the scrutiny of so many eyes. She blushed slightly but mustered her courage to speak. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Why should His Highness engage in this futile conflict? To preserve some semblance of honor, to uphold a so-called dignity, and place oneself in peril. This is not the conduct befitting a prince. In these tumultuous times, with your Highness's rightful claim, your presence is a stabilizing force. However, should you truly find yourself in danger, the realm may plunge into chaos. Ruo was momentarily taken aback, regarding his daughter with newfound respect. Su Qing shared a similar sentiment. Initially, he had agreed to marry this yet unknown woman only because of the ancestor's directive, feeling somewhat reluctant. After all, he was a dignified prince, and this was his first woman, reduced to a mere governor's daughter under pressure. Yet now, it seemed this girl possessed some insight. He contemplated and then inquired. If I may ask, Miss Yi, how do you propose we proceed? It would be unwise to act rashly at this juncture. Yi Qiao replied without hesitation. After a moment's thought, she continued, however, the city gates are now sealed, and a direct exit may prove difficult. Your Highness could have someone impersonate you, leading the golden-armored soldiers and guards through the eastern gate. At that moment, the guards at the other gates would likely be distracted, leaving them vulnerable. Su Jiu nodded in agreement, adding, then your Highness could make your escape through the western gate. Miss Ye's strategy indeed appeared sound. Not so. Yi Qiao grew more animated. This feint from east to west is not particularly clever. Governor Guo Xing would undoubtedly anticipate it. He would likely feign reinforcements at the eastern gate while secretly laying an ambush at the other three gates, waiting for your Highness. If you attempt to break through, danger would surely follow. In my opinion, it would be best for your Highness to take advantage of the ensuing chaos at the eastern gate and conceal yourself among the townsfolk, creating the illusion that you have already departed. After a few days, once the commotion has subsided, you can leave without haste. Ha ha ha. Ruo stroked his beard, laughing heartily. My daughter truly has opened my eyes. Though still somewhat naive, she is undeniably clever. What say you, son-in-law? Are you satisfied with this future empress? Su Qing was indeed taken aback. This Ruo, with his perceptive mind, had produced a daughter of such intelligence. However, he shook his head, smiling faintly. You seem to misunderstand the nature of the forces at my disposal. Those individuals are here for me. If I were to flee, would that not put the entire Yi household in jeopardy? Oh dear, how can you still be thinking of such things at a time like this? Yi Qiao exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. My father holds a significant reputation in Jizhou. Even if Governor Guo Xing intends to cause trouble, he would not dare to be overly oppressive towards us. Su Qing's smile broadened. Miss Yi, your concern for my welfare is quite unexpected. Who is concerned for you? Yi Qiao retorted, flustered and annoyed. You are burdened with the fate of the realm. If you were to encounter misfortune in Jizhou, it would indeed become the epicenter of chaos. My father's hard work in this city would be for naught. Master Su Jiao may be a skilled fighter, but can he truly take on 1,000 foes? Do you think he is a legendary grandmaster? Including you, Ruo. Many present wore expressions of bemusement. Congratulations. You've learned how to answer back. Su Jiao was indeed a grandmaster. Bang. Bang. As they engaged in fervent debate. A resounding knock echoed from outside the door. It would be more fitting to describe it as a violent battering than merely a knock. Before anyone could rise to answer, the door was flung open with a tremendous crash, sending dust swirling into the air. Amidst the haze, a throng of armed men surged in, filling the courtyard to its brim. The ranks parted, revealing a commander clad in battle armor who strode forward with measured steps. Your Highness, please remain calm. Allow Jiao to confront the adversary. Su Jiao's tone betrayed an eager excitement. He was now a grandmaster, the legendary grandmaster, no less, alas, ever since his elevation to this esteemed rank. He had been shadowed by an enigmatic old sage, leaving him too apprehensive to indulge in any display of prowess. But now, with the old sage absent and surrounded by foes, it was the perfect opportunity to practice his skills and showcase the might of a grandmaster. Not just him, but the other guards, invigorated by newfound strength, were equally eager to engage. Su Qing nodded, offering a cautionary reminder. Uncle Jiao, be careful. Ruo gestured towards the commander entering and added, Lord Jiao, that man is the governor of Jizhou. Gui Xing, if you have the means, it would be best to capture him alive. He is merely a minor governor. His involvement in treason suggests a far greater villain lies behind him. Rest assured. Lord Yi, Su Jiao could hardly contain his eagerness to strike that moment. A loud thud resonated from outside. The golden-armored soldiers stepped forward in unison, their movements synchronized, as if they were a single entity. The foremost soldier, brandishing a long blade, pointed it menacingly and barked, surrender, or face death. The intruding guards were taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps, their formation faltering and their morale plummeting. Gui Xing, who had just entered, was startled by the fierce command, and seeing his men falter, he bellowed in frustration, Do not be so reckless. Bring forth that impostor claiming to be the crown prince to confess. However, his words were abruptly cut off by the golden-armored soldier. If you do not surrender, then die, kill. The singular word ignited a simultaneous roar from the remaining golden-armored soldiers. Kill. With that command, an overwhelming aura erupted from the ranks, so potent that the very air seemed to warp. The sky itself appeared to darken to a blood-red hue, as if a sea of blood were surging forth. The guards, caught in this terrifying wave of power, were paralyzed with fear. The clattering of weapons echoed as many dropped their arms in panic, while others collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the oppressive force. Even Gui Xing, who had previously exuded confidence, turned pale, his legs trembling. This scene left Su Qing and the others utterly dumbfounded, while they stood in shock. The golden-armored soldiers remained undeterred. Suddenly, the courtyard was illuminated by countless golden flashes. One such beam darted towards Gui Xing's neck. Moments later, the atmosphere shifted from chaotic movement to eerie stillness, broken only by the sound of measured footsteps. The leading golden-armored soldier strode into the hall, holding aloft a severed head with wide-open eyes. He knelt before Su Qing, presenting the trophy with both hands. I report to your excellency. The yellow turban warriors have decapitated the bandit leader. The remaining 2,983 have been subdued. Shall we execute them or bury them? Please, command us. The scene was engulfed in a deathly silence, with everyone rendered speechless. They had anticipated victory, but never in such a manner. How long had it taken? Had they merely blinked and the battle was over? Gui Xing, who had rushed in with the intent to rebel, had barely uttered a word before his head rolled to the ground. Su Jiao had intended to capture him alive for questioning. Yet now, there lay the severed head. Yi Ruo swallowed hard, his neck stiffly turning to survey the courtyard, where the previous guards had all fallen to their knees. If one looked closely, they would see each of them hunched over, faces flushed, sweat pouring from their brows as if burdened by an invisible weight. In stark contrast, the golden-armored soldiers stood resolute, their expressions cold and unyielding, like statues encircling the guards. Finally regaining his composure, Su Qing opened his mouth, his voice slightly hoarse. Please rise, General, we dare not. The golden-armored soldier replied with utmost reverence. We are but the yellow turban warriors, tasked with menial duties and servitude. We are unworthy of the title general. Menial? Servants. The crowd was thrown into disarray. These warriors, with unparalleled martial prowess, claimed to be mere servants. Such a waste. Su Jiao approached, scrutinizing the soldier for a lengthy moment before abruptly asking, "Are you also a Grandmaster?" The yellow turban warrior remained silent, standing with utmost respect, seemingly uninterested in answering. Su Qing, too, was curious. "Indeed, what is your true strength?" the yellow turban warrior finally replied, still maintaining his deference. "I report to your excellency, we are bound by the laws of heaven and earth, only able to exert the pinnacle of power in this realm. If measured by the martial standards of this world, we indeed possess the strength of Grandmasters." The collective gasp escaped the lips of all present, their expressions transforming in disbelief. Grandmasters, legendary beings. Yet now, they were informed that this entire contingent of over 100 was composed of Grandmasters. Especially Sujio, who began to question his very existence. "I am also a Grandmaster," he mused, "a top-tier figure in the world. Yet why, since my ascension, do I feel utterly inconsequential? Initially, I had the old sage by my side, so it was understandable that I remained humble, but now, I finally find an opportunity to demonstrate my might, only to be told that Grandmasters are commonplace. Are your Grandmasters also readily available? Why do I feel so invisible?" However, upon glancing at the severed head of Gui Xing, his confidence was restored. "Thank goodness, I still have a role to play, unlike Gui Xing, who barely managed a single line before his demise. And these guards, a single Grandmaster could easily subdue them. Yet here we have over 100 Grandmasters. I ask you, are you not afraid?" After the initial shock, Yi Rui suddenly erupted with joy. "This gamble has paid off. From what I gather, they too possess divine capabilities. If they were in the celestial realm, their powers would be unimaginable. Most importantly, judging by their recent display, these over 100 yellow turban warriors are solely beholden to Su Qing. This means they are his private force, with no possibility of betrayal." With this realization, he swiftly bowed deeply to Su Qing, his excitement palpable. "Congratulations, Your Highness." "Indeed, congratulations." "Oh." The others looked on with curiosity. "Your Highness, with divine beings aiding you and such formidable experts following you, you are destined to sweep across the realms, conquer vast territories, and perhaps even unify the world. When that time comes, your achievements will overshadow all, bestowing blessings upon the world, with your name echoing through eternity as the everlasting Emperor." "Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations." The words struck a chord with all present. One Grandmaster could raise a city. What could be achieved with over 100? In this vast world, who could stand against them? The little rotund fellow was practically guaranteed a place as the everlasting Emperor. Was it truly that absurd? Su Qing entertained these thoughts, his smile stretching from ear to ear, feigning modesty as he replied, "All credit goes to the ancestors. I merely bask in their glory. Moreover, while seizing the throne is one matter, governing it is quite another. I will require the assistance of wise individuals like Lord Yi. Indeed, I do not dare to presume." Yi Rui bowed once more, his heart racing. In the future, within this grand empire, he would be second only to the Emperor, a prime minister destined for historical remembrance. Moreover, concerning his own daughter. As Su Qing followed his gaze, he turned to see Yi Chao, who was utterly astonished. A warmth surged within him. Since his escape, apart from the ancestors and Su Jiu, Yi Chao was the first person to express concern for him. After pondering for a moment, Su Qing spoke slowly. "Miss Chao, our betrothal is a decree from my family's ancestor, and your father has already consented. This matter is now a foregone conclusion and cannot be altered. Yet, I swear in the name of the Crown Prince of Dessau, that when I return to the capital to ascend the throne, it shall be the day you take your rightful place in the palace and embody the dignity of a mother to the realm." Upon hearing Su Qing's declaration, Yi Rui was immediately taken aback, kneeling to the ground with a thud, his voice trembling with excitement. Your humble servant Yi Rui, thank His Highness for the profound grace." In stark contrast, Yi Chao was left speechless. Why was she suddenly being promised the position of Empress? Hadn't she already agreed? Observing her bewildered expression, Yi Rui felt an overwhelming urge to shake her. The situation was abundantly clear. The Crown Prince was on the rise, and now was not the time to hesitate. With urgency, he whispered, "Chao, hurry and express your gratitude." At that moment, Lady Yu finally grasped the situation and hastily pulled Yi Chao down to kneel as well. "I, the humble servant Yi, thank His Highness for the profound grace." The rapid changes in the world left Lady Yu momentarily dazed. Just a short while ago, the Crown Prince had been fleeing for his life, and now he was suddenly poised to become an everlasting emperor. Truly, our Chao is a bringer of fortune. It seems our good son-in-law has found his fortune upon meeting her. Yi Chao, still somewhat dazed, stuttered as she spoke. "What do you mean?" Yi Rui, in frustration, interrupted her. "Chao, once His Highness ascends the throne, the affairs of state will be exceptionally demanding. You must not trouble yourself with trivial matters. As the mistress of the harem, you are to diligently manage all affairs within it. Do you understand? Instinctively, Yu Qiao was about to nod, but suddenly froze. Why were they already discussing her future within the palace? After a moment's pause, she blurted out, "Manage the harem. Does that mean the emperor will marry many women?" The atmosphere grew awkwardly silent, as if several crows were cawing in the distance. What a pertinent question. It turns out this future empress is quite possessive. Just as the crowd shifted uncomfortably, a clear, cold voice floated in from outside. "Where is Su Qing? Come forth and meet me. Where is Su Qing? Come forth and meet me." The voice rang out, crisp and melodious, echoing like a nightingale in the ears of those present. Who could it be? Everyone instinctively turned to look towards the entrance. A woman entered through the grand doorway, her delicate eyebrows framing enchanting eyes. Her lips painted a luscious red. With an ethereal beauty, she wore a flowing white gown that accentuated her extraordinary grace. As if she had descended from the heavens. Yi Rue's eyes momentarily glazed over in admiration before he snapped back to reality, his heart racing. Who was this stunning woman? She seemed to have a connection to the crown prince. Could it be? He glanced at his daughter and then back at the enchanting figure outside. Lowering his head in silence, unable to suppress his sigh. My dear daughter, your formidable rival has arrived, and judging by her appearance, it seems you have encountered a beautiful swan. Not only he, but Su Qing was equally astonished. Despite having grown up in the palace and encountered many beauties, he had never seen such an exquisite woman before. Yu Qiao instinctively turned to glance at the copper mirror in the room, then looked down at her own feet, quietly stepping back a pace as she whispered, "Your Highness, who is she?" Wiping the corner of his mouth, Su Qing finally regained his composure. "I do not know. I have never seen her before." A flicker of melancholy crossed Yu Qiao's eyes as she forced a smile. "Your Highness, please do not conceal anything from me, since you have promised me the position of mistress of the harem. I have the right to inquire. This sister is indeed beautiful, her beauty surpassing mine 100-fold. If you have intentions, I am willing to assist your Highness in negotiating." As she spoke, her voice began to tremble, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed, the tales were true. Men are all the same. One moment, sweet words are whispered, and the next, they are entangled with such a beautiful woman, withholding the truth from me. This is serious. Hearing her speak thus, Yu Rue felt both comforted and pained. He was relieved that his daughter had embraced the role of an empress, demonstrating the poise expected of a mistress of the harem. Yet, he felt sorrow for Qiao. In her current state, she could not compete. Sujio, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Your Highness, the ancestor once said that if you were to marry a woman, he would help you reclaim a city." The implication was clear. If one must marry, why not choose someone truly remarkable? But the question remained, who could surpass this woman's beauty? The lady in white gracefully entered. Casting a glance around the room, she observed the throngs kneeling, with several hundred golden-armored soldiers standing guard. Any ordinary person would be taken aback by such a sight. Yet, the woman in white merely nodded slightly and remarked coolly, "If you cannot even manage your own troops, the ancestor's words ring true. This little brat is indeed useless." She casually expressed her thoughts and continued to stride towards the main hall. As she walked, the golden-armored soldiers not only made way for her, but did so with an almost reverent deference. Soon, she reached the entrance of the main hall, surveying the gathered crowd, her gaze landing on Su Qing. Her brows knitting slightly. "You must be Su Qing. Your appearance is acceptable, though you appear somewhat portly and lacking in vigor, which is somewhat unworthy." What? Upon hearing this, before anyone else could react, Sujio was filled with fury. As Su Qing's chief guard and devoted confidant, he had always placed Su Qing at the center of his world, revolving around his will. Now, hearing someone speak disparagingly of Su Qing, his protective instincts flared, and he immediately interjected, "Silence. Who are you to speak so disrespectfully to His Highness?" "Oh." The woman in white lifted her gaze to glance at him, her tone indifferent. "Speaking disrespectfully, I shall slap you." With that, she raised her jade-like right hand and waved it lightly in the air. As she did, a translucent hand materialized before her, swiftly striking towards Sujio's cheek. Instinctively, he attempted to gather his energy to resist. But to his astonishment, the immense force within him felt as stagnant as a still pond, utterly immobilized. Not only that, but the air around him suddenly grew heavy, rendering him unable to move. That he was powerless. And that translucent hand did not pause. With a resounding slap, it struck his face with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. It was clear. This was an enemy, not a friend. Everyone immediately recognized the threat, and Su Qing's guards rushed forward without a second thought. Su Qing, alarmed, retreated hastily, shouting, "Where are the yellow turban warriors? Quickly protect his highness." Yet, an odd scene unfolded. Su Qing's guards, enhanced by the dogtail grass, were all masters of the 8th or 9th rank. However, as they took a step forward, they suddenly froze, resembling lifeless statues, their faces reddened, cold sweat beating down. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the soldiers outside. Not only them, but even more astonishing were those yellow turban warriors. Prior to the arrival of the Imperial Guard, they had already prepared themselves to confront the enemy. Although they were merely a few thousand ordinary soldiers, over 100 of them had mobilized entirely, solely to ensure the safety of Su Qing. Yet at that moment, they appeared to be oblivious to everything around them, standing motionless as if they had heard and seen nothing. No, to be more precise, someone had indeed taken action. The leader among the yellow turban warriors, cradling the severed head of Gui Xing, surprisingly took a step back in silence. The woman clad in white, as if nothing had transpired, gracefully walked to the primary seat and, retrieving a silk handkerchief, began to leisurely wipe her hands, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Su Qing, upon meeting this young lady, why have you not yet knelt?" Stunned, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you to demand my kneeling upon our first encounter?" Before he could articulate his thoughts, Yi Qiao suddenly stepped forward, summoning all her courage to exclaim, "Who are you to dare insult my husband?" Though clearly trembling with fear, her resolve remained intact. Her words, however, caused the woman in white to pause slightly, her gaze flitting between Yi Qiao and Su Qing, as if relishing the moment. "Husband? Have you two wed? Then tell me, how have I been discourteous?" As Yi Qiao sensed a hint of hostility in her tone, her anxiety heightened. My husband is the crown prince. One kneels to the world, to parents in between. If you demand he kneel, are you not insulting him? The woman clad in white seemed unfazed by this response and pressed further. "You have yet to answer my question. When did you marry? Is this truly the crux of the matter?" Countless thoughts surged within, yet no one dared voice their sentiments. Who would dare speak out when a single slap had sent a grandmaster flying? Yi Qiao felt her heart sink further. Clearly, this woman's fixation on the matter validated her suspicions. At this critical juncture, a peculiar possessiveness surged within her, momentarily overshadowing her fear. "Though we have not yet wed, we have received our parents' consent and matchmaker's words. Our betrothal is established and cannot be altered." "Oh, I see." The woman in white nodded slightly, responding coolly. "Since you are the daughter-in-law of the Su family, allow me to elucidate a few points. As a junior, to meet an elder without kneeling in respect, yet speak disrespectfully, who is truly being rude here? Elders." Everyone was rendered speechless in an instant. At that crucial moment, a flash of insight struck Su Qing, and he blurted out, "Could it be that you, my lady, are an elder of the Su family? You are the 18th descendant of the Tianwu Su family, while I am the 7th descendant of the Zhongshuan Su family. Counting from our ancestors, you should refer to me as great aunt." Suddenly, she faltered. "How should this lineage be calculated?" "Forget it. I shall concede a little. You may call me great aunt. An abrupt silence enveloped the scene. All present were left dumbfounded, their minds blank. After a long pause, Su Qing suddenly regained his senses, collapsing to the ground and bowing his head vigorously. Grandson Qingqing pays respects to great aunt. In the courtyard, the newly risen Grandmaster Su Jiu, who had just struggled to his feet, paused momentarily before slapping his own face with vigor. "How dare you speak so recklessly? Encouraging His Highness the Crown Prince to wed great aunt. Who else should I punish? Deservedly so." Su Qing knelt on the ground, an exaggerated smile plastered on his face. "Great aunt, how is your health? I had not met you previously, thus failing to recognize you at first glance. I truly deserve punishment. Did the ancestor send you here?" Though a crown prince, he dared not harbor an ounce of arrogance in that moment. His recent experience of fleeing had taught him a vital lesson. Status and reputation are but illusions. True strength is paramount. This great aunt was evidently a celestial being, and her temperament appeared rather formidable. What harm was there in acknowledging his humility? After all, she was indeed a family elder. Kneeling to an elder is not submission, but rather filial piety. However, his flattery seemed to have struck a nerve. Ruo Bing raised an eyebrow, replying coolly, "Elder? Do I appear that aged?" "Not at all." It was Qingqing who spoke out of turn. "Forgive me." Su Qing smiled broadly, lightly slapping his own face. "How could great aunt possibly be old? You are in the prime of your beauty, a paragon of grace and charm, eclipsing the moon and stars. I initially thought you were a celestial fairy descended to earth. Thus, I failed to pay my respects at once. Please do not hold it against me." His well-rehearsed flattery brought a glimmer of joy to Ruo Bing's heart, her bright eyes narrowing with delight. "Who would have thought you possessed such sweet words? Great aunt appreciates them. However, No matter how much flattery, you cannot escape your punishment. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Su Qing nodded vigorously. It is only right for great to discipline Qingqing. I would never dare to harbor any grievances. Then that as well. Ruo Bing smiled meaningfully, extending a delicate hand and giving a gentle wave. Suddenly, a dark cloud crackling with lightning materialized above Su Qing's head. From within that cloud, a bolt of white lightning, as thick as a chopstick, shot forth and struck Su Qing squarely on the crown. Su Qing let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground. His hair standing on end, his body charred black and twitching uncontrollably. Your Highness, Your Highness, the others cried out in alarm. Ruo Bing, seemingly unfazed, withdrew her hand and remarked coolly, Yellow Turban warriors, take him away to bathe and change. Then return to see me. Yes, replied 2 Yellow Turban warriors, lifting the singed Su Qing from the hall. Ruo Bing, smiling cheerfully, shifted her gaze to Rue, struck with dread, promptly knelt, bowing deeply. This humble minister Rue pays respects to the crown prince and salutes the celestial fairy. The discrepancy in lineage was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words, his heart secretly lamenting. This great aunt did not appear to be an easy individual to contend with. Ruo Bing nodded slightly, stating, though somewhat self-serving and shrewd, you are still competent, not undeserving of the ancestor's recommendation to assist that young man. Though he may seem somewhat inept, he is nonetheless of the Su family's direct bloodline. In the future, he must earnestly attend to his duties and provide support. However, should you harbor any unworthy thoughts due to his youth, she smiled knowingly, leaving her words hanging, yet, to Rue's ears. Those words were akin to a thunderclap, sending him into a panic, drenched in cold sweat. I dare not. Celestial fairy, please see clearly. This humble minister is utterly devoted and would never entertain any disloyal thoughts. Ruo Bing nodded slightly again, her gaze softening as it fell upon Yiqiao. Startled, Yiqiao quickly knelt, exclaiming, Yiqiao pays respects to great aunt. At that moment, her heart was a whirlwind of confusion. In ordinary families, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is often the most difficult to navigate. How much more so in a royal family, especially with an elder of such a significant generational gap. It was truly overwhelming. Yet what surprised her was that this great aunt's demeanor toward her was markedly different. Rise, let great aunt have a good look at you. Yiqiao hesitated for a moment, but slowly lifted her head. Ruo Bing scrutinized her carefully, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You possess a fair countenance, clear eyes, and a commendable temperament. You are a good girl. No wonder the ancestor took a liking to you and arranged this union. The mention of the ancestor immediately piqued Yiqiao's curiosity. Others had spoken of this before, but she hadn't paid it much mind. Now, it seemed this ancestor was indeed a tangible presence. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Great aunt, has the ancestor ever met me? Ruo Bing chuckled lightly and said casually, the ancestral spirit possesses vast powers, knowing all and able to accomplish anything. Why would there be a need for a meeting? Not to mention our esteemed elder, even with my humble cultivation, as long as I extend my divine consciousness, I can perceive every subtle movement within 100 miles. The crowd, upon hearing this, felt their hearts racing. Their previous understanding of the might of immortals had always been somewhat vague, but now they had caught a glimpse of its essence. After pondering for a moment, Ruo Bing casually retrieved a jade vial from her storage pouch and handed it over. I came out in haste this time and did not bring much. Allow me to present this vial of beauty-enhancing elixir as a token of our meeting. Elixir of immortality. The thought flashed through everyone's minds simultaneously. Their gazes towards the jade vial brimming with fervor. This was the legendary elixir. Yiqiao intended to decline politely, but her hand moved involuntarily towards it. The beauty-enhancing elixir. One could immediately discern its purpose. Moreover, it was bestowed by an immortal. Truly a genuine remedy. For women, this held immense allure. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous gift. I am deeply grateful, Yiqiao expressed, her words filled with sincerity. The term esteemed elder flowed from her lips willingly. Ruo Bing waved her hand nonchalantly, stating, since you have entered the Su family, you are one of us. There is no need for such formality. This vial of beauty-enhancing elixir is not particularly precious. It is merely a practice concocted by the younger generation of our family during their alchemical training. It holds little value for us cultivators, but for mortals, it can enhance beauty, nourish the skin, and preserve youthful appearance for a century. Please do not think me stingy. Not at all, not at all. Countless voices echoed in their hearts. Esteemed elder, if you believe yourself to be stingy, why not bestow another vial upon me? Especially for Lady Yi, her eyes glimmered with envy, and she felt a twinge of jealousy. How fortunate was this young lady? I must negotiate with her for a few pills. Suddenly, a thought struck her. My husband is a prime minister, and my daughter is a queen. Hence, I am somewhat of a royal myself that I cannot allow myself to lose face on behalf of the royal family when out in public. Therefore, for the sake of the royal image, I must ensure that I receive my share of this beauty-enhancing elixir. Lady, you mentally calculated her options. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your benevolence. Just then, a figure entered from outside. Bowing deeply without uttering a word, the crowd was momentarily stunned. The newcomer was none other than Su Qing. However, he was now markedly different from before. Previously, though he could not be described as a mere ball of flesh, he had been rather plump. Now, he appeared to have slimmed down considerably, even exhibiting a degree of muscularity. Striding and confidently, he exuded an air reminiscent of a dragon's vigor and a tiger's strength. What is happening here? Ruo Bing smiled broadly and remarked, while a chubby figure may appear endearing, it diminishes the regal bearing befitting an emperor. It is truly unseemly. Just now, I assisted you with heavenly thunder to refine your body, burning away some excess fat. You now present a much more pleasing appearance. Now it made sense. The crowd suddenly understood, though there lingered an odd sensation in the air. You are both enhancing beauty and reducing weight. Esteemed elder, are you perhaps running a beauty salon? With this gift, Ruo Bing's status in the eyes of the crowd soared significantly. Esteemed elder, please have some tea. Although the experience of being struck by lightning was far from pleasant, Su Qing was delighted with his newfound slimness and respectfully offered a cup of tea. Shao Qing, Ruo Bing said, taking the teacup and sipping delicately, adopting an elder's demeanor. What are your plans moving forward? Su Qing's eyes flickered slightly, his face a mask of smiles. Originally, I should have followed the ancestral arrangements, but with our elder absent, it is now up to you. Esteemed elder. Ruo Bing nodded, satisfied with his attitude. The teachings of the Su family dictate that no matter the time or circumstances, the continuation of the Su bloodline must take precedence. Set aside other matters for now and prepare to marry Xiaoer as soon as possible. Ah! Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had thought the esteemed elder appeared to guide him back to the capital and seize the throne, yet now she was insisting on marriage first? Did this matter hold greater significance than the empire itself? Surely, even if it were urgent, it need not be addressed at this very moment. He instinctively glanced at Yi Xiaoer, who blushed and lowered her head in tacit agreement. He cast a pleading glance towards Yi Rui, who, to his surprise, was beaming with joy, exclaiming, "The fairy is indeed correct. This matter is of utmost urgency. Rest assured, esteemed fairy, I shall make preparations to ensure this wedding is a grand affair." He was genuinely thrilled. After all, seeing the family of his future son-in-law appearing one by one, each more extraordinary than the last, he was apprehensive about any unforeseen complications regarding the marriage. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, it was best to finalize the union swiftly. What? You wish to reclaim the throne? Please, with this fairy and the numerous yellow-turbaned warriors present, is that even a concern? Moreover, the elder has already stated to proceed gradually back to the capital. Finding he had no allies, Su Qing could only bow respectfully. I shall follow your lead, esteemed elder. Ruo Bing nodded and earnestly advised, once married, you must conduct yourself as an adult. Do not act recklessly and indulge your whims. Additionally, adhere to the family teachings and strive to have 70 or 80 children, so that my heartfelt intentions are not in vain. Her incessant chatter rendered the scene particularly bizarre, for outwardly, she still appeared to be a youthful maiden. He. Just then, a light laugh resonated from the air. With that laugh, Sumu Yang's figure gradually solidified before the crowd. Elder, you have returned. Before anyone could react, Ruo Bing sprang up and dashed to Sumu Yang's side. Elder, I have warmed your seat and prepared tea. Please, take a seat. Saying this, she eagerly supported Sumu Yang's arm. The transformation from a dignified elder to a fawning sycophant left everyone momentarily speechless. Struggling to process the sudden change, Sumu Yang, unperturbed, walked to the main seat and sat down, smiling gently. Was it enjoyable? Ruo Bing's face lit up with joy as she nodded repeatedly. It was delightful. Truly fascinating. As you know, I am but a junior at home, showing respect to everyone I meet. Now, encountering a junior of such a lower generation, my status has suddenly elevated. It is incredibly amusing. Elder, coming out to play, no. To gain experience, is indeed delightful. Su Qing's mouth twitched wildly. I see. No wonder you exude such an elder's demeanor. It seems you have grown accustomed to being the junior at home and have come here to assert your authority? A wolf in sheep's clothing, growing arrogant upon gaining favor. However, he quickly regained his composure and knelt down in reverence. Ching bows before the elder. Yi Chaoer paused for a moment before hurriedly following suit. Inwardly lamenting the situation, must everyone from the Su family come in waves? Each time, I must undergo another round of interviews. The pressure is immense. Yi Rui and Su Jiao also bowed in unison. Rise. Our Su family's customs are not so stringent. Su Muyang waved his hand, gesturing for them to stand. Behind him, Su Ruo Bing secretly stuck out her tongue. Elder, could you refrain from exposing my secrets? Just a moment ago, I used Su Qing's rudeness as an excuse to give him a good beating. Qing, after you marry, what are your plans? Su Muyang inquired warmly. Su Qing grinned and offered a diplomatic response. I will follow the elder's instructions. I have no objections. That is not good at all. Su Muyang gently shook his head. You are the sole bloodline of our Su family in this realm. All matters here ought to be decided by you. Otherwise, after I depart, where will you go? Now that you possess the means to establish yourself and have the capable assistance of Lord Yi, you ought to hold your own insights. You wish to leave. Ancestor, Su Qing was taken aback. Although their time together had been brief, he had truly regarded Su Muyang as his elder and the sole pillar of support. Hearing that this pillar was about to leave filled him with dread. Su Muyang nodded, explaining, if it were not for your predicament, I would not have crossed realms to come here. After your marriage, I shall take my leave. The restoration of the realm must primarily rely on you. His words rang true. For him, he had reached a bottleneck in strength. To transcend this limitation, there were but two avenues. One was to nurture a powerful descendant. Currently, in a certain supreme world, he had what a formidable wife. However, the stronger the partner, the more arduous the task of bearing offspring. For this is the law of destiny. Thus, while this method appeared simple, it was far from easily achievable. The other way was to elevate the existing descendants. As their strength increased, so would Su Muyang's, allowing him to harness more power from the worlds. However, to enhance them, one must adhere to certain cosmic rules. Thus, in the Tsongshan continent, Su Muyang directly augmented their abilities. Yet, in this world, he planned to support Su Qing in ascending the path of the emperor. Should he truly succeed on this journey, the world's power would wholly fall into his hands. Nevertheless, such intricacies need not be disclosed to Su Qing. After pondering for a considerable time, Su Qing finally sighed in resignation. Ancestor, I have previously indulged in idleness and frivolity, and I am indeed lacking in knowledge. Now, I only understand that I must return to restore the realm and ascend to the throne. Yet I am utterly ignorant of how to proceed. I beg your forgiveness. Do not fret, Su Muyang replied, not casting blame but instead smiling gently. To possess self-awareness is a form of wisdom in itself. A ruler's concerns are merely the military, governance, finances, and the populace. If one excels in these areas, they shall be a wise sovereign. Earlier, while traversing the celestial martial realm, I discovered that the governor of Jizhou, Yi Rui, governs with great skill and has garnered the people's affection. Though he possesses some worldly cunning, he is undoubtedly a capable minister. With his assistance, you shall navigate governance with ease. Yi Rui quickly bowed in gratitude. Internally stifling a chuckle, you may praise me, but why mention worldly cunning? Before such a grand figure as yourself, I would dare not entertain any ulterior motives. Su Muyang continued, as for military matters, I will leave you some strategies, so do not concern yourself with them. However, governing a realm requires both wealth and the support of the people. Therefore, I previously sent Ruo Bing to meet you. While I ventured elsewhere to procure a few items for you, with a wave of his hand, several books appeared out of thin air, gently drifting before Su Qing. Su Qing took the books, glancing through them with a puzzled expression. Ancestor, the titles of these books are quite intriguing. Manual for Barefoot Doctors, Militia Military Training Manual, and Friend of Talents for Military and Civil Use. What are these? If such words were to reach the ears of earthlings, they would surely burst into laughter. What are these? Are these the legendary 3 divine books of traversers? Yi Rui, emboldened by the amiable demeanor of the immortal, inquired. Might these 3 volumes be the fabled heavenly texts? Though he uttered this question, his heart could not help but scoff at the simplicity of their titles. Could this be the adage that the greatest principles are often the simplest? A flicker of respect passed through Su Muyang's eyes as he replied earnestly, do not underestimate these 3 tomes. Should you master them thoroughly, externally, you shall be invincible. Internally, the nation shall prosper and the people shall be at peace. He casually picked up one of the books. This one, titled Manual for Barefoot Doctors, is a comprehensive medical guide, clear and straightforward. Aimed at practical efficacy. It covers everything from common ailments like coughs and vomiting to complex cardiovascular diseases and cancers. From disease prevention knowledge regarding mosquitoes and flies to protection against nuclear and biochemical weapons. Encompassing acupuncture, herbal remedies, and commonly used Western medicine, nothing is excluded. If this book can be disseminated widely, within a decade, the population of Dessous could multiply several times. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed among them. The celestial martial realm resembled the ancient world of the Dragon Kingdom, where medical technology was rudimentary, and countless individuals perished from commonplace ailments, coupled with the frequent wars. Population issues had always been a primary concern for various nations. Now this single book could potentially multiply Dessous' population. Truly, it was a divine text handed down from an immortal. Yet, terms like cardiovascular diseases, cancers, nuclear weapons, biochemical weapons, and Western medicine, what could they possibly mean? Were these terms of the immortal realm? Indeed, this heavenly text was profoundly enigmatic. Curiously, Su Qing opened one of the manuals, cheerfully exclaiming, "The Militia Military Training Manual. This certainly sounds like it teaches military tactics. I must study this thoroughly." Wait, his eyes widened, and a multitude of question marks seemed to hover above his head. Ancestor, what is this atomic bomb? What is a rifle? What is a grenade? What is a landmine? And what is this flying rooster? Why must we defend against it? A barrage of questions erupted forth. Everyone else was equally bewildered. Su Muyang couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. After sending Ruo Bing, he had briefly returned to Earth to retrieve these 3 books. He only remembered that they were essential tools for traversers. Yet he had not examined them closely himself. Now, upon reviewing the content, he realized it was somewhat beyond the intended scope. However, as the Ancestor, he could not allow his aura to falter. Smiling gently, he replied, "These are relatively advanced weapons that require your own research. If I were to divulge everything, it would make your role as Emperor far too effortless." Indeed, your wisdom is profound," Su Qing conceded, lowering his head in submission, not daring to utter another word. Meanwhile, Yi Rue was electrified, trembling with excitement. "Your Highness, divine texts. Look at this friend of talents for military and civil use. It is simply all-encompassing. Not only does it detail the strategies for military success, but it also teaches how to cultivate vegetables and trees, how to raise livestock, how to construct houses, how to prepare delectable dishes, and how to repair household appliances. What are household appliances, and what is photography? What is accounting?" He suddenly found himself at a loss, plunged into deep self-doubt. Here I am, Yi Rue, who prides myself on being well-versed and talented, only to discover today the vastness of the world and realize that I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. There are so many subjects I have never even heard of. How ignorant I am. Seeing the crowd's animated reactions, as if they had never encountered such wonders, Ruo Bing felt a sense of pride and triumph. "Well then, take your time to study these works. Since they are passed down by the Ancestor, they must be profoundly intricate, not something that can be easily comprehended." Su Qing considered this and found it to be true. Thus, he no longer lingered on the matter. In the fervent gaze of those around him, he tucked the 3 books close to himself. He then recalled another matter and pointed towards the courtyard. "Ancestor, how shall we deal with these imperial guards?" Su Muyang smiled, saying nothing. Yi Rue, perceiving the unspoken lesson from the immortal, promptly offered a low whisper of guidance. "Your Highness, throughout history, the treatment of captured soldiers has typically involved 4 options: execution, release, surrender, or enslavement. However, these soldiers are part of our Dessous imperial guards and may have merely been misled by Gui Xing. Regardless, their actions have constituted rebellion. How you choose to decide this matter is entirely up to you." He quickly elucidated the crux of the situation, yet he left the decision-making authority with Su Qing, wishing to convey his allegiance to both Su Muyang and Su Qing. "I am here to offer counsel. How you proceed is your prerogative." Su Qing ran his fingers through his hair, revealing a hint of distress. According to the laws of Dessous, those who conspire against the state are to be punished by the execution of their entire clan. Although they are mere accomplices, they too cannot escape retribution. Yet, with so many involved, all of whom are subjects of Dessous and not true enemies of the state, the act of killing seems excessively cruel. Moreover, he cast a sidelong glance at Yichao and continued, "With my wedding day approaching, to execute them would disturb the harmony of heaven and earth. It is ill-fated, indeed." Instantly, 2 rosy clouds appeared on Yichao's cheeks as she shot him a gentle glare. "We are discussing important matters. Why drag me into this?" she retorted, caught off guard. Observing the exchange of glances between the two, Su Muyang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The lad is quite adept at charming the ladies. It seems he is not far from the joys of parenthood. Su Qing pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Ancestor, upon my return to the capital to claim my throne, I cannot possibly take only a handful of people back with me. It would be unwise to suppress those rebels. What if I were to take them in, bringing them back to the capital? They could atone for their sins, and thus, we would avoid bloodshed. What do you think, Ancestor? Su Muyang smiled silently, directing his gaze toward Ui. Rue immediately understood, nodding with approval. Your Highness, this action reflects a spirit of benevolence. The world is currently in chaos. With countless rebels converging upon the capital, their numbers in the hundreds of thousands. Though the immortal possesses great powers, it is unwise to burden oneself with every matter. While 3,000 may seem few, they can still rally support and bolster your Highness's presence. Seeing the approval on Su Muyang's face, Rue felt invigorated and continued. Since time immemorial, to conquer others has required both grace and strength. If your Highness can pardon their rebellion, it would be a tremendous act of mercy, and they would surely be eternally grateful and loyal. Moreover, the previous might of the Yellow Turbans has thoroughly intimidated them. Now, with your Highness's intervention, victory is assured. Only then did Su Muyang nod slightly. To govern with both internal wisdom and external authority, to understand and utilize people wisely, is indeed the art of kingship. A balance of grace and strength is essential in commanding subordinates. However, to ensure these 3,000 become your loyal adherents, a few special methods may be required. Special methods? Everyone was taken aback. Su Muyang chuckled softly, turning his gaze to Su Ruo Bing. My dear girl, what say you? Su Ruo Bing contemplated for a moment before responding. What the Ancestor says is true. Throughout history, human hearts are ever fickle. Transient grace and strength can indeed win loyalty. However, one must remember that each person is unique. With 3,000 individuals present, can you guarantee that every single one will respond similarly? Perhaps some may profess unwavering loyalty today, tears of gratitude on their faces. But once they step outside, discontent may fester, or even treachery may arise. Others may wish to be loyal, yet when faced with life and death situations, they may falter out of fear. After all, when trapped in dire straits, how many can truly face death unflinchingly? Rue's lips twitched slightly, feeling as though he were being subtly critiqued. Yet he declared, but I am not merely speaking empty words. I too possess unwavering loyalty in my heart. Su Qing nodded in agreement. What the young lady says holds merit. When my father ruled, all officials professed their loyalty, yet upon his passing, rebels arose in droves. Furthermore, during my escape, I initially had over 100 guards by my side. Some fought valiantly to the end, while others fled in fear for their lives. By the end, only Uncle Gio and a handful remained. Had it not been for them, I might never have been able to reunite with the Ancestor and the young lady. Uncle Gio deserves the utmost credit for my safe return to the capital. Uncle Gio immediately bowed deeply, his face a mask of shame. Your Highness, you flatter me, as the head of the Eastern Palace Guards. Uncle Gio felt guilty that some of his men had been cowardly, placing the prince in danger. My failure to discern character and maintain discipline is indeed my fault. Your Highness shows mercy by not punishing me. How can I dare take credit for your safety? Su Qing hastily helped him up, the two exchanging knowing smiles, a touching scene of mutual respect between ruler and subject. After a moment of camaraderie, Su Qing flashed a grin at Su Ruo Bing. My dear lady, who would have thought you were so well versed in the ways of kingship? Su Ruo Bing lifted her chin proudly. Our Songxian Su family is the foremost clan in the Songxian continent. A transcendent presence. When disputes arise among the 4 sacred grounds, 8 great sects, and 13 dynasties, it is inevitable that the Su family must intervene as mediators. As the next head of the Songxian Su family, I have been steeped in the arts of strategy and governance since childhood. With my innate talents, such matters are but a trifling task. Su Qing nodded fervently, showering her with praise. You are indeed gifted. Your intelligence and brilliance inspire deep admiration in me. If only I possessed even a fraction of your talents, I would not have found myself in such dire straits. With his flattery, Su Ruo Bing felt a surge of satisfaction, her eyes narrowing in delight. Su Muyang, observing this, shook his head in resignation. Having spent so long in the Songxian continent, this young girl, a true prodigy, was bound to develop a certain arrogance. He had hoped this excursion would temper her pride, allowing her to witness the vastness of the world. Yet, unexpectedly, it only served to inflate her ego further. With a light cough, he remarked, your analysis is astute. But what precisely should we do? Without hesitation, Su Ruo Bing replied, it's simple. As long as the Ancestor reveals his divine power, who would dare to resist? However, it would be improper to trouble the ancestor for such trivial matters. Let me handle it. Though my cultivation is modest, I can manage to make an impression. A hint of pride crossed her face as she thought, it's delightful to be out with the ancestor. At home, no one would ever flatter me so. Su Mu Yang, seeing her buoyancy, merely observed with a knowing smile. If that is your wish, then proceed as you see fit. Understood, ancestor, Ruo Bing exclaimed, her delight evident. With a flourish of her hand, a gleaming sword appeared in midair, swiftly growing to the size of a door panel. Stepping onto the sword, she formed a hand seal and called out softly. Swift, in an instant, the sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling through the air. The display left everyone gasping in AW. Su Mu Yang smiled slightly. It is merely the art of sword control. There is no need for astonishment. You may all step outside to observe his command. The crowd hurriedly exited the hall. Raise your heads. In the courtyard, Ruo Bing, soaring on her sword, commanded with authority, upon her directive. The yellow turban warriors withdrew their oppressive aura. The guards immediately felt a weight lifted from their shoulders, as if shedding a colossal burden. Hearing her voice from above, they looked up in astonishment. My heavens, she is flying. How beautiful. Is she a celestial being? Is she really standing on a sword? I must be dreaming. Surely this is an illusion brought on by the earlier pressure. Ruo Bing let out a cold huff, akin to thunder reverberating in their ears, and silence fell over the crowd. In a commanding tone, she declared, I am the fairy Ruo Bing, master of heaven's thunder. Prince Su Qing is divinely appointed, destined to rule as the emperor among mortals. You dare to rise against his highness, defying the heavens, and your crimes are unforgivable. Today, I have descended at Prince Su Qing's behest to enact divine retribution, ensuring your utter annihilation and eternal damnation. She spoke words of defiance while forming a thunderous incantation with her hands, channeling her internal magical energy with remarkable swiftness. Soon, a multitude of delicate lightning bolts surrounded Ruo Bing, flickering incessantly, illuminating the dim sky. Amidst the flashes, an aura of destruction subtly emanated, instilling fear into the hearts of all present. Yet, what struck terror into the hearts of the guards was not merely the display of power, but the implication of her words. They realized that due to their rebellion, they faced divine retribution. Their souls threatened to be shattered. Those quick to react immediately fell to their knees, repeatedly banging their heads against the ground. Spare us, celestial maiden. We were misled. It is all the fault of Gui Xing. He merely told us to execute military orders that we knew nothing of his true intentions. He claimed the crown prince was an impostor. We are innocent. Please, celestial maiden, have mercy. I have a 90-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I beseech you for mercy. They wailed and lamented, yet Ruo Bing remained indifferent, focusing solely on her incantation. Before long, a vast storm cloud took shape in the courtyard. Slowly descending. Oh no, Su Qing exclaimed, her eyes nearly popping out in horror, her heart sinking in despair. My lady, did you not promise to subdue these people for me? Why unleash such a devastating display immediately? Your Highness, Yi Rue, witnessing the scene, quickly grasped the situation and urgently whispered, Your Highness, please intervene and plead for these guards. What? Su Qing was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, hastening forward to declare loudly, My lady, please cease your actions. I have something to say. Only then did Ruo Bing feign a pause, her expression darkening. Qinger, what more do you wish to say? Su Qing clasped her hands respectfully and replied, My lady, there are 3,000 souls here, all subjects of the great Su. They have been deceived by Gui Xing. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. I implore you, for my sake, spare their lives. Is the crown prince truly pleading for his own life? Many were taken aback. They had come armed with weapons to slay the crown prince, yet he not only sought no retribution but instead pleaded for their mercy? Tears welled in many eyes. The crown prince truly was a benevolent soul. Wait, what did the crown prince call this celestial maiden? My lady, how did that come to pass? Ruo Bing frowned, feigning displeasure. Qinger, have you thought this through? In terms of public duty, these individuals have committed treason, a grave offense against the law. In private matters, the great Su dynasty is the legacy of my family, and these traitors conspired against us, inciting the wrath of our ancestors. Thus, I have been dispatched to assist you in reclaiming the throne. As a descendant of the Su family, you should act decisively. Why hesitate? Oh no, the guards gasped, their gazes towards Su Qing filled with fervor. So the crown prince is a descendant of the celestial beings. Su Qing's lips twitched involuntarily. My lady, so you are this kind of celestial being. Yet she could only steel herself to continue the charade. I beg you, my lady, though these guards have sinned, their crimes do not warrant death. Moreover, my wedding is approaching. Shedding blood now would be quite inauspicious. Please grant them a chance to atone, to serve our great Su in battle and expand our territories. I will vouch for them. They will not harbor treachery henceforth." Seeing this, the others knelt, fervently proclaiming, "We are soldiers of the great Su and shall obey the crown prince's commands without question. Fear not." Celestial Maiden, the crown prince is benevolent. From this day forth, I, Zhang, shall serve your highness with my life. One who once plotted against your highness acknowledges his sin and does not dare to seek your forgiveness. Yet I implore you, grant me a chance to die bravely in battle for your majesty. Seeing the moment ripe, Ruo Bing slowly nodded. Very well, since the crown prince has interceded for you, I shall spare your lives today. However, while death is avoidable, living with shame is inevitable. The purple flame thunder pool, descend. With a flourish of her thunderous incantation, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Streams of purple lightning surged forth from the heavens, crashing down upon the guards in the courtyard. In an instant, thunder roared and lightning enveloped the entire area. Countless bolts struck the guards, eliciting horrific screams. "Please, my lady, show mercy," Su Qing cried out in alarm. Yet Ruo Bing was wholly absorbed in her control of the lightning, paying no heed to her pleas. Just as Su Qing was at a loss, the soothing voice of Su Muyang floated to their ears. "Do not panic. Ruo Bing has not taken their lives." Upon hearing the elder's words, Su Qing and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet questions lingered in their hearts. What was the Celestial Maiden up to? Time slipped by, and eventually, Ruo Bing gradually retracted her incantation. Soon, the thunder subsided, the storm clouds dissipated, and the sky returned to clarity. In the courtyard, many lay sprawled across the ground, faces ashen, their garments torn asunder. Groaning in pain, Ruo Bing snorted coldly and declared, "Since you have pledged your loyalty to the crown prince, you shall henceforth be renamed the Thunder Army, serving as the crown prince's personal guard. Remember to obey his commands without the slightest defiance. I have employed the secret methods of thunder to strengthen your bodies. From now on, your meridians shall flow freely, and your martial paths shall be unimpeded. Should you achieve great merit in the future, I may bestow upon you supreme secret techniques, granting longevity to those who succeed in their cultivation. But should you dare harbor any disloyal thoughts, under the wrath of the purple lightning, I shall ensure your utter annihilation." What? Longevity. At the mere mention, the pain that had plagued them vanished without a trace, replaced by fervent excitement. Longevity, the desire of countless souls throughout history. Yet so elusive. And today, they had a chance at it. Upon reflecting further, despite lingering aches, they felt an unprecedented strength coursing through them, light as a feather. Was this a gift from the celestial beings? In that moment, many were overwhelmed with joy, kneeling and expressing gratitude. If one could measure loyalty, it would be evident that their devotion to Su Qing had skyrocketed. Ruo Bing waved her hand dismissively, stating coolly, "Sujio, take them away to reorganize. From now on, the Thunder Army shall be under your command." Understood, Sujio thought, feeling a twinge of envy. Longevity, I desire that too. But then, she realized, she was already in the elder's favor. Why envy them? Once the crowd, laden with gratitude, departed, Ruo Bing suddenly turned pale, staggering slightly, nearly toppling from her sword. To showcase her powers, she had exhausted nearly all her magical energy. Yet the outcome was undeniably impressive. And she felt a swell of pride as she strained to report, "Elder, Ruo Bing has completed her task and seeks your acknowledgement." Ha ha ha. A light chuckle echoed from the main hall. Completed your task? Perhaps not. Look up. Huh? Ruo Bing, perplexed, lifted her gaze to the heavens, as did the others. Upon seeing, their expressions shifted dramatically. In the skies above, a colossal golden eye slowly opened, casting a faint golden hue over the entire realm. The gaze was cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Yet within that detachment lay an unspoken authority, compelling all who beheld it to submit. Not only they saw it, the entirety of Jizhou City and the surrounding miles bore witness. In an instant, countless individuals sank to their knees, prostrating themselves. A celestial being has manifested. Celestial being, bless my aged mother with swift recovery. I pray for success in my business endeavors. My spouse has gone to battle. I beseech the celestial being for his safe return. May the celestial being bless my wife with a healthy son, securing the legacy of the Zhang family. As Ruo Bing gazed at the immense eye, an inexplicable unease washed over her. "Elder, what is this? What is its purpose?" Su Muyang chuckled softly and replied indifferently, This is the eye of the heavenly Tao, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao of this world. As for why it has appeared, it has come for you. For me, Ruo Bing was taken aback. The heavenly Tao is the sovereign of this world. What merit do I possess to warrant the heavenly Tao's attention? Old Ancestor, what does it want? Su Muyang's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. In this world, martial arts reigned supreme, and the Grand Master stood as the pinnacle of existence. Yet, as an outsider, you have showcased a power that transcends these limits. Naturally, as the maintainer of the world's operations, it must come to investigate. Little Bing Bing, you were just eager to display your prowess before others, so now you can only hope for the best. Huh? Ruo Bing was utterly stunned. Wait, is that really the case? Old Ancestor, why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had, would I have needed to act so grandly? No. Wait, it's you who has set me up. A vast and overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, rendering the atmosphere stifling, as if even the air dared not stir. Ruo Bing, caught in the midst of this pressure, turned pale, feeling as though she was about to face an unprecedented terror. Even in that Songxian world, she was no novice, but facing the heavenly Tao of a mere small world, she felt like nothing more than an ant. Old Ancestor, save me. In her desperation, she could only place her hopes on the mysterious Old Ancestor. However, what deepened her despair was that the Old Ancestor merely sipped tea leisurely, wearing a smile as if he were merely an observer of a spectacle. Tea was over. Ruo Bing was utterly despondent. Unable to comprehend that her excursion for training would lead her to fall into the clutches of a heavenly Tao, in her hopelessness, the enormous eye of the heavenly Tao finally locked onto her. A beam of golden light suddenly shot forth, hurtling towards Ruo Bing. She wanted to muster her energy to resist, but under the pressure of the eye of the heavenly Tao, she found herself completely immobilized. Unable to move a muscle, and could only watch helplessly as the golden light approached. The onlookers, though they were oblivious to the unfolding events, they sensed that it was certainly not a good sign. In an instant, they felt both anxious and powerless. Finally, the golden light descended from above, enveloping Ruo Bing entirely. However, to her surprise, while the golden light surrounded her, it did not inflict harm. Rather, her internal power surged significantly. What was happening? This inexplicable change left Ruo Bing utterly bewildered. Moments later, the golden light gradually dissipated, and the eye of the heavenly Tao vanished as if it had never been present. Ruo Bing stood dumbfounded for quite some time before finally recalling the Old Ancestor. Seeing Su Muyang savoring his tea, she felt an uncontrollable anger rising within her. Old Ancestor, you knew all along that the eye of the heavenly Tao meant no harm towards me. Didn't you? But then, what is the meaning of all this? Su Muyang took a sip of tea and leisurely began to explain. Strangely enough, had you merely displayed your thunderous capabilities, it would have been fine. However, you audaciously claimed to wield control over the thunder of heaven and earth, and that's where the trouble began. Ruo Bing was utterly perplexed. Wasn't I just boasting? Old Ancestor, what is wrong with that? Su Muyang patiently clarified. The operation of the world follows a set course, all under the control of the heavenly Dao. By proclaiming yourself the master of the thunder, you are usurping the authority of the heavenly Tao, thereby establishing a connection of cause and effect with it. What does that even mean? Ruo Bing's mind was spinning. As a cultivator, she understood the concept of cause and effect. Had she inadvertently touched upon a connection with the heavenly Tao of a world? Was it really so thrilling? Yet, upon further reflection, doubt crept in. But Old Ancestor, if that's the case, why did the heavenly Tao not harm me? Moreover, it seems I have gained some benefits, albeit vaguely, which I cannot quite articulate. Su Muyang couldn't help but chuckle. Child, you are indeed fortunate. The heavenly Tao of this world has its own aspirations. It has long desired to ascend to a higher realm. However, elevating an entire world is no simple feat. With your arrival from another realm, your power structure was markedly different, which presented the heavenly Tao with a unique opportunity to elevate the entire Tianwu world. Hence, it has chosen to incorporate you into its operations, bestowing upon you the authority to command the thunder. Seeing Ruo Bing's utterly confused expression, Su Muyang straightforwardly stated, in simpler terms, you have been deified in this world. Deified? Upon hearing this term, Ruo Bing jumped up in shock, stuttering. How can that be possible? The notion of deification belongs only to the upper realms. How could it exist here? And besides, aside from a slight increase in power, I feel nothing else. Su Muyang sighed and replied helplessly. The heavenly Tao's power in this world is quite limited. Maintaining the operation of the world is already a struggle. Where would it find the surplus power to bestow upon you? Moreover, According to the rules of the Great Tao, it cannot overtly inform you. It can only subtly hint, and the rest is up to your comprehension. Su Qing gulped, her voice dry. Old Ancestor, what advantages does being deified bring? Su Muyang nodded thoughtfully. There are indeed benefits. The simplest one is a deep binding with the heavenly Tao. As long as this world exists, you shall not perish, reflecting on the vast world of Hongwang, where countless beings fought and bled for the positions of the 365 true deities. Ruo Bing merely boasted, and yet found herself elevated to a divine status. It was truly remarkable. He shook his head and smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, though he mentally added, this is all contingent upon having an old ancestor capable of extinguishing the heavenly Tao backing you. Otherwise, as an intruder, how could you dare to usurp the authority of the heavenly Tao and become a deity? With just a single grain of sand more, you wouldn't have made it this far. Ruo Bing pondered deeply, feeling that something was amiss. Old Ancestor, is it truly that simple? I have inexplicably gained such great advantages. Surely there must be a price to pay. The cause and effect of the heavenly Tao seem off. Su Muyang nodded in approval. You speak wisely. Rights and responsibilities are indeed reciprocal. The benefits you've gained must be matched by equivalent sacrifices. However, you need not worry. It's merely a transaction I made with the heavenly Tao. The cause and effect are all on me to bear. As the ancestor of the Su family, I cannot simply watch you all fight to the death. Suddenly, Ruo Bing stood up, her expression grave. Old Ancestor, you are our Su family's elder, a revered figure. You must not take risks. If you were to suffer harm for the sake of this cause and effect, I would bear the blame 100 times over. Not at all. Not at all. Su Muyang contemplated for a moment and decided to be forthright. Let us be clear. The heavenly Tao of this world wishes to assist you in your deification and to help my Su family prosper. In return, I must aid it in its transformation into an intermediate world. It is as simple as that. As for how this transformation occurs, he glanced at the crowd and said earnestly, it rests upon your shoulders. Upon our shoulders? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, all looking utterly confused. Old Ancestor, do you overestimate us? Such monumental matters as the cause and effect of the heavenly Tao and the ascension of worlds are beyond our capabilities. Su Muyang pointed at Ruo Bing and calmly stated, Ruo Bing, you must accumulate merits diligently, and at the right moment, you will be able to establish a celestial court and wield the authority of the heavenly realm. As for Su Qing, he shot Su Qing a stern look, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. Once you return to the capital and ascend the throne, you must broaden your vision and quickly secure the position of the sovereign of the mortal realm. In addition, you must also ensure to bear more offspring. Upon your demise, your son shall inherit the title of the sovereign ruler of the realms, and you shall depart to establish the cycle of reincarnation and wield authority over the underworld. Once the three realms achieve harmony and operate seamlessly, the heavenly order shall seize the opportunity to ascend and transform. However, even at that time, the heavenly martial three realms will remain under the dominion of the Su family. It is a pity that, despite our family being replete with talents across the heavens, such a significant responsibility has fallen upon your inept shoulders. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. The crowd fell into a profound silence, their minds buzzing with uncertainty. Was the elder truly speaking with conviction? Or was it merely jest? My intention was simply to reclaim the throne, yet here we are discussing the establishment of the three realms. Ruo Bing and Su Qing exchanged solemn glances, each perceiving the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Ruo Bing, with a furrowed brow, spoke, Elder, such an important matter may be beyond my capabilities. Naturally, replied Su Muyang, unabashed. Though this is but a small world, it is no trivial task. Yet, you need not fret. Simply accumulate merits and await the opportune moment. When the time is right, I shall procure the heavenly book, the divine list, and the book of life and death to assist you in establishing the heavenly court in the underworld. You need only to attend to your own affairs. Seeing their hesitation, Yurue could no longer restrain himself. Today's revelations had exceeded his wildest imagination. I am but an ordinary man, albeit one with some talent. Yet now, I find myself hearing of the establishment of the heavenly court in the underworld. Hold on, let me clarify. I am the crown prince's loyal minister, destined to be the future ruler of the underworld. My daughter is about to wed the crown prince, thus becoming a member of the Su family. By extension, I too am half a member of the Su family. If what the elder speaks comes to pass, then whether for public or personal reasons, I may potentially find myself among the ranks of the immortals? This is indeed a tremendous opportunity. With such thoughts swirling, Yi Rue felt a surge of exhilaration, his speech trembling with excitement. Fairy, Your Highness, since the Elder has made arrangements, he must have a clear understanding. Hence, you both should cease any further refusals. As an old minister of little worth, I am willing to follow you in achieving great endeavors. Sumu Yang nodded, continuing, Yi Rue, as you have become Qing'era's supporter. This opportunity is now yours. In the future, the Heavenly Martial Three Realms will surely have a place for you. However, for now, there are several matters you must attend to. Please command me, Elder, Yi Rue exclaimed. Overwhelmed with joy, bowing deeply in reverence as he awaited Su Mu Yang's instructions. Previously, Ruo Bing's public display of divine grace had altered the celestial phenomena, and the outside world must now be in chaos. You are to spread the word, declaring that Ruo Bing has transcended and attained divinity. Furthermore, within the confines of Jizhou City, build a temple for Ruo Bing, crafting her effigy to receive the devotion of the people. Yes, I shall faithfully obey your command. Yi Rue nodded vigorously, eager to comply. Su Mu Yang then turned to Ruo Bing, saying, For now, you shall traverse the world under the name of the fairy Ruo Bing. When the heavenly court is established, a formal title shall be conferred upon you. During this interval, you should strive to showcase your divine grace, perform acts of kindness, and minimize violence. If you gain the people's praise, you shall encounter far fewer troubles. If there are virtuous individuals, you may impart your cultivation methods. They may assist you in the future. He then extended his finger, gently touching Su Ruo Bing's forehead. As he did so, a transformation overtook her. A golden wheel of merit appeared behind her, adorned with ethereal images of mountains, rivers, flowers, and creatures, radiating boundless golden light. Her attire transformed into a resplendent gown, with winds and clouds swirling about her. Already otherworldly in her demeanor, she now exuded an even more celestial aura. Your cultivation is still lacking. I bestow upon you a wheel of merit to aid in condensing your virtues and enhancing your powers. Additionally, I grant you the 5 elements merit technique. A flowing gown of celestial fabric, a cloud of auspicious colors, a space of shumi, and various other treasures. Do not disappoint my expectations. As he spoke, Su Mu Yang felt a twinge of pain in his heart. While the other items were inconsequential, the wheel of merit was a portion of his own virtues. Nonetheless, it served as a small experiment. Should it truly empower his descendants to become rulers of the 3 realms? The elevation of this world would significantly enhance his own strength. If he could traverse numerous worlds with such opportunities, would he ever face limitations in his power? When that time comes, he could rise from a humble existence and bask in glory. Even altering his position in the embrace of a wife from a premier world, Su Ruo Bing absorbed the vast influx of information in her mind, nearly brought to tears by the Elder's profound kindness. Elder, your generosity towards Ruo Bing is overwhelming. I vow to care for you in your old age. Su Mu Yang's expression stiffened. Do you truly think you will care for me? Who knows who will depart first? Yet, he could not voice such sentiments, merely waving his hand dismissively. Enough, do not linger any longer. Each of you should attend to your duties. I must take my leave. Leave? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Su Qing immediately clung to his leg, pleading, Elder, you cannot go. You have helped Qing'er so much. I have yet to honor you properly, and you haven't even witnessed my marriage or the birth of my children. Su Mu Yang chuckled, ruffling Su Qing's hair. Silly child, after living so long, do I still care for such trivialities? I have already imparted to you the control methods for the 108 yellow turban warriors. Take the time to comprehend them. In the future, when Su Jiu leads the 3,000 Thunder Army to expand our territory, these warriors will serve as your protection. Su Qing opened his mouth, unable to articulate a response, his eyes reddening. Though the Elder's visit was brief, he had shown unparalleled kindness. Not only had he saved his life, but he had also granted him powerful allies like his grandaunt, along with the enhancements of Su Jiu and others. And over 100 yellow turban warriors of such high caliber. He had even secured a capable minister in Yi Rue and arranged a perfect match with Yi Qiao. Most importantly, the Elder had laid out a clear path for him, to live as an emperor and upon death, to govern the underworld, thus opening the doors to his destiny. With such a benefactor, what more could he desire? The thought of the Elder departing filled him with sorrow. Yet, seeing the Elder's resolute decision, what could he do? Wiping away his tears with his sleeve, he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Elder, I will never bring shame upon you or our Su family. Su Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction, about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Ding! detection of the 083 modern world. The Su family's teleportation jade pendant has been separated from its bearer. Suspected of an accident. Shall the host proceed to investigate? What? Su Muyang exclaimed in shock. He had left a teleportation jade pendant for each of his descendants in every world, under normal circumstances. It should always remain with the Su family member, even if misplaced. The only possibility of it being lost was if its owner willingly relinquished it. Yet, he had placed a restriction upon the pendant, ensuring all Su family members regarded it as a treasure. How could anyone abandon it? But now, one pendant from a world had genuinely departed from the Su family. Su Muyang furrowed his brow, slowly issuing a command. System, initiate the traversal. As he began to traverse, a peculiar thought struck him. Wait, I am the ancestral elder of the Su family, the supreme being of the Su clan. How did I end up as a firefighter? This world does bear some resemblance to the primary world. However, compared to the main world, the technology here is somewhat inferior, roughly equivalent to a decade AG. Oda Su Muyang leisurely strolled along the street, casually observing his surroundings. Before long, he found himself standing before a luxurious office building. Ascending to the 18th floor via the elevator, he was greeted by the grand entrance of a company, the sign prominently displaying Ding Tai Auction House. An auction house? Su Muyang's mind began to probe, and soon he made a discovery. Inside a small safe, a jade pendant lay quietly within a box, nestled among several other collectibles. The slight furrow formed on his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind. Could it be that a descendant of his family had sold off ancestral treasures? To part with one's heritage is truly the mark of a wayward descendant. Good day, welcome. How may I assist you? The receptionist, noticing the young man standing at the door, proactively inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Su Muyang stepped inside. Please summon your manager. The receptionist, perceptive enough to recognize the young man's exceptional demeanor despite his youth, smiled and replied, May I ask if you have any business to attend to? Please, take a moment to rest in the reception area while I fetch the manager. She led Su Muyang to the lounge and poured him a glass of water before hastily departing. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a suit entered, his face adorned with a warm smile. Greetings, sir. I am Zhao Xingtai, the manager here. I hear you have business to discuss. May I inquire your name? Su Muyang offered no reply, instead revealing a lustrous jade pendant that glimmered in his hand. Have you seen this pendant before? The manager's pupils dilated in surprise. It turns out this type of pendant has a pair. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly donned a smile once more. Are you intending to commission us for an auction? Your discernment is truly commendable. Ding Tai Auction House is among the largest in the province, boasting numerous elite clientele. If this pendant can be authenticated through our services and presented at auction, it is sure to fetch a splendid price. Su Muyang's gaze flickered slightly as he spoke in a measured tone. So, are you implying that you have indeed encountered such a pendant before? The manager nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, just yesterday, we received a similar pendant. Upon our appraisal, it is of the finest quality, and its craftsmanship is exquisite. It could easily command millions at auction. That if these two were to be auctioned together, their paired nature could potentially triple the price. Su Muyang casually pushed a pen and paper toward him. Who was the previous owner of the other pendant? Provide me with the client's details. Of course, the manager, seemingly compelled by an unseen force, took the pen and began to write without hesitation. The individual who submitted it is named Suing Fei, a young and accomplished entrepreneur in our city. However, it appears he has recently encountered some difficulties, a significant financial shortfall, which is why he has opted to sell this pendant. But as he spoke, he completed the information concerning Suing Fei. Su Muyang accepted the paper, feeling a measure of relief that it seemed that financial hardship had compelled him to part with the ancestral pendant, rather than a reckless squandering of heritage. With this thought, his irritation began to dissipate. After all, if all his descendants were as unworthy as Su Qing, it would indeed be a source of great weariness for him. Having obtained the information he sought, Su Muyang decided not to linger. With a flicker of movement, he gradually vanished from the lounge, leaving the manager alone, bewildered in contemplation. After a moment, the manager shook his head, confusion etched upon his face. Was I not preparing for the weekend auction? How did I end up in the reception area? The pressure of work must truly be overwhelming. Following an instinctive pull, Su Muyang soon found himself at the entrance of a kindergarten. Inside, a palpable sense of bloodline resonance washed over him, dispelling any lingering discontent and lifting his spirits immensely. For no other reason. If you can simply bear children, You shall be a great contributor to the Su family. Everything else can be borne by me, the elder. At this moment, it was dismissal time, and a throng of parents had gathered outside the kindergarten. However, as Su Muyang scanned the crowd, he failed to locate his own bloodline. It seemed those coming to collect were still absent. Soon, several kindergarten teachers emerged, leading a line of innocent and exuberant children. Su Muyang quickly fixed his gaze on a little girl with large, sparkling eyes. Her eyes, wide and gleaming with mischief, were enough to melt the heart of anyone who beheld her. Yet, at that moment, her small mouth was pouting, clearly expressing her discontent. Even a venerable ancestor like Su Muyang felt a pang of sympathy. Who could have wronged their precious little Su family darling? Is Su Mingyu's parent here? One of the teachers called out. A petite young woman in her 20s stepped forward from the crowd. Yes, here I am. Su Muyang's brow furrowed instantly. This girl was clearly not of the Su lineage, and bore no resemblance to Su Mingyu. How could she claim to be her parent? Nevertheless, he chose not to voice his thoughts, remaining quietly observant. Upon spotting the young woman, Su Mingyu's face brightened, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Aunt Lu, I'm over here." Aunt Lu hurried over, smiling at Su Mingyu before turning to the teacher. "Hello, I am Su Mingyu's parent." The teacher sighed, appearing somewhat exasperated. Mingyu's parent. It appears that today at the kindergarten, Mingyu got into a scuffle with some other children. A scuffle? Aunt Lu gasped, shaking her head vigorously. Impossible. My Mingyu is such a good child. How could she get into a fight? Teacher, you must be mistaken. The teacher, taken aback, retorted, "How could I not know if a fight occurred? It happened right under my nose." Before she could elaborate, Su Mingyu timidly raised her hand. "Aunt Lu, I really did get into a fight today." "Oh dear," Aunt Lu exclaimed, her hands instinctively searching over Su Mingyu. "Little you, did you get hurt in the fight? Are you all right?" Su Mingyu proudly lifted her chin, exuding a sense of triumph. "No, I won. I even made Andy cry." The teacher, increasingly exasperated, patiently explained, "Mingyu's parent, children tussling is quite normal. However, we hope parents can educate their children properly and not allow them to develop violent tendencies." Aunt Lu smiled apologetically. "The teacher is right. I will definitely relay this to Mingyu's father and ensure he disciplines her properly." "Thank you for your concern." The teacher nodded, but couldn't help but ask, "May I ask who you are to the child?" Aunt Lu briefly stiffened, then quickly regained her composure. "My name is Lu Wenhui, and I am a colleague of the child's father. He is quite busy with work lately, so he entrusted me with picking up the child. Thank you for your understanding." Just then, a sharp voice pierced through the air. Who? Who hit our Andy?" A middle-aged woman stormed in, leading a small child behind her. Her demeanor fierce and confrontational. The child timidly pointed at Su Mingyu. It was her. "She hit me." The middle-aged woman glared fiercely, nearly spitting on Su Mingyu's face with her words, "So you are the one who hurt our Andy? Do you have any idea what you have done to him?" Lu Wenhui hurriedly shielded Su Mingyu behind her, speaking softly and submissively. "I apologize. I have only just learned of this matter and am currently discussing it with the teacher. However, regardless of the circumstances, even if one is incensed, it is hardly appropriate to take it out on a child, is it?" The teacher quickly interjected, "Calm down, Andy's mother. This cannot be classified as a fight. It is merely children engaging in a bit of playful roughhousing, which is entirely normal. Our school nurse has already examined Andy, and he is perfectly fine." "Perfectly fine?" Andy's mother scoffed. "Our Andy is a little warrior. Would he be crying if he hadn't been hurt? Is this how you educators trivialize serious matters?" Just as Lu Wenhui was about to explain, Su Mingyu peeked out from behind her, indignantly stating, "I deserve to hit him. Who told him to say, 'I don't have a mother'?" The atmosphere in the vicinity immediately grew tense. Even the onlooking parents furrowed their brows, some casting disdainful glances at Andy's mother. As the saying goes, one should not expose others' weaknesses or strike their faces. To utter such words in front of children is utterly excessive. Moreover, how could a child comprehend such matters? The mere fact that he could say such a thing indicates that this mother has been whispering behind her child's back. It is truly regrettable that such an adorable little girl has lost her mother at such a young age. As the crowd expressed their sentiments, Andy's mother laughed coldly. Did our Andy say anything wrong? His mother ran off with a man, taking all his father's money with her. What's wrong with that? Our Andy dares to speak the truth. Is there any fault in that? Gasps of surprise echoed through the crowd. The flames of gossip igniting fervently. Such explosive revelations. Many gazed at Su Mingyu with newfound sympathy, I in the midst of the crowd. Su Mu Yang's expression darkened. Yes, oh, it was like this. How dare anyone bully our Su family? Do they truly believe my ancestor is dead? Wah! Su Mingyu could no longer contain her emotions. Bursting into tears, her beautiful eyes instantly clouded with mist. Anyone who witnessed this would inevitably feel a pang of compassion. Lu Wenhui quickly knelt beside her, flustered and trying to comfort her. Rather than feeling remorseful for the chaos she had caused, Andy's mother wore a look of triumph. Originally, having caused our Andy such distress, she would certainly be owed tens of thousands in medical fees. However, I pride myself on my magnanimity. Moreover, Su Yingfei, that good-for-nothing, is now drowning in debt. He probably can't even scrape together a few thousand. Did he consider this day when he seized our company's market share? Such is the law of karma. Ha! She cackled maniacally, her face twisted with satisfaction. Enough? Su Muyang could no longer restrain himself and strode forward. His expression dark as storm clouds, his aura subtly intensified, causing the atmosphere to stutter, even halting Andy's mother's frenzied laughter as if a duck's throat had been grasped. Su Muyang surveyed the crowd and spoke in a low, commanding voice. Is everyone all right? What are you still doing here? Is it that entertaining? Some attempted to retort, but upon meeting Su Mu Yang's icy gaze, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over them, robbing them of the courage to argue. They hurriedly led their children away. In mere moments, the once bustling entrance of the kindergarten grew eerily quiet. Su Muyang then turned his attention to Andy's mother, his expression as cold as ice. In the world of human affairs, family matters should not be dragged into disputes. If you have a grievance with Su Yingfei, confront him directly. What kind of person bullies a child? Andy's mother felt an unaccountable wave of anxiety wash over her. Yet, upon being directly berated by this youth, her anger flared. Who are you? Why does my business concern you? Su Muyang's fingers twitched slightly as he chuckled coldly. Why should it concern me, since you were so intrigued by gossip? Allow me to offer you a free piece of information. Head to room 888 at the Hilton Hotel. You may find an unexpected surprise. With that, his expression darkened, and he barked, Why aren't you leaving yet? A wave of invisible pressure washed over Andy's mother, making it difficult for her to breathe. The courage to argue evaporated, and she instinctively grabbed the bewildered Andy and fled. It was only after she settled into her car that she suddenly realized something was amiss. Why was I so flustered? Why did I find that young man so intimidating? She contemplated returning to confront him, but then recalled Su Muyang's words. Room 888 at the Hilton Hotel. Her gaze flickered, hesitating for a moment before she suddenly started the car and headed toward the hotel. Su Muyang, however, remained unfazed. After dismissing Andy's mother, his expression softened. He crouched down in front of Su Mingyu. Speaking gently, Little Mingyu, please don't cry anymore. Would you like me to perform a magic trick for you? Magic trick? The childlike wonder in Su Mingyu's eyes was instantly piqued, and she eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Uncle, are you a magician? Wow. Uncle, is your surname Zhu? How cool. The title Mr. Zhu left Su Muyang momentarily taken aback. This little girl, how devoted she is to bestowing a new surname upon me. Look at my hands. There is nothing here, he said, extending his palms to show their emptiness. Look closely. It's about to appear. As he spoke, a jade pendant materialized out of thin air in his hand. Wow, Uncle Zhu, you're amazing. Su Mingyu exclaimed, her tears replaced by delight as she clapped her hands and danced with joy. Look, it's disappearing. Oh, it's back again. The jade pendant flickered in and out of existence in Su Muyang's grasp, enchanting Su Mingyu and captivating even Lu Wenhui and the teacher, who exchanged astonished glances. Having successfully cheered up the little darling, Su Muyang hung the pendant around Su Mingyu's neck, speaking softly. All right, little you. This stone is a gift for you. Do you like it? No. No. Su Mingyu shook her head vigorously, tugging at the pendant as if to remove it. My daddy said I shouldn't accept things from strangers. Lu Wenhui chimed in. Mr. Zhu, this is too precious. We cannot accept it. Though she was unfamiliar with jade, the pendant's luster and exquisite craftsmanship clearly indicated its considerable value. That a stranger offering such a valuable gift to Su Mingyu set alarm bells ringing in her mind, prompting her to take a step forward, positioning herself protectively in front of the child. Yet, Su Muyang paid her no heed, merely chuckling, his fondness for the little girl growing. It's just a stone I found by the roadside. Besides, I am not a stranger. If anything, I am a relative of your family. Relative? Su Mingyu furrowed her brow. visibly perplexed. But Lu Wenhui grew increasingly vigilant, scooping Su Mingyu into her arms. That Mr. Zhu, as far as I know, little Yu's grandparents passed away early, and there are no relatives in the family. Who exactly are you? Su Muyang sighed softly, a twinge of regret swelling within him. In truth, he had neglected these descendants. Previously, he viewed them merely as tools for his own advancement. The descendants of the powerful from formidable realms were somewhat better off. These ordinary individuals from mundane worlds had scarcely crossed his mind. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a tinge of remorse. Standing upright, he stated calmly, "Take me to see Su Yingfei." Lu Wenhui was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, her imagination had run wild, casting Su Muyang as a villain. While it seemed unlikely he was a human trafficker, given the bustling urban setting, it was conceivable that Su Yingfei had offended someone, leading them to seek retribution against the child. Such scenarios often played out on television. Yet, his sudden willingness to meet Su Yingfei left her perplexed. After a brief moment of contemplation, uncertain of her own thoughts, she took out her phone to contact Su Yingfei. Although he too was somewhat bewildered, he consented to the meeting. At a small stall in a food court, a middle-aged man was busily attending to customers. Although the sun had yet to set, patrons were beginning to trickle in. Strangely, the business at this particular stall was markedly better than others, with nearly all the tables occupied. Occasionally, someone would comment on the owner's meticulousness, noting how the tables and chairs were arranged with precision. And even the shredded potatoes were cut to nearly uniform thickness, pleasing those with a penchant for order. The cleanliness was also commendable, with hardly a trace of grease visible on the tables. Who would have thought such a small stall could uphold such standards? You may not know, but this owner is actually quite adept with computers, someone remarked, pointing to a laptop placed next to the work area. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would open the computer and type away, leaving onlookers curious about his activities. Su Yingfei, Su Muyang observed from a distance, nodding slightly with appreciation. Despite the apparent decline in his circumstances, it seemed he possessed a resilient spirit, refusing to be completely defeated. Even while operating a humble street stall, his attire remained clean and orderly, and there was no hint of despair on his face. He worked with a serious and composed demeanor. This was indeed unexpected for Su Muyang. In mere moments, he resolved that he would take responsibility for this descendant, not in an ordinary manner, but with utmost dedication. After all, such fortitude was a rarity, even among the countless descendants of Su Muyang. Daddy, Su Mingyu bounced over, diving into Su Yingfei's embrace, her voice brimming with delight. Daddy, I received a little red flower at kindergarten today. With a gentle pinch of her nose, Su Yingfei affectionately replied, but I heard you got into a fight at school. How can a young lady behave like that? All right. Su Mingyu quickly changed the subject, tugging at Su Yingfei's hand. Daddy, this is Uncle Zhu, a super amazing magician. She proudly showcased a jade pendant. Look, this stone is a gift from Uncle Zhu. It is so beautiful. Upon seeing the familiar jade pendant, Su Yingfei's pupils contracted, and a grave expression washed over his face. He had just sent this pendant to an auction house. How could it possibly be in front of him now? Unbeknownst to him, this pendant had originated from Su Muyang, who possessed numerous such pieces. Excuse me, sir. May I inquire who you are? We seem not to have met before. Today, you not only came to see my daughter, but also sought to meet me. What business do you have? Su Yingfei inquired, fixing his gaze on Su Muyang. Su Muyang appraised him briefly and replied coolly, let us find a suitable place to converse, perhaps at your home. An irresistible aura emanated from the man before him, compelling Su Yingfei to feel an instinctive urge to acquiesce. Nonetheless, he declined, saying, I apologize, but I am currently busy and have many guests to attend to. Perhaps you could wait for a moment? Su Muyang remained silent, simply crossing his arms and observing him, leaving several onlookers bewildered. Just then, the patrons at the occupied tables rose in unison and began to exit. Oh dear, I've just remembered something important. I must leave. One exclaimed. I need to hurry home. I think I forgot to lock the door. Strange. I feel compelled to leave now for some unknown reason, another remarked. In a fleeting moment, the tables were cleared, leaving Su Muyang to leisurely assert, now that you have no guests, shall we return to your home for a discussion? Su Yingfei opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss to refuse. Then let us go. Lu Wenhui interjected quickly. Fij, I must take my leave. I've already spoken to Xiaoyu. Please do not scold her further. That a flicker of complexity crossed Su Yingfei's eyes as he softly replied. Thank you. Take care on your way home. Wait, Su Muyang interjected suddenly. After surveying the two for a moment, he stated calmly, she should accompany us. After all, once you marry, she will be considered part of the Su family. Lu Wenhui's face flushed, and she found herself at a loss for words. With a wry smile, Su Yingfei shook his head and sighed. Wenhui is a good girl, but my current situation, young man. Su Muyang's expression darkened slightly. She harbors deep feelings for you, and you would turn her away? If this were to circulate, it would bring shame upon the Su family in a modest rented apartment. Everything was tidy and organized. As soon as Su Mingyu entered, she dashed off to play with her toys. Su Muyang pulled up a chair and sat down, his gaze following Su Mingyu with increasing fondness. Meanwhile, Su Yingfei scrutinized Su Muyang in silence, pondering something deeply. Lu Wenhui glanced back and forth, sensing an unusual atmosphere. After a lengthy pause, Su Muyang finally broke the silence, stating, "Let us discuss the matter at hand." "What is going on? What do you mean?" Su Yingfei was taken aback by the question. "What is the situation regarding the child's mother?" This Su Yingfei hesitated. He wished to evade the topic, but felt inexplicably small in the presence of this enigmatic figure. Lacking even the courage to refuse, after a moment of silence, he managed a bitter smile. "It's nothing. I simply misjudged the situation." Lu Wenhui, feeling indignant, interjected, "Fij, how can this be your fault? It's that wicked woman. She colluded with others to abscond with all your money, leaving you with nothing but a mountain of debt. She abandoned you and your daughter to run off to the lighthouse country." Wenhui, Su Yingfei interrupted her, revealing a rare weariness on his face. "Do not speak of her any further. It is my fault for being blind and misplacing my trust. Besides, I was so consumed with work that I failed to notice the signs in time. Now, I wish only to clear my debts and care for Xiaoyu." Watching her grow, Lu Wenhui pressed her lips together, ultimately falling silent. Su Muyang listened intently, gradually piecing together the story, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his features. "Such audacity. It is your woman. You must decide your fate. Speak. Do you wish for her demise? Or do you have other intentions?" "What?" The question startled both of them. Su Yingfei leaped to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. "What did you just say?" With a cold chuckle, Su Muyang replied, "The Su family has always been the one to impose upon others. Who dares to bully a member of the Su family? Since that woman has betrayed the Su family, do not blame me for administering familial justice." Su Yingfei finally recalled a crucial question. "May I ask who you are?" "Me?" Su Muyang chuckled softly. Beckoning Su Mingyu over, "Xiaoyu, come here for a moment. Uncle Zhu, are you going to perform magic for me?" Su Mingyu skipped merrily towards Su Muyang, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed up at him. Su Muyang smiled gently and said, "Little Yu, be a good girl and wait a moment before we play, right? Could you first show that stone to Daddy?" "All right then." Su Mingyu pouted slightly, but obediently took off the jade pendant and handed it to her father. "Daddy, look, this is the beautiful stone that Uncle Zhu gave me." As Su Yingfei held the familiar jade pendant, a swirl of emotions washed over him. "Do you recognize this pendant?" he asked with a bitter smile. "How could I not? It is a family heirloom, but I sent it to the auction house a few days ago. How did you come by it?" "Uncle Zhu, you are mistaken. This is not the pendant you sent to the auction house." Su Muyang replied calmly. "This is a jade pendant of the Su family, a symbol of inheritance for the core descendants of the Su clan. The one in your hand is a gift I bestowed upon Su Mingyu. This signifies that from now on, she shall become a core descendant of our family. As for yours, you must retrieve it yourself." Su Yingfei was momentarily taken aback. Family ties, core descendants, symbols of inheritance. Was he writing a novel? His lips twitched in a helpless smile. "Uncle Zhu, call me old ancestor." Su Muyang interrupted. "According to our generational hierarchy, you should address me as such. You must be out of your mind." Su Yingfei thought the man before him was increasingly eccentric and mustered the courage to respond. "Sir, while I do not know how you acquired this pendant, according to my agreement with the auction house, it has become one of the lots for this weekend's auction and cannot be withdrawn. Furthermore, I have no need for any family heirloom. What I require now is substantial funding to make a comeback. Tiomi, taking care of little Yu is far more important than any nebulous family ties." "Indeed, you are quite clear-headed." Su Muyang's gaze grew increasingly approving. "Your branch has been estranged from the main family for too long, and due to various reasons in the past, you have severed ties with us. I do not blame you. However, your dedication to caring for little Yu pleases me greatly." The ancestral teachings of the Su family state that at all times, and in all matters, the continuity of the Su bloodline must take precedence. You are embodying this principle remarkably well that Su Yingfei could only feel more speechless. Brother, what on earth are you talking about? Of course, since you have returned to the family, and little you is now included among the core descendants. I, as the old ancestor, cannot remain indifferent. You need money, correct? How much do you require? Huh, you're going to give me money. Su Yingfei was utterly bewildered, completely lost in the situation. Yet, Su Mingyu's eyes lit up as she innocently piped up. Uncle Zhu, if you have money, could you lend some to Daddy? Daddy works so hard to earn money that he doesn't even have time to play with little Wyud. Su Muyang gently ruffled her hair and softly replied. To me, money is the most useless thing. His words rang true, an undeniable truth. Lu Wenhui, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up with urgency. Mr. Zhu, although Fij has been selling goods recently, he has been working on a program that is nearly complete. However, he lacks the funds for further operational investments. With an initial budget of at least 10 million, Wenhui. Su Yingfei interjected sharply, his voice low. Sir, I do not know what you are referring to, but while I am short on funds, I am not in a position to accept money of unknown origin. If you wish to invest, please do so through formal negotiations. Haha. Su Muyang suddenly chuckled. Unknown origin? In that case, let us discuss a source that is clear and legitimate. He casually grabbed a piece of paper nearby and swiftly wrote down a series of numbers. This is the winning lottery number for tonight's draw. If you bet on these numbers, you could win 30 million. Such funds are clear in origin and legally sound. I trust you have no doubts now. With that, he stood up. It seems you still harbor considerable suspicion towards me. That is understandable. Knowing too much about the Su family is of no advantage to you. Prepare yourself to accompany me to the auction this weekend and reclaim your pendant. What a blunder. Once outside Su Yingfei's home, Su Muyang couldn't help but feel his face flush. What was Su Yingfei thinking? Asking for money. It had been ages since he stepped into this world. How could he possibly possess money from this realm? Surely, he couldn't just conjure up gold like some sort of alchemist. That would be far too ostentatious and would compromise his dignity as an old ancestor. Luckily, in a moment of inspiration, he recalled that there were indeed lotteries in this world. He quickly calculated the winning numbers for this draw, barely managing to save face. However, Su Muyang couldn't shake the feeling that he had still lost some dignity. As a distinguished old ancestor, resorting to handing over a mere lottery ticket felt somewhat petty. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked in his mind, and he transported himself back to his original world. Humph, the next time we meet, I shall surely leave you astounded, compelling you to willingly acknowledge your roots. He departed with a flourish, leaving behind Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui, who exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. After a while, Lu Wenhui managed a dry laugh. Fij, your relative is quite something. You aren't really the heir to some grand family, are you? It feels like something out of a novel, too surreal. Su Yingfei shook his head with a wry smile. How could that be possible? Our family is not numerous. For generations, we have been singular heirs. Where could such a relative have emerged from? And he speaks with such conviction. It is simply madness. Suddenly, he gasped, his body twitching uncontrollably as if struck by lightning. Fij, what's wrong? Should we call for help? Lu Wenhui quickly supported him, panic evident on her face. I'm fine. Su Yingfei eventually regained his composure. Scratching his head in confusion, I don't know what just happened. It felt as if I was struck by lightning, my head buzzing. But I'm all right now. Lu Wenhui scrutinized him for a moment. And upon confirming he was indeed fine, she relaxed. Turning her gaze to the paper on the table, her lips twitched involuntarily. Fij, about that lottery number. Do you actually believe in that? Su Yingfei scoffed, retorting. Lottery numbers are random. The chances of winning are minuscule. Even if there are other factors at play, they are not something an ordinary person could partake in. Just writing down a few numbers and claiming they are winning numbers. Seriously. Just toss it away. That he had initially intended to mock. But the recollection of that electrifying sensation made him swallow his words, though. Lu Wenhui replied, picking up the paper, just as she was about to toss it into the trash. She reconsidered and tucked it into her pocket. Su Yingfei noticed, but paid no mind, glancing at the time. Wenhui, it's getting late. You should head home and rest. A flicker of sadness passed through Lu Wenhui's eyes. But she forced a smile. Fij, you should also get some rest. That I'll be picking up little you tomorrow afternoon. So no need to worry. Su Yingfei nodded slightly, saying nothing as he escorted Lu Wenwei out the door. After spending some time playing with Su Mingyu and helping her wash up, he was preparing to coax her to sleep that moment. His phone suddenly erupted with frantic ringing. Glancing at the screen, he was momentarily taken aback. The caller was none other than Lu Wenwei, who had just left. Wenwei, how? Feige. Lu Wenwei interrupted him, her voice urgent. We won. We really won. Won? Su Yingfei felt a jolt of disbelief wash over him. Are you saying that number really won? Yes. Lu Wenwei exclaimed eagerly. The latest draw just announced the winning numbers, and that one is the grand prize number, 30 million. Even after taxes, that's still 24 million. Wow. Su Yingfei was so astonished he jumped up, but then his face turned pale, and he slumped weakly into a chair, his tone heavy with regret. But I didn't buy a ticket that I did. Lu Wenwei exclaimed excitedly. I just happened to pass by the lottery shop on my way downstairs and bought a ticket on a whim, and it actually won. Feige, we're rich now, 24 million. You can finally make a comeback. Su Yingfei pursed his lips, his expression complex. Wenwei, this is your ticket, your win, your money. I can't accept that. She insisted. Of course, if you trust me, you could invest it. But honestly, I don't have much confidence in this project. What are you saying? Lu Wenwei was already growing anxious. This money was left for you by your relative. How can it be considered mine? Feige, I know you care about appearances, but this isn't the time for that. At worst, you can just treat me to a lavish meal. Su Yingfei shook his head repeatedly. No, that's definitely not an option. Perhaps we should just consider it an investment. In an instant, one person was adamant about giving, while the other was equally determined to refuse, leading to a stalemate. Su Mingyu lay in bed, her eyes darting around in the quiet room. The voices from the phone were crystal clear. Although she didn't fully grasp what was happening, she sensed it had something to do with money. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly piped up in her sweet voice. Daddy, why don't you marry Aunt Lu and make her my mommy? Wouldn't that be nice? The two adults fell into silence simultaneously. What a constructive suggestion. After a long pause, Su Yingfei finally chuckled awkwardly, breaking the uncomfortable quiet. How about we go claim the prize tomorrow? And that esteemed ancestor, didn't he say he would come to meet us this weekend? We can also hear his thoughts on the matter. Sounds good. Lu Wenwei readily accepted the proposal, her heart secretly brimming with delight. It seemed like Feige truly valued the opinion of that self-proclaimed ancestor. After all, he had just mentioned how much he appreciated me as a daughter-in-law of the Su family. How embarrassing. Time flew by. And before they knew it, it was Saturday. Early in the morning, Lu Wenwei arrived at Su Yingfei's home, her face betraying a hint of nervousness. Feige, are we really going to the auction? Do I need to come along? What should I do? Su Yingfei wore a wry smile. You think too highly of me. You know my situation. While I've made some money, I've been so focused on work that I don't have any other interests. I don't even understand auctions, but since it's the esteemed ancestor taking us, he should know what he's doing, right? In the days leading up to this moment, they had often discussed the unexpected arrival of this self-proclaimed ancestor from the Su family. Their conclusion was that he was a man of mysterious depth. After all, he had accurately predicted the winning lottery numbers. There had to be more to it if he had manipulated the lottery. It would mean he was a figure of immense power. But if it was merely a guess, how could that be possible? Coupled with the hint dropped by Su Muyang earlier, they felt a sense of unease. Could it be true, as the novels depict, that the Su family is a legendary and vast clan? Was Su Yingfei the rightful heir of the Su family, returning to reclaim his place and embark on a journey of resurgence? This was all so kitsch. Even with Su Yingfei's strong mental fortitude, he couldn't help but entertain such chaotic thoughts. Fortunately, today, the esteemed ancestor would appear once more, and certain matters would soon become clearer. Knock, knock. Just as the two were murmuring quietly, there came a knock at the door. Esteemed ancestor. You. Su Yingfei opened the door, about to greet him, but was taken aback that a large group of people stood outside. Leading them was Su Muyang, dressed casually, surveying the surroundings with his hands behind his back. Behind him were more than a dozen men in black suits and sunglasses, each looking as if they had bodyguard written on one cheek and gangster on the other. Esteemed ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Su Muyang paid no mind to his title and merely nodded slightly. Bring them in. The dozen or so men bowed in unison. Greetings, young Master Yingfei. They then bowed to Lu Wenwei and Su Mingyu, who stood astonished at the doorway. Greetings, Lady Lu. Greetings, Miss Mingyu. Lu Wenwei was startled and waved her hands repeatedly, stammering. And no, I'm not a lady that I say you are. Su Muyang replied casually as he walked in, hands behind his back. Bring everything in. Yes, sir. The black-clad men entered silently, arranging bags neatly in the living room before quietly retreating. Then, a few young individuals, dressed flamboyantly, cautiously walked in, appearing exceedingly tensed. Su Muyang then spoke nonchalantly that I never make a fuss about appearances when I go out alone. However, since you've been quiet for so long and are making your first public appearance, it's only right to consider your image. Therefore, I've prepared a few outfits for you two that these individuals claim to be the best stylists in the city, and I invited them over to spruce you up. The makeup artists forced a smile, their expressions resembling that of someone about to cry. They were nearly on the verge of collapse. Receiving a significant order should have been a cause for celebration. But with this situation, it felt as if they had stumbled into a gang. Su Yingfei felt equally overwhelmed. This relative certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Esteemed ancestor, this seems a bit unnecessary. Doesn't it? Bringing all these people along is quite exaggerated. Exaggerated? Su Muyang called over Su Mingyu, affectionately ruffling her little face. These people will be at your service from now on. They may not be particularly capable, but they can ensure your safety and run errands. Rest assured, they will obey your every command. Su Yingfei felt his mouth twitch in disbelief. Esteemed ancestor, I have nothing right now. I can't possibly support all these people. Young Master Yingfei, one of the black-clad men stepped forward, standing at attention and speaking respectfully. You can call me Huang. Yeah, we are a total of 108 individuals, with names ranging from Huang Yi to Huang Yiling. Huang Yi to Huang Si are male and will be responsible for your personal protection. The rest are female and will protect the lady and the young miss. We will not appear before you unless needed. But if you or the lady require anything, just a call will suffice. Within 10 steps, someone will be there. In addition to that, we need not trouble the young master. We will manage our own affairs. Having said that, he swiftly retreated, stunned. Su Yingfei was utterly bewildered. Are you implying that you do not desire a salary, nor food and drink, but only to work? What exceptional employees these are, the kind every employer dreams of. However, what did you mean by saying there would definitely be someone within 10 steps? Are you suggesting that while I sleep at night, you are watching over me? Or that while I am on the toilet, you stand by with toilet paper in hand? And when I am engaged in more private matters, must you lend a helping hand? The mere thought sent a shiver down Su Yingfei's spine. It was not just him. Lu Wenhui was equally flabbergasted. But wait, I am still an innocent young lady. Do you truly find it so easy to call me madam? Moreover, I am merely an ordinary girl. Is such a grand display truly necessary? Several stylists were on the verge of tears. I am 100% certain that you are indeed a gang of rogues. This is terrifying. In contrast, Su Mingyu seemed less shocked than the adults. Instead, she found it amusing. After pondering for a moment, she quietly raised her hand. May I have a candied hawthorn to eat? Everyone turned to her in unison. Little girl, do you truly dare to make such a request? Su Mingyu, noticing the atmosphere had shifted awkwardly, retracted her neck and mumbled, I was merely jesting. I thought it would actually be fun, before she could finish her sentence. A woman clad in black briskly entered from outside, her expression as impassive as a machine eye in her hand. She held several skewers of candied hawthorn, bowing as she presented them to Su Mingyu. Miss, I was uncertain of your preferred flavor, so I have prepared 7 varieties. Should you find them unsatisfactory, I can fetch more. The crowd was left dumbfounded. How is it possible that in mere seconds, you prepared candied hawthorn? Is there perhaps someone among you holding a target laden with skewered hawthorns? The image of a stern, black-clad figure holding such a target was indeed surreal. Delightful, Su Mingyu exclaimed. Receiving the candied hawthorn with a radiant smile, her large eyes transforming into crescent moons. How fun, little you. Too many candied hawthorns are bad for your teeth. Su Yingfei weakly interjected, his voice lacking conviction. No worries. Su Muyang casually snatched a candied hawthorn from the little girl's hand and spoke indistinctly. Since you have returned to the Su family, you will gradually learn about household matters. If you ever feel unwell, you may consult these yellow-turbaned individuals or Huang Yi. Their medical skills are quite decent. However, as a member of the Su family, being free from illness is merely the bare minimum. He nearly let it slip and quickly changed the subject. Indeed, these individuals in black are not a gang of rogues. They are the yellow-turbaned warriors summoned by Su Muyang. Yet, to don golden helmets and armor in a modern city is undeniably exaggerated. Thus, they have merely altered their appearance slightly. Enough of this dawdling. You lot, Prepare to commence your work. Su Mu Yang gestured towards the stylist with casual authority. The smiles on the stylist's faces were more akin to grimaces than joy as they cautiously approached. Young master, shall we begin styling? Do you have any specific requests? Su Yingfei glanced at Su Mu Yang. Having completely given up on resistance, that I do not understand these matters. You may arrange things as you see fit. Thank you, he said politely, yet it startled the stylist into repeated bows. Not at all, it is only proper. Before he could finish, Huang Yi suddenly appeared at the side, slipping thick stacks of cash into each of their hands. The young master has issued a reward. Having said that, he silently withdrew. The stylists exchanged glances at the cash in their hands, their eyes sparkling with greed. Goodness, we have yet to even begin our work. And merely uttering a polite remark has earned each of us 50,000 yuan. If we perform satisfactorily, how much might we receive? With such thoughts, the stylists were instantly invigorated, their legs no longer trembling, their teeth no longer chattering, though they bent even lower. What? Afraid? How could that be possible? They are not a gang of rogues. This is undoubtedly the grandeur of a prominent family. Old ancestor, this truly feels a bit awkward. Su Yingfei chuckled wryly as he exited the room, his expensive suit appearing particularly sharp. His hair had been styled anew, and his face adorned with subtle makeup, making him look considerably more spirited than usual. Su Mu Yang, cradling Su Munyu, gently braided her hair, remarking softly, as a member of the Su family, one must possess a demeanor that remains unperturbed by honor or disgrace, as long as you feel comfortable. There is no need to concern yourself with the gaze of the world, were it not for the fact that you will inevitably interact with those mundane individuals in the future. I would not bother with such trivialities. Little you, do you like this braid? Su Mingyu tugged at her braid, clapping her hands joyfully. I love it. It's so beautiful. Uncle, you are amazing, even better than our kindergarten teacher. Su Yingfei observed his daughter in her fresh, elegant ancient-style dress and the exquisitely crafted hairstyle, feeling a sense of curiosity. Old ancestor, I did not expect you to be able to style a child's hair. Truly, one cannot judge by appearances. Of course, Su Mu Yang replied, carefully assessing her, then deftly inserting a jade hairpin into Su Mingyu's hair without lifting his gaze. I have cared for more than 1 or 2 children. Yet, none have been as well-behaved, adorable, and endearing to me as little you. His words left Su Yingfei momentarily speechless. Just who are you? To sound like a professional caretaker? Brother Feifei, am I doing all right? The door to another bedroom swung open, revealing Lu Wenhui, who stepped out shyly. At that moment, she donned an elegant black evening gown, making her radiate brilliance. Yet, it was evident that she was somewhat anxious, her head bowed in modesty. Wow, Aunt Lu, you look absolutely stunning. Su Mingyu ran over, circling around her. Even Su Yingfei was taken aback. Miss has issued a command. Reward. The previously black-clad woman who had purchased the candied hawthorn suddenly reappeared, handing several stacks of cash to the stylists. Thank you, Miss Su. The stylists were instantly overjoyed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to Su Mingyu. These bodyguards appear somewhat foolish, don't they? Yet perhaps this is merely the grandeur of a prominent family. Su Mu Yang smiled and nodded. Indeed, indeed. This young man Feifei has finally demonstrated some normal judgment this time, but you must also possess a bit more confidence. As the wife of the Su family, there is nothing in this world that should cause you to lower your head. Su Yingfei hurriedly interrupted. Old ancestor, Wenhui, and I simply wish to swiftly rebuild our careers. Matters of the heart are not a priority at the moment. Moreover, legally speaking, I am still married. Su Mu Yang's expression darkened. Displeased. A career? Is that truly worthy of concern? With the Su family backing you, what kind of career cannot be established? Remember this, in the Su family, nothing is more significant than marrying and having children. Furthermore, does that woman who betrayed the Su family even qualify as an obstacle? If simplicity is what you seek, I could easily eliminate her, leaving you a widower, and you could remarry without issue. Couldn't you? Hiss. The faces of the stylists turned pale in an instant. To casually speak of ending a life. How can one be so nonchalant? Indeed, even among prominent families, there are those who tread the darker paths. The others also turned ashen, while Su Yingfei repeatedly waved his hands. No, 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 that will not be necessary. I have already initiated divorce proceedings. It should be finalized in just a few days. As for the future, bridges will be bridges and roads will be roads. After all, she is the biological mother of Xiaoyu. One cannot simply dismiss this matter. Old ancestor, Allow me to handle this, Su Muyang remarked with a frown, choosing not to elaborate further as he picked up Su Mengyu and proceeded to exit. Since everything is prepared, let us depart. Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui hesitated for a moment before hastily following suit, leaving several stylists in the room to exchange bewildered glances. However, they soon became exhilarated, for a figure clad in black appeared, carrying a suitcase filled with cash. Old Ancestor, is this truly necessary? As soon as he reached the ground floor, Su Yingfei was taken aback that a procession of cars had lined up outside, an array of black sedans, all adorned with that familiar emblem. Astonishingly, they were all Rolls-Royces. In the center stood an elongated Rolls-Royce, measuring nearly 9 meters in length. Beside each vehicle stood several black-clad individuals, resembling statues, utterly motionless. Such an ostentatious display had already attracted the attention of the residents in the vicinity, many of whom leaned out to catch a glimpse, occasionally murmuring amongst themselves and even pulling out their phones to capture the spectacle. Follow me, Su Muyang instructed, striding confidently toward the elongated Rolls-Royce while cradling Su Mingyu in his arms. The black-clad individuals at the entrance had already swung the car door wide open. Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui exchanged glances, resigned, and stepped inside. The opulent interior left them feeling as if they had stumbled into a grand palace. Su Muyang produced several bags of snacks, entertaining Su Mingyu while saying, "These vehicles were gifted by several princes from the Middle East, and they are all yours, after all, as you embark on your new business venture. Having a few means of transportation is only fitting. If you desire a private jet, now that I'm in a good mood, do not hesitate to mention it. In this world, he indeed lacked financial resources. Yet, for him, earning money was hardly a challenge. To alleviate some of Su Yingfei's burdens, he had not been idle these past few days. He had dispatched a clone to the Middle East, with a mere display of his capabilities. Several affluent individuals there revered him, for what were a few trivial sums. However, his casual words left Su Yingfei in a state of dizzy disbelief. A private jet, initially. The notion of using a Rolls-Royce as a means of transport had already been quite shocking. Yet in comparison to a private jet, it seemed rather trivial. No, old ancestor. I truly do not require that. Su Yingfei stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The lottery winnings of 24 million were already, his words faltered. That was just pocket money for you. Feel free to accept it. Su Muyang waved his hand dismissively. Unconcerned, as I have mentioned, money holds little value for us Su family members. Of course, in this world, the power of wealth remains substantial. Therefore, should you wish to establish a company, pursue a career, or earn money, I wholeheartedly support you. Open the box at your feet. That is the true gift I bestow upon you. A box? Su Yingfei suddenly noticed a large black safe resting at his feet. Upon opening it, he discovered it was filled to the brim with computer hard drives, each meticulously labeled .PUBG, League of Legends, Honor of Kings, Black Myth, Wukong, Plants vs. Zombies. What on earth is this? Seeing the confusion etched on Su Yingfei's face, Su Muyang explained nonchalantly, these are all established games, and the complete data is contained within, including source code, artistic modeling, and everything else you might need. To put it simply, all you need to do is set up a server and handle the marketing, and you can officially launch operations. If executed correctly, earning hundreds of billions in a year is entirely feasible. Hundreds of billions. The sheer magnitude of that number caused Su Yingfei to leap to his feet, only to collide painfully with the car's roof. Ouch, he cried out, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Yet, he quickly dismissed his pain, waving his hands frantically. No, this is far too much. Old ancestor, this is simply unmanageable. Sit down. Remain composed. Su Muyang shot him a fierce glare. As a member of the Su family, one must possess the grace to remain unfazed even in the face of calamity. Look at Wenhui. She is far more composed than you. Lu Wenhui forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. Old ancestor, how can this be considered composed? I am utterly stunned. The thought of hundreds of billions left her at a loss for words, as the impact of such a figure overwhelmed her senses. Composed. Su Muyang maintained his calm demeanor. I have previously stated that money holds little significance for us Su family members, that a mere few hundred billion is hardly noteworthy. Hardly noteworthy? Su Yingfei shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips, his thoughts a whirlwind of emotions. In his heyday, he had been a renowned young entrepreneur, earning over 100 million annually. Yet now, in comparison, what was 100 million? Old ancestor, I was in IT. I am not well versed in the gaming industry. Su Mu Yang shot him another disapproving glare. The exasperation palpable. Do you not know how to recruit talent? Hire some professionals to assist you. You can sit back and reap the rewards. As long as your offer is generous enough. What kind of talent cannot you attract? Other companies offer $1 million salaries. Can't you offer $5 million? The Su family has always been sparsely populated, with few direct descendants capable of sustaining such vast enterprises. It relies on the wisdom of recognizing and utilizing talent. Must I teach you this? Remember it for the future. Yes, old ancestor, I will remember. Su Yingfei nodded thoughtfully. Yet in the next moment, he paused, bewildered by how naturally he had responded. There was an odd sense of familiarity, as if he were a child conversing with a parent. From now on, call me old ancestor, Su Muyang casually corrected him. After a moment of contemplation, he continued slowly. However, you do raise a valid point. The gaming industry has its limitations, after all. How about this? I will provide you with another batch of resources in due time, featuring highly promising IT projects. For instance, there is an app called Quaoyan that has the potential to dominate the short video sector, becoming a national-level application. There is also an app called Tuan Lima for food delivery, Didati for ride-hailing, and Tao Duoduo for online shopping. The technological landscape in this world lags at least a decade behind the main world, with many essential applications from the main world absent here. Su Mu Yang, drawing upon the main world for reference, presented a plethora of ideas. As for whether he could execute them, well, did one truly underestimate the capabilities of a formidable being? He rarely employed his special abilities in the main world, considering it a sacred sanctuary he wished to leave undisturbed. However, if he were to truly apply himself, where did he think the information for these games originated? It was not as if Su Mu Yang had borrowed it without permission. After listing a multitude of projects, Su Mu Yang concluded with enthusiasm, these systems are all highly developed. You need only operate them systematically. As long as you are not foolish, achieving the position of the world's wealthiest individual within 3 to 5 years is entirely within reach. The world's wealthiest individual? Su Yingfei's eyes widened in shock as he slumped back into his seat. To be the world's wealthiest was a dream beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet why did it sound so effortless when it fell from Su Mu Yang's lips? More importantly, why did he feel an undeniable sense that what Su Mu Yang said could indeed be realized? Especially given the projects he mentioned, they sounded remarkably plausible. Goodness, this seems to be a path leading to becoming the world's wealthiest. On the side, Lu Winaway was equally astonished, nearly at a loss for words. I must admit, I have feelings for Su Yingfei, despite his having a daughter. Even in his downfall, I harbor no disdain. Yet, why do I now feel that I am unworthy of him? How did my judgment become so impeccable that I chose a man with the potential to become the world's wealthiest? Only Su Mingyu seemed oblivious to these matters, curiously touching this and peering at that within the confines of the car, a quintessential inquisitive child, much to Su Mu Yang's amusement. They asked for that venerable ancestor. I still find myself somewhat perplexed. This treasure trove of information is indeed invaluable, so how could it have chosen me? Even if I were truly a descendant of the Su family, returning to the fold. Such a grand gift seems excessive. The Su family must be quite a prominent lineage, correct? Are there no dissenting voices among the other members of the clan, from what I have observed in television dramas and novels? The intrigues within affluent families can be remarkably intricate. After a considerable pause, Su Yingfei finally mustered the composure to voice a question that had long piqued his curiosity. Su Mu Yang sighed, a hint of helplessness crossing his visage. Our Su family's bloodline possesses certain peculiarities, making the procreation of offspring exceedingly challenging. For instance, one branch has maintained a single lineage for 500 years, almost leading to a cessation of heritage. Another branch has endured for a millennium, yet over the course of this 1,000 years, the total number of descendants barely exceeds 200. As for the main lineage, he fell silent, recalling that formidable woman who had not shown any sign of life for millennia. Su Mu Yang felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He waved his hand weakly, diverting the topic to in any case. Every member of the Su family is regarded as the most treasured asset of the clan. Some unfortunate events had led to your branch being scattered, and now that you have finally returned to the family fold, it is indeed a momentous occasion. Moreover, you have just turned 30 and blessed the family with the adorable little you, which is a tremendous boon to the Su clan. Such a sum of money is merely trivial and hardly worthy of concern. Take it with peace of mind. As for your worries regarding internal strife, there is no need for apprehension. Given the low birth rate within the family and the abundant resources, it is unlikely that familial bonds would be compromised for the sake of gain. Rather, mutual support is the cherished tradition of our household. If others were to learn of your return, they would be more likely to rejoice than to harbor grievances. Upon hearing of the centuries-long continuance of the branch lineages, Su Yingfei could not help but be taken aback. Goodness, the depth of the Su family's heritage far exceeds my expectations. However, upon further reflection, a sense of unease lingered. Ancestor, even if I return to the family, I am yet to have made any contributions of my own. It feels somewhat undeserved to receive such a grand gift. I wonder if there is any way I can be of service to the family. Engaging in some tasks would at least grant me some solace. Upon hearing this, Su Muyang's spirit was suddenly invigorated. He sat up straight, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yingfei, speaking each word with deliberate emphasis. The only request I have of you, dear ancestor, is to procreate abundantly, thereby ensuring the expansion of our Su lineage. Su Yingfei was left momentarily speechless. What a straightforward request. Yet, considering the earlier mention of the Su family's dwindling population, he found it somewhat understandable. Only Lu Wenhui's face flushed crimson, her head bowed in silence. I can't help but feel this sentiment is directed towards me, yet I lack any evidence. Sure enough, Su Muyang seamlessly shifted the conversation to her. Wenhui, the responsibility that lies ahead of you is indeed significant. Of course, this matter is entirely voluntary and contingent upon fortune. However, should you truly contribute to the Su family's progeny, you would undoubtedly be hailed as a great benefactor. And the family would not be stingy in its gratitude. Noticing Lu Wenhui's cheeks were as red as a ripe fruit, Su Yingfei hastily intervened to alleviate the tension. By the way, ancestor, when might I have the pleasure of meeting the other family members? Su Muyang shook his head with a wry smile, about to respond when he suddenly fell silent, his brows furrowing in deep contemplation. Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui exchanged perplexed glances. Why such difficulty over a simple matter of meeting? Little did they know that Su Yingfei's seemingly innocuous question had sparked an epiphany within Su Muyang. Indeed, why could the members of the Su family, scattered across various realms, not establish connections? Just as when I previously took Su Ruo Bing to Su Qing's Tianwu realm, a remarkable alchemical reaction had occurred. What initially seemed a trivial affair of reclaiming a territory in a lower realm had transformed into a grand endeavor of reshaping the three realms within Tianwu. What kind of sparks could arise from the collision of different worlds, cultures, and powers? Just like the predicament Su Yingfei currently faced, to the other Su family members from different worlds, it would hardly pose a challenge. Yet, here I am, having to personally intervene. Am I to be their servant? How outrageous! In a brief moment, Su Muyang began to formulate some ideas. Seeing Su Muyang lost in thought, Su Yingfei dared not speak. Silently calming his own emotions, time passed, and the vehicle came to a steady halt. The driver, Huang Yi, suddenly spoke up. Master, we have arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel. We've arrived. Su Muyang nodded absently. Still furrowing his brow, he had begun to clarify his thoughts. Facilitating communication among the Su family members across various realms was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in bridging the gaps of time and space. My ability to traverse realms is due to my system, but how could I achieve this without my direct involvement? After reviewing the cards I held, a wave of discouragement washed over him. This matter is quite challenging. Welcome to the Four Seasons Hotel. Upon seeing a convoy of Rolls-Royces pull up to the hotel entrance, the welcoming staff felt a rush of adrenaline. This spectacle undoubtedly heralded the arrival of a top-tier VIP. Before they could approach to assist, a line of individuals clad in black had already formed on either side. With some gently opening the car doors, Su Muyang stepped out, cradling Su Mingyu. Bearing an expression that remained distant, followed closely by Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui, they were well aware that the Four Seasons Hotel was the city's most upscale five-star establishment, frequented by the affluent and elite. During his days of glory, Su Yingfei often hosted clients here, so it was not entirely unfamiliar to him. Though it was Lu Wenhui's first venture into such an upscale venue, she felt reassured with Su Yingfei by her side. Meanwhile, Su Mingyu remained the quintessential curious child, twisting and turning in Su Muyang's embrace, eager to explore. Surrounded by a contingent of black-clad figures, they swiftly made their way to a banquet hall on the 8th floor of the hotel. However, on this day, the banquet hall had been transformed into an auction venue. With several security personnel and hostesses stationed at the entrance, the number of guests were busy signing in, though the security appeared competent. They paled in comparison to the imposing black-clad individuals resembling fierce warriors. Su Yingfei suddenly exclaimed, recollecting something. Ancestor, do we possess an invitation to the auction? Such prestigious auctions are not open to just anyone. Invitations are extended by the auction house in advance, and one must present an invitation to gain entry. Additionally, a bidding deposit must be paid in advance. His unexpected inquiry caused Su Muyang to momentarily stiffen. In the past few days, he had been preoccupied with returning to the main world to organize materials and taking a trip to the Middle East. Such a minor detail as the invitation had scarcely crossed his mind. With Su Yingfei's question, he felt a slight flush of embarrassment at that moment. A middle-aged man, inadvertently glancing back while signing in, caught sight of Su Yingfei and paused in surprise at if recalling something. A smirk crept across his face, and he approached Su Yingfei with a mocking demeanor. Though, if it isn't President Su, congratulations on expanding your business. I see you've set up shop at the Four Seasons Hotel. His tone dripped with condescension, underscored by an unmistakable air of disdain. Su Yingfei let out a cold snort and replied nonchalantly, I thought I recognized someone. It's President Zhang. After my company collapsed, a vast market void was left. Why isn't President Zhang busy, seizing market share instead of appearing here? Oh, I see. It seems President Zhang feels confident in his victory, ready to put away his weapons and enjoy a leisurely time. It was only until today that I realized why Zhang was so thoroughly defeated by me in the past. He is, in fact, exceedingly arrogant. How foolish of me to have regarded him as a rival. It seems my judgment was rather lacking. Before Su Muyang, he spoke with a noticeable lack of confidence. Yet when confronting others, he exhibited an unwavering fortitude. Of course, all of this comes with a caveat. As the saying goes, wealth emboldens men. Now, with the mysterious Su family backing him and substantial funds at his disposal, Su Yingfei naturally feels quite assured. Lu Wenhui whispered, Old Ancestor. This individual is named Zhang Mingjie, a competitor of Brother Fei's former company. Initially, he was consistently suppressed by Brother Fei's enterprise. However, later on, Lu Wenhui was originally an employee of Su Yingfei's company. When the company faced turmoil, the other employees scattered like birds and beasts, with many even reveling in the misfortune. Only she remained by Su Yingfei's side, driven by her admiration for him, thus she is well aware of these matters. Su Muyang nodded slightly, choosing not to speak, merely observing quietly. Such trivialities can be left to the next generation to handle. What matters most for him now is to swiftly resolve the issue of the invitation. Otherwise, should he arrive with his descendants to reclaim the jade pendant, only to be barred from entry, or find himself needing special means to gain access, how could he possibly maintain his dignity? Ah, is that not Mr. Su? A woman approached, strutting confidently in high heels. Though, who might this be? Is she Zhang's new girlfriend? Mr. Zhang certainly has a way with charm. His wife just ran off, and now he has a new flame. Just as the two men were exchanging barbs, this woman made her entrance, immediately launching in a mockery while sizing up Lu Wenhui. TSK. Mr. Su truly has an eye for beauty, and this lady. Lu Wenhui. She suddenly paused, taken aback. At that moment, Lu Wenhui, adorned in exquisite makeup and an elegant gown, appeared vastly different from her usual self. It took her a moment to recognize her. Upon realizing who she was, anger flared within her. Miss Lu's methods are indeed remarkable, and no wonder she protects that young girl so fiercely. It turns out she aspires to be her stepmother. Yet her taste is somewhat lacking. Settling for a mere stall owner. How utterly laughable. After a few more jibes, her gaze shifted to Su Muyang. Upon seeing him, her face paled, and instinctively, she took a few steps back until she found refuge beside Zhang Mingjie, which seemed to bolster her confidence. Darling, it's him. He was the one who insulted me at the kindergarten a few days ago. He even frightened our little Andy. Su Muyang cast a disinterested glance, only to realize that this woman was indeed a familiar face, the mother of little Andy, whom he had encountered when picking up Su Mingyu. However, he was taken aback to find she was related to Zhang Mingjie. No wonder she harbored such animosity towards Su Mingyu. While Su Yingfei had maintained his composure, even smiling amidst the dispute with Zhang Mingjie, he could no longer hold his tongue upon hearing her mention Su Muyang. After all, Su Muyang was the representative of the Su family and a significant benefactor to him. Given Su Muyang's temperament, it was entirely possible that he would respond with a threat to take her down, which would lead to considerable trouble. Realizing this, Su Yingfei stepped forward and commanded in a low voice, silence. Turning back to Zhang Mingjie, His expression darkened. Zhang Mingjia, control your wife and make her quiet, lest she provoke someone she ought not to. Zhang Mingjia was momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, the woman began to berate Su Yingfei, pointing a finger at him. Su Yingfei, you cannot even manage your own wife, yet you dare criticize others, and you want me to be quiet? Her words were abruptly cut short, as if her voice had been snatched away. Not only did her tone mirror that of a strangled duck, but her appearance did as well. At that moment, Huang Yi suddenly emerged, his right hand reaching out to grasp her neck, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. Young master commands you to be silent. With her throat constricted, the woman's face flushed crimson as she struggled desperately, attempting to pry Huang Yi's grip from her throat. Unfortunately, her strength was no match for that of a formidable warrior like Huang Yi. After a brief struggle, her face grew increasingly red, her strength waning, and her mind spinning in dizziness. Stop, Zhang Mingjia exclaimed, startled, as he rushed forward to defend his wife. However, as he moved, several men in black swiftly surrounded him, rendering him immobile. Only then did Su Yingfei regain his composure, calling out, Huang Yi, stand down. Yes, Huang Yi replied expressionlessly, releasing his grip as the woman crumpled to the ground, coughing violently. Zhang Mingjia hurriedly rushed to her side, his gaze fixed on Su Yingfei, filled with suspicion and uncertainty. He was no fool. To engage in a battle with Su Yingfei in the business world, he could hardly be naive. In that fleeting moment, he sensed that had Su Yingfei not intervened, the black-clad man might have truly killed his wife. The stoic demeanor of Su Yingfei suggested that such occurrences were commonplace for him. Who exactly were these individuals? What kind of fearsome protectors had Su Yingfei acquired? Even at the height of his power, it seemed implausible that he could have such bodyguards, let alone now. Zhang Mingjia's gaze quickly fell upon Su Muyang. Could it be that these guards were affiliated with this young man? Who exactly was he, and what was his connection to Su Yingfei? The adage that the wealthier one becomes, the more one fears for their life, rang true. Zhang Mingjia, having dared to mock Su Yingfei earlier, now found himself at a loss for words. Fearful of provoking the situation further. In that moment, an unusual silence enveloped the entrance of the venue. Even the security personnel and event staff had discreetly distanced themselves. Just then, a figure rushed out from within the hall and, upon spotting Su Yingfei, hurried forward, grasping his hand fervently in greeting, a broad smile lighting up his face. Mr. Su, welcome. We are honored by your presence. Su Yingfei squinted, momentarily puzzled. He recognized this individual as Zhao Xingtai, the manager of the Dingtai auction house, the very one who had facilitated the consignment of the jade pendant. However, even then, Zhao had merely offered polite niceties. Why was he now so exuberantly welcoming? Even displaying deference? Yet, soon he dismissed the thought, attributing it to the arrangements made by his ancestor. Unbeknownst to him, a faint blush crept across Su Muyang's face, quickly replaced by his usual composure, as though nothing had transpired. How embarrassing it was! The esteemed ancestor had forgotten the invitation, resorting to magical means to resolve the issue, although a charm had effectively dealt with Zhao Xingtai. Alas, ever since acquiring the system and magical abilities, the ancestor had become increasingly reluctant to exert his intellect. It's been a few days since we last met. Mr. Su, you have become even more handsome and charismatic. I wish you a swift return to your zenith. Zhao beamed, his flattery unabated. And this must be Mrs. Su, truly a picture of grace and charm, perfectly matched with MRSU. It is particularly admirable that Mrs. Su remained steadfast by Mr. Su's side during his tribulations. Lu Wenhui pursed her lips, remaining silent. The initial compliments were quite pleasing to her ears, but the latter statement struck her as rather awkward. Zhao, basking in the glow of his own flattery, suddenly paused, his expression shifting to one of confusion as he observed Su Muyang holding Su Mingyu. Strange, who is this? Why do I feel as though I have seen him before? What he did not know was that he had indeed encountered Su Muyang before, though his memories had been erased. With Zhao Xingtai accompanying him, the invitation letter became superfluous at that moment. The auction venue was already bustling with numerous attendees engaging in casual conversations as Su Yingfei and the others entered. They were quickly noticed. Ha! Little Su has arrived. An elderly man with graying hair approached slowly, supported by a young woman. He scrutinized Su Yingfei for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. You seem to be in good spirits. Looks like you've recovered your vigor. Su Yingfei slightly bowed, displaying a hint of respect. Mr. Tian, it has been a while. I trust you are still in good health. I had intended to visit you in the coming days, but fate has brought us together today. If it's convenient for you, may I invite you for tea after the auction? We could also discuss the matter of my debts. There's no rush regarding that. The old man waved his hand dismissively with a chuckle. We can discuss it when you are in a more comfortable position. I am not in urgent need of funds. That if you still find yourself in a tight spot, it matters not that I maintain my previous offer, as long as you agree to become the son-in-law of the Tian family. We shall consider your debt settled as part of the bride price, and I will assist you in resolving that issue as well. You and our Xiao Shui have had frequent dealings in the business world, so you are already quite familiar with each other. Do give it some thought, grandfather. Tian Shui immediately expressed her displeasure, pouting and shooting an intense glare at Suing Fei. Do you dare to agree? Oh, is there some gossip? Su Muyang raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. It seemed the old man had a discerning eye, having immediately recognized a member of the Su family. However, a son-in-law. Did he think the Su family lacked worthy candidates? Lu Wenhui, overhearing this exchange, was equally perplexed. What does this mean? Is someone trying to steal my man? Feeling a sense of unease, she instinctively edged closer to Suing Fei, noticing her anxiousness from the corner of his eye. Suing Fei gently took her hand and smiled. Mr. Tian, Miss Tian, allow me to introduce this young lady, Luan Hui. In a few days, once my divorce proceedings conclude, I intend to hold a wedding. And I hope you both will grace us with your presence. The old man's smile abruptly faded, while Tian Shui's gaze sharpened, fixating on Lu Wenhui with a scrutinizing glare, although she was unwilling to accept this arranged marriage. The overt rejection seemed to strike at her pride. Scanning Lu Wenhui's elegant attire, the young woman suddenly laughed, her eyes now laced with mockery as she looked at Suing Fei. No wonder MRSU has the means to resolve his debts. It all makes sense now. Which family does this young lady belong to? ISNTM, you going to introduce her properly? Suing Fei patted Lu Wenhui's hand reassuringly, indicating her to remain calm, and replied with a faint smile. Miss Tian has misunderstood. Wenhui is merely an ordinary girl. She was a small employee in my company, and while others abandoned me, or even took advantage of my misfortune, she remained steadfast by my side. My family has come to appreciate her greatly during their recent visit, which is why our relationship has been solidified. Family? Mr. Tian, a cunning man, instantly narrowed his gaze towards Su Muyang, who was amusing himself with Su Mengyu, and his mind raced with questions. Was this indeed Suing Fei's family? But he had lost his parents early and had always been alone. How could a family member suddenly appear now? Moreover, upon this family member's arrival, Suing Fei promptly addressed his debt issues, indicating that this family must be quite affluent. This young man must be secured. For a long time, Suing Fei had been someone Mr. Tian greatly admired. Both his character and talents were among the best of the younger generation. Unfortunately, he had chosen an unreliable woman. However, with that woman now gone, Mr. Tian's long-dormant ambitions were rekindled. Although Suing Fei had experienced a failed marriage, Mr. Tian did not mind. After all, men do not suffer losses, and such experiences often serve as valuable growth. Thus, he proposed this idea. Yet, unexpectedly, his granddaughter reacted so vehemently he was even more taken aback to learn that Suing Fei had found a new partner so swiftly, and one who had gained family approval. Mr. Tian pondered for a moment, stepping forward to smile at Su Muyang. This young friend, stop. Su Muyang, engrossed in playing with the little girl, did not even glance up. First, the term young friend should be used sparingly. You may not be able to bear its weight. Second, a member of the Su family cannot be a son-in-law to anyone else. Third, your granddaughter lacks the qualifications to enter the Su family. What? Mr. Tian was momentarily speechless. Tian Shui, however, glared fiercely, raising her voice. What do you mean by that? What do you mean I lack the qualifications to enter your Su family? Bah! Who wants to enter your Su family? Su Muyang pinched Su Mengyu's small face, speaking nonchalantly. Impulsive actions, an arrogant temperament, and a headstrong disposition. Such traits would undoubtedly lead to discord within the household. Most importantly, one lacking in curves is hardly suitable for nurturing that I. Tian Shui pointed at Su Muyang, her face turning pale with rage, unable to articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, Lu Wenhui quietly lowered her head, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. No wonder the elder favored me so. It turns out I possess none of those flaws. As the atmosphere grew tense, Suing Fei quickly intervened to ease the situation. Mr. Tian, I apologize. I will personally visit to express my regrets in a few days. That we should take our seats. The auction is about to commence. Without waiting for Mr. Tian's response, he swiftly pulled Su Muyang away. Once they had distanced themselves, he quietly complained, "Elder, please be more mindful of your words. After all, she is a young lady. We should consider her feelings." Su Muyang shrugged off the concern, merely smiling faintly. "Doe, I didn't realize you were so considerate of young ladies." Su Yingfei shook his head, exasperated. "Elder, please refrain from teasing me. During my time running the company, I had a few business interactions with Tian Shui, but that was all. We should maintain a sense of decorum, right? Decorum." Su Muyang scoffed, dismissively curling his lip. "That is not something the elder requires. What the elder embodies is the freedom to act as one pleases. Remember, when you are powerful enough, you become the very definition of rules and decorum. Grandfather, that person is far too arrogant. Does he truly believe our Tian family is easy to provoke? I must find a way to teach him a lesson. And you, grandfather, how can you want me to marry someone like Su Yingfei? He is merely a useless man who can't even manage a woman." Seated in her place, Tian Shui remained visibly irritated. Mr. Tian scrutinized the departing figures of Su Muyang and the others, his brow slightly furrowing. "Xiao Shui, this individual seems to have an impressive background. Do not act recklessly. Su Yingfei is a fine young man, sharp and capable. Even if you truly dislike him, there is no need to escalate matters too far. Others have grown wise with age." Although Su Muyang spoke little, his calm demeanor revealed an underlying extraordinary nature. A successful businessman. He preferred to avoid enmity unless absolutely necessary, particularly with someone who seemed remarkable. Tian Shui let out a cold snort and fell silent. Yet the indignation etched on her face clearly indicated that she had disregarded her grandfather's words. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the spring auction at Ding Tai Auction House." As the time approached, the hall filled with patrons. An elegantly poised female auctioneer stepped onto the stage, eloquently commencing the proceedings. The first item up for bid was a painting by the Ming Dynasty court artist, Xie Huan, titled Cloud and Mountain Scenery. This artwork, featuring a mountainous landscape, was executed with meticulous rice grain strokes, imparting a sense of vastness and a fluidity of ink that captivated the audience. The auctioneer eloquently described the first piece. A large screen behind her displayed the painting, inciting waves of admiration from the crowd. Su Yingfei pondered for a moment before softly addressing Su Muyang. "Grandfather, if I wish to visit the other family members, what kind of gift should I prepare? There are many fine items at this auction. Perhaps you could choose a few for me. Is that so?" Su Muyang casually glanced up, then returned to teasing Su Mingyu, eliciting delighted giggles from the little girl to to him. It was merely an ordinary painting, akin to the practice works of the younger generation at home. Your intentions are what truly mattered. If you wish to present something, a few local specialties would suffice. The value of the gift is of little importance. It is the thought that counts. Su Yingfei smacked his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. While he lacked expertise in art, he understood that Xie Huan was a renowned landscape painter from the early Ming Dynasty, with few surviving works, thus naturally holding significant value. Yet, to his grandfather, it was merely an ordinary piece. Even the younger generation's practice works were of that caliber? Goodness, what kind of existence was the Su family? However, upon reflection, he felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, he currently possessed nothing and was burdened with debts. Even if he planned to prepare gifts, it was his grandfather's money that would fund them, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. After a moment of discomfort, he couldn't help but inquire, "Grandfather, where is our family located? When can I meet the others? Curious, are you?" Su Muyang shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled. "Then you should hasten to marry Wenhui. When the time comes, I shall bring a few family members to support you." Huh. Lu Wenhui, who had been attentively listening, suddenly found herself mentioned and blushed deeply. "Grandfather, there are children present. What are you saying?" Ahaha. Su Muyang gently pinched Su Mingyu's small nose, chuckling softly. "Little you, would you like Aunt Lu to be your mother?" "Really?" Su Mingyu exclaimed with delight, clapping her hands. Yes, that would be wonderful. Aunt Lu cooks deliciously, never scolds me, and plays with me. I absolutely adore Aunt Lu. Unlike my previous mother, who hardly cared for me." As she spoke, her mood suddenly soured. Su Muyang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of anger igniting within him. How dare that woman let their little princess suffer? That woman was doomed. While they engaged in lively chatter, others could only observe their movements. Unable to hear a word due to the soundproof barrier, the 12th item for auction was an exquisite jade pendant, Crafted from premium mutton fat jade, it was smooth and delicate, truly the finest of its kind. The craftsmanship was exceptional. On the large screen, the familiar image of the Su family's jade pendant appeared. And Su Yingfei's spirits lifted instantly. He had not forgotten that his purpose for attending this auction was to reclaim the jade pendant openly. Previously unaware, he now realized it was a treasured heirloom of the Su family, and he secretly regretted parting with it. However, with his grandfather's financial backing, reclaiming it would not be a significant issue. Yet, while he thought this, Su Muyang had a different perspective. This is a possession of the Su family. To auction it publicly would be a disgrace to me. His eyes glinted as he casually glanced at Zhao Xingtai. Suddenly, Zhao Xingtai shivered and rushed onto the stage. Wait! Everyone turned to him in confusion, including the auctioneer, who instinctively halted. Zhao Xingtai wore an apologetic smile, bowing repeatedly to the audience. That I sincerely apologize. Everyone, this jade pendant has been withdrawn from today's auction. What? An uproar erupted among the crowd. Withdraw a lot at the last minute. What kind of operation was this? Not only the guests, but even the staff were taken aback. The auction industry values credibility above all. This sudden turn of events jeopardized their reputation. After a brief commotion, someone voiced their displeasure. Manager Zhao, what is going on? I came specifically for this jade pendant to gift to my son for his birthday. What does it mean that it's no longer for sale? Others echoed their dissatisfaction. On stage, Zhao Xingtai maintained his pleasant demeanor, repeatedly apologizing but offering no explanation. Su Yingfei glanced at the unperturbed Su Muyang and tentatively asked, "Grandfather, what is happening?" Su Muyang shook his head slightly and replied coolly, "To auction off our family's possessions in such a manner would be a slap in my face. Therefore, I do not mind employing a few minor tactics." Su Yingfei was taken aback, then sighed. "Grandfather, I understand your good intentions. However, Dingtai Auction House is renowned throughout the province, with substantial resources behind it, and we have had dealings with them before. Such a scene may severely tarnish their reputation. This jade pendant was offered by me. It is my mistake and does not need to involve others. Besides, it can be reclaimed with just a bit of money. Returning to our pocket, merely incurring some handling fees." Su Muyang surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on a few faces before he suddenly chuckled softly. "Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. After all, if it cannot be resolved, I am here to back you up." The atmosphere had grown chaotic, with many guests murmuring and expressing their discontent. Initially, it was just a jade pendant. They might not have been set on acquiring it. However, the auction house's handling had left them feeling disrespected, which was the crux of their dissatisfaction. At that moment, Su Yingfei stood and approached the stage, causing the audience to pause in surprise. With a beaming smile, he bowed to the guests below and said cheerfully, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. Allow me to clarify the situation. I am Su Yingfei, and many of you may recognize me from my years in the business world and be aware of my circumstances. To be frank, this jade pendant is a cherished heirloom passed down through my family. As many know, I recently encountered some difficulties and was unable to manage my finances, which compelled me to part with it. Fortunately, my luck has turned, and I hope to reclaim this pendant, as it holds significant familial value. Losing it would bring great shame to me. Manager Zhao has shown great integrity, willing to sacrifice the reputation of Dingtai Auction House to assist me, which I deeply appreciate. However, since Manager Zhao has acted on my behalf, I cannot let him face difficulties alone. Thus, today, I kindly ask for your support. In a moment, the starting bid will be set at 10 million. And I shall bid 12 million. I kindly implore everyone to exercise restraint and allow this jade pendant to be bestowed upon me. Once the auction concludes, I shall host a gathering, offering tea and apologies to all present." His words were delivered with utmost humility and grace. After all, he is a businessman by trade, well aware of the adage that amiability breeds prosperity, unlike the ancestors who were unconstrained by decorum. Upon hearing his explanation, many attendees were struck with enlightenment, chattering among themselves so that's the case. We have misjudged Manager Zhao. Since President Su has spoken, it is only fitting to respect his wishes. Congratulations to President Su on his resurgence. Let us sit together later and explore potential collaborations. Oh wonder, this jade pendant is so exquisite. It is a treasured heirloom of President Su's family. The crowd buzzed with agreement, expressing their intention to relinquish their claims. This was not merely due to Su Yingfei's prestige. Rather, it was quite understandable. Most individuals present were seasoned merchants who weighed their options carefully not governed solely by personal preference. Even those who had never interacted with Su Yingfei were aware of his reputation as a self-made entrepreneur who had built a vast enterprise from the ground up. Although he had suffered losses at the hands of others, it was clear from his demeanor that he had risen once more. Thus, there was little reason to intentionally offend him. Naturally, in business, one cannot shy away from offending others. The key lies in whether it is worth it. For the average person, this jade pendant was merely a trinket. Yet for him, it was a cherished family possession, one that evoked the memory of his ancestors. To contest it would incur a deep-seated enmity that it is unnecessary to bear a grudge against a prominent figure in the business world over an item of little consequence. Therefore, many, after careful consideration, graciously accorded Su Yingfei this favor. However, as the saying goes, people possess myriad facets. While some extend courtesy, others may choose to withhold it. Tian Shuelyo raised an eyebrow and declared loudly, "President Su, your assertion is rather flawed. Since this is an auction, it is only right that the highest bidder prevails. Is it not excessive for you to expect everyone to withdraw their bids based on a few words?" A challenge had been issued, and many were suddenly animated. The flames of gossip igniting swiftly. Su Yingfei was momentarily taken aback, yet smiled and replied, "Miss Tian, your words reflect not my own prestige, but rather the goodwill of all present, who wish to facilitate a favorable outcome. If you desire jade, I shall seek out a fine specimen and personally deliver it to your residence as an apology." Tian Shuelyo's expression darkened, and she was about to retort when Tian Lao, her grandfather, interjected in a low voice, "Silence. Behave yourself." He then gestured towards the stage, saying, "Xiao Su, you may proceed. That I shall refrain from involving myself in this matter." "Thank you, Elder Tian," Su Yingfei responded politely, bowing his head. And seeing that no one opposed him further, he descended from the stage. Only Tian Shuelyo, silenced by her grandfather, was left seething with indignation, her eyes darting about as she plotted her next move. With the tension eased, the auctioneer resumed his duties. Lot 12 is now up for bidding. With a starting price of 10 million, Su Yingfei promptly raised his paddle point 12 million. With the groundwork laid, no one contested him this time. And the auctioneer recognized it was merely a formality. 12 million. First call, 12 million. Second call, 12 million. Tian Shuelyo scoffed, seizing the bidding paddle to raise her bid. "You think you can take this from me without a fight? Su, I might concede, but you will have to pay a price." Just as she was about to call out her bid, a voice rang out from behind, 15 million. Tian Shuelyo was taken aback, quickly turning to see who had spoken. Not only her, but everyone in attendance was equally surprised. The back. A figure held up a bidding paddle, his gaze brimming with provocation. Su Yingfei's expression darkened immediately. He recognized the man, Zhang Mingjie. How unexpected for him to disrupt the proceedings. With a scowl, Su Yingfei addressed him, "Mr. Zhang, are you truly intent on disregarding my standing?" Zhang Mingjie nonchalantly shook a finger, grinning as he replied, "President Su, your words are quite amusing. Since this is an auction, the highest bidder prevails. Just the other day, my son was assaulted and frightened. Hence, I thought to procure a jade piece to ward off evil. Today's opportunity is serendipitous, as I find myself quite fond of this item. So I have decided to be Is there a problem with that?" Su Yingfei bit his lip, choosing silence. He understood that, theoretically, Zhang Mingjie's actions were entirely within the rules. If others extended him courtesy, it was a matter of personal goodwill. If they chose not to, he had no grounds for complaint. Contemplating this, he opted not to engage Zhang Mingjie further and raised his bidding paddle a new 18 million, 20 million. Before he could finish, Zhang Mingjie immediately followed suit. 24 million. Su Yingfei gritted his teeth and went all in. Although he boasted the support of his ancestors, his most significant asset remained the cache of information he possessed, even if that information was invaluable. It was not liquid cash. His only available cash was the 24 million he had won in the lottery. Would it suffice? 25 million. Without hesitation, Zhang Mingjie matched him. His wife, standing nearby, pumped her fist and exclaimed, "Yes, exactly. Force him to part with some cash. I need to vent my frustrations." The two were locked in a fierce battle, yet somewhere along the line, they seemed to have overlooked something crucial as Zhang Mingjie continued to bid. Su Yingfei fell silent. He had no more funds. With only 24 million at his disposal, he could not keep up. At that moment, Su Muyang spoke up calmly, "Continue to bid. Also, that Zhang Fellow's psychological bottom line is 50 million. Bid freely. Whether or not we can retrieve the jade pendant is secondary, but teaching him a lesson is imperative. With the backing of his ancestors, Su Yingfei felt a surge of confidence. However, he concealed his emotions, biting down hard as if making a significant decision. 28 million. No, 30 million. His expression, noted by Zhang Mingjie, instantly invigorated him. He was not a mere pawn in the commercial realm and would not act impulsively like his wife. He had his calculations. Before Su Yingfei's fall from grace, he had been thoroughly suppressed. Now that he had finally risen, how could he allow Su Yingfei to dominate him again? Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to make Su Yingfei bleed financially, depleting his resources. From his current demeanor, it was clear he had received a financial boost, but it seemed insufficient. If he maintained the right pace, he might exhaust all of Su Yingfei's funds right here. With that thought in mind, he bid without hesitation, 35 million. Su Yingfei hesitated, not immediately responding. Many present were seasoned veterans and quickly discerned that Su Yingfei was wavering. The auctioneer paused for a moment before continuing with his duties. 35 million. First call. 35 million. Second call. 35 million. Wait. Su Yingfei finally spoke, as if having made a monumental decision. 40 million. Once he uttered that price, he appeared drained, slumping back into his seat. Zhang Mingjie hesitated, contemplating before sarcastically remarking, President Su, you just claimed this as a family heirloom. Yet it seems you are struggling with a mere 40 million. What would your ancestors think, I wonder? Ha ha ha. Su Muyang's lips curled into a cold smirk. You have quite the audacity, young man, to invoke my name. Upon hearing this, Su Yingfei felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, instantly springing to his feet with crimson eyes. Zhang Mingjie, how dare you insult my family's ancestors? From this moment forth, it is a matter of life and death. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Mingjie suddenly interjected with a bid. 45 million. 48 million. Su Yingfei blurted out without a moment's hesitation, only to wake up to the reality of his situation with a grim expression. Zhang Mingjie, you tricked me. Ha! Zhang Mingjie erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with triumph. Oh, Su, I never imagined you could lose your composure like this. 50 million. Are you going to keep up, Su? If not, I might just take it home for my son Andy to play with. After all, it belongs to your family's ancestors. What could be more fitting than for my son to enjoy it? The atmosphere shifted as many in the crowd regarded the two with newfound scrutiny. It seemed that Su Yingfei was about to falter. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Mingjie, after such a prolonged duel with Su Yingfei, would gain the upper hand this time? It appeared that Su Yingfei would need to be wary of this cunning young man in the future. Regrettably for Su Yingfei, if not for his financial constraints and the necessity to reclaim this ancestral treasure, he would never have allowed himself to be outdone by Zhang Mingjie at this point. He had no choice but to respond. Otherwise, if the jade pendant were to end up around Zhang Mingjie's son's neck, he would lose all dignity. But could his finances withstand this? Old Master Tian had been watching quietly until he suddenly whispered, Shui, when the bidding starts, secure the jade pendant and deliver it to Su Yingfei. Let us give him a timely assist. Grandfather? Tian Shui was taken aback. Old Master Tian narrowed his eyes, fixating on Su Muyang's silhouette. I bet on Su Yingfei winning this round. Don't forget, he mentioned that a relative had come from his family, yet thus far they have remained silent. I have a premonition that the Su family will not easily endure this. Tian Shui pursed her lips, skeptical. Her grandfather was getting old. That disrespectful member of the Su family clearly lacked proper upbringing. So why was there such a fuss? However, since her grandfather had spoken, she reluctantly grasped the bidding paddle. Just then, Su Yingfei suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! Thank you, President Zhang. Everyone froze in confusion. What did Su Yingfei mean by this? In front of the crowd, he cupped his hands towards Zhang Mingjie, grinning that to be honest, President Zhang, while I have been somewhat financially comfortable lately, I am still a bit tight on funds that I never expected you to be so generous. Sponsoring me with 50 million. Rest assured, when I make my comeback, I will remember your kindness and ensure your company faces dire consequences. Sponsoring? Everyone was stunned. Where did that come from? But soon, some began to connect the dots. Oh snap! We were so caught up in their rivalry that we overlooked an important detail. This jade pendant was commissioned for auction by Su Yingfei. This means that if Zhang Mingjie truly buys it for 50 million, it will ultimately end up in Su Yingfei's hands. Is this a battle of wits with Su Yingfei? This is clearly a gift of money to him. Suddenly, The crowd's gazes shifted toward Zhang Mingjie with a hint of incredulity. This man was truly remarkable. At this point, Zhang Mingjie finally realized what he had overlooked. Su Yingfei was the actual client. Upon this realization, his face turned a deep shade of anger as he felt trapped. Akin to having swallowed a fly. Conversely, Su Yingfei was all smiles, waving to the auctioneer on stage. President Zhang has bid 50 million. Shall we continue? Huh. The auctioneer snapped out of his stupor, casting a strange glance at Zhang Mingjie before announcing in a formal tone. 50 million, once, 50 million, twice, 50 million, thrice, sold. Congratulations, President Zhang. You have successfully acquired this jade pendant. The applause echoed throughout the venue, interspersed with subdued laughter. Some even heard an exuberant voice exclaiming, "Thanks to my buddy for the 50 million." The auctioneer's voice rang out, accompanied by the muffled laughter, creating a particularly jarring atmosphere. Zhang Mingjie's face flushed crimson, his mind spinning in confusion. Damn it, Su Yingfei played me. Seeing Su Yingfei's triumphant expression ignited Zhang Mingjie's fury. And suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Su Yingfei, how dare you toy with so many industry veterans? Everyone was taken aback. What was he implying? Zhang Mingjie surveyed the room before declaring loudly. As we all witnessed, Su Yingfei repeatedly claimed this is a family heirloom, that for the sake of his ancestors, he must reclaim it. But what happened? A mere 50 million secured it for me. What does this imply? It indicates that this so-called heirloom is nothing but a fabrication of Su Yingfei. His intention was to deceive someone like me, his adversary, to artificially inflate the price. You despicable Su Yingfei. Your intentions are truly malicious. Is that so? A stir rippled through the crowd, and many began to furrow their brows. If one looked solely at the outcome, it certainly appeared that way. A pendant with a starting bid of 10 million had been driven up to 50 million. And after deducting the auction fees, all that money would flow into Su Yingfei's pockets. Were we truly being played for fools? Many gazes turned towards Su Yingfei with increasing skepticism, yet others quietly admired him. Recognizing why Su Yingfei could rise from nothing and thrive in the business world, his cunning strategy was indeed remarkable. This was clearly a trap for the willing. If you gave him face, you would avoid being duped, but for someone like Zhang Mingjie, he would certainly become a victim. Astute. Su Yingfei's expression darkened as he shouted angrily, Zhang Mingjie, stop spewing nonsense. This is undeniably a family heirloom of the Su family. And I, Su Yingfei, would never jest with my ancestors' reputation. Is that so? Zhang Mingjie laughed until he was almost in tears. If you place such importance on it, then why not bid? Surely your so-called ancestral honor is worth more than a mere 50 million. Ha ha, President Zhang. You are truly filial. This remark intensified the uproar in the crowd that if the former scenario held any truth, it could merely be seen as a commercial deception, although the tactics were despicable. The guests could accept that. However, if what Su Yingfei claimed was true, that this was indeed an ancestral relic, and yet he sold it, could anyone still respect him? In an instant, the scrutiny directed at Su Yingfei deepened. Zhang Mingjie keenly sensed this shift and felt a surge of excitement. Su Yingfei, your reputation is now tarnished. Do you still aspire to make a comeback? Who would dare collaborate with you? This dilemma now lay before Su Yingfei. Leaving him at a loss to admit it was not a family heirloom would be to deceive everyone present. Claim it was a family relic would mean he was a disgrace to his ancestors. Damn it. How is Zhang Mingjie so quick-witted today? Su Muyang had been teasing Su Mengyu, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama, yet secretly weighing the situation that in terms of cunning, Su Yingfei was indeed a standout among his peers. Yet, as the saying goes, a gentleman uses propriety to deceive. He was too upright, lacked a thick skin, and his methods were not sufficiently ruthless, leaving him ensnared in this predicament. However, with the elder here, could the Su family truly allow outsiders to bully them? Cough. Su Muyang lightly cleared his throat. Su Yingfei immediately bent forward, respectfully inquiring, Elder, what are your instructions? Su Muyang slowly stood up while holding Su Mengyu, speaking softly, since the dust has settled, let us return. Su Yingfei's face was filled with shame and a hint of reluctance. Ancestor, I apologize. Yingfei is incompetent and has failed to retrieve the family jade pendant. In no matter, Su Muyang replied with a slight shake of his head. Calmly making his way outside, Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui were momentarily taken aback, but promptly followed suit. This action instantly captured the attention of everyone present. After all, Su Yingfei was a person of some stature. Why was he showing such deference to that young man? Who exactly was this unfamiliar youth? Amidst the astonished and speculative gazes of the crowd, Su Muyang approached Zhang Mingjie, casting a glance at him. He stated coolly, "The possessions of the Su family are not easily taken. Within 3 days, ensure the jade pendant is returned to Su Yingfei, intact." With that, he offered no further acknowledgement and simply departed. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend the situation that it seemed as though he was issuing a threat. However, Zhang Mingjie was no ordinary individual. Could he truly be intimidated? After a brief moment of surprise, he burst into laughter that ha ha ha, 3 days? You think I would simply deliver it upon your request? Let me make it clear. If I were to send it, it would be as a toy for our family's teddy bear. I am curious to see what you intend to do about it. In the vast hall, his boisterous laughter echoed, while others fell into a profound silence. Such matters held no concern for me. I am merely here for the spectacle. Only old Tian, after a moment of contemplation, rose slowly. Xiao Shui, come with me. Huh? Tian Shui was taken aback and quickly inquired, Grandfather, where are we going? The next item for auction is the 18 arhats in Western painting. Which you favor? Isn't that why we came? Shaking his head slightly, old Tian replied, There's no rush. I find myself quite intrigued by that young man. Let us go and make his acquaintance. Make an acquaintance? Tian Shui was momentarily exasperated. The earlier individual spoke so harshly, and I had yet to settle accounts with him. Now we are to befriend him. However, she dared not defy her grandfather's wishes. Promptly assisting him as they made their way outside. The Tian family was a renowned commercial dynasty in the province, and old Tian was a highly respected elder in the business realm. His exit attracted the attention of many, yet most merely pondered for a moment before losing interest. Only a handful of astute individuals chose to follow him out of the auction hall. Upon exiting the hotel, Lu Wenhui discreetly glanced at Su Muyang. Noticing his calm demeanor, she hesitated, feeling a twinge of concern. Ancestor, please do not blame Fei Gu. Today's events were indeed unexpected. Rest assured, we will retrieve the jade pendant promptly. Blame him? Why would I? Su Muyang chuckled. You should both be more concerned about how to handle your wedding. My purpose for coming here was merely to seek trouble. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly shifted, and an aura of murderous intent surged around him. That moment, a long-lost voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The multi-child and multi-blessing system warmly reminds you. The only descendant. Su Lukai, in the modern world 026 has met an untimely death, resulting in the host losing the powers of the 026 world, diminishing strength by 100,000th. What? This revelation ignited fury within Su Muyang. One of my family members has died under abnormal circumstances. Who is responsible? Who dares to harm a member of the Su family? With Tian Shui's support, old Tian hastily exited the hotel. A few guests from the auction followed in tow, either sensing something amiss or seeking to curry favor with old Tian. However, just as they stepped outside, an overwhelming pressure, almost palpable, washed over them. In a moment of distraction, one person stumbled and fell to the ground. Others, while not as dramatic, felt their hearts tighten, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Old Tian's expression changed as he quickly looked up. Before him stood Su Muyang, his face darkened ominously, the formidable aura emanating from him. Such overwhelming presence. Who could he possibly be? A multitude of questions surged within old Tian's mind. The pressure he felt was beyond anything he had encountered, even in the presence of the most esteemed individuals throughout his life. As Su Muyang's aura retracted, normalcy returned, though his expression remained grim. Yingfei, there are matters I must attend to. I leave this place in your hands. In due time, when you host your wedding, I shall return to introduce the family to you. Without waiting for Su Yingfei to respond, he swiftly departed. His steps, though seemingly leisurely, saw him vanish into the crowd in mere moments. What transpired? Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui exchanged bewildered glances, both in a state of confusion. Su Mengyu, pouting, exclaimed, Why did Ancestor leave? He hasn't taught me magic tricks yet. Su Yingfei knelt down. Speaking gently, Xiao Yu, Ancestor has some matters to attend to. He will come back to play with you later, all right? Now, we should return home. All right then, Su Mengyu replied, her little head drooping, clearly unhappy. The thoughts of a child are often transparent. Though their time together was brief, she could sense that this ancestor held great affection for her. Little Su. Wait. Just as they prepared to leave, old Tian approached swiftly, glancing towards the direction Su Mu Yang had vanished, and then smiled broadly at Mr. Su. This must be your family member, correct? Has he left due to some urgent matter? Regrettably, I did not have the opportunity to make his acquaintance earlier, having discerned Su Mu Yang's extraordinary identity. He no longer dared to be overly familiar. Addressing Su Yingfei as Mr.Su instead of little Su, Su Yingfei shook his head slightly. That I apologize, old Tian. Ancestor had some urgent matters and left first. I will have the chance to introduce you both later. Very well then, old Ancestor. Old Tian was momentarily bewildered by this address. Su Yingfei offered a wry smile, feeling a bit helpless. Ancestor mentioned that our Su family has multiple branches, leading to significant differences in generational hierarchy. Given his standing, I must address him as Ancestor. Truth be told, this title left him rather uncomfortable, but what could he do? After all, Ancestor had contributed so much. Yet this explanation stirred a storm within old Tian that if the generational differences among the branches of the family were so vast, what did this imply? It suggested that the Su family has a lineage spanning at least a millennium. Over countless generations, such disparities could arise. Could it be that the Su family is indeed the legendary 1,000-year-old clan? Su Yingfei, unwilling to linger on this topic, swiftly diverted the conversation. Old Tian, you arrived at an opportune moment. Did I not owe the Tian family some debts? If it is convenient for you, shall we sit down and settle the matter? Old Tian's mind raced, but he maintained a smile. Mr. Su, you are being too modest. It is merely a trifling debt that I have an idea. What project does Mr.Su intend to undertake next? I could invest additional funds, and we can treat the previous debts as part of the new project investment. What do you think? Not particularly appealing. Su Yingfei silently scoffed. If it were a typical project, gathering investors could indeed consolidate resources and mitigate risks. However, with Su Mu Yang's robust backing, Su Yingfei had ample funds and projects at his disposal, rendering any risks negligible. This old fellow attempting to hop on the bandwagon now seemed rather opportunistic. However, as a seasoned businessman, Su Yingfei would naturally not refuse so outrightly. Tian Lao, you are being overly polite. Let us settle the debts today, and once the elder returns, we can discuss the investment matters. After all, this is a family-supported venture, and I cannot make unilateral decisions. Tian Lao, still unwilling to give up, urged further that Mr.Su is no stranger to the Tian family. Over the years, he has made considerable inroads into various industries. His words trailed off abruptly as a convoy of Rolls-Royce vehicles approached, with a top-of-the-line extended version gliding to a silent halt before the gathering. Several men in black disembarked, respectfully opening the car door before standing quietly behind Su Yingfei. This spectacle was quite extraordinary. Of course, for those present, purchasing a Rolls-Royce was hardly an issue. The real surprise lay in the sheer number of vehicles assembled, as if forming a motorcade, especially given that Su Yingfei had recently been in dire straits. This sudden display was astonishing. Tian Lao's thoughts shifted as he tentatively inquired, Mr. Su, what is the meaning of this? Su Yingfei, shaking his head in resignation, replied, this is a welcoming gift from the elder. Personally, I do not place much value on such things, but the elder insisted that my presence in the business world requires an appropriate fade. Alas, it was thrust upon me. Let us not dwell on it. Tian Lao, please, let us find a place to enjoy some tea. A wave of disbelief washed over many in attendance. What do you mean it was thrust upon you? If you truly did not want it, why not gift it to me? Tian Lao, ever astute, felt a growing clarity in his judgment. From this moment on, he resolved never to underestimate Su Yingfei again. A mere welcoming gift had manifested into an entire luxury motorcade. Such a display was certainly beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Coupled with Su Yingfei's evident capabilities, it appeared he was on the verge of soaring to new heights. Fortunately, Tian Lao had maintained a favorable relationship with him in the past. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He needed to continue to curry favor and deepen their rapport. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly smiled. Mr. Su, as you know, the Tian family has been in the business for many years, and we do possess some resources. Even if our investment negotiations do not reach fruition, should there be suitable upstream or downstream collaborations for our family, I humbly ask for your assistance. This statement startled Su Yingfei. Tian Lao was a venerable figure within the provincial business community. It was rare to see him adopting such a humble posture. At the same time, Tian Shui seethed with indignation. Why is he being so courteous to someone who can't even manage a woman? Yet, in the presence of her grandfather, she had no place to interject. standing by with an unpleased expression. Tian Lao pondered for a moment before continuing. Mr. Su, I still have a modicum of influence regarding Zhang Mingjie taking the jade pendant from your esteemed family, if it is inconvenient for you to intervene. Allow me to handle it. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden commotion erupted behind them. Tian Lao turned in annoyance only to be taken aback. The familiar crowd surged out of the hotel. A group that should have been attending the auction. Upon spotting Su Yingfei and Tian Lao, they converged, warmly exchanging greetings that Mr. Su, good day. Tian Lao, good day. Do you have a moment? Shall we share a cup of tea? Mr. Su, my younger brother has just opened a new club in the east of the city. Perhaps you could offer some guidance? What is happening? Su Yingfei found himself perplexed, as did Tian Lao, particularly for the latter, who was quick to perceive the curiosity and apprehension reflected in the gazes directed towards Su Yingfei. What on earth had transpired to evoke such a reaction? Just as they were trying to comprehend the situation, an ambulance suddenly arrived, with medical personnel hastily wheeling in a stretcher. Tian Lao furrowed his brow and asked, what is going on? Why is everyone here? And why has an ambulance arrived? Did a guest at the hotel fall ill? Others exchanged glances, and someone finally gathered the courage to speak. Mr. Su, Tian Lao, after you left, Zhang Mingjie was about to hand over the jade pendant, and then, he stammered, and under Su Yingfei's intense gaze, he reluctantly continued. Then he had an accident. When Zhang Mingjie had descended from the stage with the pendant, he inexplicably stumbled and broke his nose as he attempted to rest for a moment. His chair suddenly collapsed, the legs seeming to sink into the ground, causing blood to flow profusely. The scene erupted into chaos, but it did not end there. A light fixture above him fell without warning, striking him and leaving him unconscious, and it remained uncertain whether he could be saved. Mr. Su, although we have not collaborated before, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. A wave of shock swept through Su Yingfei and the others. What kind of misfortune plagued Zhang Mingjie to face such a series of calamities? Tian Lao's eyes glinted with insight as he instinctively glanced at Su Yingfei, recalling that Su Muyang had mentioned making Zhang Mingjie return the pendant within 3 days. He swiftly formed a clear conclusion. This string of events was undoubtedly connected to the enigmatic elder of the Su family. But how could this have been orchestrated? At first glance, it could only be deemed coincidental. Unless, Tian Lao surveyed the crowd, suddenly enlightened. No wonder they regarded Su Yingfei with a mix of respect and fear. Clearly, they were not fools and had drawn similar conclusions. Either the elder of the Su family had arranged for this to transpire, or some mysterious means were at play. The wealthier individuals became, the more they subscribed to such beliefs. Instantly, Tian Lao's gaze towards Su Yingfei shifted. What kind of entity is your Su family? As silence enveloped the group, the medical personnel emerged, pushing the stretcher down at lay Zhang Mingjie, unconscious, with visible blood on his forehead and the back of his head. His wife trailed closely, crying and shouting, abandoning any pretense of composure. Upon noticing Su Yingfei and the others, the woman suddenly went berserk, pointing at Su Yingfei and screaming, Su Yingfei, you murderer, you're finished, you're dead meat. I've already called the police, just wait to rot in jail. After venting her wrath, she seized the jade pendant from Zhang Mingjie's pocket, glaring at Su Yingfei as she exclaimed, you wanted this pendant, didn't you? Well, I'll toss it into the cesspool, if you want it. Go fish it out yourself. As she raged, her phone rang incessantly. Initially, she ignored it, but the persistent ringing compelled her to answer. Yet, after just a few words, her fury erupted anew, and she smashed the phone to the ground before lunging at the stretcher, gripping the unconscious Zhang Mingjie tightly as she screamed, Zhang Mingjie, you scoundrel, just a few days ago, you were out cheating, and I hadn't even settled the score with you. Now that Vixen is pregnant and wants to claim our son's inheritance? You bastard. Several medical personnel rushed to restrain her, but she continued to scream, and chaos ensued. Those witnessing the scene felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that all of this was connected to the jade pendant? What kind of cursed jade pendant was this? It seemed intent on bringing about Zhang Mingjie's ruin. Tian Lao took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, a newfound humility gracing his demeanor. Mr. Su, do you have a moment? Would you be willing to join me for a meal? Zhang Mingjie ceased to ponder over the matter. In no wonder some boldly declare that within 3 days, Zhang Mingjie will return the jade pendant obediently. Oh, that is the case. In the modern world of 026, within the confines of an antiquated apartment, the air suddenly rippled, and the figure of Su Muyang materialized out of thin air. Upon his sudden appearance, Su Muyang immediately sensed something amiss. For within his perception, this world was saturated with malevolent energy, the aura of death soaring high. Is this truly the modern world? How could it be so? Just as he contemplated investigating further, his gaze abruptly sharpened, and he stood as if petrified, completely motionless, for not far ahead, there lay a body, or rather, half a corpse, from the chest to the abdomen, 5 or 6 enormous gashes crisscrossed. With even a portion of the intestines having spilled forth from the wound, dark red blood pooled around, exuding a repugnant odor. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, lying quietly not far from the corpse. His right hand remained only as a thin layer of skin, dangling precariously from the wrist that a massive gash marred his leg, exposing the bone beneath. Most alarmingly, his head had been brutally cleaved in half. Through a faint pulse of blood, Su Muyang instantly recognized the identity of the deceased. This was Su Lakai, his sole descendant in this world. Yet now, this descendant lay still on the ground. Devoid of breath, his body in utter disarray. He is dead. Su Muyang stood silently, yet an overwhelming force began to simmer within him. Who is it? A low growl escaped through clenched teeth, as the sound reverberated. The dilapidated apartment crumbled into dust. A vast and unrestrained consciousness swept outward, indiscriminately scanning the surroundings. In mere moments, everything within a 1,000-mile radius was imprinted in Su Muyang's mind. However, what he beheld left him utterly astounded. For this world was not a normal one, but a post-apocalyptic realm teeming with zombies. As far as the eye could see, devastation reigned, leaving a scene of utter chaos. The streets were choked with various vehicles, haphazardly strewn about. Debris danced in the wind. This once great city was eerily silent, lacking the usual cacophony, a stillness that was unsettling. More horrifyingly, many zombies wandered the streets, ragged and bloodied, aimlessly moving in grotesque postures. Occasionally, a low growl would echo, piercing the silence of the city, sounding particularly jarring. No wonder upon arriving here, he felt such dense malevolence and overwhelming death energy. It was all clear now. Su Muyang furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze back to Su Lakai's corpse. Moments later, his frown deepened, for he had discerned that Su Lakai had already turned into a zombie before being dismembered. Damn it! Could it be that Su Lakai was attacked by other zombies? Or was he slain by the surviving humans? After a moment of contemplation, Su Muyang gently closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they had transformed into a pale golden hue. One of the 36 heavenly techniques. Returning heaven and reviving the sun. Perceiving the universe and illuminating the realm of Yenfu, one could comprehend all past causes and effects without obstruction. As golden light enveloped the corpse, an invisible thread of causality appeared in Su Muyang's vision. One end connected to the center of Su Lakai's severed head, while the other danced aimlessly in the air, seemingly searching for something. Yet, it led to nowhere. This is impossible. Su Muyang's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming in disbelief. Indeed, he had initially intended to trace the murderer of Su Lakai through the thread of causality, but to his utter astonishment, the technique of returning heaven and reviving the sun bore no effect whatsoever. How could this be? A heavy sense of despair settled within him, but he had long realized that this world was, at best, a mere small realm. The level of the heavenly Tao here was only on par with that of the Tianwu world. In fact, due to the surging malevolence, the heavenly Tao seemed to be on the verge of losing control. Under such circumstances, a supreme technique from a higher realm had utterly failed. Could it be that the force behind Su Lakai's demise was even greater than the level of this world's heavenly Tao? How could that be? After pondering for a while, Su Muyang decided to temporarily set this issue aside, for he had just employed returning heaven and reviving the sun, which had not been entirely without effect. Therefore, there were more pressing matters at hand. Slowly extending his right hand, he reached towards Su Lakai's corpse. As his arm approached the body, his hand gradually transformed from solid to translucent. Where is this? Su Lakai opened his eyes. Bewildered, he found himself in a profound and shadowy space, an expanse that seemed devoid of boundaries, as if it were a realm of void. Within this darkness, only a faint white light hovered in midair, dispelling a modicum of the surrounding gloom. This source of light was all too familiar to Su Lakai. Wasn't it the jade pendant he had worn since childhood? But what on earth was happening? In this void, Su Lakai attempted to move in one direction. Yet no matter how far he walked, the surroundings appeared unchanged. Even the position of the jade pendant remained stationary. He tried to examine the pendant, but aside from its glow and the warmth it provided, It exhibited no other properties. Time passed, and after exhausting all conceivable methods, despair began to creep into, am I really trapped in this inexplicable space? Damn, that would drive anyone insane. Just as he was on the brink of hopelessness, the surrounding darkness surged violently, and the sky suddenly split open, a colossal rift forming, through which light streamed in, dispelling a portion of the boundless darkness. A gigantic hand emerged from the fissure, cutting through the void and reaching directly for him. Su Lakai was taken aback, instinctively wanting to evade, yet his body felt as if it were frozen. Unable to move in the slightest, it's over. Watching that hand draw nearer, he closed his eyes in despair. Su Lakai, if you do not awaken now, when will you? A deep voice resonated, sounding like a grand bell. Compelling Su Lakai to open his eyes involuntarily, what he beheld left him utterly flabbergasted, for the first thing he saw was a young man standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon a second glance, he was stunned to realize that it was none other than himself. There he was, a tattered and broken version of himself lying motionless on the ground. No, could that truly be him? If so, then who am I? In an instant, Su Lakai's mind was in disarray, unable to comprehend the situation. Observing his descendants' bewilderment and recalling the bizarre circumstances of his death, Su Muyang couldn't help but sigh. Lakai, stop staring. That is your corpse to me. A corpse? Su Lakai pointed at the body, then at himself, a look of utter confusion on his face. Just as he was about to refute, he suddenly froze, for only then did he realize that his hands were indeed translucent. No, not just his hands. His entire body was semi-transparent. Su Muyang let out a soft sigh and gently spoke. You have perished, but fortunately, you wore the Su family jade pendant, which has preserved your soul from dissipating. Now, I must inquire, how exactly did you meet your demise? Jade pendant. Soul? Su Lakai glanced at his semi-transparent form, then touched the jade pendant that had inexplicably returned to his chest, now even more bewildered. Your words could land you in trouble for superstition, you know, but given my current predicament, after a long silence, Su Lakai finally spoke weakly. Who are you? Me? Su Muyang sighed softly. You may call me your ancestor. Ancestor? Su Lakai again fell into a state of bewilderment. Wait a minute, I'm in this dire situation, and you still want to take advantage of me, upon witnessing the incredulous expression of his descendant. As if gazing upon a swindler, Su Muyang's already irritable mood grew increasingly vexed. Yet, casting a glance at the ghastly remains before him, he managed to restrain himself. This child had suffered enough misfortune. He decided to endure a little longer. With a gentle tap of his fingers, the jade pendant resting on Su Lakai's chest suddenly pulsed a few times. This jade pendant, he remarked, is a relic passed down from my ancestors. Now, can you enlighten me on how you met your demise? Who is it that took your life? What was my cause of death? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Lakai's eyes, after a prolonged moment of contemplation. He despondently shook his head. I do not know. I only remember that one day, out of nowhere, a multitude of zombies emerged, attacking anyone in sight, turning those bitten into zombies as well. Then, inexplicably, I entered a peculiar state, neither entirely conscious nor completely oblivious. Subsequently, I found myself in a dark void, with only this jade pendant illuminating the space. Afterward, I was seized by a colossal hand, leading to my current condition. His explanation was muddled, yet Su Muyang quickly pieced together the narrative. Earlier, while releasing his divine consciousness, he had detected a heavy malevolent aura permeating the air of this realm. Those entangled by such an essence would inevitably transform into zombies, reminiscent of certain apocalyptic films featuring zombie viruses. Though he had not exerted his full strength, his probing had covered a 1,000-mile radius, and within that distance, the virus had spread so thoroughly that no living beings remained. The hazy state his descendant described was likely a result of his infection, rendering him a zombie. As for his mention of entering a dark space, it indicated that he had been dismembered, reaching the point of true death. Fortunately, the protective jade pendant from the Su family preserved his soul within the spiritual realm. Otherwise, he would have truly perished. Nevertheless, the pressing question remained. Who was the perpetrator? By what means had they slain Su Lakai, leaving Su Muyang utterly perplexed? To be candid, at this moment, Su Muyang was incensed. His strength was derived from two primary sources. One aspect came from the blessings of the progeny system. With each descendant born, his cultivation would incrementally enhance. The other source stemmed from the power of various worlds. As long as he had offspring in a particular realm, he He could indirectly harness that world's energy through their bloodline connection. The more significant the descendant's status in that world, the greater the energy he could draw upon. However, in this world 026, his bloodline had been severed, resulting in a decline of his powers, an affront he could not tolerate, especially since this was achieved through some unknown means, culminating in the death of Su Lukai even under the jade pendant's protection. What manner of individual possessed such capabilities? Observing the youth, who claimed to be an ancestor, deep in thought, Su Lukai chose not to intrude, merely examining his own state with curiosity. After a while, a light of realization sparked in his eyes, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Right? If my soul exists, does that mean I am now a ghost? Am I dead or alive? If ghosts exist, is there also an underworld? Can I be reincarnated, live another life? If there's a chance to live again, who would willingly choose death? Though I am currently dead, if reincarnation is possible, could I not live for several more decades? If I could retain my memories in my next life, I would undoubtedly be the protagonist of a novel. What does dying now matter? My next life is when I can truly shine." Su Muyang shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "This world lacks comprehensive rules. There exists only the realm of mortals, devoid of any underworld or reincarnation. Death is final. Should you wish to reincarnate, you must venture to a world with established cosmic laws. But do not hold your breath." A hint of melancholy crossed his face. "Young man, the higher you ascend, the more likely you are to attract the attention of certain entities. In a world beyond your comprehension. I happen to have an extraordinarily powerful wife, one even I cannot contend with. If it comes to it, you would need to respectfully address her as grandmother. This grandmother of yours is exceptional in every regard, breathtakingly beautiful, gentle in nature, fiercely strong, and commanding great influence. Her only flaw is a somewhat possessive streak, particularly when it comes to her rivals. Even the few platonic relationships I have had, she could not abide. I have countless women and descendants across the realms, and I must never let her discover that. If I were to bring a genuine direct descendant to that world, oh dear, young man, you might survive. But I would surely be half alive." Between himself and his descendant, Su Muyang unhesitatingly chose his own preservation. "Does that mean I am doomed? No. Does that mean I can only exist as a wandering spirit, forever caught in limbo? Goodness, what meaning is there in living like this?" Su Lukai's countenance turned ashen, despair washing over him. In his current state, he could neither eat nor drink, play games, nor experience romance. How could he possibly engage with a zombie? The notion was utterly grotesque. Thus, he realized he was destined to be a lost soul, drifting aimlessly, returning to a prior state of inactivity, merely staring blankly at the jade pendant. What a meaningless existence. Death would be preferable. As these thoughts consumed him, Su Lukai fell into utter despair. Su Muyang snorted derisively, stating coolly, "Who says you cannot live?" In that moment, the impact of those words was profound. Su Lukai paused, then suddenly rushed towards Su Muyang, grasping him tightly. "Save me, save me. I do not wish to die, nor do I want to become a ghost. I beg you, please rescue me." Su Muyang cupped his ears as if straining to hear. "What did you say? Save me. What? I beg you, save me. What? Please, I implore you. I will bow to you." After several exchanges, a spark of realization ignited in Su Lukai's mind, and enlightenment dawned upon him. "Ancestor, please, save me. Now, that is more like it." Su Muyang sighed in relief. Such descendants from countless generations were indeed troublesome, especially those from the modern world. Indoctrinated with materialistic beliefs, making acceptance difficult, they wouldn't even address him as ancestor, each one more unfilial than the last. Seeing Su Lukai finally amend his address, Su Muyang ceased to press him, and, with 2 fingers extended, spoke calmly. To save you, there are 2 methods. First, you can transform your soul into a ghostly cultivator. Once your strength increases, you may achieve a rebirth of flesh and blood. I choose the second option." Su Lukai blurted without hesitation. "Ghostly cultivation? That sounds dreadful. Do you not realize I am timid and cannot even bear to watch horror films? If you expect me to become a ghostly cultivator, I would likely frighten myself to death upon glancing in a mirror. The second option?" Su Muyang regarded him quizzically, then continued. "The second method is also straightforward. I shall assist you in reconstructing a physical body and then reintegrate your soul within it. Thus, you shall naturally live again. Goodness, I made the right choice." At that moment, Su Lukai felt as though the heavens had opened. "I will live. I am truly going to live," in a flurry of excitement. He danced about, tears streaming down his face. Su Muyang remained silent, merely watching him with a smile. Once Su Lukai had calmed down slightly, Su Muyang finally spoke. However, resurrecting you will require considerable effort, not to mention the numerous rare materials involved. Thus, the question arises, although you are a descendant of the Su family, how do you intend to repay this debt? Huh? Repay a debt? Su Lukai's expression turned blank. Realization dawning upon him. He had just comprehended the situation. Indeed, though this person claimed to be his ancestor, it was their first meeting, and the nature of their relationship remained uncertain. What grounds did he have to expect assistance? After much contemplation, Su Lukai gritted his teeth and finally resolved to take action. Elder, what conditions do you have? Just name your wishes, and I shall fulfill them. He had come to understand that since the elder had spoken, he would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. However, at this moment, he possessed nothing of value, nor did he have anything that others might covet. The only possibility lay in the elder's desire for him to undertake some task. But how could a mere wandering soul like himself accomplish what a powerful being capable of capturing spirits and reshaping bodies could not? Alas, in the face of mortality, what choice did he have but to agree? Observing his resolute demeanor, Su Muyang finally unraveled the riddle. He raised 2 fingers and spoke slowly. First, you must guard this realm for a century. Rest assured, the new body I shall provide you will be extraordinarily durable and ever fresh, allowing you to live for a millennium without issue. A millennium? Su Lukai swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his mouth. How could an ordinary person like him possibly live for 1,000 years? And all it would cost was a mere century? Incredible! Was this not a windfall of 900 years? Such a condition would be foolish to refuse. No problem. Elder, leave it to me. 100 years is but 100 years. I shall not waver for even a second. Su Lukai thumped his chest, producing no sound, but the intent was clear. He was so eager to agree that he failed to notice the significance of the term guard. Su Muyang, however, chose not to reveal this, merely smiling as he presented the second condition. Second, within this century, you are to bear 10 offspring for the Su family. No problem. 10 children. Su Lukai was ready to agree without a second thought. Yet, halfway through his assertion, he suddenly halted, as if a hand had grasped his throat. For he had just recalled something. If memory served correctly, this world was overrun with zombies, was it not? You expect me to bear 10 children? With whom, pray tell? With zombies? Good heavens! Elder, I have misjudged you. I never imagined that beneath that imposing brow and large eyes lay such a peculiar taste. Seeing his eyes darting about in panic, Su Muyang snorted coldly. And with a surge of force, he pinned Su Lukai to the ground. What are you thinking, boy? Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. My intention is for you to produce offspring and ensure the continuation of the Su lineage. Do you understand the ramifications of engaging in reproductive isolation with a zombie species? Su Lukai lay there, indignation etched across his face. Was it my fault for your lack of clarity? It is only natural that I would not comprehend the complexities of souls and bodies. Su Muyang snorted again, dismissing him, and fell into deep contemplation. Simply reshaping a body was hardly significant. One could easily scoop up some dirt and mold it into shape. However, the crux of the matter was that a mere body would possess little strength and might not even be capable of reproduction. Moreover, he had not forgotten that Su Lukai had been killed by an unknown entity. If such a mysterious being were weak, it would be akin to a second serving of fodder at the very least. He needed to withstand some time until Su Muyang arrived. Considering all this, the materials for the body required careful thought. After pondering for a time, Su Muyang sighed deeply. Very well. Some matters must be faced eventually. For the sake of these unworthy descendants, what is a little loss of dignity to me? Resolute in his decision, he no longer hesitated. He seized Su Lukai's soul and vanished into the air. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a mysterious portal suddenly appeared in midair. Amidst an expansive forest, a vast azure lake lay at its center, dominated by an immensely tall and flourishing tree. Bellamy, crowned and staff in hand, led numerous tribespeople in reverent supplication before the tree, praying in an ancient and mysterious tone. O sacred and majestic mother tree, you are the source of life, the weaver of seasons, the guardian of all growth. It is you who bestowed life upon us, enlightened our minds, and granted us the right to exist upon this land. Today, your child Bellamy shall uphold your will, take up this sacred queen's staff, and inherit the title of Elven Queen. With humility and devotion, I shall fulfill the duties and missions of the Elven Queen. May the Elven Forest thrive, may all living beings coexist harmoniously, and may love and peace endure in this world. May the mother tree be with us, Following this lengthy prayer, countless elves knelt on one knee before Bellamy, their faces alight with fervor. May the mother tree be with us. May the queen be with us. Bellamy rose, raising the queen's staff to point towards the heavens. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, she exuded an aura of sanctity and inviolability. Yet, at that moment, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. Elder, where is this place? Wow, beautiful women, so many beautiful women. Hey, their ears. Could they possibly be fairies? Everyone gasped in astonishment, instinctively turning towards the source of the voice. There, beneath the mother tree, stood two figures, one a young man with his hands in his pockets, and the other a wandering soul. A filthy soul dared to desecrate the sacred mother tree. An enemy attack. An enemy attack. An elf shrieked. Instantly, the elves erupted in fury. Some drew bows, others unsheathed slender swords, and some wielded staffs, beginning to chant incantations. The unseen magical forces of the world were suddenly summoned. What are they doing? Sulakai exclaimed, startled, as he hurriedly hid behind Sumu Yang. He didn't understand the significance of a wooden stick, but the sight of swords and bows clearly indicated they were coming for him. Were they intent on slaying him? Sumu Yang surveyed the scene, letting out a slight sigh. In an instant, the chaotic magical energies settled, as if nothing had ever occurred. Those elves, poised to charge, appeared as if bound hand and foot, utterly motionless. What kind of magic is this? The elves were struck with terror. Yet, Sumu Yang paid them no mind, his gaze fixed on Bellamy, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. Bellamy, it has been so long. You've grown so much. Are you about to inherit the title of Elven Queen? Looking at Bellamy, who stared back at him with wide, astonished eyes, her lovely lips forming an shape, the staff fell from her grasp with a clatter. Lord Mu Yang. Why, you're a Lord Mu Yang. In an instant, she spun around and fled, leaving the queen's staff behind, her voice echoing as she called out frantically, Elder Alice, it's Lord Mu Yang. Lord Mu Yang has returned. Lord Mu Yang has returned. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to the regal queen of moments prior. All the elves were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Who is Lord Mu Yang? Why does the queen react this way? And what does this have to do with Elder Alice? Sulakai peered curiously, glancing from one to the other, mustering the courage to inquire, Elder, what is going on? Are they not the fairies from Western tales? And why does the queen react as if she has seen a ghost? Who is this Elder Alice? A barrage of questions came tumbling forth. Mu Yang's face flushed slightly, an unusual hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Before he barked, what business is it of yours? Silence. He was flustered and indignant. He was truly flustered and indignant. The flames of gossip ignited in Sulakai's eyes. Elder, if you insist, I shall be all ears. Please, regale us with your tale. Moments later, a magnificent green radiance suddenly ascended from the distant horizon. This light flickered unpredictably, emanating a subtle yet formidable pressure. The trees on either side of the path abruptly recoiled, revealing a broad thoroughfare. Not only that, but the massive trees, as thick as a person's embrace, also bent slightly, seemingly to pay homage to an approaching presence. Was there a distinguished guest arriving? Sulakai craned his neck, straining to peer down the avenue. In the distance, a green figure appeared, flickering in and out of view, as if it were shimmering. With each flicker, the distance diminished significantly. In mere moments, the figure drew near. It was a tall and slender female elf, her skin as radiant as pearls, glimmering with a faint luminescence. Her eyes sparkled like two brilliant gemstones, deep and luminous, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky. She wore a simple yet elegant green robe that, despite its unadorned design, accentuated her ethereal beauty, exuding grace and nobility with every movement. She appeared as if she had stepped straight out of a painting. In truth, she was an elf. Welcome, great elder. Although the assembly of elves was immobilized, they glared fiercely at Sumu Yang and his companion, with some hot-tempered elves even hurling insults. However, upon witnessing the arrival of this elf, they all respectfully greeted her, their voices imbued with reverence, then quietly awaited her commands. What no one anticipated was that this elf was entirely oblivious to them, her unwavering gaze fixed upon Sumu Yang. Her beautiful eyes seemingly veiled in a thin mist. Sumu Yang sighed softly and spoke gently, Alice, it has been a long time. Alice remained silent, extending her trembling right hand slowly towards Sumu Yang's face. Just as her fingers reached halfway, she abruptly turned her head, offering Sumu Yang a glimpse of her delicate nape, her cool voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Who are you? What do you want? Oh my! Gossip! Sulakai watched from the side, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. His curiosity ignited as if he were ready to set up a small stool and crack open a couple of beers. The tone, the gestures, the expressions, it was as if he were witnessing a melodramatic soap opera. A catchy line echoed in his mind. You are cold. You are heartless. You are unreasonable. No, you are the one who is cold. Heartless and unreasonable. Where have I been cold, heartless, or unreasonable? Yet he overlooked one crucial fact. Was the ancestor that kind of person? To Su Lakai's astonishment, he watched as Su Mu-Yong wrapped his arms around Alice's waist and pulled her into an embrace. Then leaned in to kiss her. What the hell? Su Lakai exclaimed, jumping up in shock. Big brother, oh no, ancestor, this isn't how the script goes. Is this really so straightforward? Not even a bit of foreplay? Not only him, but all the elves present stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, hardly believing their eyes. The continent's foremost archmage, the elder of the elf clan, was being forcefully kissed. The atmosphere instantly fell into a profound silence. In Su Mu-Yang's embrace, Alice stiffened for a moment, initially intending to struggle. However, the longed-for scent overwhelmed her, rendering her instantly entranced. She melted into Su Mu-Yang's arms, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. The familiarity of her actions was undeniable. What on earth is happening? Su Lakai was utterly bewildered. What had started as a display of disdain and rejection now transformed into an affectionate exchange. Was this the legendary first move of a domineering CEO? Kiss her when she disobeys. Elder Alice, wait for me. Queen Bellamy of the elves flew in from afar, breathless as she called out. But upon witnessing this astonishing scene, she froze, stumbling midair and nearly falling. Yet her voice roused Alice from her reverie. Instinctively, Alice raised her head, only to find a multitude of elves staring at them in astonishment. And her face flushed with embarrassment. Her delicate features instantly transformed into a vibrant shade of crimson, and like a quail, she buried herself into Su Mu-Yang's embrace, refusing to look up again. The stark contrast between her usual regal demeanor and her current bashful disposition left many elves feeling as though their idols had shattered. However, Su Mu-Yong, unfazed by the spectacle, affectionately stroked Alice's flowing green hair and laughed heartily. Little Bellamy, I'm merely catching up with Alice. Please entertain the little friend I brought along. With that he vanished, taking Alice with him. All present stood momentarily in stunned silence, their gazes turning in unison towards Su Lakai. Filled with curiosity, scrutiny, suspicion, and resistance. Under such scrutiny, Su Lakai felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he were transparent, exposed for all to see. Well, he was indeed a half-transparent soul now, so it was only natural. Fortunately, Bellamy soon approached, casting curious glances at him before placing her right hand over her heart and slightly bowing, speaking with a hint of reverence. I am Bellamy, the current queen of the elves. May I ask how you are addressed, sir, and what is your relationship with Lord Mu-Yong? A stunning beauty, the Elven Queen, spoke to him with such deference, causing Su Lakai to be taken aback. He instinctively reached out to shake hands, but then reconsidered, feeling it inappropriate. He attempted to return a gesture of respect, yet that too felt unsuitable, so he mimicked her posture, placing his hand over his heart and bowing slightly. Your Majesty, please, you honor me. I am Su Lakai, a relative of the Ancestor. He faltered, unsure of how to continue. After all, Su Mu-Yong had simply instructed him to address him as Ancestor, and he was unclear on the specifics of their kinship. He had only learned the Ancestor's name, Mu-Yong, from Bellamy, yet this information sufficed. Bellamy's eyes brightened, her excitement palpable as she inquired eagerly, Su Lakai, Su, are you akin of Lord Mu-Yong? Yes, I suppose so. Su Lakai nodded uncertainly. Bellamy's enthusiasm surged, and she gestured invitingly. Lord Su Lakai, please join me at the Queen's palace for a discussion. Servants, prepare the grandest feast to welcome Lord Mu-Yong and Lord Su Lakai. Huh, what is going on here? Su Lakai was momentarily stunned. Wait, you're the Elven Queen. Why are you treating a relative of the Ancestor with such courtesy? Other elves exchanged puzzled glances, equally bewildered. What was happening today? Elder Alice was acting out of character, and now the Queen was too. Caw, caw, caw. A few crows seemed to fly overhead, accentuating the awkward atmosphere. Bellamy chuckled sheepishly, slightly embarrassed. Lord Lakai, my sincerest apologies. I completely forgot. Su Lakai wiped away non-existent drool. Feigning magnanimity. Your Majesty, please, it was my oversight. Your kindness is duly noted. This is my fault. The situation arose from Bellamy's directive to lavishly entertain Su Lakai. Thus, an array of rare magical fruits, as if they were free of charge, was presented. If other mages on the continent were to witness this, their eyes would surely turn green with envy. It was common knowledge that the Elven clan occupied the resource-rich Elven Forest, renowned for its abundant magical fruits. Moreover, this was a feast personally ordered by the queen. Magical fruits of the 7th or 8th grade were abundant, and even several varieties of the rare 9th grade fruits graced the table. Who wouldn't salivate at such a sight? However, the crux of the matter was that Su'Laki was no ordinary person. At present, he was merely a half-transparent soul without a physical form. No matter how delectable the offerings, he could only watch and envy, utterly unable to partake. Bellamy, too, only thought of the warm hospitality and unexpectedly forgot this matter, which could lead to an awkward situation. Seeing Bellamy still with a look of guilt, Su'Laki swiftly exercised his gentlemanly demeanor to shift the topic. By the way, Your Majesty, you may simply call me Lakai. I am but an ordinary person. I cannot bear the title of Lord Lakai. How can that be? Bellamy stubbornly shook her head. You are a kin of Lord Mu Yang. Your status is noble, and respect is a necessity. Furthermore, you may just call me Bellamy. Su'Laki scratched his head, unsure of how to explain. I can't exactly tell you that I am not familiar with the Ancestor. Can I? However, pondering the situation, he tentatively inquired, how about this? Let us forego formalities. I will call you Bellamy, and you shall call me Likai. By the way, what did the Ancestor do that warrants such respect from you, Your Majesty? Upon mentioning this, Bellamy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lord Mu Yang is truly remarkable. Hundreds of years ago, Elder Alice encountered Lord Mu Yang during her travels across the continent. With Lord Mu Yang's assistance, her strength surged to unprecedented heights, breaking the limits of the continent's magicians and stepping into the unparalleled realm of the divine mage. As for me, I was merely a newborn at that time, and by a stroke of fortune, I received guidance from Lord Mu Yang, which allowed me to become a level 9 mage and succeed as the Elven Queen. Lord Lakai, she continued. Lord Mu Yang mentioned that he aided Elder Alice's breakthrough using the Su family's secret techniques. Lakai, as a kin of Lord Mu Yang, do you happen to know this secret technique? Is it possible? Is it? Her face bore a hint of embarrassment, yet her expression radiated hopefulness as she gazed at Su'Laki, the unprecedented divine mage, who wouldn't wish to attain such power. I too am a mage with dreams and aspirations. Yet, this was destined to disappoint her. Su'Laki, despite his vast potential, was merely an ordinary individual. What do I know about mages or divine mages? At present, his sole focus was on the captivating lady before him, who, astonishingly, had lived for several centuries. Indeed, the more enchanting a woman, the more prone she was to deception. Just as the two harbored their respective thoughts, the queen's palace suddenly trembled slightly. Before Su'Laki could react, Bellamy appeared momentarily stunned, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she swiftly darted out of the palace. Seeing this, Su'Laki hurriedly followed suit. In the distance, a milky white halo abruptly emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura as it expanded outward. Encircling this halo was a faint green mist. As the halo swept across nearby trees, the once robust and lush elven wood visibly grew larger. No, it was not merely one. Following the first halo, another one formed. With each generation of these halos, the ground trembled once more. What is happening? Su'Laki blinked, utterly perplexed. The commotion had already drawn the attention of many nearby elves, who quickly gathered around, chattering with questions. Your Majesty, what is going on? Is something wrong? An enemy attack? Wow, what a rich and sacred life force. It is even more magnificent than the mother tree. Please forgive me. Not only is the life energy extraordinary, but the natural elements are also unusually vibrant. Your Majesty, what on earth is happening? While they were still debating, Bellamy had already swiftly seated herself cross-legged, her face beaming with joy as she assumed a meditative posture. She did not forget to loudly remind everyone, all elves, immediately begin meditating and cultivating. Lord Mu Yang is assisting Elder Alice in enhancing her magical power. This is an incredible opportunity. What are you all standing around for? As her voice faded, a young elf suddenly exclaimed in delight. Huh, what is happening? I was swept by that halo and unexpectedly advanced from a level 3 archer to a level 4. What kind of power is this? Unfortunately, no one could answer him, for everyone had already sensed the extraordinary nature of the halo and promptly seated themselves to enter a meditative state. Only Su'Laki remained, glancing around aimlessly, unsure of what to do. Meditation? I can't do that. At that moment, the ground shook violently once more as a halo, several times thicker than the previous ones, surged outward. The meditating elves, swept by the halo, suddenly radiated emerald green light from dozens of them, an indication of magical advancement. After a few muffled cheers, the scene fell silent again, as everyone seized this rare opportunity to fervently meditate. Su'Laki stood there in a daze, blinking for a while before curiously directing his attention to the halos. One after another, they appeared. After observing for a while, Sulikai was astonished to discover that the emergence of these halos seemed to follow a pattern. After every 9 normal halos passed, a super halo would emerge. Accompanying the super halo was the violent trembling of the ground and the occasional flashes of advancement among the elves. No. As time progressed, the frequency and intensity of the halos became increasingly erratic. Defying all predictability. At times, a series of super halos would arrive in a torrential downpour, leaving people breathless. At other times, amid dozens of normal halos, a super halo could form unexpectedly, igniting anticipation for the next surprising development. After pondering for quite some time, Sulikai scratched his head, feeling utterly perplexed. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and embarrassment regarding this rhythm. Half a day passed, and the sky had darkened. Only then did the halos cease to manifest. The Elven Forest returned to its former tranquility. Yet, within this tranquility, there echoed countless cheers. Wow, I actually advanced from a level 4 swordsman to a level 6. Good heavens, my elven bow has mutated. It can now produce void arrows. I never expected that with my aptitude, I could advance to a level 7 Grand Mage. I actually comprehended the gift of the goddess of life. This is a forbidden magic of the life element. Is this real? Your Majesty, what is happening? Bellamy's face was also filled with excitement, clearly having reaped tremendous benefits. This is all thanks to Lord Mu Yang. Elder Alice's advancement to the Divine Mage was because of Lord Mu Yang's aid. These halos are merely a leakage of energy, while Lord Mu Yang assists Elder Alice in her enhancement. My advancement to a level 9 mage is also due to having experienced these halos several times in the past. Lord Mu Yang is the most esteemed friend of our elven clan. Praise Lord Mu Yang. The scene erupted into commotion, as nearly everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Just a leakage of energy has brought us such immense benefits. Who exactly is this Lord Mu Yang? Could he truly be a deity from legend? Yet, the one who voiced this was the esteemed Elven Queen, and they had all genuinely felt the effects. Even the most implausible scenario seemed plausible as more and more people chose to believe. And curiosity about Su Mu Yang grew amongst them. Your Majesty, who exactly is this Lord Mu Yang? Bellamy smiled mysteriously, her expression filled with pride. That, I cannot divulge. You only need to know that Lord Mu Yang is immensely powerful and extraordinarily noble. Also, this is Lord Sulikai, a kin of Lord Mu Yang, so please be sure to show him the utmost respect. The eyes of the gathered crowd once again converged upon Sulikai. However, unlike the previous skepticism and wariness, this time their gazes were imbued with warmth and respect. Several audacious elves drew closer, curiously scrutinizing him. Just then, a languid voice echoed through the air. Bellamy, bring that young one to me. Yes. Recognizing the voice belonged to Alice, Bellamy wasted no time. He swiftly dispersed the crowd and led Sulikai towards the back, all the while imparting words of caution. Elder Alice has a somewhat aloof demeanor and does not often engage in conversation. If you find yourself slighted in any way, do not take it to heart. As a kin of Lord Mu Yang, you are a friend to our elven race. Despite his reassurances, Sulikai's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Aloof? Was she not the bashful young woman who openly embraced and passionately kissed in public? Surely not. They soon arrived at a treehouse nestled deep within the jungle. The treehouse, though modest in size, boasted a simple elegance, seemingly blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Upon entering, they found Su Mu Yang seated calmly in a chair, sipping tea. His demeanor exuded an air of tranquility, reminiscent of ancient sages, utterly unperturbed by worldly affairs. Alice sat beside him, lazily supporting her chin with one hand, her complexion rosy, and her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of light. Although she still wore her simple green robe, her aura had transformed remarkably, radiating a striking allure. Even Bellamy could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Elder Alice, you look stunning today." A flicker of panic crossed Alice's eyes, but she quickly composed herself, redirecting her gaze towards Sulikai. Is this the young one you brought? Indeed, Su Mu Yang replied, rubbing his nose, his expression somewhat awkward. This is Sulikai, my descendant. Descendant? Alice was taken aback, abruptly rising to her feet, her expression darkening as her gaze flickered with uncertainty. After scrutinizing Sulikai closely, her voice trembled slightly. With black hair, is he your child with Candace? Candace? Bellamy's expression shifted, while Sulikai wore a look of utter confusion. Who is that? Why does it sound like a foreign name? No, how could I be the child of an ancestor and that individual? Su Mu Yang's countenance grew increasingly uncomfortable. No, Alice, allow me to explain. There's no need for explanations. Alice sighed, her expression growing more severe. I understand now. If it's not Candace, then it must be Isabella. Isabella? Bellamy's expression changed yet again, while Sulikai became even more bewildered. Who is Isabella? Su Muyang shook his head, speaking softly. It is not Isabella. Alice. This situation, not Isabella. Alice interrupted him sharply, her face darkening. Could it be Sophia, Monica, Elena, Margaret? With each name she uttered, her expression darkened further. By the end, her lovely visage appeared as though it had been smeared with ink. Su Muyang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Women, women. He sighed softly, gesturing with his hand, and in an instant, both Bellamy and Su Lakai found themselves outside the treehouse. The treehouse was now enveloped in a transparent barrier. Bellamy blinked in confusion, murmuring to himself, a soundproof barrier. Was Lord Muyang about to discuss some clandestine matters with Elder Alice? Su Lakai, however, was entirely uninterested in such musings. Bellamy. Who is Isabella that Elder Alice mentioned? Bellamy turned, his expression solemn. Isabella is the chief priestess of the sacred church and the true leader of the order on the continent of Ace. She is also the only grand sage in the history of Ace. Wow, what a significant figure, Su Lakai exclaimed in astonishment, before becoming curious. And what about Candace? Candace is the chief judge of the Dark Alliance and the true leader of the chaotic faction on the continent of Ace. She is also the only martial god in Ace's history. Wow, this is equally impressive. Su Lakai's eyes widened in shock as he muttered to himself. These two women are extraordinary. Elder Alice seems to be at a disadvantage here. As a modern individual, he was far more perceptive than Bellamy and began to see the bigger picture. He held a favorable impression of Alice, and now that it appeared she was losing ground, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. These two were leaders of their factions, of noble standing. Could Alice possibly compete with them? However, upon hearing this, Bellamy shot him a fierce glare. Who says that? Elder Alice is the first god mage in the history of Ace, the leader of the neutral faction. She stands alongside Isabella and Candace as one of the three great powers of the continent. Yet, in my view, Elder Alice is the most formidable of them all. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Su Lakai was momentarily taken aback. I had thought Alice was merely an ordinary elder of the elven race. But it turns out she is a leader in her own right. Then who are Sophia, Monica, Elena, and Margaret? Bellamy scratched his head, equally perplexed. I don't recognize these individuals either. I vaguely remember that they were princesses from several human empires centuries ago. But they should have perished long ago. At that moment, Su Lakai's feelings became incredibly complex, mingling envy, jealousy, and resentment. Oh, Ancestor, so you were a scoundrel after all, and your romantic interests are far from ordinary. Impressive, indeed, as Bellamy recalled the earlier scene. A sudden surge of doubt arose. Wait, Elder Alice mentioned that you might be a descendant of one of them. Su Lakai fell silent. How am I supposed to respond to that? I wish my mother were one of those three great powers. A princess of an empire or something. But the reality is, my mother is just an ordinary housewife. Fortunately, he was spared from answering that awkward question when the ground suddenly trembled, and that familiar, embarrassing halo rushed towards them. It was not until dawn broke that Su Lakai and Bellamy were summoned back to the wooden house. Upon seeing Alice again, he noticed a lingering softness in her expression, and her gaze seemed to evade his. Yet her tone had softened considerably, almost tinged with a hint of sympathy. Poor child, you have suffered. Come here, let Auntie have a look at you. This, Su Muyang's lips twitched in discomfort. The generational hierarchy had suddenly become quite muddled. If one were to follow the lineage, Su Lakai would indeed have to address her as grandmother. However, women are always most sensitive about age. If he were to call her grandmother, even if Alice's temperament was gentle, she might very well explode in fury. Su Lakai was astute enough to understand the intricacies of the situation. This elder was no ordinary individual, yet despite this, he had come seeking Alice's assistance in resurrecting himself, which implied that Alice possessed either remarkable capabilities or extraordinary treasures. Understanding all this, Su Lakai knew precisely how to proceed. Upon hearing Alice's summons, he quickly stepped forward, his expression one of utmost respect. Auntie, greetings. He bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize for arriving empty-handed this time. It was my oversight. Next time, I shall come prepared to show my filial piety. A smile graced Alice's face, her satisfaction evident. Good child. Your intentions are what truly matter. Annie does not lack for such things. She then turned to Su Muyang, asking, are you planning to resurrect him? With your abilities, it should pose no problem, correct? Su Muyang nodded, explaining, I intend to create a new body to serve as a vessel for his soul. However, if it were merely a casual attempt to create a physical form, I fear it may not suffice. Yet, should excessive force be exerted, the constraints of his world as power hierarchy would render it untenable. After much contemplation, I have come to seek your assistance. Here, Crafting a corporeal vessel for him would precisely align with the limits of his world's power. A glimmer of realization sparked in Sulakai's eyes. After all he had experienced, he had come to understand the significance of power, and naturally, the greater the strength, the better. Did the elder imply that his new body would possess formidable power? Truly, the elder is quite generous. Alice pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. I comprehend your intentions. Bellamy, please take this child to the mother tree so he may undergo rebirth as an elf fruit. What? Bellamy's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she bowed respectfully and replied, as you wish, esteemed elder Alice. Sulakay noticed her expression seemed somewhat troubled, leaving him utterly perplexed. What exactly is an elf fruit? Why does it cause Bellamy such distress? Observing his confusion, Su Muyang kindly elucidated, Lakai, the elven race differs greatly from humanity. The elves have a mother tree that absorbs magical energy to produce elf fruits. Each elf fruit nurtures an elf. And when the fruit ripens, it signifies the birth of an elf. Of course, elves can also reproduce through conventional means, but such offspring, the second-generation elves, exhibit significant limitations in both aptitude and potential. Your Aunt Alice is willing to allow you to be reborn as a first-generation elf, which is quite a substantial investment. This explanation opened Sulakai's eyes to new wonders. He had previously only heard of live births and egg-laying. It seems elves are born from fruits. Truly, the world is vast and full of marvels. He now finally understood why Bellamy appeared so troubled. The mother tree generates elves by absorbing energy, so every time an elf is born, it must expend immense energy. Additionally, it seems the elven race strictly enforces family planning. Occupying a slot means one less elf for their kind. As the Elven Queen, it would be surprising if Bellamy were pleased. Wait, he suddenly realized. According to this logic, Elder Alice must also have been born from that very mother tree. Given the relationship between the elder and Alice, could it be that the tree is, in fact, the elder's mother-in-law? What a tangled web of connections. Despite his chaotic thoughts, he knew the importance of propriety and quickly bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Alice. Thank you, Queen Bellamy. Do not be so hasty in your gratitude. Su Muyang interrupted suddenly. Setting down his teacup, he gazed earnestly at Alice. Alice, if it were merely a rebirth as an elf, I would not exert such effort. My intention is for him to enter the fountain of life within the mother tree to receive a baptism of sorts. With the fountain of life, we shall reshape flesh and blood. What? This proclamation struck like a thunderclap. Bellamy leaped up, exclaiming, Impossible. That is absolutely out of the question. That is the fountain of life. Even Alice's expression darkened. She cast a deep glance at Su Muyang, then at Sulakay, and sighed heavily to Muyang. You know the fountain of life is the source of power for the elven race. Even as the Grand Elder, I would not dare to agree to such a request lightly. Though she did not outright refuse, the implication of her words was unmistakably clear. Sulakay was left utterly baffled. What exactly is the fountain of life? However, since Alice stated it is the source of power for the elves, it must be something extraordinary. The elder certainly has grand ambitions. Wait, if the elder is making such a challenging request, is it for his own sake? If so, then all is well. I have no objections. Listening to the elder's words, it is imperative to ensure he remains unharmed. Their reactions did not surprise Su Muyang. He merely raised his hand, as if to speak. Observing this, Sulakay quickly interjected, bowing deeply. Elder, Lakai and Bellamy shall take their leave for now. You and Aunt Alice may discuss matters at your convenience. With that, he pulled Bellamy and made to exit. Inwardly, he mused. Observing the situation, it was clear the elder intended to employ special means to persuade Elder Alice. I certainly cannot remain here as a third wheel. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly find myself cast out again. Just as before. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. I shall leave on my own. Su Muyang froze, his gaze turning dangerously sharp. What an ungrateful descendant. You possess remarkable audacity to slander the elder. Do you truly believe your innermost thoughts are unknown to the elder? The elder raised his hand merely to amplify the gravity of the discussion. Do you think the elder possesses no other skills beyond persuading women? Do not speak without understanding. Though his teeth ground in frustration, now was not the time for reprimanding him. He shot the young man a fierce glare, retorting, What do you mean leave? We are discussing your matters. He then turned to Alice with a serious expression. Alice, you have misunderstood. Should I wish to utilize the fountain of life, I will naturally pay an appropriate price. This price will be one that you, the elven race, and even the mother tree will find satisfactory. Alice was momentarily taken aback. Su Muyang took her hand gently, speaking softly. Given our relationship, I care for you deeply. How could I bear to put you in a difficult position? Alice's eyes sparkled with emotion. almost overflowing with sweetness. The children are watching. Do not be so undignified. Though she said this, she held tightly on to Su Mu Yang's hand, unwilling to let go. Su Lakai silently lowered his head. Two old mischief makers, how infuriating. Perhaps due to the inherent innocence of elves, Bellamy was confused and asked, Lord Mu Yang, what do you mean? The fountain of life is a treasure of the elven race, and the mother tree can only condense a drop every 100 years. Su Mu Yang chuckled softly, choosing not to answer her but instead pulling Alice to her feet. Let us proceed to the mother tree of life. We might as well gather the nearby kin. It would be an opportunity for them as well. Alice responded with a gentle mm and obediently followed him out. Su Lakai noticed Bellamy still in a daze and quickly pulled her, whispering, Bellamy, why are you still standing there? The elder has stated he wishes to provide opportunities and benefits. Ah. Only then did Bellamy come to her senses, her eyes lighting up as she hurriedly flew out. I shall summon the others. In just a moment, the treehouse was left with Su Lakai alone. He gazed in the direction the others had vanished, feeling a mix of indignation and sorrow. You all only know how to bully me. Do you not realize I am just an ordinary person? Is there no one to assist me in taking flight? This treehouse is so high. How am I to descend? Never mind. I shall simply climb down slowly. Cautiously making his way down the treehouse, Su Lakai suddenly halted, then slapped himself sharply. Have you lost your mind? You are now a formless spirit. Why bother climbing down? Just leap. Can it hurt you? By the time Su Lakai arrived at the mother tree of life, the area was already bustling with activity. All the nearby elves had been summoned, and unlike the hostility earlier, the elves now regarded Su Mu Yang with respect and awe. Even Su Lakai enjoyed a share of this honor, as many elves bowed to him as he passed, causing him to feel somewhat elated. Once most had gathered, Su Mu Yang, who had been whispering with Alice, finally stood up. Rising into the air, he formed consecutive hand seals and declared, Hooray, rise! As he moved, the ground suddenly quaked violently, as if a dragon were thrashing beneath the earth. Not only that, but the trees within a 100-mile radius began to transform at an astonishing pace. Some grew instantaneously into towering giants, while others withered away in an instant, disintegrating into dust that scattered into the air. A few even seemed to sprout legs, uprooting themselves and relocating before re-establishing their roots in a new place. What was happening? The crowd was utterly bewildered, yet a few elves suddenly had a glimmer of realization and exclaimed, What vibrant natural elements! His words served as a reminder to everyone, prompting some to contemplate deeply. Leading to astonishment, the natural elements between heaven and earth had become several times more active, as though they had come to life, rejoicing with exuberance. Not only was their activity heightened, but their concentration was also dramatically increasing. If one were to practice magic in such an environment, the progress would undoubtedly accelerate manifold. While some marveled, others had already begun meditating, striving to capture the natural elements in the air. Among the elves, only Alice and Bellamy remained unfazed. Alice's gaze was fixated on Su Mu Yang, and witnessing his formidable presence, her eyes grew somewhat entranced. Bellamy, however, directed her attention towards the mother tree of the elves, exclaiming in wonder, The mother tree is actually growing. At her prompting, the crowd finally noticed. The mother tree at the center of the lake was indeed growing at a visible rate, originally towering over 100 meters. Its dense canopy had covered a vast area. Yet now, the mother tree appeared to be on a growth spurt, sprouting branches and buds with remarkable speed. In mere moments, it had ascended several dozen meters, its massive canopy becoming increasingly thick, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. If mere growth was all it entailed, that would be one thing. But the key point was that the vitality of the mother tree was visibly surging. Pulsating with life, hundreds of vibrant elven fruits rapidly materialized. Praise the mother tree, praise Lord Mu Yang. Witnessing this spectacle, Bellamy was nearly moved to tears. As Su Mu Yang had stated, the birth of the elven race depended on the mother tree producing elven fruits. However, each fruit's condensation consumed immense energy, making the elves born in this manner quite rare. Most were second-generation elves bred through conventional means, and compared to those born from the mother tree, there was a vast chasm in strength and potential. Now, with the emergence of over 100 first-generation elves, this was indeed a monumental event for the elven race. Su Mu Yang floated down gracefully and proclaimed, Esteemed friends of the elven kin, I am the beloved of Elder Alice. Today, I have come to the Elven Forest to establish the Eastern Emu Grand Formation. This formation gathers natural elements to aid you, my elven friends, in your cultivation. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to entrap and vanquish foes. With this formation's protection, the Elven Court will no longer fear outside invaders. Although they did not perceive the entrapment and vanquishing capabilities, everyone could distinctly sense the enhancement to their cultivation. The rich magical environment and the vibrant natural elements meant that practicing here would accelerate their progress by more than tenfold. Everyone witnessed the changes in the mother tree as well. However, he claimed to be the beloved of Elder Alice. According to Elven customs, to ensure the purity of their bloodline, the elves were prohibited from intermarrying with outsiders. But then again, was Lord Muyang really an outsider? How could someone who contributed so much possibly be considered one? In an instant, all the elves bowed respectfully to Su Muyang. Bellamy, with a serious expression, declared, "Lord Muyang, from this moment onward, you shall be the most esteemed friend of the Elven race." Su Muyang waved his hand, chuckling. "No need for such formality. As long as Alice is happy, that is enough." A veil of mist clouded Alice's beautiful eyes, nearly causing her to tear up. "I am so happy, so delighted. Just seeing you brings me joy, let alone all that you have done for the Elven race." Sulakai silently lowered his head, unable to suppress his secret disdain. Such simplistic flattery had bewitched the venerable elder so thoroughly. One wondered whether the ancestors' methods were too astute, or if the Elven race was simply too naive. Just as Su Muyang was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of Su Lakai's peculiar expression, causing him to stiffen momentarily. Darn it, how could I have forgotten about this kid? He had carelessly let slip a few words that the younger generation had overheard, which was quite troublesome. He cleared his throat and straightened his expression. As I mentioned earlier, I wish to send this lad into the fountain of life for purification. Naturally, I am aware that the fountain is exceedingly precious, with the mother tree able to condense but a single drop every decade. If I were to use the fountain to reshape this boy's flesh and blood, it would place a tremendous burden on the mother tree. I would never impose such a dilemma upon you. Huh. There's more to look forward to? Alice's eyes sparkled once more. Su Muyang smiled slightly, slowly approaching the mother tree, surveying it attentively, and declared, "As the mother tree of the elves, you gather the essence of life and nurture the Elven race. Unfortunately, the path of magic is not the true way. You have strayed from your course, unable to awaken your wisdom or undergo primordial transformation. Today, I seek to borrow 100 pounds of your life essence to aid my descendants' cultivation. In return, I shall enlighten you and bestow upon you the primordial Imu-Ju technique. From now on, our fate shall be disentangled." With that, he extended a finger and gently touched the trunk of the mother tree. Some keen-eyed elves had already noticed that a verdant sphere of light hovered at his fingertip. Though small, this orb seemed to contain boundless vitality, evoking an irresistible yearning upon first glance. As the orb entered the mother tree, it trembled violently, then began to grow at an astonishing pace. In no time, it reached into the clouds, its apex vanishing into the mist. Not only that, but from its vast canopy, countless natural elements surged forth, dyeing the clouds above a vibrant green. The canopy overshadowed the sun, stretching endlessly, as if only this colossal tree remained in existence between heaven and earth. As children of the mother tree, all the elves present felt the joy radiating from it. They knelt on one knee, offering their tribute, praised the magnificent mother tree. Even Alice was no exception. Only Sulakai stood with his mouth agape, foolishly craning his neck to gaze skyward. As a modern individual, he had never witnessed such astonishing supernatural power. After a long moment, he abruptly turned his head to fixate on Su Muyang, his eyes filled with longing. "Big shot. It turns out my ancestor is the real big shot." Su Muyang seemed to hear his thoughts, not even turning back as he casually explained, "The Elven tree, also known as the Tree of Life, has an extraordinary origin. However, it lacks intelligence and does not comprehend cultivation. For countless years, it has drawn and released energy purely by instinct, accumulating vast quantities. Now that I have enlightened it, it may take a while to adjust, leading to this energy overflow and causing such a commotion. It will settle down shortly." Sulakai held his breath for a long time, finally managing to articulate a phrase that best reflected his current emotions. "Ancestor is awesome." Su Muyang twitched the corner of his mouth. "Kid, your exclamation just lowered the average cultural level of our Su family." He continued, "Enough with the flattery, just focus on carrying out the tasks I've assigned you. Would the ancestor have to exert such effort if it weren't for you, you rascal? For me?" Sulakai pointed at his own nose, momentarily bewildered. At that instant, the mother tree of the elves underwent yet another transformation. Its entire trunk rapidly diminished in size, soon returning to its original form. Yet, everyone noticed a significant difference. Previously, the mother tree had appeared largely unremarkable upon first glance. However, now, its trunk gleamed with an emerald-like quality, pure and warm, exuding a vibrant vitality. Among the hundreds of multicolored magical fruits that had just formed, several had transformed into a dazzling array of colors. Moreover, a face gradually emerged from the jade-like trunk. It bore the visage of an elderly woman, her face lined with wrinkles, her eyes imbued with the weight of experience, yet sparkling with a bright light of wisdom. A kind voice resonated in the hearts of all present. It seemed that this was her first utterance. She was somewhat unpracticed, yet the meaning of her words was crystal clear. The mother tree had indeed awakened wisdom. Countless elves stood in stunned silence for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. Soon, someone knelt before Su Muyang, offering the highest tribute of the elven race. More and more elves followed suit, bowing in reverence, and eventually, even Alice felt compelled to pay her respects. Su Muyang quickly pulled Alice up, turning to the mother tree to say, "There is no need for such formality. What we share is merely a transaction. For now, focus on comprehending the primordial wood technique, and please, open the fountain of life." The mother tree nodded, its massive trunk slowly splitting open to reveal a cavity. Within the hollow, a pool of milky white spring water emanated a soft, ethereal glow. Just a glance at it filled Sulakai with a deep yearning that seemed to stem from the very essence of life itself. Sumuyang waved his hand, and Sulakai soared into the air, plunging directly into the fountain of life. How delightful! Sulakai nearly moaned in comfort. Although he currently lacked a physical form, astonishingly, immersing himself in the fountain of life enveloped him in a warm sensation, infinitely more pleasurable than any hot spring he had previously experienced. Sumuyang nodded in satisfaction, just as he was about to speak when his eyes flickered, as if a thought had struck him. "Mother tree, shall we discuss a proposal? Bellamy is also your offspring, and she is now the Elven Queen. Currently, you have borne 18 elven fruits, and once they mature, they will possess the stature of a divine mage. However, Bellamy, as the Elven Queen, with merely 9th level power, is insufficient to lead the elven race. Since you are opening the fountain of life, why not allow Bellamy to partake in the baptism as well?" The mother tree slowly nodded. "As you wish, esteemed Lord Mu Yang." Upon hearing that she could receive the baptism of the fountain of life, Bellamy stood stunned for a moment before bursting into joyous exclamations. "Thank you, Lord Mu Yang. Thank you, mother tree. No need for such courtesy," Su Mu Yang replied with a warm smile. With the mother tree now cultivating the primordial wood technique, its strength would undoubtedly increase, and the fountain of life would no longer be as precious as before. "Even without my mention, in due time, the mother tree would offer you this opportunity." His words were casual, yet Bellamy was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Lord Mu Yang, you are far too modest. Without your intervention, I would not have known when such an opportunity would arise. That I am truly grateful." Su Mu Yang suddenly chuckled. "Little Bellamy, when did you become so polite? Since you insist on expressing your gratitude, how about helping me with a small favor?" He gestured towards Sulakai, who was soaking in the fountain of life, and said somewhat melancholically, "This lad is utterly clueless about cultivation, and my abilities are ill-suited for him. Since you both will undergo the baptism simultaneously, why not use this time to teach him some nature-based magic?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bellamy vigorously nodded. "Lord Mu Yang, rest assured, everything I know, I will teach to Lakai." "That is splendid." Su Mu Yang waved his hand, and Bellamy instantly soared into the fountain of life. As both individuals entered, the tree hollow gradually closed its entrance, reverting to its original trunk form. However, within the fountain of life, Sulakai was left in a state of bewilderment. "Wait, Ancestor, what is going on? I can understand you finding me a tutor for magic, treating it as hiring a private tutor, but why must this tutor also bathe with me? Isn't this the legendary couple's bath, in complete darkness? A lone man and a woman sharing a bath, do you not fear something might happen?" Yet, the thought of sharing a bath with his tutor seemed rather thrilling. He. Suddenly, as the tree hollow sealed, the fountain of life was engulfed in darkness, but soon, the jade pendant adorning Sulakai's chest floated up, hovering in midair like a small sun, casting a soft white glow that rendered the fountain of life even more dreamlike. Immersed in the fountain of life, Bellamy could not help but emit a contented sigh. However, in this intimate and secluded environment, Sulakai found himself swallowing hard. "Ancestor, is this your way of testing me? Which disciple can withstand such a trial? Are you not worried about causing a scandal?" As if in response to his doubts, the floating jade pendant suddenly shifted. The soft white light gradually transformed into a gentle pink hue. Warm and romantic, like a dream. Bathed in this rosy glow, the already stunning Bellamy appeared even more ethereal, leaving Sulakai's eyes wide in astonishment. "My apologies, Lakai. It's just so delightful." Bellamy's cheeks flushed as she realized she had been so engrossed in the pleasure of the fountain of life that she almost forgot about Sulakai. No worries. Sulakai gulped, discreetly averting his gaze. No, I must resist the temptation. Perhaps this is a test from the Ancestor. If I remain steadfast and endure this trial, the powerful Ancestor will surely reward me. Moreover, has the Ancestor already awakened the wisdom of the mother tree? Presently, I am within the mother tree itself. Should anything occur, the mother tree will witness it firsthand, especially since the image of the mother tree manifests as an elderly woman. This is absolutely unacceptable. Yet, just as he thought this, another strange occurrence unfolded. The jade pendant's light suddenly expanded, rapidly morphing into a pink dome, completely enveloping the fountain of life. This dome seemed to possess a shielding effect, rendering the outside world invisible and silent. Likewise, whatever transpired within could not be discerned by the mother tree. With this realization, Sulakai's courage surged, and the sense of shame evaporated. Bellamy, shall we explore magic together? He chuckled. Now, even the mother tree wants to know that I'm actually a novice in magic, right? Otherwise, how embarrassing would that be? Time slipped away, and eventually, the tree hollow slowly opened, allowing light to flood back in. Sulakai emerged from his joyful studies, pleasantly surprised to discover he had regained a physical form. Unlike before, when he appeared translucent, he now possessed a familiar body. However, unlike prior, this body radiated a delicate milky white glow, reminiscent of the fountain of life. Come forth. Su Mu Yang's voice resonated from outside, devoid of discernible emotion. Thank you, Lord Mu Yang. Bellamy flew out, landing before Su Mu Yang with a face full of astonishment. Lord Mu Yang, Elder Alice, it seems I have surpassed the 9th level mage. Su Mu Yang, with a kind smile, replied with satisfaction, Bellamy, your talents are commendable. This baptism has indeed granted you significant benefits. However, you have not yet attained the status of a divine mage. You are merely a half-step divine mage. I yearn to transcend the realm of the divine law, yet it necessitates certain fortuitous occurrences. Bellamy, however, remains undeterred, her countenance adorned with a radiant smile. She is indeed quite content. Expressing her gratitude to Master Mu Yang. Mu Yang subtly nods, then diverts his gaze towards Su Lakai, his expression suddenly turning somber. Su Lakai emerges in a rather disheveled manner, nearly losing his balance upon landing. With a broad grin, he appears almost foolishly ecstatic. Ancestor, I have not disappointed your expectations. I have mastered all of Bellamy's magical abilities. Yet, he admits, his application of them is not yet proficient. He vows to practice diligently in pursuit of meeting your standards. At this moment, one could almost read his desire for praise etched across his face. Ancestor, I have withstood your trials, dedicating myself to the study of magic, utterly unmoved by the allure of beauty. Are you not pleased with me? Do you not see my potential? Please, commend me. Teach me some remarkable skills. His words ignite a spark of ire in Mu Yang. You little rascal, do you find yourself lacking? The Ancestor has provided you with opportunities, yet you remain ineffectual. Even if your body is weak, you could at least cultivate some relationships. But instead, you've spent all this time solely focused on magic? At this rate, how will the Su family continue its lineage? Each generation more ungrateful than the last. It truly infuriates me. Bellamy blinks her large eyes in surprise. Oh, why is it so quiet? Where have all the people gone? Alice's cheeks flush a delicate hue, and she lowers her head shyly. Yet Mu Yang, with a remarkably thick skin, declares solemnly, during this time, I have frequently assisted Alice in enhancing her magical prowess, leading to a considerable leakage of aurora. They have gained far too much, progressing too swiftly. I am concerned for their unstable foundations, hence I have sent them out to assimilate what they've acquired. Without waiting for Bellamy's inquiry, Mu Yang swiftly changes the subject, casting a stern glance at the bewildered Su Lakai, before taking Alice's hand and speaking gently, Alice, I must apologize. My departure is imminent. Depart. Alice gasps, momentarily forgetting her shyness as she lifts her gaze. You are leaving? Indeed. Mu Yang gestures towards Su Lakai, speaking with a hint of resignation. I wish to spend more time with you. However, this descendant of mine is rather disappointing. Although he has been reborn through the fountain of life, he does not yet possess a true body. I must find a way to further assist him. A sigh escapes him, revealing the burdens of being the ancestor of the Su family. Alice silently lowers her head, her beautiful eyes clouded with mist. Can you stay with me for a few more days? Mu Yang sighs quietly. I wish I could. Yet, this little rascal's unstable foundation necessitates prompt recovery. Otherwise, it may hinder future cultivation. After all, he is a descendant of the Su family. I cannot afford to be irresponsible. Don't involve me in this. If Su Lakai could wield the art of invisibility, he would undoubtedly employ it without hesitation. You, old ancestor, may deceive the naive elves, but do you truly believe you can fool someone as worldly as me? This charade clearly indicates your intent to flee while using me as an excuse. Bah! You old lecher! Scoundrel! Alice, must we depart at once? Seeing Alice's pitiful demeanor, Su Lakai feels a pang of sympathy. After all, she is his aunt, and it feels as though he has elevated her status significantly. Mu Yang shoots him an unreadable glance. Your body, constructed from the fountain of life, is imbued with a vast reservoir of life force. In other words, you are akin to a fantastical version of Tang Seng's flesh. Everyone would desire a taste. If you wish to continue in this manner, I have no objections. Then, never mind. Sulakai concedes immediately. Forget it. A dead friend is better than a living stranger. And Alice, I apologize. Alice exhales a soft sigh, her exquisite beauty evoking a deep sense of pity in anyone who gazes upon her. Are you leaving this world? When will you return? Will I have the chance to see you again? Mu Yang hesitates for a moment before releasing a long sigh. Alice, I do not wish to keep anything from you. I will not be leaving this world just yet. I must venture forth for a time. As for our future meetings, there will be ample opportunities. Alice's expression shifts from worry to joy, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazes at Mu Yang. That if possible, may I accompany you on your travels? Just as we did in the past, adventuring across the continent together. A hint of difficulty appears on Mu Yang's face. Alice, this young man's condition is quite dire. He possesses flesh but lacks a skeletal structure. Therefore, I intend to pay a visit to the Dark Alliance to borrow their artifact, the Scythe of Death, to provide him with bones. Wait, an artifact? Sulakai's eyes widen with excitement. While he is unaware of what the Scythe of Death entails or its powers, the mere mention of an artifact assures him that it is extraordinary. The Ancestor truly is generous. However, he is taken aback when Alice seizes upon the crux of the matter. To the Dark Alliance? Does that mean you will seek out Candace as well? Mu Yang chuckles awkwardly, his expression tinged with embarrassment. After all, Candace is the High Judge of the Dark Alliance. Should anything go awry with the Scythe of Death, her position as High Judge would undoubtedly compel her to investigate, potentially implicating her as well. As a friend, it is only right that I inform her in advance. Alas, were it not for this young man, I would not have to complicate matters for my friends. He adopts a facade of righteousness, yet Sulakai feels his sanity slipping away. Ancestor, please, be a decent person. You wish to clandestinely meet your lover. Why must you use me as a shield? You claim I am your descendant, yet in reality, you treat me as a mere pawn. A forced pawn at that. And Alice, please do not be deceived. As expected, Alice remains silent. Though she is a naive elf, she possesses an extraordinary sensitivity as a woman. After a prolonged silence, she finally speaks, her voice slow and deliberate. What happens after you obtain the Scythe of Death? Ahem. Mu Yang's expression grows increasingly awkward. This young man has acquired flesh and bones, yet he still lacks vital organs. Thus, I must also visit the Holy See to procure their angel's heart, using the angel's heart as a heart. I will forge the young man's internal organs. Alas, as the ancestor of the Su family, I am truly burdened with concern for my descendants. Silence blankets the room, enveloping it in an oppressive stillness. Even Sulakai finds himself too exhausted to articulate his thoughts. Ancestor, if memory serves me correctly, you have a lover named Isabella, the High Priestess of the Holy See, right? Why must you seek out each of your lovers to help me with my body? Are you certain that your intentions are truly to assist me in reconstructing my flesh? Yet, much to his surprise, upon hearing Mu Yang's words, Alice's face lights up with a radiant smile, her joy palpable. Mu Yang, your honesty brings me great happiness. With your strength, you could have concealed your intentions from me, yet you chose to tell me. This indicates my significant place in your heart. Thank you. I am genuinely delighted. Disaster looms. Sulakai shuts his eyes in despair. Aunt Alice, are you aware that you have been manipulated? You, too, are one of the 3 greatest masters of the continent. Must you not possess a shred of dignity? He estimates that continuing down this path might lead them to a most embarrassing fate. Yet, he did not anticipate that this moment would arrive so swiftly. Alice suddenly adds, if that is the case, then I shall accompany you. What? At this moment, even Mu Yang was taken aback. Alice flashed a confident smile, revealing a hint of playfulness and pride, since you intend to borrow the Scythe of Death and the heart of the angel. There may very well be conflicts, wouldn't he there? After all, I am the foremost mage of the continent, and I can certainly lend a hand. Moreover, you sought me out first upon your return and have spent such a long time with me alone. If there is to be jealousy, it should be from the 2 of them. Stupefied, Sulakai was left in a daze. Oh, Ancestor, you truly are the Sea Army de la Sea Army among men. Oh, wind spirit dancing in the atmosphere, grant me transparent wings, so I may soar freely in the heavens. Sulakai chanted this incantation in an ancient tone. I in the space between heaven and earth. The element of wind instantly came to life, swiftly forming a pair of transparent wings behind him, lifting him gently into the air. Bellamy flitted about nearby, incessantly directing him. Yes, just like that. Maintain a steady output of magic. Add a touch of magical energy to the left wing, and you'll be able to turn right. If you wish to ascend, you must increase your magical output while Bang! Su Lukai suddenly accelerated and crashed violently into a large tree ahead. Yet, curiously, he was not injured. Instead, he was flattened into a pancake. His round head became flattened, and his nose, mouth, and eyes all caved in, resembling a child's drawing. Not only his face but his body also transformed into a thin layer. Pressed tightly against the tree, his hands and feet, propelled by inertia, flew forward and became tightly entwined around the tree. Instead of being surprised, Bellamy covered her mouth and laughed. Feeling dejected, Su Lukai jumped down, rubbed his face a few times, and restored his nose, eyes, and mouth. Then, taking several deep breaths to inflate himself back to normal, he muttered in frustration, "Ancestor, why do I feel like I've become a lump of clay? I can shape myself into any form at will." Not far behind, a pure white unicorn ambled along. Su Mu Yang sat with Alice atop the unicorn, whispering to each other, hearing Su Lukai's lament. He smiled and replied, "Didn't I mention before? You may appear to have a physical form now, but you are merely composed of the flesh condensed from the spring of life, not yet fully formed. That is why I am assisting you in seeking the scythe of death and the heart of the angel. Did you really think I was only looking for people? Oh, how I intended to share my heart with the bright moon. Yet alas, the bright moon shines upon the ditch. Oh dear, magic is so difficult to learn." With a miscalculation, Su Lukai fell from the sky once more, landing in a heap. As he returned to his normal form, he couldn't help but sincerely reflect. Previously, while soaking in the tree hollow's romantic bath, he had learned the basic theories of magic and incantations quite thoroughly. However, applying them in practice proved far more challenging. Alice smiled gently to comfort him. Lukai, you are doing splendidly. Mages on the continent progress from easy to difficult, honing their skills gradually, thus mastering their control over power. You, however, have been forcefully elevated through the spring of life. Although you possess the magical energy of a 9th-level mage, you are utterly naive in controlling that power. Yet, with such a foundation, it won't be long before you become a true 9th-level nature mage. Bellamy also frowned slightly, expressing her discontent. Indeed, I spent a full 200 years to reach 9th-level mage status. You've gained 9th-level power in just a few days. Should this news spread, countless individuals will surely be green with envy. He. Su Lukai chuckled with pride. Jealous, are you? Envious, perhaps? Resentful? No matter, for I have a splendid ancestor. Observing his gloating, Su Mu Yang playfully smacked him on the head, sending his head sinking into his neck. What is there to be proud of? You rascal, in your current state, practicing nature magic will yield swift results, but mastering elemental magic will be much more challenging. Instead of neglecting nature magic, you should focus on mastering the elemental wind wings. It would be strange if you succeeded. Su Lukai skillfully popped his head back up and chuckled. Ancestor, while that may be true, flying is a dream cherished by humankind. Moreover, soaring through the skies with wings is incredibly cool. What is so cool about that? Su Mu Yang nearly burst into laughter. You're acting as if you've never seen the world before. Fine, pursue elemental magic if you wish. It can't do any harm. However, within half a month, you must master nature magic to perfection. Su Lukai's face fell into a frown. Half a month to master it? How much suffering must I endure? Ancestor, I believe that learning should not be rushed. Gradual progress is the way to go. Su Mu Yang snorted softly and replied coolly, in half a month, we will arrive at the Dark Alliance's territory, when I use the scythe of death to forge your bones. You will also need to learn necromancy from Candace. Time is of the essence. What? Su Lukai's face turned pale, and he stammered. Ancestor, does that necromancy involve skeletons like those portrayed on television? I am most terrified of ghosts. Please don't frighten me. Afraid? Are you? Su Mu Yang replied languidly. Then I shall give you another chance. If you master necromancy, when we reach the Holy See, I will have Isabella teach you light magic. How does that sound? Light magic, the epitome of clarity, is the greatest counter to ghosts. Once you master light magic, those ghastly beings will surely flee from you. Then I shall learn. The moment he heard he wouldn't have to fear ghosts. Su Lukai perked up, but a moment later, he realized something was amiss. Wait, before I can learn light magic, don't I have to deal with those ghosts first? So the question arises, learning light magic means I won't fear ghosts. But to learn light magic, I must first interact with the ghosts. Isn't this the classic chicken or egg dilemma? Ancestor, are you playing with me? Listening to their conversation, Alice grew increasingly puzzled. Mu Yang. With your abilities, if you merely wish to create a physical body for him, there should be numerous methods available. Why is it necessary to use these 3 items? And why must he learn these 3 schools of magic? Casting a glance at the woeful Su Lukai, Su Mu Yang sighed and shook his head. Alas, there is no helping it. His world is indeed peculiar. Mastering these 3 schools of magic would allow him to control zombies with necromancy, purify the environment with light magic, and restore vitality with nature magic. If he can accomplish this, it would indeed be a remarkable deed. Remarkable deed. Sulu Kai's ears perked up. The concept of merit was well known to anyone who had read internet novels. It was an immensely valuable commodity. Bellamy blinked in confusion and interjected, "My Lord Mu Yang, what exactly is merit? What benefits does it confer?" With a smile, Su Mu Yang explained, "The benefits are indeed immense. To put it simply, the heavenly laws of that world have become polluted, leading to a complete imbalance, depriving it of the ability to function normally. If this lad can truly restore balance to that world, it would be a tremendous contribution to the heavens and the earth. The way of the great Tao is selfless. To reward him, it is entirely possible for him to replace the heavenly laws and become the sovereign of that world." Oh, the so-called heavenly laws can roughly be understood as a being akin to a creator god. All living beings in the world would regard you as their sovereign. The operation of the heavens would align with your desires, and you would remain immortal, existing for eternity. Holy moly. The explanation left the 3 individuals utterly speechless. They had initially believed that his sole purpose was to resurrect Sulu Kai, but it soon became evident that Su Mu Yang's ambitions far exceeded anyone's imagination. He intended to forcibly create a deity of creation. How is that even possible? Sulu Kai stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. To replace the heavenly Tao. This was beyond wild speculation. Look at your pathetic demeanor. What is there that cannot be achieved? Su Mu Yang scoffed, displaying an expression of exasperation. It is merely a small world. The power of the heavenly Tao is not insurmountable. Why should it be irreplaceable? If a department manager in a company fails, the boss would be furious and simply replace him with someone more capable. Isn't that entirely normal? Our Su family has produced many talents. Some are busy establishing the celestial court while others are preparing to create the underworld's cycle of reincarnation. If we can construct the complete 3 realms, what is so daunting about a mere human realm's heavenly Tao? When the ancestor instructed you to guard that world for a century, did you think it was just a casual remark? Based on my estimates, you need only spend 100 years to thoroughly purify that world, thereby officially replacing the heavenly Tao. I ask you this. Are you willing to undertake it? If you're not, I will simply recruit from other worlds in the Su family. Why not? Of course, I will do it. Sulu Kai shouted, leaping up with eyes gleaming with excitement. It's just 100 years. After all, the ancestor has laid out the path so clearly, I can merely wait for victory to come to me. What is there to hesitate about? Even if it does not succeed, it would only amount to a wasted century. Besides, the ancestor said this new body can live for 1,000 years. Have you thought this through? Su Mu Yang suddenly adopted a serious tone and stated, to receive rewards, one must first make sacrifices. To gain great merits and earn the recognition of the Tao is not as simple as it sounds. For this 100 years, you must be diligent, working tirelessly day after day without a moment's respite. In that time, you will be the only being in that world, and you will have to endure immense solitude and loneliness, with no one to converse with. He shot a quick glance at Bellamy, hinting, unless you are willing to share a portion of your merits and seek out suitable companions. Ancient powers and dormant vitality awakened at this moment. By my will, I summon the forces of nature. Trees, heed my call. Nature's magic, bestow upon you vibrant life, allowing the green of the forest to endure eternally. As you look, I chanted a long string of incantations, and the natural elements coalesced under his control, merging into the forest before him. Instantly, the forest began to grow at an astonishing rate, as if it had been infused with hormones. Ancestor, I have succeeded. I can now cast the 9th level magic, natural growth. Though he was panting heavily, Sulu Kai could not contain his exuberance. What a promising development. Su Mu Yang scoffed lightly, stating, with the fountain of life as your flesh and blood, is it not expected that you can wield 9th level nature magic? Your power is too dispersed, and your control over the elements is rather coarse. You should engage more with Bellamy. Sulu Kai nodded vigorously, rushing over to Bellamy, chattering incessantly. Since discovering the path the ancestor had laid out for him, Sulu Kai felt as though he had been injected with a stimulant. Except for sleeping, his entire focus was on magic. He even skipped meals. After all, he was not an ordinary person at the moment, brimming with energy and hardly in need of food. His relentless efforts only served to irritate Su Mu Yang. Kid, you've got your priorities all wrong. Your current focus should be to find suitable companions. Understand? With no other choice, he begrudgingly attempted to nudge him toward Bellamy. Observing Sulu Kai and Bellamy's burgeoning relationship, Alice could not help but smile. I believe the Elven clan is about to select another queen. Just like in the old days. Su Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback. In the past, Alice had been the most gifted elf and the designated heir to the Elven throne. However, after meeting Su Mu Yang, She had voluntarily relinquished her claim and settled for the role of an elder, as she was no longer pure at that time. Similar situations had unfolded with Isabella of the Holy See and Candace of the Dark Alliance. Reflecting on the past, Alice's lips curled into a sweet smile. Yet, at that moment, her expression abruptly changed, and she exclaimed urgently, "Thorn barrier." In an instant, all natural elements within a radius of several miles coalesced, forming a thick barrier around the two of them. The barrier was crystalline green, adorned with countless barbs that glimmered ominously. Not far away, Sulukai and Bellamy were taken aback. For Alice's magic was so domineering that it had drained all nearby natural elements, even dispersing the magic they had conjured. What is happening? What is Elder Alice trying to do? But the next moment, they quickly understood as a shadow suddenly surged from the ground, transforming into a black light that shot towards the thorn barrier. Before the barrier had fully formed, it had already penetrated within. Alas, Alice paused momentarily, then sighed in resignation, dissipating her magic to reveal the scene inside the barrier. Ancestor, Lord Mu Yang. Sulukai and Bellamy gazed in disbelief as they saw Su Mu Yang standing quietly within. However, beside him was a shadow wreathed in black mist. In that shadow's hand was a short sword radiating an eerie aura, its tip deeply embedded in Su Mu Yang's chest. Ancestor, upon witnessing this, Sulukai rushed forward without a second thought, his heart filled with rage and despair. How could the Ancestor be stabbed? Good heavens, is the Ancestor going to perish just like that? My dream of the heavenly Tao has yet to begin. And now it is on the verge of being cut short. Silence. Alice snapped irritably, waving her hand as several vines sprouted from thin air, binding him in place. Not only that, but one vine also effectively sealed his mouth, rendering him speechless. Elder Alice, Bellamy exclaimed in alarm. Humph, Alice huffed, turning her head away and presenting the onlookers with a beautiful view of her back. Wait, something's wrong. Sulukai was not foolish. He quickly detected the anomaly. Who is the Ancestor? The one who could elevate Alice to the realm of a deity. What kind of power does he possess? Yet this time, even Alice had reacted, even employing protective magic. Why then had the Ancestor shown no sign of reaction? With such doubts in mind, Sulukai scrutinized the scene again and finally noticed something amiss. The short sword appeared to be embedded in Su Mu Yang's chest, yet there was seemingly no trace of blood. Had the Ancestor truly been stabbed, or not? Was he injured or unharmed? As the black mist swirled and gradually dissipated into the air, the figure slowly revealed its true form. Sigh, Sulukai inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. She was stunning, unquestionably beautiful. The figure before him was a woman of extraordinary beauty, clad in tight black leather armor that accentuated her perfectly sculpted physique, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs encased in black thigh-high boots. She exuded a palpable sense of explosive power. Her sleek black hair shimmered under the sunlight like polished metal. Beneath her high forehead were piercing crimson eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, and below them, her lips were a delicate shade of deep purple. The colors of her eyes and lips did not diminish her allure. Rather, they radiated an enchanting glow. Despite having spent considerable time in the Elven Forest, surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, this enchanting beauty left Sulukai utterly mesmerized. She was breathtakingly beautiful, even in comparison to Aunt Alice. Sulukai was momentarily taken aback. Why would he compare her to Alice? Nevertheless, he could not help but surreptitiously measure the two women against each other in contrast to Alice's serene and composed demeanor. This lady exuded a more audacious flamboyance and gallantry. Most importantly, Alice was an elf, her figure embodying the slender elegance characteristic of her kind. In stark contrast, this woman's physique possessed a breathtaking curve, brimming with an indescribable allure. What on earth was he thinking? Sulukai hastily shook his head. After all, this was the nemesis who had attempted to assassinate the Ancestor. But a nemesis? He was mistaken again. Su Mu Yang's expression remained tranquil. As if he were not the one struck by the dagger, he simply gazed at the woman, his voice gentle. Candace, it has been a long time. How have you been? The name Candace left Sulukai utterly stunned. If memory served him correctly, Candace was the leader of the Chaos faction, the Grand Judge of the Dark Alliance Tribunal. Moreover, she held another significant title, one of the Ancestor's lovers. What kind of scenario was unfolding here? An old flame reunion, followed by a stab. Yet, the Ancestor was a scoundrel. He deserved to be stabbed. As a connoisseur of beauty, Sulukai unhesitatingly sided with Candace. You are still alive. Candace's words dripped with a palpable venom. Su Mu Yang retained a smile. Of course, you once said that if I were to die, it could only be at your hands. Sulukai lowered his head in silence. Such was the way of a master. Even their romantic exchanges were uniquely unconventional. To his surprise, Rather than rejoice at this remark, Candace's fury intensified. With a swift motion, she drew her dagger and thrust it forward. Then why, upon your return, did you seek out Alice first? Su Mu Yang's expression shifted, a frown replacing his previous demeanor. Actually, my primary reason for returning was him. He indicated Su Lakai while explaining he is my descendant. He fell into misfortune and his soul remains. So Candace's eyes glinted like daggers, piercing through Su Lakai. With just a glance, her rage surged once more, leading to her expertly drawing and driving the dagger in and out repeatedly. Such a dense life energy. Are you telling me he is your child with Alice? You actually had a child with her? Alice had turned her head away. At this insinuation, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she huffed indignantly. Humph, he is not my descendant. Not. Candace erupted, her voice shrill with indignation. Damn it. How could I be outpaced by Isabella? As she spoke, she jabbed at her dagger furiously. Su Lakai winced at the sight. Wait, what is going on with you two? Does that mean my mother can only be one of you? You underestimate my ancestor far too much. I can confidently assure you, the level of scoundrel he embodies far surpasses your imagination. Witnessing Candace's relentless assault on Su Mu Yang, Alice finally exploded at a flash of green light heralded the appearance of a vibrant magical arrow, which struck Candace's dagger from her grasp. Candace, that makes 18 times already. Do not be so greedy. Not only did Alice declare this, but Su Mu Yang's countenance also darkened, a glimmer of danger in his gaze. Woman, you are toying with fire. Do not challenge my patience lightly. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Is that so? Candace raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with provocation. Yet I am precisely curious about what kind of consequences will ensue from angering you. As Su Mu Yang slowly approached her, a wicked smile graced his lips. If your intention is to provoke me, then I must inform you, you have succeeded. No one can escape my control, and you are no exception. Enough of your nonsense. Candace suddenly roared. An overwhelming surge of black mist erupted from her, engulfing the surroundings and swallowing the light whole. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Boom. The torrent of black energy erupted violently, sending Su Lakai and Bellamy hurtling through the air. They landed with a thud after being propelled a considerable distance. Incredible! Bellamy exclaimed in awe. I have surpassed level 9, yet before her, I stand with no means of resistance. Is this the might of a divine master? Meanwhile, Su Lakai's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Wait, if you two are truly prepared for a battle, I can understand. But why does this exchange between the two of you evoke such a sense of déjà vu? And Bellamy, you are far too naive. Do you not sense that this feeling of being cast aside is all too familiar? Are you sure this is Candace who has flung us away? Oh dear, Elder Alice, are you injured? Your face is so red. Without waiting for Su Lakai's explanation, Bellamy suddenly exclaimed. Alice stood at the edge of the black mist, her face flushed, resembling a ripe apple, radiant and alluring. Hearing Bellamy's inquiry, she felt both embarrassed and incensed. Be quiet. Have you both mastered the forbidden spells? Are you proficient in instant casting? Get back to practicing instead of pondering such matters. Azure Barrier, Absolute Defense, Moonlight Shield, Earth Guardian, Whirlwind Mist. One spell after another was unleashed. Red, blue, white, and black. Each magical incantation formed layers of protective barriers that ensnared Su Lakai and Candace. How impressive. Bellamy was spellbound. Elder Alice has become extraordinarily powerful, unleashing so many high-level protective spells in an instant. I always believed she was solely adept in nature magic, yet her elemental magic is equally formidable. Not quite. She suddenly gasped. If the aftermath of their battle required such a multitude of high-level protective spells, just how powerful was Candace? Did it mean that Master Mu Yang would also need to exert considerable effort to confront her? As if to affirm her speculation, the ground trembled violently, as though a dragon were thrashing beneath it. Fissures tearing through the solid earth. Hiss. Bellamy inhaled sharply, murmuring to herself. I wonder how the battle is progressing. I hope Master Mu Yang is not injured. Hey, Lakai, are you not concerned for Master Mu Yang? Please, do not say that. Su Lakai covered his face, unable to bear the sight of this naive elf. I must ask, how lacking in perception can your elven kind be? Even someone as oblivious as you has become the queen of the elves? The rhythmic tremors felt all too familiar. Shall I teach you? After an indeterminate amount of time, the earth finally returned to its former tranquility. The layers of barriers dissipated, revealing a tapestry of twinkling stars outside. Bellamy's expression grew increasingly grave. Master Mu Yang must have triumphed. Yet, it took such a long time to defeat Candace. Truly, the title of God of War is well-deserved. She pushed Su Lakai's hand away from her mouth, questioning with bewilderment. Lakai, why are you covering my mouth? Could it be that Master Mu Yang has lost? Su Lakai's face fell, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. Bellamy, we are but juniors. Is this something you can discuss? I wager that, given their strength, even from this distance, they can certainly hear us. Even if you wish for death, do not drag me down with you. Indeed, the ground beneath their feet suddenly heaved, propelling them forward with astonishing speed. In no time, they found themselves before Su Mu Yang and his companions. At this moment, Su Mu Yang's expression remained serene, exuding an air of ancient wisdom. Alice stood to one side, glaring fiercely at Bellamy. Meanwhile, Candace occupied another position, her gaze oscillating between Bellamy and Su Lukai, her expression suffused with peculiar intrigue. After observing for a while, she suddenly turned to Alice and remarked, "Alice, it appears you intend to entrust the education of this young sprite to this Su family lad?" "Education? What educational responsibilities?" Bellamy responded, momentarily taken aback, yet a flicker of defiance crossed her features. "I am the teacher of Su Lukai's magical education." However, she refrained from elaborating further, instead performing an elegant elven salute. "Queen Bellamy, I greet you, Your Honor, the Grand Judge. Your Honor, it seems you are brimming with vigor. Do you require my assistance in healing? What on earth?" The group was momentarily bewildered. Alice was the first to regain her composure, her expression darkening as she waved her hand dismissively. "Edict. Silence." An invisible beam of light descended upon Bellamy in an instant. Her eyes widened in shock, and though she opened her mouth, not a single word escaped. "Oh my," Candace exclaimed suddenly. "You can actually wield edict magic. That is reputed to be the domain of the divine. Have you made new breakthroughs?" Alice cast a discreet glance at Su Mu Yang, smiling as she replied, "Recently, I have fortuitously attained some new insights." "Alice, dear sister," Candace grasped Alice's hand affectionately, exclaiming, "Will you teach me? Otherwise, I fear I shall be unable to contend with Isabella. At most." She bit her lip, as though making a momentous decision, her expression one of reluctance. "I have 17 attempts left. Shall I trade one for your instruction?" Alice's face flushed crimson. "What nonsense are you spouting? In front of the children? Have you no shame?" Su Lukai desperately lowered his head, envisioning himself as a trembling quail. "Do not see me. Do not see me. Do not see me." Alas, how could he remain unseen, especially now that Alice was both embarrassed and enraged? Striving to change the subject. "Lukai, come forth and greet Aunt Candace. Your Aunt Candace is the Grand Judge of the Dark Alliance, and your affairs will inevitably fall under her jurisdiction, with his ruse exposed." Su Lukai had no choice but to approach, bowing respectfully. "I greet you, Aunt Candace. You are truly beautiful. No wonder the Ancestor frequently speaks of you." Alice's gaze grew increasingly perilous. "Boy, you have never said such a thing to me." Yet Candace's expression brightened instantly, her gaze towards Su Lukai imbued with newfound warmth. "Oh my, such sweet words. For that alone, I shall take you under my wing for any matters you require." At this juncture, Su Mu Yang leisurely interjected, "I seek to have this lad learn necromancy. After careful consideration, it seems you possess the greatest mastery of necromancy on this continent." "Humph," Candace pouted, somewhat displeased. "What good is necromancy when it is so thoroughly restrained by Isabella? Were it not for my timely revision of martial techniques, I would scarcely have held my head high before her." Impressed, Su Lukai, who had only recently begun to grasp the continent's power structure, was taken aback by her words. "So this Aunt Candace is adept in both martial arts and necromancy, having reached the pinnacle in both fields. Yet, from her tone, it seems even her formidable skills are overshadowed by that Isabella. Just how powerful is she, truly? One could see why she was the Ancestor's beloved." When the conversation returned to serious matters, Candace scrutinized Su Lukai closely, her brow furrowing slightly. "This lad is quite peculiar. He appears to possess a vibrant life force, yet it feels insubstantial. Moreover, life and death are antithetical. How could he possibly learn necromancy?" Su Mu Yang smiled amiably as he explained, "Currently, it is indeed impossible. However, this matter rests with you, as you are the Grand Judge of the Dark Alliance." "Not anymore," Candace abruptly interrupted, her gaze toward him filled with a blend of amusement and incredulity. "Had you arrived a few days earlier, I would still have been the Grand Judge. However, now I am no longer." "What on earth?" The group was taken aback. Alice blurted out, "What happened?" Candace shrugged nonchalantly. "I no longer wish to be the Grand Judge. Yet the old geezers in the council refused to comply. In a fit of rage, I gave them a thorough beating and consequently renounced my affiliation with the Dark Alliance. Thus, I am not only no longer the Grand Judge, but also a wanted criminal within the Dark Alliance. I suspect that soon the entire continent will be aware of this. At that time, who knows how many adventurers will come after me for the bounty." Despite discussing such significant matters, Candace's tone and demeanor were remarkably lighthearted, devoid of any trace of concern. "Please, I am one of the 3 greatest experts on the continent. Apart from Isabella and Alice, my rival sisters, who else could I possibly fear? Intrigued, Su Muyang inquired. What transpired that led you to suddenly leave the Dark Alliance? Would you like to know? Candace's eyes twinkled mischievously as she extended a finger. You owe me one more. Forget it. I have no interest in knowing. The fate of the Dark Alliance is of no concern to me, Su Muyang replied dismissively, feigning indifference. Women, one must never allow them to gain the upper hand. Candace leaned closer, her smile reminiscent of a mischievous sprite. Do you truly not wish to know? This matter concerns you. You know, Su Muyang offered her a polite smile, that if I truly wished to know, I could easily calculate it. What in this world could possibly conceal itself from me? However, that would be far too dull. Besides, I am well aware of Candace's character and know she is not one to overlook the gravity of a situation. The fact that she can leverage this matter against me indicates that it is manageable and well within her control. If she wishes to maintain a little secret to enhance the intrigue, then I shall pretend to cooperate. Moreover, this could work to his advantage. Su Muyang's current objective was to pursue the Scythe of Death. Yet, given Candace's status and reputation, he did not intend to resort to coercive measures. Rather, he hoped to negotiate a mutually beneficial arrangement, much like with the elves, now that Candace had severed ties with the Dark Alliance. He felt liberated from any constraints, the Scythe of Death, to be taken directly. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a stirring in his mind and lifted his gaze toward the distance. What is it? What do you see? Candace inquired, her curiosity piqued by a sudden change in demeanor. Su Muyang erupted into a chuckle. Indeed, just as I predicted. A necromancer is approaching us, with a power level of 9. He was accompanied by the Scythe of Death. TSK, 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 Candace, your pursuers have arrived. With a rhythmic sound of bones grinding, a skeletal dragon soared into view. It was colossal, measuring several dozen meters in length, its structure resembling a jagged mountain. The dragon's bones were a ghastly white, its skull immense and menacing, and within its hollow eye sockets flickered ghostly blue flames, emanating an aura both mysterious and terrifying. By the heavens! Startled, Su Lakai instinctively took several steps back, his face paling to a ghostly white. Was this skeletal dragon not utterly terrifying? Meanwhile, the others appeared unfazed, casting curious glances at Su Lakai. Bellamy, who had just been freed from her silence, candidly remarked, Lakai, why such a reaction? Are you afraid of the skeletal dragon? How could that be? Su Lakai bristled at the insinuation from such a striking beauty. Puffing out his chest, he endeavored to project an aura of masculinity. I am merely curious. After all, this skeletal dragon possesses wings devoid of feathers, yet can fly. Utterly defying the laws of physics, he chuckled awkwardly, attempting to dissipate the tension. Su Muyang, however, chuckled softly at his antics. In that case, I shall leave this necromancer to you. To summon a skeletal dragon and wield the Scythe of Death makes her quite the worthy adversary. Should you manage to defeat her, I shall take greater care in crafting your bones. What? Su Lakai's countenance turned a shade of green. Please, I am terrified of ghosts, and now you want me to duel a seasoned player? Casting a sidelong glance at him, Su Muyang replied nonchalantly, of course, if you wish to show some chivalry, there are alternatives. I could set up an illusory trial for you, leading you to the underworld. That's her. Su Lakai interjected without a moment's hesitation. The underworld? Good heavens, that's the true lair of ghosts and monsters, the kind that would frighten anyone to death. Wait a moment. He suddenly froze. Chivalry? Ancestor, are you implying that this necromancer is female? Candace interjected with a beaming smile. Not only is she a girl, but a rather beautiful one at that. Selena, I'm here. Her voice echoed far and wide, causing the skeletal dragon to suddenly accelerate and swoop down to the ground. From its back leaped a petite figure clad in a gray robe, her large hood obscuring her features. Upon noticing the presence of several individuals, she trembled slightly before slowly approaching, bowing respectfully to Candace. Her voice soft and gentle. Good afternoon, teacher. Candace waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. Are you here to capture me? Of course not. Selena replied, her expression adorably bewildered. I've come to invite you back. Same difference, Candace said with a grin. What if I refuse to return? Selena appeared momentarily flustered, scratching her head in confusion. But my father said that if you don't return, then I need not go back either. Teacher, what should I do? Candace slapped her forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. Muyang, this is my apprentice and the youngest daughter of the co-chairperson of the Dark Alliance Council. This girl has exceptional talent in necromancy, though she can be a bit timid. What? Timid? Everyone was taken aback. How could a necromancer be timid? Su Muyang scrutinized Selena for a moment, feeling somewhat speechless. He had initially thought she might serve as a sparring partner for Sulakai. But now it seemed awkward to take advantage of her as a junior. Nevertheless, after traversing the realms for so many years, such a minor issue posed no challenge for him. Actually, if you wish for Candace to return with you. It's not impossible, he suggested. Huh? Selena glanced up at him, then quickly lowered her gaze, seemingly too shy to meet his eyes. Noticing her social anxiety, Candace felt her cheeks flush slightly. This is Lord Muyang. Your Grandmaster. His words carry my intent. Good afternoon, Grandmaster. Selena instinctively bowed, then suddenly realized, her head snapping up in shock. Grandmaster, at that moment. Everyone finally caught a glimpse of her visage hidden beneath the hood. As Candace had stated. She was indeed a rare beauty. Her long, silver hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, her fair complexion resembling a freshly bloomed white rose, delicate and pure. Her bright, large eyes sparkled with curiosity and innocence. And her petite frame made her appear as though she had stepped straight out of a comic book. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she exuded an aura akin to that of an adorable little rabbit, naive yet endearing. As if she could be startled at any moment. This was in stark contrast to the cold and sinister image typically associated with necromancers. Su Muyang, already aware of her nature, was not surprised. After all, that simple hood could not obstruct his vision. Witnessing Selena's endearing demeanor lifted his spirits, and he pointed at Sulakai, smiling as he said, if you wish to persuade your teacher to return. It's quite simple. Just eliminate him, and I shall allow Candace to go back. What? Kill him? Selena's expression turned ashen, her face reflecting immense fright as she staggered backward, shaking her head vehemently. No, no, no. I cannot kill anyone. Killing is wrong. What? Almost everyone was bewildered. Here was a necromancer, a key figure of the evil faction, wielding the power of death and dealing with the dead daily. Yet she claimed that killing was wrong. Had she mistaken her script? Candace rubbed her temples, exasperated as she explained, Selena has always been timid, yet possesses an unparalleled talent in necromancy, which is why I took her as my apprentice. She was still a child. So I only allowed her to study necromancy without rushing her into the realm of killing. Just a few days ago, she turned 18, now considered an adult. I had planned to gradually introduce her to such matters. But unforeseen circumstances arose, leaving her behind. Bellamy felt as though 1,000 arrows had pierced her heart, suffering from 1,000 critical hits. An 18-year-old level 9 necromancer. What kind of terrifying talent was this? As an elf, a favored child of nature, it took her 200 years to reach level 9, making her one of the few geniuses among her kind. But now, first, Sulakai soaked in a bath and reached level 9. And now an 18-year-old? Good heavens, when did this world become so foreign? But upon hearing this, Su Muyang's expression suddenly sharpened. Very well then, I shall revise the terms. You will engage in a friendly duel with this individual. If you win, Candace will accompany you back. What say you? Su Muyang was flexible, swiftly altering the conditions. Candace raised an eyebrow slightly but chose to remain silent, tacitly accepting Su Muyang's wager. Is that so? Selena tilted her head, examining Sulakai with a frown. But I rarely engage in combat, and he appears quite formidable. Sulakai puffed out his chest, a sense of bravado bubbling forth. Little sister, fret not. I will be gentle. I certainly won't make you cry. Selena, her face scrunched in concern, glanced at Candace. Seeing her teacher encouraging her with a supportive gaze, she could only nod reluctantly. All right then, you mustn't go too hard on me. Of course, faced with such an adorable little girl, Sulakai felt increasingly buoyant. Selena did not retrieve her staff but instead formed intricate hand signs. Chanting softly, O wandering souls on the edge of life and death, break free from the void shackles and heed my call. Mist of spirits, vortex of souls, gather around me, reassemble the bones, reignite the soul flame. Seeing Sulakai's smug expression, Bellamy felt a sudden surge of annoyance. Isn't that a summoning spell for the undead? Such a rudimentary incantation, and she can't even cast it instantaneously? I had indeed overestimated her. Just as she began to speak, her words abruptly ceased, for before Selena, a sinister portal to the netherworld was gradually unfurling. Rows upon rows of spectral warriors and battalions of wraiths emerged in an orderly fashion, swiftly encircling Selena until escape seemed impossible. Not only that, but following these lesser minions, formidable undead conjurations began to materialize in succession. Even Alice could not help but express her astonishment. Skeleton warriors, ghoul fiends, Death Knights, Phantom Assassins, Soul Captors, Liches, and Bone Dragons, this little girl possesses considerable strength. Given her cultivation and perspective, to receive a commendation of notable prowess is an indication of remarkable strength. Candace felt a surge of pride. Of course, just take a look at her mentor. However, she shook her head helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. There was no need to continue, for the dynamics of the battlefield had shifted dramatically after summoning a multitude of undead beings. Selena did not immediately launch an assault. Instead, she fervently recited incantations. Wall of Nether Breath, Bone Armor, Spirit Guardian, a series of protective spells were frantically cast upon herself. On the other side, witnessing Selena conjure such an array of chaotic entities, Sulikai was taken aback. He realized that the seemingly shy and socially anxious girl was, in fact, a bona fide level 9 necromancer. Meanwhile, he was merely a novice who had only recently begun his journey into the arcane arts. How could he have the audacity to claim he wouldn't make her cry? The outcome was uncertain. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself, but fortunately, he was not slow to react and immediately began to cast his own spells. Under immense pressure, his speed of spellcasting astonishingly increased. Vine Armor, Thorn Shield, Wild Barrier, Life Restoration. A flurry of protective spells were hastily cast upon himself. He even managed to activate 2 continuous restoration spells in quick succession. Yet, the peculiar situation arose where both participants were desperately defending themselves, with neither daring to initiate an attack. This spectacle left the onlookers speechless. Finally understanding Candace's earlier expression, just how fearful of death were you two? Not even a tentative strike. It was clear that both were novices with 0 combat experience. Alice shot a glance at Candace, her lips curling into a faint smile. Is this truly your apprentice? Candace sighed, choosing silence. What could she possibly say? This little girl had hardly engaged in battle throughout her life. In contrast, Su Muyang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this girl shows great potential. Given time, she could easily surpass Candace. What? Candace exclaimed in shock, her mouth agape. Is that true? You believe Selena can surpass me? Alice and Bellamy looked equally astonished. It was known that in the history of this continent, only 3 divine-level experts existed, and Candace was among them. That if Su Muyang's assertion held true, it meant Selena would transcend the divine. Su Muyang nodded, patiently elucidating. The manifestation of power is never singular, while Candace, you excel in both magic and martial prowess. Ultimately, you have maximized the power of death. This little girl, however, treads an alternate path, life arising from death. When the force of death reaches a certain threshold, it can blossom anew within the realm of mortality, leading to a profound transformation in the essence of power. At that time, a glimmer of tenderness flickered in his gaze. I shall find her an exceptional mentor. Humph. Candace suddenly snorted coldly, her expression darkening. The notion of finding a mentor did not concern her, but the tenderness in Su Muyang's eyes was unmistakable, stirring an inexplicable agitation within her. What manner of mentor could elicit such fondness? Unaware of her disquiet, Su Muyang remained absorbed in his contemplations. She hailed from a lineage symbolizing slaughter and devastation. Despite possessing unparalleled power, she had not succumbed to the boundless bloodshed that plagued her kin. Instead, she emerged untainted, with a gentle disposition and a benevolent heart, embodying compassion for all beings. One fateful day, through her compassion, she comprehended the profound mysteries of life and death, thereby attaining enlightenment on the supreme path. The more Candace listened, the more discomfort she felt, and a growing jealousy began to consume her. She was aware that Su Muyang hailed from another realm. She knew he had women in that world. Yet, she had steadfastly believed that no matter how many women he had, she would always claim a place in his heart. Today, however, that belief was shattered, for in this moment, the tenderness in Su Muyang's eyes was something she had never experienced. In an instant, the flames of jealousy within her blazed hotter, her words dripping with barely concealed resentment. So, she is your true love. She is the rightful mistress of the Su family. Su Muyang remained lost in his thoughts, instinctively shaking his head. No, my true wife is not her. His expression suddenly shifted dramatically, for at that moment, as Candace uttered the words the true mistress of the Su family, in an unfathomable expanse beyond time and space, within a resplendently magnificent palace, an indescribable entity slowly opened its eyes, seal the heavens, conceal the earth, sever the cause, no fruit. On the continent of Ace, the sky transformed. The once unattainable firmament now seemed to draw closer, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Beyond the horizon, a grayish chaos swirled ominously, exuding a terrifying force that sent shivers down the spine. The expressions of Candace and the others had completely shifted. For in their sight, Su Muyang, who was fervently casting spells, had morphed into an incomprehensible existence. At times, he appeared as countless entities, each with a different guise, and at other times, he condensed into one, infinitely compressed. Resembling an enigmatic tapestry, he oscillated between the realms of the tangible and the ethereal, fluctuating in an unsettling dance. Though he was near, he felt as distant as if separated by an eternity. What on earth is happening? The women were utterly flabbergasted. Beyond the confines of endless time and space, an unknown entity slowly opened its phoenix-like eyes, gazing toward a sense direction. Merely a casual glance seemed to pierce through layers of space and boundless epochs. Wherever its gaze fell, countless beings in the world felt an innate compulsion, bowing down in reverence. May the Empress be at peace. After a passing glance, the Empress withdrew her gaze, murmuring softly, "The mysteries of fate are obscure? Beyond comprehension? Ah, trivial matters, truly." She tenderly caressed her flat abdomen before gradually closing her beautiful eyes once more. It was only at this moment that Su Muyang retracted his divine powers, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, his quick thinking had concealed the heavenly secrets. Otherwise, someone's jealousy would have been ignited again. "Muyang, what has happened to you?" The preceding events had surpassed the understanding of the onlookers. Candace cautiously inquired, her earlier bravado completely absent. Although Su Muyang felt a lingering apprehension, he comforted her gently. "It's nothing to worry about, merely obscuring the heavenly secrets. Earlier, you inadvertently touched upon an indescribable existence. With her level of cultivation, she can sense whenever her name is mentioned. Should she whimsically decide to investigate?" He refrained from continuing his thoughts, silently adding in his mind, "Then she would undoubtedly discover that there are women outside." What? Merely mentioning a name could elicit such a response. The few individuals present were instantly taken aback. Given their current cultivation levels, they were utterly incapable of comprehending such a realm. Yet that did not hinder their astonishment. The issue was, it seemed that no one had mentioned any names moments ago. They quickly retraced their thoughts, suddenly struck dumb. If memory served correctly, the only words related to a title were those spoken by Candace regarding the true mistress of the Su family. This implied that even mentioning a specific title could trigger some form of reaction. Good heavens, what manner of existence is this woman? A whirlwind of thoughts engulfed the crowd, plunging the scene into a profound silence. Su Muyang let out a resigned sigh, turning to gaze at Su Lu Kai and Selena. After such an uproar, how could these two novices possibly muster any inclination for combat? Now, they resembled two frightened quails, cowering in a corner, trembling. Never mind. Su Muyang shook his head in resignation. Following the recent upheaval, he found himself devoid of the desire to play. Initially, he had contemplated training Su Lu Kai, but it seemed wiser for him to develop at his own pace. With this in mind, he waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a rift in the dimensional space opened beside Selena. A uniquely designed, enormous scythe appeared to be drawn forth. Soaring directly into Su Muyang's grasp. It was a pure black scythe, towering over a person, forged from an unknown black metal, adorned with beautiful yet eerie patterns along its handle. The sharp blade glimmered with an ominous purple radiance. It emanated an unsettling aura, yet simultaneously exuded an inexplicable sense of sanctity. "Ah, my scythe of death, why are you being disobedient?" Selena exclaimed instinctively, about to rush after it. However, upon seeing Su Muyang wielding the scythe of death, she hesitated, retreating timidly behind Candace and whispering, "Teacher, my scythe was taken by my master." Su Muyang replied with a smile, "Little girl, since you do not wish to harm anyone, how about I borrow the scythe of death for a while? Rest assured, I promise to return it." Selena shrank back, weakly responding, "Master, don't try to deceive me." My father said the scythe of death is a divine artifact and must not be shown to others, or I would face grave trouble. Su Muyang chuckled softly, casually brushing his hand over the scythe of death. The lengthy scythe suddenly began to tremble violently, swiftly melting into a black liquid. Amidst Selena's gasp, the liquid flowed rapidly, transforming into a dark metallic skeleton. Only then did Su Muyang smile and say, "Since you fear others seeing it, why not change its form?" With a casual gesture, the metallic skeleton began to scuttle about. It rushed towards the terrified Su Lu Kai, colliding straight into him. Su Lu Kai cried out, instinctively attempting to dodge. Alas, he was unable to escape. The metallic skeleton struck him, not knocking him over, but rather seamlessly merging into his body, the entire process appearing natural and fluid. Huh. Su Lukai blinked, lifting his arm to examine, even pinching a few times. Compared to the previous soft, jelly-like body, this new form felt remarkably human. Beneath the flesh, he could sense a distinctly solid skeletal structure. But I finally have a body. In that moment, joy nearly brought him to tears. I, Su Lukai, have finally become solid. He rejoiced, while Selena grew anxious. Although she feared Su Muyang, she was less intimidated by Su Lukai. She hurried to his side, her large, innocent eyes clouded with tears, reaching out to touch him frantically. Almost on the verge of crying. How could you take someone else's belongings? Please return my scythe. Gazing into Selena's pure, wide eyes, a sense of guilt welled up within Su Lukai. How could he, a grown man, have taken a little girl's divine artifact? Was he still human? No, it was his ancestor who had taken it. He was innocent. How shameful for a dignified ancestor to rob a little girl. As a person who valued appearances, Su Lukai naturally sided with Selena, casting a deep scorn towards his ancestor. What an ungrateful descendant. How dare you slander your ancestor? Su Muyang shot a glare at Su Lukai, but felt little anger in his heart. While others might view an infatuation with beautiful women as pathetic, he recognized it as a promising pursuit, provided one could succeed and bear 10 or 8 children as long as one could produce offspring. They would be a great contributor to the Su family. However, the young man still had much to learn. He needed the assistance of his ancestor to give him a nudge. Su Muyang quickly donned a benevolent expression. Smiling as he addressed Selena, Selena, would you like to retrieve the scythe of death? Stealing a glance at her master, Selena sensed something amiss, yet she nodded, whispering, of course I want it back. My father said it's our clan's treasured artifact. Very important. Precisely. Su Muyang nodded approvingly. I am your master, not a thief. That I merely wish to borrow it. This fellow has some matters to attend to, so I require the scythe of death, but only for a short while. Just 100 years. 100 years. Selena's little mouth formed an O shape. 100 years isn't long, yet she lacked the courage to counter Su Muyang, casting a pleading glance at Candace, observing the little girl's pitiful demeanor. Candace felt both amused and exasperated. She gently ruffled Selena's hair and said softly, don't worry, your master is a good person and won't truly bully you. She refrained from directly contradicting Su Muyang, knowing he had his reasons for acting as he did. Furthermore, the intimidation he had exhibited earlier instilled a genuine sense of awe within her, even leaving her somewhat apprehensive. I often treated him with little respect before and was particularly fond of poking him with knives. I hope he isn't angry. Su Muyang smiled knowingly. If you feel 100 years is too long, there are alternatives. He continued. This task naturally requires 100 years if he undertakes it alone. However, I have enlisted Bellamy to assist him, estimating that it should take around 40 to 50 years. What a pity. If only a powerful necromancer could help, it could be resolved in, at most, 10 years. His words were quite blatant. Even though Selena was somewhat naive, she grasped the underlying meaning. For a moment, she found herself in a predicament. Steal? Please. How could she possibly steal from such a powerful master? Not steal, but if the artifact was lost, her father would surely scold her. Was she truly expected to assist Su Lukai with his affairs for 10 years, as her master suggested, seeing her in such turmoil? Su Muyang seized the opportunity to stoke the flames further. Selena, since you do not wish to take lives, would you like to save them instead? Save lives. Selena's eyes suddenly sparkled, but recalling something. She glanced at Candace and put on a fierce expression. I am a necromancer. I will have to kill many people in the future. The others fell silent. Seriously? Can such a poor performance deceive anyone? Su Muyang remained unfazed, continuing to coax her. The world where this young man resides has encountered some troubles, with undead creatures rampant, and humanity on the brink of extinction. My intent in borrowing your scythe of death is to eradicate those undead beings and restore peace to the world. Unfortunately, he is but one man, and it will take quite some time to cleanse the undead. It is even possible that the speed at which he clears them is outpaced by the birth rate of those undead creatures. Alas, if this continues, one cannot fathom when that world will return to normalcy. At this moment, Selena fell into silence. By now, Su Lukai was fully aware of the ancestor's intentions. A wave of elation surged within him, and he promptly added, indeed, there are billions of undead beings there. With merely my strength, who knows how long it would take to cleanse them? Although Bellamy was also at level 9, she was a nature mage, adept at restoring environments, but sorely lacking in the ability to exterminate undead creatures. Bellamy instantly became displeased. Could you refrain from undermining me while you flatter your own abilities with just you two novices? I could easily win a one-on-two match. Seeing her pouting, Elder Alice let out a silent sigh though. Dear child, do be more perceptive. However, Su Muyang wore a look of amused anticipation. What a delightful surprise. This rascal had spent so long in the dark with Bellamy without any spark, only to find himself enamored with the adorable and innocent type. Yet, it seemed that Bellamy harbored some feelings for him as well. She liked him, but he did not reciprocate. He liked her, yet she remained indifferent. What a quintessential melodramatic scenario. Never mind, if the meat is spoiled in the pot, it still belongs to the Su family. When the time comes, let us cast the three of them into that scarcely inhabited world. They can form their own bonds as they wish. As long as they can provide the Su family with heirs, the ancestor need not concern himself with anything else. After much deliberation, Selena timidly confirmed. Are you certain that you will return my scythe of death? I assure you. Su Lakai exclaimed joyfully, eager to swear oaths to affirm his sincerity. The ancestor had stated that once the task was accomplished, he would be able to replace a celestial authority. Why then would he still care about such a wretched scythe? Seeing his fervent conviction, Selena could only pout and agree. Very well, but you must ensure that you keep your word. So, when do we depart? Su Lakai turned his head in a daze. Ancestor, when shall we set off? Su Muyang was momentarily taken aback and then promptly gave him a light smack on the head. Rebuking, you silly boy, have you lost your wits? Did the ancestor not mention that after obtaining the scythe of death, we must also pay a visit to the Holy See? The Holy See? Candace's expression tightened as she interjected. Muyang, you are aware of this. A few of them looked at her in confusion, and Alice couldn't help but inquire. Candace, what is it? What do we know? Seeing that they did not seem to be feigning ignorance, Candace reluctantly explained, is it not due to Isabella's predicament? My departure from the Dark Alliance was precisely to go to the Holy See and strike while the iron is hot. Her words were fierce. Yet her true intentions were transparent to everyone, especially Alice, who understood their relationship all too well. This was not merely striking while the iron was hot. It was clearly to rescue Isabella. Perhaps she staged a defection to avoid entanglements with the Dark Alliance. Although Isabella's misfortune startled Alice, she harbored no concern. Even Su Muyang did not take it to heart that Candace's failure to mention the incident upon their meeting indicated that she believed it was something she could handle with ease. If his own woman felt capable, how could he show weakness? Nevertheless, despite this, he could not suppress his curiosity as one of the three greatest experts on the continent, the High Priest of the Holy See. What sort of trouble could Isabella be in? Candace's expression was rather peculiar. Just a few days prior, the Pope of the Holy See received a divine revelation from the divine realm, stating that the reincarnation of angels would be initiated, and Isabella would be brought into the divine realm to be reborn as a four-winged angel. As she spoke, she carefully observed Su Muyang's expression. Sure enough, his countenance darkened significantly. Not only he, but Alice's expression also soured. Bellamy, however, did not grasp the gravity of the situation and exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the news. Angels? And four-winged angels at that. Is this for real? It was said that the divine realm occasionally selected virtuous and powerful believers from the Holy See to enter the divine realm. However, it had always been two-winged angels. Four-winged angels had never been seen before. Nonetheless, given how formidable Lady Isabella was, it seemed only natural for her to ascend to become a four-winged angel. Su Lakai's face was also one of envy. The legendary angels, just hearing about them was enough to evoke admiration. He knew little of the divine realm, but the name of angels had reached his ears in the previous world. In his understanding, angels were messengers from the heavens, embodying beauty, purity, goodness, and integrity. Surely, it would be a good thing for this yet unseen Aunt Isabella to become an angel, wouldn't it? But why did the ancestor's expression appear so grim? Quickly, Su Muyang dispelled his confusion. Lakai, as a member of the Su family, you must elevate both your strength and your perspective. The term angel sounds delightful, but in truth, they are merely puppets. Puppets. Su Lakai and Bellamy were both taken aback. Fortunately, Su Muyang was intent on broadening their horizons and patiently elucidated. Angels are primarily born from the angel rebirth pool. They are pure energy beings devoid of intellect and can only be considered puppets. Should a human wish to transform into an angel, they must enter the angel rebirth pool to undergo a baptism. Such angels emerging from this transformation possess strength and potential far superior to the former type. Regarded as the finest among angels, however, The crux lies in the fact that this angel rebirth pool has significant implications. All who undergo the baptism will have a seed of loyalty planted deep within their souls. This means that once transformed into angels, they can never betray, and despite being termed angels, they are essentially no different from slaves. A being stripped of its self-will is merely a more sophisticated puppet. Su Muyang had long recognized this. The world was not an independent entity, it was interconnected with two other realms. According to the lore of the Ace continent, these two realms were named the Divine Realm and the Underworld, both considered upper realms of the Ace continent. However, the barriers between the Ace continent and these worlds were exceedingly robust, making interactions between them quite rare, hence the limited contact, having traversed countless worlds. Su Muyang had encountered many realms and had little interest in these two, thus he had not deliberately investigated them. Yet, the concept of angels was prevalent across numerous worlds and was not particularly rare. With a bit of contemplation, he had already concluded that the angels of this world were no different. Years prior, he had casually mentioned this matter to Candace and others. Therefore, while the transformation into an angel was seen as a grand occasion by others, for Candace and her companions, it was the worst news imaginable. Upon hearing this revelation, Candace immediately resolved to assist Isabella. Although she and Isabella did not see eye to eye, it was merely the rivalry of love interests. Ultimately, they were all women of Su Muyang, bound by sisterhood. Occasionally, when they sparred with Su Muyang and were outmatched, they would even call upon one another for assistance. What genuine animosity could exist in such a relationship? However, she had barely stepped out before encountering Su Muyang, so there was no need for her to worry any further. Su Muyang's explanation transformed the expressions of Su Lakai and the other younger ones. No wonder the ancestor looked so troubled. Someone seemed intent on claiming his woman. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lakai cautiously inquired, "Ancestor, what shall we do? If we rescue Aunt Isabella, will that not lead to a conflict with the Divine Realm?" To speak candidly, his heart was pounding relentlessly. After all, not long ago, he was merely an ordinary young man living in a modern metropolis. Now, although he had encountered extraordinary powers, certain deeply ingrained beliefs proved difficult to alter, leaving him entirely ignorant of the nuances of such high-level forces. The Divine Realm was indeed a grand and formidable concept. Despite the immense prowess of his ancestor, could he truly contend with legendary beings such as angels, or even higher entities? Candace perceived the trepidation in his heart and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "My dear boy, do you lack confidence in your ancestor? This situation is not particularly troublesome, even in the absence of your ancestor. I could manage quite well on my own. Your ancestor has stated that the spatial barriers are exceedingly robust, thus the passage to the Divine Realm cannot be easily opened and requires a significant expenditure of energy and resources. I initially intended to venture to the Holy See alone, destroy the passage, and rescue Isabella. Once the passage is obliterated, re-establishing it would be quite the challenge. However, with your ancestor present, the Divine Realm has undoubtedly incurred a colossal dilemma. Your ancestor's temperament is not as placid as you might imagine. Su Muyang nodded slightly, yet his thoughts veered in another direction. The divine and infernal realms were trifling matters to him. In the past, if anyone dared to provoke his beloved, even if it were merely to elicit a smile from her, annihilating the Divine Realm would not have seemed extraordinary. However, the circumstances had changed. Previously, although he had progeny scattered across the heavens, the act of begetting offspring was solely for the enhancement of his own power, often devoid of any emotional connection. Frequently, upon receiving the rewards for his offspring's existence, he would simply depart, indifferent to their development. After all, with so many descendants, it was impossible to oversee them all. Yet now, the situation was different. To break through his limitations, he had no choice but to devise ways to empower his descendants, thereby reaping the benefits himself. Considering this, Su Muyang pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "Never mind. Let us spare the Divine Realm for now and focus on rescuing Isabella. As for the Divine Realm, it could serve as an excellent training ground, so we shall leave it be for the time being. My family has many descendants, and I shall ensure they have the opportunity to hone their skills in the Divine Realm. After all, if the Su family wishes to grow ever stronger, we require various forms of sustenance." While he spoke with nonchalance, Su Lukai's expression changed dramatically. The implication of his ancestor's words suggested an intention to cultivate the angels of the Divine Realm as a sharpening stone for the Su family's descendants. This was not merely about destroying the Divine Realm, it entailed thoroughly draining its resources. Wait a moment, as a descendant of the Su family, Did this also mean that he could potentially enter the divine realm for training? Was there a chance he could engage in battle with those legendary angels? Good heavens. Could he even hold his own? To avoid any prolonged delays, we should set off for the Holy See at once. Alice interjected, sensing the weight of the atmosphere. Yes, indeed, Candace exclaimed, her eyes suddenly brightening with inspiration as she hastily concurred. With a wave of her hand, a colossal necromantic portal opened, and a gigantic skeletal dragon emerged. Its size several times that of Selena's skeletal dragon, shrouded in swirling black mist that almost solidified. Candace leapt onto the back of the skeletal dragon and naturally commanded, "You too, ride Selena's skeletal dragon." It's important for young people to engage and exchange ideas. The three of us old-timers will take my skeletal dragon kinged. Alice's face flushed with two bright hues, and she instinctively declined. No, the noise is too overwhelming. She suddenly froze, unable to continue. Meanwhile, Bellamy exclaimed in surprise, Lakai, what kind of magic is this? This is clearly nature magic, yet I have never seen it before." Curiously, she reached out to touch Su Lukai's face, which was adorned with two large leaves drooping down over his eyes, while his ears had inexplicably transformed into two large fruits, completely blocking them. Bellamy's curiosity intensified. How could there be nature magic she was unaware of? However, the purpose of casting magic should be to effectively strike at enemies. Yet now, he was covering his own eyes and ears, rendering himself oblivious to the world. Wasn't that tantamount to inviting defeat? Clearly, he was a novice with zero combat experience. She continued to poke and prod. Su Lukai could only helplessly dispel the magic, his expression quite peculiar. "Well, I was merely trying to develop a spell that could seal the five senses. But alas, I can only manage to cover my eyes and ears for now. The best solution would be to play dead." Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Selena, are there any necromantic spells that can make someone appear dead? You know, the kind that prevents one from seeing, hearing, or thinking, completely oblivious to the world, even if the sky were to fall." Selena blinked in confusion, but then her eyes lit up. "Right. If I feigned death during a fight, wouldn't that spare me from having to engage in combat? Let me think it through. Though creating a spell from scratch is quite challenging, it's impressive that you can create this invisible magic." Watching the two novices earnestly discuss such frivolous magic, Bellamy felt a sudden sense of superiority. In life, one must be clever, just like me. Sumu Yang's lips twitched involuntarily as he spoke with resignation. "All right, enough of this nonsense. Do you two really wish to ride a skeletal dragon in broad daylight to the Holy See? I think we should utilize a fixed-point teleportation instead. Let us go directly." As he spoke, he waved his hand in the air a few times. In an instant, a mysterious element coalesced, forming a shimmering, golden six-pointed star in the air. Sumu Yang stepped forward and entered the six-pointed star. Moments later, his figure abruptly vanished, leaving only the flickering star behind. Candace retracted the skeletal dragon, casting a sidelong glance at Su Lukai, and remarked nonchalantly, "So, you can create magic now? Quite the talent you've got there." Su Lukai felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Alice was serene and treated him kindly, so he was not overly apprehensive around her. But this Aunt Candace was entirely different. She dared to challenge even the Ancestor. With such a fiery temperament, reprimanding him would feel akin to scolding a grandchild. No, considering the hierarchy, he didn't even qualify as a grandchild. With that thought, he rushed toward the six-pointed star. "Aunt Candace, you're too kind. So, this is a teleportation array. How marvelous." Just as he was about to pass through the six-pointed star, it inexplicably vanished into thin air, in the midst of his full sprint. Su Lukai had no time to react and fell heavily to the ground, stars exploding in his vision. Candace's brow furrowed at the sight. Mu Yang has closed the teleportation array? Is he trying to keep us out of this? Preferring to handle the situation himself, Alice also frowned but then seemed to recall something. She looked up at the sun, her expression suddenly darkening. "If I'm not mistaken, Isabella has a cleanliness obsession, right?" Candace nodded in confusion, unsure why she had suddenly brought this up. "Yes, every time, in normal circumstances, this would be her bathing time, wouldn't it?" "Yes, she takes half an hour to bathe." Her words abruptly halted as she ran her fingers through her hair, a frost settling on her face. Damn it. How infuriating. She managed to seize the opportunity this time. Alice shook her head helplessly. "Well then, let us wait here. I estimate it will take about half an hour." Candace ran her fingers through her hair, feeling increasingly vexed. "It is easy for you to say, but Isabella will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. and not let go, from what I know of her. It will take at least a day and a night. This infuriates me, truly infuriates me. Turning her head, she spotted Sulikai, who was sitting on the ground, cradling his head and mumbling to himself. In that moment, her pent-up fury found an outlet. You little rascal, come here. Don't you wish to learn necromancy? Let Aunt Candace teach you properly. Please, no. Sulikai exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror as he issued a pained wail. Aunt Candace, I truly fear ghosts. At least let me prepare mentally. Don't come any closer. Before long, he was engulfed by an endless swarm of skeletons and phantoms. If one does not transcend in battle, one may perish in it. Under the threat of a certain terrifying force, Sulikai grew and attained enlightenment. He learned nothing of summoning undead, spirits, or bone dragons. Yet astonishingly, he instinctively acquired numerous protective spells of the necromantic arts. Even some peculiar combat experiences awakened rapidly within him, such as how to endure blows with less pain, how to look dashing while being struck, and how to appear more pitiable when taking hits. Time seemed to blur, and at last, the dizzy Sulikai glimpsed the familiar hexagram through the gaps in the skeletal horde. Under the immense pressure and hope, his inner cosmos finally erupted. The body, transformed by the artifact known as the Side of Death, suddenly radiated an astonishing aura of necromancy, like a violent hurricane that swept away the surrounding undead beings. He then dashed towards the hexagram at a speed unmatched in his lifetime. Grand Ancestor, save me. He tumbled through the hexagram and emerged in a resplendent hall. Before him lay a scene reminiscent of the past. Su Muyang sat with the serene demeanor of an ancient sage, while on the opposite side sat an enchanting beauty. Her skin was as flawless and delicate as mutton-fat jade, exuding a holy radiance in the dim light. Golden locks cascaded down her slender shoulders like a waterfall, each strand shimmering with a divine glow. Her lips were perpetually curved in a gentle smile, akin to the warm sun of spring that dispels the gloom of the heart, though she merely sat in quietude. An aura of purity and gentleness permeated every corner, evoking a sense of reverence. Oh, divine goddess. Upon seeing her, Sulikai instantly felt a surge of affection. He quickly bowed respectfully, saying, I, the junior Sulikai, pay my respects to Aunt Isabella. Rise, came Candace's displeased voice from behind. Having traversed the spatial array, she was irked to see Sulikai showing such deference to Isabella. You little brat, I kindly teach you necromancy, yet I see no respect from you. With one aunt bidding him to rise, and the other insisting he kneel, Sulikai found himself at a loss. Fortunately, Isabella spoke at the right moment, her voice soft and melodious, as if each word carried warmth. Good child, rise, relax in front of Aunt. There is no need to be so tense. Seeing her demeanor, Isabella's displeasure only grew. You youngsters should not be deceived by her feigned virtue. She is the high priestess of the Holy See, responsible for missionary work. The light magic of their order can be quite insidious, possessing brainwashing and enchanting effects. Otherwise, how would there be so many fanatics? Isabella smiled gently, her serenity unshaken. The divine loves humanity, showering light upon the world. As divine messengers, we must spread the gospel of the divine. The reverence of the populace towards the divine springs from genuine goodness in their hearts, a yearning for love and light, and has nothing to do with brainwashing. Sulikai shrank his neck, daring not to speak. To be honest, his first impression of Isabella was exceedingly positive. Not only was she extraordinarily beautiful, but her aura of purity and gentleness was captivating. However, her words about the divine and light made her sound like a brainwashed religious devotee. As a modern man and an avowed atheist, Sulikai was not particularly devout towards religion, coupled with the powerful backing of his grand ancestor. He felt no fear of the divine. Isabella's words, which seemed perfectly reasonable to the inhabitants of this world, greatly diminished his initial impression. Noticing his peculiar expression, Su Muyang chuckled softly and explained. Lakai, although she cultivates light magic, ultimately, she walks the path of becoming a deity through faith. By igniting the divine fire with the faith of the masses, one can condense divine nature and attain godhood. This path has its merits and drawbacks, which I can elaborate on later. Candace scoffed dismissively, sneering, such a path is likely to lead one to foolishness. Just look at Isabella. Despite her fervent faith in the divine, is she not now at risk of being enslaved by that very deity? Are you willing to accept that? Isabella remained tranquil, her expression still embodying purity. The divine does not err. Really? Sulikai was momentarily taken aback. Both Alice and Candace were utterly devoted to the Grand Ancestor, yet Isabella seemed to hold her deity in even higher regard. Did this mean the Grand Ancestor held less significance in her heart than those ethereal gods? Grand Ancestor, can you truly hold your own? It wasn't he, just him who was bewildered. Candace was equally flummoxed. In her memory, Isabella had never been so rigidly pious. Otherwise, she would not have once taken on the role of a saint to engage with Su Muyang. Yet, after years of absence, Isabella had seemingly transformed so drastically. After scrutinizing Isabella closely, Candace felt a twinge of defiance and deliberately countered, "What if the divine is wrong?" Isabella maintained her serene and pious demeanor. The gospel of the divine benefits all beings. Every decision made by the divine impacts countless lives. Thus, if the divine were truly in error, countless beings would also suffer for the sake of all beings. We, the faithful, must risk our own lives to advise the divine and lead it back to the righteous path. Candace was momentarily at a loss for words, but pressed on with her inquiry. What if the divine ignores your counsel? Isabella sighed softly, her voice imbued with compassion and pity. If that were the case, for the sake of countless lives, I would have no choice but to resort to force and take its place. If I were to become a deity, I could naturally rectify the chaos and correct the falsehoods of the so-called divine. Su Lakai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Forgive me, Aunt. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should not have questioned you. You are the truly formidable one. Candace was equally stunned, blurting out instinctively, "You would become a deity. So, would you be infallible then?" Isabella looked at her with an expression of mild incredulity. As if regarding a simpleton. I already stated, the divine does not err. Since I have become a deity, how could I possibly be wrong? Oh my. Candace was utterly speechless. You articulate such logical reasoning, although I sense something amiss. I find myself at a loss for words. As they engaged in this exchange, Sulakai, an avowed atheist, understood the conversation perfectly. Meanwhile, Bellamy and Selena were left confused, feeling as though they were in a surreal dream. Profoundly shaken despite their lack of comprehension, Selena tugged at Candace's sleeve, whispering, "Teacher, what were you just discussing?" Candace regarded Isabella with a complex expression, her tone equally intricate. To put it simply, if the divine's will does not concern me, then it is right. If the divine's will is detrimental to me, then it is wrong. Can the divine make mistakes? Selena gasped in shock, echoing Candace's earlier question. What if the divine errs? Advise it, Candace replied. And if it cannot be swayed, then I shall strike it down. From now on, I shall be the divine. Anyone who disobeys shall be struck down. Eventually, they will all comply, and I shall never be wrong. Selena fell into silence, feeling her naive worldview shaken to its core. He. Su Muyang suddenly chuckled. Candace, you have already fallen far behind Isabella. If she progresses further, she will grasp the realm of above heaven and earth. I alone reign supreme, allowing her to condense a divine persona and truly ascend to godhood. What? Candace gasped in shock. Previously, she and Isabella had always been on equal footing, although their innate attributes clashed. Leaving her slightly behind, they were still peers among the elite, but now, she had not even touched the threshold of divinity, while Isabella was merely a step away. How could she have surpassed her by such a margin? Not only Candace, but even the usually serene Alice appeared unsettled. Muyang, is what you say true? Of course, Su Muyang replied affirmatively. However, reaching this stage was the real perilous moment, both above heaven and earth. I alone reign supreme could lead to either ascension to divinity or, should one fail, to a state of enlightenment. The distinction between becoming a god or a Buddha was fraught with danger. What on earth? Su Lukai was increasingly bewildered. When did becoming a Buddha become so unappreciated? Alice also asked in confusion. Becoming a Buddha? What is that? Is it some sort of heretical path? Exactly. Su Muyang nodded vigorously. In my view, the Buddhist path is the greatest heresy in the world, and it poses a grave threat to our Su family. They absurdly advocate for celibacy. Su Muyang spoke the unvarnished truth. A reality that could not be more stark. My true trump card is the system of abundant offspring, yet the Buddhists demand a life of simplicity and solitude, which directly opposes my interests. If one of my descendants were to lose their way and pursue Buddhism, I would suffer a monumental loss. Isabella nodded slightly, showing no signs of surprise. The path to godhood was not easily traversed. I had long been prepared for this. Thus, Muyang, I require your assistance. Before Su Muyang could respond, Candace interjected, that is imperative. After all, we are his women. If he does not care for us, who will? Right, Alice? Alice nodded in agreement, her expression one of support. If you care for her, you cannot neglect us, can you? If you help him pave the path to divinity, what about us? Su Mu Yang's gaze turned peculiar, as if he discerned Isabella's intentions, yet he did not oppose her. Speak. What assistance do you require? At last, after much build-up, Isabella revealed her true purpose, asking with a hint of hope, since Candace and Alice have consented. May I ask for your guidance for a while to prevent me from straying off course? What? Candace and Alice were taken aback. After all this time, was that your aim? Were not those who practiced religion supposed to be pure-hearted? Why are you so calculating? You have the face of a pure lotus, yet turn out to be a schemer. Seeing the two women about to retort, Su Muyang quickly intervened to mediate. In that case, before the celestial beings guide you, I shall devote myself to instructing Isabella. Candace, Alice, do not be anxious. When you reach critical moments in the future, I will equally extend my assistance. The two women exchanged glances and could only respond with resignation. Their relationship was both simple and complex, yet they understood the importance of priorities at this crucial juncture. Isabella naturally took precedence. However, they could not help but feel a twinge of indignation. For them, engaging in profound exchanges with Su Muyang was not merely for pleasure, but also for the enhancement of their powers. While they had always competed in secret, their bond was akin to that of sisters, far better than outsiders imagined. Yet now, it seemed the schemer had seized an opportunity. How infuriating, when my time to break through arrives. I shall ensure I receive thorough guidance. Meanwhile, Su Lukai, who had been pretending to be a quail, looked at the bewildered Bellamy and Selena, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. This instant comprehension was truly irksome. Honestly, I envy the pure beauty of your simplicity. Alas, I can never return to that state. The prominent figures quickly resolved the most pressing matter before remembering something of lesser importance. Isabella, what were your original plans regarding the angelic reincarnation in the divine realm? God, speak plainly, what does it have to do with me? Huh? Isabella's nonchalant retort sent Candace's CPU into overdrive. That you're saying this has nothing to do with you when the divine realm is set to guide your reincarnation as an angel. Isabella replied casually, reincarnating as an angel is the dream of countless individuals. As the future deity, how could I not fulfill these small desires of my followers? Candace was increasingly perplexed. So what exactly do you mean? Isabella smiled gently and said, since the news broke, numerous high-ranking officials from the church have sent me congratulatory gifts, hoping I would elevate them. Even that old coot, the Pope, has offered a handsome price. Thus, my real dilemma lately is whom to sell this angelic reincarnation slot to sell. With a thud, Su Lukai's legs gave way, and he collapsed. Auntie, I thought I had overestimated you enough, but I was mistaken. I still underestimated you. No wonder Candace Annie was overshadowed by you. Your vision is on an entirely different level. While Candace thought only of disrupting the guidance pathway, Isabella was contemplating selling the reincarnation slot. Who could have predicted that? Projecting purity in public while wielding power behind the scenes. I kneel before you, schemer Annie. Seeing Su Lukai's exaggerated reaction, Su Muyang felt both exasperated and amused. All right, get up. I haven't forgotten about your matter. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Isabella and asked, what if the Pope offered the heart of an angel in exchange for this reincarnation slot? Do you think that would be feasible? If not, I may have to seize it by force. The heart of an angel holds some value for this lad. I certainly would not relinquish it easily. Oh, only then did Isabella direct her attention to Su Lukai, studying him closely with intrigue. The fountain of life transforms into flesh. The scythe of death molds the bones. Do you intend to use the heart of an angel to forge your organs? What are you planning? Before Su Muyang could respond, Alice interjected calmly. This lad is Mu Yang's descendant. Mu Yang intends for him to consolidate the powers of life, death, and nature to accumulate great merit and ultimately supplant the heavenly Tao. Oh, the heavenly Tao. You can simply understand it as the creator god. Oh my. Now it was Isabella's turn to lose her composure, nearly letting a curse slip. Here I am, having pretended to be a pure lotus for so long, barely touching the threshold of godhood, and you tell me this foolish lad aims to achieve the position of creator god in one fell swoop? Alice maintained her tranquil demeanor, continuing, it's not just him. Our Elven Bellamy, along with Candace's apprentice Selena, will also follow this lad and attain godhood together. It will just take a bit of time, roughly 10 years. Double kill. The impact of these words shattered Isabella's composure completely. I have spent years training, and yet you tell me that merely 10 years could lead to the position of creator god, and not just for himself. but he can bring his entire family along to ascend. What have I been toiling for all these years? Seeing the once holy and compassionate Isabella nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, Candace felt a rush of delight. That's what you get for pretending. For showing off. Now you know there are always greater powers beyond your own, don't you? Candace silently sent a thumbs up to Alice. Sister, well done. No wonder it is said that barking dogs seldom bite. As for people, they simply cannot resist comparisons. Originally, Isabella was on the verge of divinity, inciting a myriad of envy and jealousy from Candace. Yet, upon juxtaposing Isabella with Su'Laki, Candace instantaneously felt a rush of exhilaration. However, upon a moment's reflection, she suddenly found herself unsettled. Wait a moment, what on earth am I so pleased about? Among us, my future appears the most uncertain, does it not? Observing the increasingly strange atmosphere among the women, Su Muyang found himself at a loss. As the old saying goes, 3 women create a play. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. Fortunately, Sophia, Monica, Elena, and Margaret had all met their untimely ends. Su Muyang cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. Isabella, do you believe this proposal is feasible? Isabella withdrew her thoughts, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding. The Pope was advanced in years. If he did not achieve a breakthrough soon, he would be lost forever. Therefore, if he were indeed willing to trade the heart of the angel for this opportunity, it should pose no significant issue. After all, sacred relics belong to the church, while life belongs to oneself. However, she suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, her tone softening. Lakai, the heart of the angel is ultimately a sacred object of the church, a treasure that has been passed down through countless generations, embodying the efforts of innumerable members of the clergy. I understand. I completely understand. Su'Laki felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was all too familiar with this narrative, with such weighty significance being stressed. Was the next line not likely to involve a financial increase? Rather than passively waiting, it would be far better to take the initiative and create a favorable impression. Aunt, I assure you that I would never impose upon you without cause. If there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to ask. Although I may lack capabilities, I do have my esteemed ancestor to rely upon. After all, she is my dear ancestor. Su Muyang, who had been observing with a smile, nearly kicked him. Kid, you are quite adept at leveraging your ancestor. However, Isabella regarded him with newfound appreciation. This young man is rather impressive, demonstrating a clever wit. No wonder my ancestor has chosen to nurture you. This matter should be quite simple for you. I have a grandniece who has just turned 20. Her strength is decent, barely qualifying as a level 9 holy knight. Unfortunately, this girl seems only to delight in combat, which gives me quite the headache. What a coincidence, Su'Laki exclaimed, slapping his thigh with exaggerated delight. Aunt, you cannot possibly know that my world has been overrun by zombies, numbering in the billions. If it were just the few of us, who knows how long it would take to clear them out. Aunt, from the moment I saw you, I felt a sense of kinship. And given our relationship, I shall speak candidly. Could you kindly ask your grandniece to lend us a hand? Thank you. In social circles, who doesn't know how to exchange pleasantries? Indeed, Isabella wore a satisfied expression, recognizing that this young man was quite astute. Yet, she feigned reluctance. However, if she were to assist, it might detract from your merits, which hardly seems appropriate. Does it? Why would that be inappropriate? Su'Laki immediately retorted, urgency in his voice. Aunt, in battles, we require a complete array of classes, warriors, mages, and healers. Just look at our little team. We have either mages or healers, but we are lacking a main tank, without a frontline protector. Our backline mages and healers would be in grave peril. If you could allow your grandniece to join our team, it would not diminish your merits. On a smaller scale, it would be assisting us. On a larger scale, it could very well be saving our lives. Aunt, you are so kind-hearted and benevolent. You wouldn't just stand idly by while we are in danger, would you? Everyone in the room was utterly baffled. Although they did not fully grasp the concept of a main tank, what did it mean to flip the script? It was Isabella who sought your merits. How did it become a matter of you seeking Isabella's aid? How could you, a future deity, be so shameless? Where did it all go awry? Each of them hailed from noble backgrounds, utterly unfamiliar with the mindset of someone like Su'Laki, a mere commoner. Face. What is that? Furthermore, this is not shamelessness. It is merely filial piety. Conversely, Su Muyang nodded in satisfaction, a look of approval on his face. Kid, you have a bright future. The 3 essential elements for pursuing a woman are boldness, meticulousness, and thick skin, and you possess all three. Keep this up, and you shall undoubtedly rise as a new star in our Sioux family. However, you are still somewhat naive, having forgotten the most crucial aspect. I, your ancestor, must step in to fill the gaps. He cleared his throat and asked abruptly, by the way, Isabella, is your grandniece beautiful? Huh. The others were once again perplexed. Isabella instinctively nodded. Of course. She is one of the 4 great beauties of the Holy See. While she may not surpass me, she is certainly far more attractive than that little elf or mage. Stealing a glance at the increasingly dark expressions of Bellamy and Selena, Sue Lakai's heart soared with joy. One is noble and elegant, the other adorably innocent, and yet there is one who surpasses them both in beauty. Tio venture forth with 3 enchanting companions to slay monsters, even if nothing were to transpire. It would surely elevate his spirits. Should Su Muyang become aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly deliver a few sharp reprimands. Kid, what I desire is for you all to experience something. If you do not experience anything, how can you produce offspring? At this moment, Su Muyang was evidently oblivious, still reveling in the prospect of adding another daughter-in-law to the Su family. Isabella, when will the passage for the divine be opened? Isabella assumed he was concerned about the heart of the angel and promptly replied, the passage to the divine realm is not so easily opened. After receiving the divine oracle, the church has been preparing. But calculating the time, it will take at least another half a month. Rest assured, within 3 days, I will secure the heart of the angel. Then we shall depart immediately. As for the rest, let them do as they will. Su Muyang shook his head gently. No, we will remain here. I wish to witness the opening of this passage, for I intend to utilize it to pinpoint the coordinates of the divine realm. A spectacle is on the horizon. The women familiar with his temperament immediately grew intrigued. However, little did they know that if Su Muyang were to lock onto the coordinates of the divine realm, it might not necessarily bode well for them. Previously, Su Muyang had little interest in the divine realm. The system had presented him with numerous worlds, some of which he had yet to explore. For instance, in the Ace continent, although he had 3 women, the disparity in their life forms made procreation exceedingly challenging. As a result, he had yet to leave any descendants in the Ace continent, nor could he harness the world's power. Why concern himself with the divine or the underworld when he had not yet finished his own meal? However, the situation had changed. In order to swiftly enhance his strength and break through his current limitations. Aside from nurturing these descendants, his ancestor must also personally take action and resume his former endeavors. He hoped that within the divine realm, there would be several captivating and fertile maidens, which means that for the next half a month, we will essentially have nothing to do. Candace remarked softly, her eyes shimmering. Upon hearing this, Su Lakai felt an electrifying jolt. Leaping from his chair, Ancestor, I wish to take Bellamy and Selena out for a stroll. It may take a few days before I return. Would that be convenient for you? At this moment, he felt on the verge of collapse. What could that old man possibly be scheming in the following days? If he remained here, who knows how many times he would be thrown out. In the face of adversity, retreat is often the best strategy. Isabella nodded in satisfaction, increasingly pleased with her perceptive junior. No wonder Muyang was so keen to nurture him. This was the headquarters of the Holy See. An elf and a necromancer walking down the street would be nothing short of a provocation. Very well, Hibble, my grandniece, is currently honing her skills in the Beast Mountain range. You young individuals might as well go together. It would be beneficial for you to look out for one another. Su Muyang casually gestured, and 2 small orbs of light, one white and one black, flew directly into Su Lakai's mind. This comprises the full spectrum of both light and necromancy magic. Initially, I intended for your 2 aunts to instruct you, but now, it is up to you to gradually comprehend it on your own. When you return in a few days, clever Su Lakai promptly replied. Rest assured, esteemed ancestor. At present, I lack the angelic heart and may not be able to wield light magic. However, I will undoubtedly master nature and necromancy magic to perfection, ensuring I do not bring shame upon you. Su Muyang nodded in satisfaction, lightly tapping in the air a few times, causing the familiar hexagram to reappear. May the esteemed ancestor and the 3 of you enjoy yourselves. We shall take our leave now. With the ancestor having issued a dismissal, Su Lakai dared not tarry, hastily pulling the bewildered Bellamy and Selena along as they swiftly disappeared within. Once the hexagram vanished, Candace suddenly recalled a crucial question. Do they know Zybier? This is not important. What matters is to establish a barrier first. Hammer of holy light. A colossal hammer, radiating with divine light, descended from above and struck a mighty dragon with tremendous force. The sheer power slammed the dragon harshly to the ground. creating several massive rifts even in the hardened earth. The figure clad in silver armor approached the dragon, and with a resounding thud, the sword in her right hand struck heavily against her shield in the left. Black Dragon Ernest, a month ago, you slaughtered an entire village in the Principality of Pran under the Holy See. Your sins are grievous. I, the Paladin Zybier, hereby sentence you to death on behalf of the Holy See. With that, she raised her sword to deliver the fatal blow. However, at that very moment, a shimmering golden hexagram suddenly appeared before her, and three figures materialized out of thin air. Zybier, caught off guard, inadvertently thrust her sword into the chest of one of the newcomers. Ah! Sulukai exclaimed as he pulled Bellamy and Selena through the hexagram, his heart secretly elated. Finally, he had escaped those old fogies and would no longer have to live in constant anxiety. Yet, to his shock, upon landing and not having steadied himself, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a gleaming sword embedded in his heart. Alarmed, he cried out. Not only was he startled, but Zybier was taken aback as well. Realizing the situation, without a moment's pause, a sphere of white light enveloped him. Holy healing. This was a healing skill of the Paladin, renowned for its effectiveness in treating injuries. However, to her astonishment, the healing spell had no effect whatsoever. It would not be accurate to say it was entirely ineffective. At the very least, it roused Sulukai from his dazed in a flurry. He yanked the sword from his chest and rubbed the wound with his hand. Remarkably, the injury began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Throughout the ordeal, not a single drop of blood was shed. Sulukai had previously discerned that his body was no longer an ordinary one composed of the fountain of life. It was said, drawing a knife to sever water only causes the water to flow more freely. Thus, this entirely liquid form of flesh could indeed reshape itself like jelly. It was far from simple. Just as swords cannot cut through flowing water, his body was impervious to ordinary blades. He even suspected that should he be cleaved in two, he could seamlessly merge back together. Coupled with the immense vitality contained within the fountain of life, one could say he was nearly immortal. However, this quality had undergone a new transformation after merging with the scythe of death. In simpler terms, my flesh can withstand any manipulation. My bones are unbreakable as long as you cannot kill me. The one who ultimately perishes will surely be you. Today, this extraordinary trait was briefly showcased, leaving Zybier utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Ernest, who had previously been in despair, now saw a glimmer of hope in this unexpected turn of events. Observing Zybier in a daze, he seized the opportunity to release his suppressed hammer of holy light. Dragon blood ignition, his blood surged as if ignited, boiling with fervor. This boiling sensation granted him immense power. With a powerful flap of his black wings, he unleashed two tremendous shockwaves that sent the unprepared trio crashing to the ground. The hammer of holy light dissipated into shimmering motes. Without hesitation, Ernest summoned all his strength to flap his wings furiously, transforming his body into a streak of black light as he quickly vanished into the horizon. Stop, you scoundrel! It was only then that Zybier regained her senses, but it was too late. She cursed vehemently, stamping her feet on the ground in frustration, before turning with displeasure and demanding, "Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared here? Are you accomplices of Ernest?" Dazed, Sulukai looked up and was taken aback by the sight before him. Standing there was a tall female paladin, towering at an impressive height of nearly 1.80 meters, remarkably tall for a woman, yet she appeared anything but bulky. Rather, she exuded an air of grace and vigor. Her skin was as white as ivory, yet bore a subtle bronze tint. Her facial features were sharply defined, with a prominent nose and slightly raised chin. Her brows, thicker than those of an average woman, conveyed both determination and pride. Clad in exquisite silver armor adorned with intricate holy runes, the firm chestplate encased her lithe form, showcasing the unique strength and beauty of femininity. With just a glance, Sulukai immediately recognized her identity. Zybier. Why was he so certain? Naturally, it was due to her stunning beauty, rivaling that of Bellamy and Selena. Yet, what irked Sulukai was that they were meeting for the first time, and she had already stabbed him. As he scrutinized Zybier, she too was observing the three sudden arrivals. Her gaze first landed on Sulukai, the one she had wounded, but swiftly shifted towards Selena. The reason was clear. The overwhelming wave of necromantic energy emanating from Selena was unmistakable to a paladin like her. Evil necromancer, perish. Holy light judgment. With a swift motion, her sword traced a character, summoning a cross of holy light that bore down upon Selena with sanctified force. Following the cross, she wielded her sword in her right hand and shield in her left, charging forward. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Selena, lacking any combat experience, stood frozen in place, while Su Lukai, too occupied admiring Zybier's beauty, could hardly react. Only Bellamy managed to spring into action, too late to retrieve his staff, casting a flurry of instant spells instead. Thorn Shield, Vine Entangle, Wooden Spear. Though the instantaneous spells were of low tier, Bellamy's combat experience was commendable, and he executed these spells with precision. A verdant shield materialized to firmly block the holy light cross. The vines ensnared Selena's waist, pulling her aside, while the wooden spear hurtled straight towards Zybier. This rudimentary magic posed no threat to Zybier. However, it momentarily hindered her progress, enough time for Selena to be pulled to safety. Only then did Su Lukai comprehend the situation, urgently shouting, "Stop, Zybier, cease, we are not your enemies." Zybier would not heed his explanations, nor did she even acknowledge him. With a swift movement, she charged towards Selena. "Curse that necromancer. In the name of the Holy Sea, I declare you a sinner." Damn it. Upon hearing this, Su Lukai also felt a surge of irritation. Another fool brainwashed by religion. Bellamy, let us strike first and ask questions later. Thorn Entanglement. Without needing to be told, Bellamy was already aware of what to do, unleashing a barrage of instantaneous spells that descended upon them like a torrential storm, although their levels were not exceedingly high. The sheer momentum was enough to instill fear at a 9th level mage. Zybier's expression shifted dramatically. It was only at this moment that she realized the man before her and the elf both emanated the formidable aura of 9th level power. However, instead of retreating, this revelation ignited her fighting spirit even further. "Oh, you are all in cahoots with this necromancer. Then perish together." Grasping her sword and shield, she rushed forward. In an instant, the three of them were engulfed in a fierce melee. As soon as the battle commenced, Su Lukai could not help but stifle a groan. Despite teaming up with Bellamy, they were being suppressed by Zybier. Theoretically, after undergoing the baptism of the Fountain of Life, Bellamy had surpassed the 9th level, yet was not quite at the divine level, merely qualifying as a demigod. To Su Lukai, having fused with the Scythe of Death, also attained demigod-level power. On paper, two demigods battling a 9th-level opponent seemed like a guaranteed victory. Yet the reality of combat was far more complex. Bellamy, being a nature mage, excelled in natural magic, specializing in control, support, and healing. In Su Lukai's words, he was a backline support character. Moreover, due to the urgency of the situation, Bellamy had no time to retrieve his staff, rendering his unarmed magic significantly weaker. As for Su Lukai, while his power level had risen, he lacked the finesse to wield it effectively, akin to a child brandishing an AK. Impressive in appearance, but lacking in substance. Most critically, Zybier was a 9th-level paladin, capable of offense, defense, mobility, and healing. A truly versatile combatant. A melee fighter charging into the backline to deliver face-to-face assaults had the capacity to contend against two foes. Which was hardly surprising. Selena stood by, her mind racing to comprehend the unfolding chaos. So a battle is about to ensue. What should I do? As a novice with zero combat experience, Selena instinctively resorted to her most proficient method. With the opening of the necromantic portal, throngs of undead creatures emerged, surging towards Zybier. Simultaneously, she adeptly began to cast various protective spells upon herself. Once all was in place, she suddenly rolled her eyes and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. A 9th-level necromancer. Zybier's countenance grew solemn. When did 9th-level mages become so prevalent? In this desolate mountain range teeming with beasts, could 3 of them just emerge at random? Yet, she remained undaunted, her battle fervor intensifying. With a mighty roar, she radiated holy light, enveloping herself like an eggshell of divine illumination, and plunged into the horde of undead. Though the undead were numerous, they currently lacked any form of coordination, fighting solely on instinct. Coupled with the inherent advantage of light magic over necromancy, Zybier maintained the upper hand even in the face of overwhelming numbers. Skeletons were shattered into fragments, and spirits dissolved into nothingness, as Zybier embodied the very essence of a war deity. However, the sheer volume of undead eventually hindered her progress, granting Bellamy and Su Lukai a moment to breathe. Bellamy retreated in midair, her expression darkening considerably. As the Queen of the Elves, now a demigod, she found herself suppressed by a mere 9th-level paladin, which incensed her deeply. Did they truly believe they could take her lightly, retrieving her staff from the dimensional space? She began to chant a spell: Dancer of Leaves, Walker of Roots, under the gaze of sun and moon, unite to form a wall of strength, locking this prison against those who defy nature. Elven wish. Fury of nature, prison of the wild, imprison. As the incantation took effect, every tree within a radius of several miles began to stir. Countless trees and vines transformed into layers of cages, descending upon Zybier in overwhelming numbers. With the infusion of natural elements, the trees became incredibly resilient, and the vines exceedingly tough. Even Zybier would need to exert considerable effort to sever just one. Yet, as she managed to cut through a few, hundreds still remained. Soon, a massive cage formed, completely ensnaring Zybier within. Seeing Zybier restrained, Sulekai let out a sigh of relief. All right, Selena, it's taken care of. Have your undead creatures return. They are rather unsettling. However, his words met with no response. Puzzled, he turned to see Selena lying motionless on the ground a short distance away. Selena, Selena, Sulekai exclaimed, rushing over and kneeling beside her. He noticed her pale complexion, devoid of any hint of color. This cannot be. A sinking feeling gripped Sulekai as he extended a trembling hand, cautiously reaching toward Selena's nose. Moments later, Sulekai suddenly felt his strength drain away, collapsing limply onto the ground. No breath. Selena was actually breathless. Could it be that Selena had perished? That adorable, naive Selena was gone. Selena! Sulekai cried out in shock, instinctively dropping to his knees. He then clasped his hands together over his chest and began rhythmically pushing down. 1, 2, 3, he pressed on without ceasing. What is he doing? Bellamy, having restrained Zybier, had approached to assess the situation, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. Eye in the face of Selena's uncertain fate. Sulekai was performing. Bellamy's expression darkened significantly. After a few moments of attempting cardiac resuscitation, Sulekai still felt no heartbeat, and his composure shattered entirely. In a desperate moment, he resorted to another life-saving spell derived from modern society. Pinching Selena's nose with one hand and cradling the back of her neck with the other, he took a deep breath and pressed his lips to hers. Oh dear. A flush of crimson surged to Bellamy's cheeks as she hurriedly turned away. Sulekai, what are you doing? With Selena in such a state, how could you still? Are you even human? Sulekai, equally frantic, shouted back. What are you waiting for? Hurry and help. You perform the heart resuscitation, and I'll do the artificial respiration. We must save her. Save her. It was only then that Bellamy snapped back to her senses. This was no time for idle chatter. The pressing matter was to save Selena. She quickly waved her staff, reciting a few incantations, and a hazy green light enveloped Selena. Life restoration. Yet, to her astonishment, the restorative magic had no effect whatsoever. Bellamy's heart sank. Lekai, she is a necromancer. My natural magic is severely diminished against her. Magic. Magic. Sulekai suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. They were not in his modern urban world, but in a realm of magic. Enigmatic spells could achieve feats previously deemed impossible, as the old adage goes. A person's potential is like that of a sponge. There is always more to be squeezed out. In this critical moment, he recalled the necromantic magic imparted by his ancestor. At this life and death juncture, he experienced a sudden epiphany, swiftly forming hand signs. He recited an ancient incantation, I am the harbinger of the undead, opening the gateway to soul restoration, with darkness as the soil and resentment as sustenance. Let the wounds of the soul mend, restoring the departed spirit to wholeness, allowing the lost soul to shine once more. Soul restoration, 9th level necromancy, soul restoration. As the incantation was uttered, an elemental force swiftly coalesced in the heavens and earth, transforming into a power capable of rejuvenating the soul, which was then infused into Selena's body. Sulekai gazed at Selena's diminutive form with fervent hope, yearning for even the slightest response from her. Yet he was met with disappointment, for Selena remained utterly motionless. It was over. Sulekai slumped helplessly to the ground, his eyes glazed over. Selena was truly dead. After a moment's contemplation, Bellamy's eyes suddenly brightened, and she exclaimed urgently, Lekai, we must find a way to contact Lord Muyang. He will surely have a solution. Yes, we must seek the Ancestor. Sulekai abruptly lifted his head, hope rekindled within him. The Ancestor was so powerful, capable of reviving even a wandering soul such as his. Surely he could restore Selena to life. Without a second thought, he yanked the Su family jade pendant from around his neck. However, just as he was about to shatter the pendant and summon the Ancestor, a deep, resonant voice echoed, Divine light. The two instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold the enormous cage confining Zybier. shimmering with countless flashes of white light, causing the cage to bulge outward. Oh dear. Bellamy's expression shifted slightly as she quickly raised her staff, preparing to reinforce the cage after she had secured Zybeer. She had not given it another thought. Little did she know that, upon losing control over her, the cage's power had diminished, allowing Zybeer to seize an opportunity to attempt a forceful escape. Wait, Sulukai suddenly halted her. His expression grave, eyes brimming with lethal intent. Release her. Huh? Bellamy was taken aback and hastily replied, it's too troublesome to let her out. Let us wait for Lord Mu Yang to arrive. I cannot wait any longer. The murderous intent in Sulukai's gaze intensified. She has killed Selena. She must pay with her life. Even if Selena could be revived, she must die once. Let her go. At that moment, Sulukai was consumed by fury. Witnessing Selena's death before him, yet feeling utterly powerless, ignited a searing rage within him. Observing his demeanor, Bellamy felt an inexplicable sense of panic and instinctively released the natural prison. Evil necromancer, prepare to face my judgment. As the natural prison dissolved, Zybeer emerged, enveloped in holy light, brandishing her sword and shield. Yet, the sight that greeted her left her momentarily stunned. Sulukai was slowly rising from the ground, his eyes a vivid crimson, radiating a terrifying glow. He then extended a finger to his mouth and bit down hard. Instantly, droplets of milky white blood flowed from the wound, eerily suspended in the air. Moreover, Sulukai reached out with his other hand, grasping the injured finger and pulling it sharply. A segment of black finger bone was extracted from the wound, which then grew in the wind. In mere moments, it transformed into an oddly shaped, colossal scythe. It was a pitch-black scythe, towering above him, forged from an unknown black metal, adorned with beautiful yet sinister patterns. The sharp blade shimmered with a faint purple glow, exuding an ominous aura while simultaneously emanating an inexplicable sense of sanctity. Zybeer's pupils constricted as she gasped. The necromancer's artifact, the Scythe of Death. Indeed, she recognized it. This was none other than the legendary artifact of the necromancer clan from the Dark Alliance, the Scythe of Death. An artifact that could rival the Holy Sea's sacred object, the Heart of the Angel. Yet now, this artifact was wielded by an unknown youth, who was swinging the Scythe of Death while chanting an ancient spell in a peculiar tone. Shadow of the Nether Night, Spirit of the Abyss, traverse the boundary between life and death. Descend before me. With my blood, I summon your power. With my will, I beckon your scythe, a sacrifice of souls. Guided by death, unleash the feast of mortality, allowing the strength of souls to blossom in the darkness. The incantation unfolded. The very colors of the world shifted, a haunting green intermingling with a ghastly white, brazenly exuding the essence of death. Within a radius of several dozen miles, countless flora and fauna withered instantaneously, decaying and returning weakly to the earth. Numerous birds and beasts had their life force drained in an instant, transforming into stark white skeletons, which then crumbled to dust, carried away by the wind. All the forces of death ultimately converged before Sulukai, coalescing within the few droplets of blood that danced in the air. At last, the blood traced out a massive hexagram, from which an enormous scythe of death slowly emerged. Sulukai's incantation finally reached its climactic conclusion. Necromantic forbidden spell, soul harvest. Meanwhile, at the Holy See, several women were locked in a heated discussion, charged with tension. After a dramatic round of rock, paper, scissors, they had begrudgingly reached a consensus regarding the order of matters. Now, they were debating the timing. Suddenly, Su Mu Yang's lips twitched in resignation as he interrupted them. All right, let us pause for a moment. We need to step outside. The women cast puzzled glances at him, their expressions tinged with skepticism. You're not trying to make excuses to flee, are you? Su Mu Yang felt a sense of helplessness towards these enchanting figures. Stop overthinking it. Those little rascals are at it, their brains nearly splattered. Are you certain you don't want to witness the excitement? The women exchanged glances, each silently calculating, with negotiations at a stalemate. The best course of action was to temporarily set aside disputes and seek alliances, so taking a pause might not be a bad idea. With this thought, they all nodded in agreement. As for Su Mu Yang's remark about brains being splattered, they paid it no heed. Ridiculous. With Su Mu Yang watching over them, how could anything truly go awry? As Su Mu Yang initiated the teleportation array, several figures vanished in an instant on the battlefield. Zybeer had already sensed the encroaching aura of death. Under the immense pressure, she too erupted into action. The battlefield had transformed into a realm of death, with no escape or evasion possible. It was a matter of enduring the onslaught. Shield of holy light, holy protection, sacred barrier, light guardian. A series of protective spells enveloped her completely. It must be said, Zybier's combat prowess was indeed remarkable. In a heartbeat, she transitioned from a versatile holy knight to a pure tank. Yet, alas, despite her strength, she was still merely a level 9 holy knight. And Su Lukai, his power had already ascended to the demigod tier. This spell was also one of the ultimate forbidden spells of the necromantic arts. Cast using his own blood, his very life force, as a catalyst, wielding the artifact, the Scythe of Death. How could it be easily resisted? As the colossal scythe drew near, the various light shields surrounding Zybier shattered like fragile bubbles. Zybier felt the agonizing sensation of her soul being gradually torn apart. Though she fought with all her might, casting spells in desperation, despair began to seep into her heart. Was this truly the day she would perish? She was the beacon of hope for this generation of the Holy See. Even the continent's foremost expert, Isabella, had praised her, believing she could potentially transcend to godhood, becoming the first divine knight in the history of the AC continent. Yet today, was she destined to die here? No, she could not give up. A defiant light flickered in her eyes as she summoned every ounce of her magical power, igniting it in a fervent blaze. Even the shields, under such an eruption, had solidified to some extent. However, many matters do not shift according to subjective will. Despite her desperate and fervent struggle, that colossal scythe of death continued to shatter the layers of shields. Slowly advancing towards her. At last, the final layer of shield was breached. Shybier's magical energy had been utterly exhausted, life force continually drained away, her soul incessantly torn apart, leaving her utterly devoid of strength. She knelt on one knee, propping herself up with her sword, summoning the last vestiges of her energy to prevent herself from collapsing. With an air of defiance, she raised her head high, fixing her gaze upon the grim scythe of death. I am Shybier. You may defeat me, but you shall never conquer me. Just as the scythe was about to descend upon her, a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Freeze. The word seemed to press a pause button, causing everything in the world to come to a standstill at that very moment. Even the formidable scythe of death was forcefully immobilized, unable to move. The little ones are quite spirited, came a voice laced with mirth, prompting Shybier to weakly lift her head to her astonishment, for individuals had appeared before her, one of whom was none other than her idol since childhood, her great-aunt Isabella. Great. Hope suddenly rekindled in Shybier's eyes. Her great-aunt was the first grand sage in the history of the Ace continent, the continent's foremost master. With her presence, could this turmoil finally come to an end? Yet, to her surprise, Isabella merely cast a glance around, revealing a hint of exasperation on her face. Yang, Shybier is gravely injured. What do you propose we do about this? Shybier was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Who was her great-aunt consulting with? Sumu Yang waved his hand, and the ominous aura of the necromantic domain dissipated in an instant. Even the scythe of death retraced its path, vanishing into Su Lukai's body. Ancestor, please save Selena. She has killed Selena. Upon seeing his ancestor, Su Lukai was akin to a drowning man grasping at a straw, tears streaming down his face, his voice a mixture of joy and indignation. Yet, Sumu Yang paid him no heed, merely surveying the surroundings, shaking his head in resignation. You all, why fight and destroy the environment? Do you not understand that green mountains and clear waters are as precious as mountains of gold and silver? You possess no awareness of sustainable development whatsoever. As he spoke, he casually executed several incantations with a flick of his finger. Time rewind. With the incantation, the world seemed to be pressed in reverse, rapidly moving backward. Countless leaves and fallen flowers soared from the ground, returning to the trees, transitioning from yellow to green, bursting forth from decay with renewed vitality, trees flourishing, blossoms blooming, and life abounding. The air was filled with a myriad of powders that reformed into skeletal figures. Flesh and blood rapidly sprouting upon their bones, scales, and feathers, ultimately transforming into the original birds and beasts. The sounds of chirping and roaring erupted, causing the startled creatures to scatter in a frenzy. Brimming with vitality. Looking around, the battlefield, spanning dozens of miles, appeared exactly as it had before the conflict began. The only difference lay in the presence of the individuals before him. Selena lay still on the ground, and Shybier remained exhausted. The astonishing scene left everyone gasping in disbelief, speechless with shock. Although they knew the ancestor was powerful, they had not anticipated such immense strength to bring the dead back to life. To reverse the flow of time, Su Lukai remained stunned for a long while before suddenly snapping back to reality. his face alight with joy. Ancestor. Ancestor, please save Selena. Selena? Su Muyang suddenly wore a peculiar smile, his gaze towards him taking on an odd quality. Young man, let us not rush into matters concerning Selena. Let us first discuss your own affairs, my affairs. Su Lukai was taken aback. What business do I have? The others were equally intrigued. Su Muyang cast a glance at Selena lying on the ground, his smile growing broader. Young man, earlier you were rather affectionate toward Selena. Have you considered her feelings? She is a young maiden, unjustly subjected to your indignities. How will she face the world henceforth? Therefore, you must take responsibility. What on earth? Su Lukai was utterly bewildered. Ancestor, what are you talking about? Lives are at stake here. Ancestor, I was just saving her, he stammered. Cardiac resuscitation, artificial respiration. Surely you are aware of these. Su Muyang raised an eyebrow, turning to ask, Isabella, as the high priestess of the Holy See, you are the expert in saving lives. Have you heard of such techniques? Isabella looked at Su Lukai with a hint of peculiarity in her eyes. I have never heard of them. Puffed. Su Lukai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ancestor, you are setting me up. It was understandable that Isabella and the others had not heard of such things, as they belonged to different systems. But to claim ignorance himself? Not a chance. What was he trying to do? Was he intent on branding him a lecher? Su Muyang shook his head, a look of resigned inevitability upon his face.